Because of the Allah, the earth will be plunged into mourning. Incredible. All right, so obviously the Torah highlighting the severity of a false oath. Furthermore, all other averos in the Torah, by all other averos, like you have a some type of merit. Because remember again, whenever I commit an avera, the good news is I always have some type of countermeasure. Right? I always have some type of positive dynamic activity, in my personal arsenal. So again, if I have a svos, that could go ahead and literally suspend judgment for 2 to 3 generations. Now, listen, what does that do? So suspension of judgment, right? The Ramchal writes about this. He writes, really, Midas Hadin says that if you do an Avera, what should happen? Onesh. And punishment. And when should Onesh come? When should punishment come? Immediately. So Midas Harachamim, the divine attribute of mercy suspends judgment. Now what does that suspension of judgment do? It allows for tshuva. That's the Hakadosh Baruch Hu works. He gives us time to work things through. Now, amazingly enough, how much time? So here the Gemara says it could be up to 2 or 3 generations. That literally, again, a person commits an Aveira, and then again, halacha l'maisa, I have mitzvos. Ultimately, again, there's some suspension, right? There's some suspended sentence to allow me to work through everything. V'kan nifra'in mimenu la'alter. But here, ultimately, what happens? So judgment is exacted immediately. By Shua Shav Shene'emar, Hotzei Sia Ne'om Hashem Tzavakos, Uba al Beis Haganav, V'al Beis Hanishba B'Shmila Shaker, V'lana B'Soch Beiso, V'kala, Ves Itzav Vas Havana Hotzei Sia Le'alter. And it's actually very interesting. So the Gemara is quoting from the pasuk from Zechariah. So literally the pasuk says, I will take him out, and I will come to the house of the thief, to the house of the one who swears in my name falsely. Literally, again, I will remain in this house and destroy the wood, the stones, and take them out immediately. Okay, so what does this mean? Right? Ultimately, again, what does it mean? I will come to the house of the thief. This refers to people. Who's the thief? This refers to a person who deceives others. Like, for example, what is the example of this deception? Let's say Ruvain he didn't lend anybody to Shimon, but he claims that he lent money to Shimon, right? And he ultimately adjures him. And I will come into the house of the one who swears falsely. So I will dwell within his house, the also, and destroy it. And his wood and his stones. Even things that fire can't destroy, like stone. Right? Fire can't destroy stone. Even things like that, Shvuas Sheker does destroy. The power of Shvuah is so profoundly overwhelming that it destroys everything. Im Amar, Amy Nishba, if he says at the end of the day, I will not swear. So what's this now again? So let's say for just a moment. So obviously, the Gemara highlighting the destructive nature of Shvuas Sheker. If he says, if he says, ultimately, again, I won't swear, and this is referring to the person who's being adjured, right? So remember, again, Ruvain is bringing Shimon to din. Shimon, let's say, again, is a moed b'miktas, right? So Ruvain says, you owe me $1,000. Shimon says, no, I only owe you $500. So what's the halacha? If ultimately, again, if Shimon says, I won't swear, Potrin osomiyad. Ultimately, again, so they literally they cause him to leave Beis Din. I will say, obviously, when if you refuse to swear, so that means you're going to be liable, right? Obviously, but the idea over here is the moment you say I'm not swearing, Beis Din sends you on your way. Now, what does this mean? If you look at Rashi says over here, Potrin osomiyad, vein mashin also. We do not leave him in Beis Din. Why? See where Rashi says shkan. Ultimately, in order that he should not change his mind. So again, Once, if you decide I'm not swearing, so obviously you pay immediately, right? You charge your credit card immediately. You leave Beis Din as quickly as we don't want you changing your mind. Once you're changing your mind, good. Amar Harini Nishba. Now, what if again the clay, right? The respond the responder, right? The responder says again, I'm ready to swear. I'm ready to swear. Amar Harini Nishba. Ha'omdim sham omrim zeh lozeh suruna. So say, you begin to see the severity with which halacha goes ahead and treats shvua. That literally, again, if the guy says, right, so the responder says, I'm going to go ahead and swear, right? So again, Ruben's claiming against Shimon. Shimon says, fine, I'll swear. So what does the halacha? So Beis Din says, okay, Chevra, clear away again from these wicked men. Rabbi said that, by the way, just so you understand, that's Lashon by Alas Korach, right? So again, that is a very, very, very special over here. But what's also fascinating is both parties are considered to be Rishoy. Both the claimant and the responder, which is actually very interesting. We'll come back to that. So, and when we adjure, we'll call him Shimon. We say to him, just understand, we are not adjuring you based on your understanding of this oath. Which we actually saw this Gemara before. Rather, we're adjuring you on the understanding. In other words, you are not determining or defining the scope of this Shavuot. We are determining and defining the scope of this Shavuot. אמר להם, דעו שלא על דעתכם אני משפיע אתכם, אלא על דעת המקום ועל דעתי. As Moshe Rabbeinu said to Klal Yisrael when he adjured us, right? When he adjured us the Shvuah to go and accept the Torah. So ultimately, again, Moshe Rabbeinu says, just understand, I'm adjuring you based on my das and the das of the Ribono Shel Olam, Shneimar, v'lo etchem levadchem, ki es asher yeshnu po, ein li ela osen ha'omdim al Sinai. So I only know those when Moshe Rabbeinu adjured us. So I only know ultimately again those who are standing at Har Sinai. How do I know? The Gemara says Doras Haboim, V'gerim Ha'asidim Le'Iskaya Minayim. Someone said this is truly beautiful. How do we know that when Moshe Rabbeinu adjured us, right, with the Torah? Because remember, we undertook a shvuah to uphold Torah. How do I know that shvuah applies to those who stood at Har Sinai and those who came later on? Right, and even those who converted. How do I know? Talmud Lomar ve'is asher einenu. So the Gemara says because the pasuk says even those who are not here, everyone was included in Klal Yisrael. Future generations of Jews, future generations of Gerim, all were included in the original Shvuah at Har Sinai. Incredible. So the Gemara says, which by the way, there's an interesting discussion in general about whether or not a ger is not to say the bracha of Shelo Asani Goy. But what does a ger say? Is that again, if you think about it, conceptually, it's spoken with this person a guy, and then they decide to convert. So it's not focus on Allah. There is a school of thought that says no, a ger is ultimately a generative guy. Why based on this Gemara? Because if you understand that there is Shaman ultimately again were including the original Shura Har Sinai. That means to a certain respect, the Baruch it's interesting. The Baruch you're right, maybe didn't make this person Jewish, but if the Baruch made this person a ger, and that might sound strange because a ger, of course, is a Jew. But Lament again, the Baruch marked that in the Shama in a certain way, almost like in a way of binding it in an irrevocable way with the destiny of Klal Yisrael. It's fascinating because again, a ger is included the Shvuah of Har Sinai. Incredible. The Gemara says as follows: so I only know about saying that the Shvuah of Moshe Rabbeinu included the mitzvahs that Klal Yisrael received at Har Sinai. Mitzvahs Hasidus is Chadish. You go Mikra Megillah Minayin. Discuss how do I know that the Shvuah of Moshe Rabbeinu, the Shvuah of Moshe Rabbeinu, included mitzvahs that would be introduced later on in Jewish history as well. Talmud Lomar Kimu v'Kiblu. The says Kimu v'Kiblu. Kain ma shekiblu kvar. ultimately again they upheld that which they already accepted. So we'll say, so amazingly enough, the Shvuah at Har Sinai applied to all the mitzvahs that were given in Har Sinai, and also applied ultimately again to any mitzvahs that they would accept in the future. It was an all-encompassing Shvuah. Incredible. The Gemara says, "My afhi bil shorim." So it's not the Gemara just jumps back for just a second. When the Gemara introduced the sugya on the last line of Lamed Ches Amud Beis, so the Gemara used lashon of afhi bil shorim, which sounds like over here that Shvuas Hadayanin could be made even the lashon of the Gemara is even in any language. So I said, what does that mean, even in, right? Even Shvuas Hadayanin can be in any language. What does this mean? My Atashon Lemar, Kidisnan, Elu Lemar, Bechaloshin, these are the things that can be said in any language. Parsha Sota, right? Parsha Sota, which means the confession, the Yakodesh Menabayis, which is the statement that says, I dispersed my tithes. Kliyah Shema, Tfilah Shona, right? Bechas Amazon, Ushvua Seidus, Ushvua Sapikadon. And therefore the Gemara of the Brisa is adding up to this. Is, by the way, also Shvuas Hadayanin ultimately again could also be said in any language. Amar Mar, so what's the Gemara says? Amar Mar, Amar Lo, we say to the responder, have you idea? Shekala Olam Kulon is Dar Zebusha Shaman Hakadosh Baruch Hu Lo Sisa Shemesh Shemesh Kachavashat. So let's say, so we tell him again before he takes the shul, understand the severity of not taking Hashem's name today, not taking a false shvuah. Because when HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave the dibra, do not take my name in vain, the entire world shook. So why is that? So in other words, in my time, why did the world shake? When HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave over Lo Sisa, it is because it was given over at Har Sinai. Well, if that's the case, Esther did this. Remember again, all 10 commandments were given at Har Sinai. So why is that unique? It must be because Shvuas Shav, a false oath, is so severe. Only Chamira, is it so severe? Batnan, Elohim Kalos, Asevalo Sase, Chutz Milo Sisa. What are examples again of Kalos, right? We'll call them more lenient mitzvahs and others. And I'm saying a lot, right? Positive commandments and promises, those fall into the category of, except for those seasons. Remember again, taking Hashem's name in vain, technically speaking, is a low sase. The Gemara says, okay, even though it's a low sase, it doesn't fall into the category of kalos. What's the next category? Chamulos, more severe averos. What does that refer to? Zokrisos or misos bezdin. This refers to kares, right? Things that carry kares and misos bezdin. The lo sisa imahen, and lo sisa is included in the category of krisos or misos bezdin. So I will say, that's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing. Right? Taking a false oath, taking Hashem's name in vain, is included in the category of capital cases. Three kares and misas bezdin. But still, okay, so if it's in that category, then the whole world should shake anytime someone does something that's chayiv kares or misas bezdin. Why is Shvuah Shav unique? I look at the time of the chalaveros shabator nemar b'hem v'nakei, the kan nemar lo yinakei. You want to know the reason why it's so severe? By all other averos in the Torah, the pasuk says v'nakei, you can be cleansed. Shuv is possible. Shuv is possible. By Shvuah Shav lo yinakei. No tshuva. No tshuva by Shvuah Shav. You want in 1 second. Is that true by all of the Torah? By true that by other averos it doesn't say that you're not cleansed. But the pasuk says vinakeh, lo yinakeh. I'll give a whole side. The pasuk itself says there are some things for which you are cleansed and some things for which you are not cleansed. How do you know which one is which? It's impossible to say that there's absolution from mitzvah averos, because on the other hand it says lo yinakeh, you're not absolved. You have to lomar lo yinakeh, and then you can't say lo yinakeh. Why? Shekvar ne'emar yinakeh, that you can't be absolved. So how do you reconcile this? Hakeitzad menakeh hu l'shavin ve'ena menakeh l'she'en of shavin. And Rabbi say, what do you see from here? HaKadosh Baruch Hu absolves those who do tshuva and does not absolve those who don't do tshuva. I was saying, what an incredibly overwhelming Gemara. At the end of the day, the power of tshuva, v'nakeh lo yinakeh, Life is a choice, right? We all commit mistakes. We all engage in averos. The shaila is what do you do in the aftermath of that? If you do tshuva, then ultimately again benakeh. And if I don't do tshuva, lo yinakin. Rashi makes an amazing observation over here. Rashi says over here, minakeh l'shadim, they can after shadim lo yinakeh v'lo piron. So what about shvua shav? So by shvua shav, again, is there tshuva by shvua shav? So there's tshuva for everything. Here's the difference. The difference just is that by shvua shav, even if you do tshuva, right, through the tshuva, there's no tshuva below piron. Ultimately, there's a punishment. There's a punishment. The forms of tshuva, the tshuva are powerful to wipe this thing clean. By shvuas shav, ultimately again, the tshuva is so tremendous that even with tshuva, there's still piron. There still has to be ownership. They will say this is actually a fascinating episode because this is also true in Adam Mechavera. Like in Adam Mechavera, this happens all the time as well, which is I wronged another person. Even if you wrong another person and you do tshuva, there's still fallout from that, right? In other words, the relationship is still damaged. You see this all the time. I could say you're sorry, and you apologize, even like a heartfelt apology. When you hurt someone, that hurt remains. If you think about it, shvuas shav is a personal trespass against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So if we're saying over here is, can you do tshuva for shvuas shav? Of course you can. But at the end of the day, there's a residual trauma to the relationship that often cannot be undone. It remains. You hurt another person, you can say you're sorry, they can accept your apology. The relationship is probably, under certain circumstances, is forever changed. Cannot be put back to what it was before. Shvuas shav, you can do tshuva, but even with tshuva, there's piron, there's still going to be fallout from that. Incredible. The Gemara was like the so now we are analyzing the brisa we just said before. So for example, by other averos, so if I do an avera, I'm punished for it. Here, I'm punished, and so is my mishpacha. So is that true by other averos? Not exacted from your family, but the Santiani is pana isho mishpachto. Time of the in who chata mishpachto machata. So both say so. The pasuk sounds like over here. It says an exact punishment from the individual, from his family. Why should Hashem exact punishment from my family? If I committed the avera, so exacted from me, what does my family have to do? We'll say this is a wild Gemara. Any family where one member is a tax collector, ultimately again they're all tax collectors. And if one family member is a crook, right? She'ein kol listim. Ultimately, they're all crooks. Why? She'ein, Gemara says, mipnei shemechapen alav. Ultimately, again, because they cover for him. They will say, this is a very difficult Gemara to fully unravel. They will say, on one hand, right, you think about this, right, parents go through this all the time with their kids. My child does something bad. So it's easy, of course, to say, it's the parents. What kind of chinuch? What kind of chinuch in the home? Right? The child does something like that. So let's say, we know in life that parents can do all the right things. Children have this really interesting thing called free choice. Right? And they can take all of the beautiful chinuch that parents have given them and literally throw it out the window and do their own thing. So on one hand, definitely sometimes children do things that is not reflective of their parents' upbringing. But the reason is, however, when our children behave in a certain way, it is incumbent upon us as parents to introspect and to look at how we are living, and to look at the home that we are building, and to look at the chinuch that we have given. Why? Because when our children do certain things, we are not guilt-free. We are not blameless. Am I at fault? No, that's too strong of a word, because my child, especially as they get older, has free will. But if my kid is leading a certain way, in a consistent fashion, if my children is exhibiting certain character traits in an ongoing fashion, I have to introspect, and I have to ask myself, is it possibly coming from me? Is there something in my home? Is there something in my life? Is there something in the way that I live? And there's this fine line. Is it my fault? No. No, it's very important to understand. As we talk like adult children, they have to make their own decisions. But at the same time, this child grew up in my home. This child grew up this child grew up with my chinuch. As son. No, and that's what Chazal are saying. So again, there's a family where the kid is a tax collector, which is considered to be a very unscrupulous profession. So if someone who's becoming a tax collector, the Gemara says, whoa, what happened in that house? Or my child is a gunner, or my child exhibits any kind of, my child just did something really bad. Again, do I have to accept full responsibility for what my kids do? No. But do I have to introspect as a parent, wondering what am I doing in my life? What am I doing in my home? Absolutely, yes. Incredible. So it says, Hassan, so the Gemara says over here, I'm sorry. So therefore the Gemara says at the end of the day, what do you see? I'm sorry. So the Gemara says, you see from here that ultimately, again, there is responsibility even by other Averos. So which the Gemara says, you're right. So we'll say, my family can always have responsibility for the negative things that I do, but the shaila is, how are they ultimately held accountable? Are they held accountable to the same standard that I am, or are they held accountable to a different standard? Give the sign that says really fast, right? So once it says I will cut him off, so not coming on the fish, I might have thought about this, and I believe established that when I commit an Aveira, that my family is held to some level of accountability as well. I might have thought that my family to the very same level of accountability that I am. The Gemara says, no, Shalom. I might be Chayv Chashom Kares. My family does not have that same standard. In other words, I sin, there is absolutely some level of familial responsibility. But my family is never held to the same level that I am. The Chalaver Shabbatorah, Nifraim Mimeno Bekan, Mimeno Mikala Olukor. Which I want to say, by the way, is such an overwhelming yesod that when I sin, every sin carries with it some level of familial responsibility. So I want to say, it gets you to think twice about committing an Avera. No, because often when we sin, the reason I sin is because I assume that the fallout of my actions is limited to me. Now that I understand that every single thing that I do does have an impact on my family as well, it just makes me think twice. Right? I don't want to do something to my wife. I don't want to do something to my kids. I don't want to do something to my parents. I don't want to do something to my extended family. So suddenly now it makes us measure our actions just a little bit more. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back to the So I all the Averos. Again, usually retribution is exacted from me, but not from the world. Yet by Shvuas Shav, the retribution is exacted from everyone. True. That by other Averos, retribution is not exacted from the world. But it's not true. Whenever we commit an Avera, there is mutual responsibility. I'm responsible for your Averos. You're responsible for my Averos. So at the end of the day, it's not just by Shvuas Shav. It's by everything. It's by everything. Amrit Bezavosai, Hasam, incredible. Shirish b'minchos below michu. So ultimately, no. In other cases, when is there collective responsibility? When I have the ability to stop someone else to object to someone's Avera and fail to do so, then there is collective responsibility. But at the end of the day, if I don't have the ability to object, then there's no responsibility. By Shvu Shav, ultimately, again, there's collective responsibility, even if I can't object to someone else's errant behavior, which is tremendous. Again, we'll see why that is. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Now let's say, the Gemara used the following Lashon. So what is the distinction between Rishaim of the world and Rishaim of my mishpacha? Now, what is when the Gemara uses the phrase Rishaim? Rishaim over here means people who have the ability to object but don't object to my errant behavior. So again, what's the chiluk between if those Rishaim are in my family or in the world? They tzadikim the mishpacha or tzadikim dama. Tzadikim over here refers to people who have no ability to object. So whether they're tzaddikim in my family or tzaddikim in the world. So here we go. So the Gemara says, who is shara averas b'dinei? So currently, if I commit an avera, I am held accountable for the punishment, for the din of that avera. Urishon de mishpachto b'din chamar. The rishon of my family, that refers to family members who have the ability to go ahead and object errant behavior and fail to do so. They don't get the same punishment. They still get a more severe punishment. Listen, do you hear this? If you are a family member and members of your family, your children, your spouse, someone else is doing something wrong, and you don't do anything about it, you let your kids continue down a negative path and you don't stop it, you're held responsible. You're held responsible. Even for adult children, you're held responsible. And again, not the same level of responsibility as the perpetrator himself, but again, a second-tier responsibility. Or Rishon Dalma, and again, Rishon Dalma is the people who are outside of the mishpacha, but still have the ability to object and don't do so. A lower level of judgment. And I will say, so again, so in general averos, the perpetrator gets the highest level of averos. Of punishment. Family members who can object but don't do so, second tier punishment. Outsiders who can object and don't do so, third tier. Okay? Tzadikim, the Gemara says, Tzadikim dahacha p'tiri. Tzadikim, whether they're in the family or outside of the family. Now again, what does that mean, tzadikim? Tzadikim are people who either are unaware of what's going on, can't have an impact on what's going on, are not held culpable at all. Okay, so we'll say that's the realm of general averos. Gabi shvua. What about again by shvua? Gabi shvua. Who rishon de mishpachto b'dinei. So we'll say when it comes to shvuas shav. So what's the halacha? Who? So the perpetrator. Who rishon de mishpachto. Rishon de mishpachto means what? Family members who have the ability to stop this type of behavior, and don't do so, are held similarly accountable. The boss say, hear this? So again, the person who takes the shvuas shav and his family members who have allowed for the cultivation of this type of personality are all held accountable to the same level. Rishon de'alma din chamar. Ultimately, again, Rishon outside of the family are held liable to 1 tier below. Tzadikim dahacha b'din hakal. Ultimately, again, tzadikim in the family, tzadikim on the outside. I must say, who are tzadikim? Tzadikim ultimately, again, are people who seem to have like no involvement in this yet, are still held responsible. Now, let's say, now, what does this mean? Hold on for 1 second. We're going to just do 2 more lines. So ultimately, again, let's say again, the respondent. Good. The respondent says, if he says, I'm not swearing, you know what? He did that film. He's like, I'm out. Right? I'm out. I got the money, right? I'm out. Which again is what we prefer. So what happens? Good. You see, as well, which I just want to point out, what's the beauty of this Gemara? The beauty of this Gemara is it allows the respondent to save face. Why? Well, so, the best way to conduct a negotiation is where no one has to admit that they're wrong, right? If everybody can walk away from a negotiation feeling that they're right, that's the best way. What's the beauty of this Gemara? Someone could say, you know what? I'm not going to swear, I'm going to pay. And he can hold his head high, right? Because otherwise, before this Gemara, he would have said, if a guy says, I'm not swearing, I'll pay, what is that essentially? What is that? An admission of guilt. Now, suddenly, what is it? An expression of profound piety. I treat Shua so carefully that I'd rather pay money and not take the Lord's name in vain. It's godless. It's godless. What it allows a person to do is save face without having to admit guilt. So again, but if, however, Shimon says, no, I'm still going to swear, So the Gemara says, I don't understand that. We'll say what it sounds like over here. So let's say Shimon says, swear. So what does the baby say? Okay, Chevra, make way. Right? You might want to get out of here. The ground is about to open up. It's not going to be good. And I will say it refers to both the claimant and the respondent. And please, Shimon, understand. So we must understand. I understand by referring to Shimon, the swearer, as a bad guy. But Ruvain, right? Ruvain the claimant. Ruvain is the guy who lent Shimon money. I understand why included in this is Rothschild, to which the Gemara says, I'll tell you. The Gemara says, ultimately, we'll say when a person takes a shvuah, that shvuah is between two people, between the claimant and the respondent. There are two people involved in that shvuah. The Lamed shechala shvuah al shneim. It teaches us that the shvuah ultimately again devolves upon both of them, and there is liability ultimately again for both of them. Now, why? And we'll say, take a look at Rashi. Top Rashi on that. This is actually wild. Rashi says, "Chala al shneim sheshneim ne'enoshim ba." Both parties are punished for a shvuah. How so? Shalo diktik limsa mamono biyad ne'eman ubo lidechel Hashem. This is wild. So the swearer, I understand why he's going to be liable. What about again the claimant? What about Ruvain? Ruvain, why are you lending money? Why are you engaging in business with dishonest people? So I'll say it's fascinating. So they're both held liable. One for swearing and one for engaging people who are not of good credibility. Don't hang around and don't do business and don't lend money with people who lack credibility. Most about another reason also is, the halacha is, the halacha is, you are not allowed money without witnesses, and you are not allowed to pay back loan without witnesses. And in fact, the kids are written down. The kids says if you do so, you are in violation of lifnei iverlo siting michshol. So the only way to run into a situation like this is how if you're not conducting business in the right way, because otherwise it's common sense. Do stuff with witnesses, otherwise you're gonna get stuff. So therefore, the only way to get into this is with people who are not following the halacha. So if you're not following the halacha and it's ending up with shvuah, ultimately again there's liability and ability with this. So I will say, so now after this, the Gemara is now going to get into the mechanics of modern mitzvahs. But before we get to that, so what is this? Like, right, the Gemara just spent a whole amud and a half focusing so intently on the severity of shvuas shav. So what is this severity? So I just want to point out there's a beautiful Marsha. The Marsha says over here, he says, because in this Hamavor, Sheshmo Shal Yisbarach HaGadol, Ukiyumo Shal Olam, the Yisodo Sheba Barach HaOlamos. The name of HaKadosh Baruch is the very engine of creation. The name of HaKadosh Baruch is the very thing which was his gracious bara Elohim, as Hashemayim the Asar. Shem Hashem means that what did Hashem initially create the universe with? What did he create it with? His name. His name. Gracious bara Elohim. Elohim, the very essence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The name of the Ribono Shel Olam is what created the very building blocks, the very form of creation. When you misuse that name, ultimately, again, what you are doing is undermining the very rubric, the very foundation of creation itself. And to take it one step further, what is the Shvuah Shav? What is the Shvuah Shav? The Shvuah Shav corrupts two things. Number one, it corrupts dibur. Like when you swear for you're taking that cloth dibur, right? That cloth of speech, which is the very thing that defines us as people. It's us. What distinguishes man ultimately again from animal? It's not the ability to walk. Animals can walk also. It's not the ability to reproduce. Animals could reproduce also. It's not even the ability to think. Animals could think also. What sets aside man ultimately again from animal is Rahman Malala, like Oculus calls it, speech. A false oath is the fundamental corruption of fundamentally underneath all speech. And therefore, halacha l'maisa again, the Gemara says that when this goes ahead and occurs, so at the end of the day, what is man doing? He's fundamentally undermining his very self. So you're undermining the world. You're undermining gracious. You're undermining yourself. And then what else? What else does Shua Shab do? Shua Shab also is the ultimate trespass. If you swear falsely, that means nothing sacred. Like you can't take anyone at their word. You can't do anything. So Moses, you understand what happens when you take a false oath? You're undermining creation, being Adam Lamakom. Right? Ultimately, again, you're undermining human relationships and integrity, being Adam Lachavero, and you're undermining your very essence, the power of your speech, being Adam Li'atzmo. So when you take this false oath, you've eroded every single pillar upon which the world stands. The Gemara says you do something like that, an unforgivable offense. Fundamentally undermining anything and everything that holds the world up. Right? So step over here today. Tremendous Gemara. All right, so that's another great day, everyone. What do you make of this? What's going on here? Plenty of prayer. Yes. See, you can actually blame your parents. You can your parents that way. He has millions of subscribers, but I don't know anything about this. That's not my pay grade. That's here, like doing things like that, right? Can I throw out a hypothesis on my end? Okay. So I saw some people saying like, oh, look how pathetic the UFC is. They're buying views to prop up UFC BJJ. But let's be honest, it's the UFC. They don't need to buy views. They're the freaking most dominant force in all combat sports. So UFC don't have money, right? Like they don't it's the third event. They're trying to build something new. Okay, is it possible? I don't know, but is it possible? You can buy views on someone else's page. You can attach those. All right, Jamal, good morning, a good tava. Hopefully you had a beautiful and uplifting Shabbos. A great is the first time to begin the new week together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Share to thank our annual Commodore sponsor, for dedicating ownership and Rothschild this year as a zechus for the Soros Tavos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Commodore sponsors for the month of Stephen Abavin, Latoba, Stephen Tarizin, and loving memory of Steve's mother Doris Zin, Devora, Bas for Bisol Yoel. Communication of our 50 yard site, welcome to the narrative about Talmud Torah, and Shalom having Aliyah, the family in your phone. So with that, and of course, we as always, we dedicate our learning in schools of our precious hostages, and from Shloch and Merit Hashem, bring them home to Shalom and the Kara, and the merit of our holy soldiers, and from Shloch and Merit Hashem, protect them, give them Shmir Yisrael, allow them to be successful in all of their endeavors, and indeed come back to their families with Shalom and the Kara. With that, so let's begin. Thank you for Richter for your shir yesterday. Today we are starting on Lamed Ches on the 38a on the top of the daf. Hopefully you did your homework. And there's a Shabbat from last night, as I put out on the chat. So we are starting at the two dots. And there's Hashem, you gotta check the chat. Also, if I didn't do it, there's no way we're gonna be able to keep up, and that's what the pace this week. A lot of Gemara to do ahead of us. So let's start from two dots on top. So Shuas Hapikadon Keitzad, Pele Pikadon Sheish Lebiyadecha. Okay, so let's remember again, what we're not going to get into is a really fascinating topic regarding, we saw in the Mishnah two different types of cases where sometimes a person would be going ahead and answering up claims from multiple people, would also be going ahead and making multiple oaths towards one person. So there was a tension in the Mishnah as to when is a person, obviously we're talking about a case where they lied, right, with this law. When would there be a situation where they would be chayiv once, versus when would there be a situation where they would be chayiv multiple times? So that's what we're going to analyze and kind of dissect a little. So Tana Abanon, Klal in chayiv ela achas. So if a person goes ahead and let's say bundles multiple oaths into one statement and they transgress to only chayiv once, parat chayla kol achas v'achas. But if you specify, ultimately again you are chayiv on every single individual shvua. Again, the specifics of that we're going to see in just a little bit. These ones are there. Yehuda says, but Yehuda Omer, and Yehuda says like this: shvua lo lecha. V'lo lecha chayiv al kol achas v'achas. So Yehuda says, if a person, let's say again, I go right, let's say 5 people come over to me, and each of them are making a claim that I owe them some item, right, some pikadon. And what's the halacha? I say, shvua lo lecha, I swear I don't owe to you, v'lo lecha, and not to you, and v'lo lecha, and not to you. And then it turns out that I'm lying. I'm going to be chayiv ultimately again for a single shvua. That's Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Eliezer says, Lo lecha, v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha, shvua chayva kalachas v'achas. Rabbi Eliezer builds on Rabbi Yehuda, and he says it's not enough. See, Rabbi Yehuda's whole point is you have to say v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha. So Rabbi Eliezer builds on this, and you have to say v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha, but you also have to add in the word shvua afterwards. That putting shvua at the end makes it individuated, right? Individualized shvua, and therefore again creates individual liability. Incredible. Rabbi Shimon says, Achiomer shvua l'chol achas v'achas. Rabbi Shimon comes along and he says, no. In order to create individual liability, you actually have to say shvua lo lecha, shvua lo lecha, shvua lo lecha. So this is the tension. What needs to be said in order to create individual liability? And obviously, in the absence of individual liability, there's only going to be what we call collective liability. That klal versus so Yehuda says in the Mishra, klalo shel Rabbi Meir, essentially, what is a klal case, right, an inclusive case where it only creates one level of liability. So klal shel Rabbi Meir is the individual case of Rabbi Yehuda. Again, I'm about to say this understand over here what klal and prat means in this context. So klal ultimately again refers to the idea that there's only going to be chayiv once, right? Because everybody's grouped essentially, all the claimants are grouped into one shvua. Versus prat, which is going to mean, again, all the claimants are broken out, are individualized, and therefore there will be liability for each individual shvua. The shvua comes along, and there's a Moses one, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines down from the top. So Shmuel says like the klal of Rabbi Meir, all equivalent to the prat of Rabbi Yehuda, and klalos Rabbi Yehuda, pratos Rabbi Meir. Okay, that's Moses. We'll see this play out a little bit more specifically in the Gemara. Rabbi Yochanan says, "Hakol modin b'velo lecha shehu prat." So we'll say Rabbi Yochanan comes along and says, "No, everyone agrees that if you say v'lo lecha." Now you have to be very specific with our wording over here. What Rabbi Yochanan is really focusing on is the vav. That v'lo, not lo lecha, but Lo lecha. That introduction of the ve ultimately creates individuated liability. So this is very interesting. Rabbi Yochanan understands over here. He says that everyone agrees in the lo lecha. So again, if I say shvua that I don't have your pikadon, right? V'lo lecha. That everyone will agree that halacha l'ma, and then it turns out that I'm lying. Of course, all these cases presuppose that I'm lying. So halacha l'ma, so it says everyone agrees that I'll be chayyim for each individual claimant, each individual shvua. Where's the machlokes? When I say lo lecha, without the vav, is individual liability in that case? Rabbi says prat. Rabbi says even lo lecha without the vav, it's still a prat, it's still individual shvua. But you become a cloud, you says, well, okay, let's analyze. So what's in Rabbi Meir's world, what's his cloud? Because what's the number again? Interestingly enough, we quoted a number of different opinions. We quoted Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Eliezer, and Rabbi Shimon. But interestingly enough, 3 out of those 4, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Shimon, quoted specific cases. Rabbi Meir did not quote the specific case. All Rabbi Meir said was like a general rule. He says, cloud, like if you included all of the claimants in one general denial, you only chayiv once. If you specify the claimants, or you specify the denial of total respective claimants, then you chayiv every single one. But Rabbi Meir himself did not articulate what is a cloud and what is a prat. So the Ezer who called Rabbi, what is Rabbi Meir's cloud? Shvua she'ein lochem biyadi. So we'll say the Meir's cloud would be like this. So mention again, there are 5 people claiming against me, right? Each of them are claiming that I have something of theirs in my possession. And I just say, Shvua Shem biyadi. I swear I have nothing that belongs to any of you in my possession. And Meir says that's a cloud. Interesting to note is based on that, anything therefore that would be more specific, according to Meir, would be a prat. So it doesn't. Meir seems to lo lecha and v'lo lecha. Both of those would be prat cases. Okay, so what are they arguing about? Rabbi say, interestingly enough, remember, I'm going to point out that Shmuel and Rabbi Yochanan are arguing in Rabbi Meir. So now the Gemara says, what is the point of their contention? What are they arguing about? So the Gemara says, Shmuel died from a Braisa, Rabbi Yochanan is missing. Shmuel is medayik from a Braisa, and Rabbi Yochanan is medayik from a Mishnah. Shmuel died from a Braisa, Shmuel infers from a Braisa. What's the case? We become Rabbi Huda. So again, Shmuel says like this. From the fact that Rabbi Huda says that the case of prat is v'lo lecha with the vav, so it sounds like so again, if Rabbi Huda is going to say that's the prat, and Rabbi Huda is disputing Rabbi Meir, it must be Rabbi Meir would hold that even v'lo lecha ultimately is still a klal. Pratabi, and Rabbi Huda disagrees and he said it's a prat. Rabbi Yochanan says Tarbai Meir Pratabi. Rabbi Yochanan says no. Rabbi Yochanan infers differently. He says, according to Rabbi Meir, what we just said before, both of those cases are prat. Now, what are both of those cases? Lacha, lo lacha, and Rabbi Meir's word, both of those are cases. The lo lacha, lo lacha. I do this like this. In the case of v'lo, I'll agree that v'lo lecha ultimately is going to be a prat case. The Gemara says v'lo lecha palbina alacha. But in the case of lo lecha, I'm going to disagree. And lo lecha, I'm going to say is not a prat. Lo lecha is a klal case. Shmuel says like this. Well, that's the case. Ad odile aduye litvok alei chugay. Shmuel says it doesn't make any sense because there's no point. It's very interesting. There's no point in going ahead and discussing the stuff we agree on. Rather, we should discuss the stuff we don't agree on. So I just want to pause there and just want to reflect on it. Right? So that's true in Gemara. Right? Sometimes in Gemara, we're trying to go ahead and get to a core principle. There's no point in talking about the stuff we agree on because we already agree on it. Rather, again, the point over here is to discuss to highlight the stuff we don't agree on. So that might be true in Gemara, but in life, concerning Achdus and Klal Yisrael, sometimes the reverse is true. The goal is to focus on the things you do agree on, recognize what a large swath of items that really is, and recognize that sometimes we can't reconcile the stuff we disagree on, but that's okay. Because you see, the whole point of Gemara is to try to reconcile the stuff we disagree about. Okay, so therefore I don't want to talk about the stuff we agree on because that's already done. That's already done. But let's focus on the stuff we don't agree on so we can resolve it. In life, often you can't resolve the stuff we disagree on. The goal is to highlight the idea that we agree on so much more, and even though there may be irreconcilable differences, it's okay. They're clearly eclipsed things we do agree on in life. Such as Rabbi Yochanan. You must listen. Rabbi Yochanan is medayik from the Mishnah. What does the Mishnah say? We become Rabbi Meir Shvua She'ein Lachem B'yadi Klal Lahavi Michlav De B'lo Lacha Pratavi. So Rabbi Yochanan is medayik like this. From the Mishnah, since Rabbi Meir says like this, that Yadi, right? Or so I'll say case in Mishnah, in our Mishnah, where again, but I go ahead and I see Shvua She'ein Lachem B'yadi Klum. I have nothing of yours in my possession. So what did the Mishnah say? If it turns out that I'm lying, how many times am I liable? Once. Why? That's a cloud. So what do you see from here? What you see is that's the case of the cloud. Michlal, give a lo lecha, pratahavi. So you can infer from that a case of a lo lecha ultimately is going to be a prat. Because if you think that even below lecha is still cloud, Adamashmalon Shvua She'ein Lachem B'yadi, Nashma'inon Shvua Lo Lecha, V'lo Lecha, V'lo Lecha. Kol Shekin Shvua She'ein Lachem B'yadi. Because if Rabbi Meir would really hold that even V'lo Lecha is a cloud, he'll let the Mishnah state that case. Because if you would say, again, if 5 people claim that I have something of theirs, and I say, Lo Lecha, and if so many happens, then Allah has come and become if I say what? Shvua She'ein Lachem B'yadi, of course it's really going to be one level of liability as well. As Shmuel says, Kala Omer Locha Velo Locha. Omer Shvua Shein Lachem Biyadi. The Mishmor says that according to there, no. Velo Locha Velo Locha Velo Locha. It's as if that's still a cloud, and it's as if you said Shvua Shein Lachem Biyadi. Okay. So let's say so. This is our so essentially what we have over here is the sheet of Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Huda, Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Shimon. Okay, those four sheets. Now we have the sub-machlokes of Shmuel and Rabbi Yochanan in the position of Rabbi Meir. Okay, good. So now the Gemara raises a couple of different questions. So Tashma, Teini Pikadon, Utshumas Yad, V'Gezel Va'aveda. So let's say, so remember again, Mishnah then quoted a case, right? I go to Ruben and say, Ruben, give me my pikadon that you have, my loan, my stolen item, and my lost item. I'm putting all of these things from Ruben. Right? I'm about to say again, if Ruben says, Shvua she'en biyadi, in the chabiyadi, then he's only chayiv once. But if he says, Shvua she'en pikadon, shomes yad, yezel v'adi, then what? He's chayiv 4 times. They're both saying, now what do you know syntax over here? There's a vav. What do you see from here? That clearly again, v'lo lacha is going to be prat, but it sounds like that without the vav, it would ultimately again be a klal, right? That lo lacha be klal. So it says no, tani shomes yad gezal aveda. Take out the vav. Wrong girsa mishnah. Rather again, the girsa should be without the vav. Okay, but the first white line. Lamed chesam dalet. Tashma. The Kusman, Shabbat say once again, the Mishnah's case makes it sound like what? That it's below the right? Remember again, if the vav is there, the vav creates individual liability. No vav, it seems to be a cloud. So we'll say that again, that's a cash. Cash on the Hold on. The Gemara says, Tana Sa'orin Kusman. Once again, answers by saying, no, remove the vav. Remove the vav, wrong syntax. I have a hot steamer, so it doesn't make any sense. The height of the Korach is Shabish, Tani Ba'azil. I don't understand. So every single phrase in the Mishnah is wrong. But no, that's your answer to everything is, change the gear. So it can't be that everything in the Mishnah is wrong. Allah Moshe is fascinating. You're right. So we're saying this whole time we're trying to take this in according to Rabbi Yochanan or Rabbi Shmuel, which the Moshe is in reality. And we'll say, now understand. Why are we trying to align this with Rabbi Meir? Because again, remember we have a principle in Mishnah is generally that what? Stam Klad Meir. Right? That a Stam Mishnah more effective than Rabbi Meir. That's why we're assuming that without attribution, it's going to be Rabbi Meir, and that's why we're trying to fit this in. Timur says, you're right, it's doing that. Have money ready. Oh, now I'm bringing out the big thing, right? So as I say now, remember, no, whose opinion is reflected in Mishnah? Rabbi. Loshna Kizayis, the Loshna Kizayis Pratahabi. His view is that halacha l'maisa, again, it doesn't make a difference whether you use the vav or not. Either way, as long as you specifically articulate, or as long as you articulate specific items, right? Specific items, ultimately that is going to create a prat case and therefore create individual liability. So therefore, interestingly enough, this whole time we've been distinguished between the lolacha, and the lolacha. Understanding that maybe that vav makes a difference, which the Gemara answers it doesn't. Our Mishnah reflects the view of Rabbi, and Rabbi holds no distinction between lolacha, and the lolacha, or in Rabbi's version, kizayis, or kizayis the kizayis. Okay. Incredible. Rashi says over here, by the way, Rabbi he is actually writing across in Tosis, Klalos Rabbi Huda, Rabbi Hida Amar, B'Mesechus Sofim, Sheni Loshna Zevach Amanas Lechol Kizayis Bachot, Loshna Kizayis L'Makar Kizayis Bachot. Okay, so it happens to be talking about over here a case of Pigul and a case of Chutzlin Koma. Again, the specifics for us in Zvachim are not necessary right now. But suffice it to say, there's another position of Rabbi, and Rabbi says any case where you are item specific, whether it's with a vav or without a vav, doesn't make a difference and creates individual liability. Incredible. Tashma today, Rabbi Meir says as follows: Afilu chita u'sa'ora v'kusemes chayev akal achas v'achas. So as I saw again, Rabbi Meir again, we'll say, let's say I go ahead and over to me. I go over to Ruvain. Say, Ruvain, you owe me Saora Vikosemes, you owe me wheat, barley and spelt. And Ruvain says, I don't owe you wheat, barley and spelt. Ultimately, again, Ruvain is going to be chayiv for each individual false oath. For each individual false oath. So we'll say, now again, what do you need to see from here? Is Tafka with the Vav. Because once again, it says about. The says, no, change the gear. Satani, Chita, Saora, Kusemes. No, it's without a Vav. Without a Vav, the says, Maya Filu. So then what's the Kiddush of this case? Amravacha Rabbi Ika, Afilu Chita, Bechlal Chitin, Usaora, Bechlal Saorin, because Semes, Bechlal Saorin. So Christmas side. So we'll say, interestingly enough, actually, this is to teach us a different lesson. What's the lesson? The lesson is, you might have thought like this. When I go over and I say, Ruvain, you owe me Chita, or you owe me Saora, or you owe me Kosmin. Maybe what I'm saying is what? Maybe what does that literally mean? What does it literally mean? You owe me stalk. To which the Gemara says, no. What I'm just going to teach me is Chita, Saora, and Kusma. Even in this Kosemes, even singular means what? A greater number. Right? So wheat singular still means wheat plural, right? And Saora singular still means Saora plural. So therefore I must say that's what that case in the Mishnah was ultimately coming to teach me. Okay, so let's say, so bottom line, what comes out of here is as follows. The Gemara is clearly teaching you that there's two different ways to make the shua. So again, if I'm claiming a number of things against Ruvain, and Ruvain denies the claim, depending on how he denies the claim will determine the extent of his liability. If he just makes one what we'll call klal denial towards all the different claims, then what's going to be the halacha? He's only chayiv once. If he makes a prat denial, specific denial, then he's going to be chayiv multiple times. What's the machlokes? The machlokes is what constitutes a general denial versus a specific denial. When you distill it down all the way, it seems to be that the point of contention is as follows. In order to make a specific prat denial, do you need the vav? Do you need a vav? Or to say it, in other words, so obviously, everyone agrees that in order to make a specific denial, what has to happen over here is the what's the opposite of the claimant? I'm the claimant. I'm making a claim against Ruvain. What is he? Defendant, respondent. I'm taking advice from legal counsel today. Right? Hi, brother. Does everyone know Aaron Raskis? Aaron Raskis, again, he's usually only on Zoom and with a backdrop of palm trees. So he wanted to see how the other half lives. Right? So Aaron was with us every morning on Zoom. So the respondent, right? So everyone agrees, right? So again, just so you understand how this works, right? I'm going around saying, Ruvain, you owe me, let's just keep this case. You owe me wheat, barley, and spelt, right? So obviously, everyone agrees that if Ruvain says, I owe you nothing, and Ruvain lies, how many carbon? One, right? One carbon, right? But if he takes the shayla, when he responds to me, so obviously, in order to go ahead and create individual liability, he's going to have to say what he spelled. The shayla is, does he just have to say, I don't owe you wheat, barley, and spelt, or is it wheat and barley and spelt? Chita, usaorin, bekosmin. So the Gemara doesn't seem to. So that seems to be the point of contention. So let's listen to this. I'll quote you the Rambam. So the Rambam says over here in Hilchos Shavuos, Perek Zayin, Halacha Yud. Here it is. Hayu Chamisha Tovinos. Right. So there are five. Bless you. So there are five people claiming against me. Okay, so the Rambam's case, later on illustrates this, is not me making, or I should say, someone claiming against me five different things, but rather, again, it's five different people claiming against me, right? It's the same case, right? So five people come to me and say, each of them is claiming, you owe me a pikadon. You owe me, right? I got something with you. And I say, Shvua, she'en lechem biyadi, and I swear, I say, Chevra, I don't have anything that belongs to any of you. It turns out that I'm lying. Okay, one-time liability, right? It makes sense. That's a cloud case. I included everyone. Shvua, she'en lecha biyadi, lo lecha, v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha, chayev akol achas za'achas. Rabbi says, listen to the wording of the Rambam. But the Rambam says, but if I swear, Shvua, she'en lecha biyadi, lo lecha, What did the Rambam do? The Rambam combined both. Right? It's fascinating. So the Rambam said lo lecha and the lecha. Hence the Lecha Mishnah says Zir the Konsei Rabbi Yochanan the Kamar Libraner the Lo Shani and Hecha the Amar Lo Lecha Bevav Lo Belovav the Tabayu Prati Hava. So someone says therefore again halachas the Rambam paskins. Essentially, you can either say one of two ways. Either like Rabbi Yochanan's version of Rabbi Meir, or like who? Like Rabbi, who made no distinction between Kizayas and Kizayas. Either way, interesting enough, halach in order to go ahead and make a fact case, the problem is to spy the payment, to specify the claim, whether you use the vav or not is inconsequential, and you'll be chayiv ultimately again for each denial. So, Pastor Losai, it's also one of these incredible examples. Sometimes that explicit and sometimes in such a nuanced way. It's fascinating, right? Or if you read this too quickly, you're not going to pick up on it. It's only because you say, shvo she'ein lecha biyadi, lo lecha, v'lo lecha, chai b'kalach. So that's like basket. So Allah says, as long as the respondent goes ahead and specifies each one, whether he's saying the vav or not, Allah says that create individual liability for each thing that he is denying. Incredible. All right, let's go. Next. Like this. So let's say I go to Ruvain. I say, Ruvain, right, you have my chitin and my wheat and my barley, right? So go ahead and I'm going to go for and say, and by the way, remember, in order for there to be liability, obviously I have to make claims. That's worth at least a puta. Rabbi Yochanan says that a combined puta from the items being claimed works as well. So as long as there's a combined puta, we're good to go. Pligi barav achav rabina. So we'll say this is actually fascinating. Chad amrati mechayev aklali mechayev. Lechat amar aklali nami mechayev. So we'll say this is quite interesting. Let me tell you this outside, and then we'll see it, and I'll share it in Rabbi. So imagine the following scenario. I go over to Ruvain and say, Ruvain, you owe me wheat, barley, and spelt. Ruvain says, I don't owe you wheat, barley, and spelt. So I'll say, so here's the shayla. In general, when Ruvain says that, and now let's say he's lying, how many oaths he violated? So on one hand, we could say 3, right? Wheat, barley, and spelt. But the truth is, implicit in denying wheat, barley, and spelt is also that what? He owes me nothing, right? Which is another Shavua cloud. Over here is when someone denies a total claim and they specify the item they don't deny, are they chayiv just for the number of items they denied, or maybe it's the items from that they denied plus 1? What's the plus 1? The plus 1 represents a general denial that I owe you nothing. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, "Chad amar prati mechayev aklelo mechayev chayev akal achas v'achas diktanim masnisim chayev shalosh kamar chad achitim v'chad asan v'chad akusim." So I go over to Ruvain and say, Ruvain, you owe me wheat, barley, and spelt. And Ruvain denies the claim. Ruvain says, I don't owe you anything. I don't owe you wheat, barley, and spelt. So on one hand, everyone's going to agree that he's going to be chayiv at least 3 shvuas, because he falsely denied that he falsely said that he doesn't owe me wheat, barley, and spelt. So cases like this, right? The case, I'm going over to Ruvain. I say to Ruvain, you are right. Let me just see the lashon of the right. So really, what's happening over here is as follows, right? I say, Ruvain, you owe me wheat, barley, and spelt. Ruvain says, Shvua she'ein lecha biyadi klum, lo chitin, lo sa'orin, v'lo tzmin. That's really the case over here. So what's happening over here, if you look at what Ruvain's saying is, really, Ruvain is making first a general denial, and then ultimately, again, he's denying the wheat, the barley, the spelt. The shaila is, how do we view that? So now, doing essentially what's happened over here is we view that first as a general oath, and then three specific oaths, and then when it turns out that Reuben is lying, turns out he's really lying about four things. He made a general false oath and then three specific false oaths, or maybe not. Maybe there's no general oath. And then what does that mean? Only chitin, only kusmin, only soda, only kusmin. Really only going to be chayiv three. So it says that's the shaila. It's fascinating. So let's go back to the Gemara. So now I'm going to be open. I'm sorry. Pligi barabacha v'ravina. Chad amar aprati mechayiv akvalu mechayiv. So one opinion said you're only chayiv for chitin, sorin, and kusmin. Not going to be chayiv for a general oath of ein lecha biyadi. The chad amar akvalu nami. The other opinion says no, you're going to be chayiv four, right? 3 ultimately again for chitin, sorin, and kusmin, and then one general oath for ein shvua she'en biyadi klum. Vatani b'chia harikan chamesh esrei chatos. So let's see. Here's the issue. Rabbi Chia said there are 15 chatos. Now remember again, what was Rabbi Chia referring to? Rabbi Chia ultimately again was referring to the case of where there are what it was. Rashi said here, Rabbi 3 lines from the bottom. Sorry, no, not yet. Sorry, second white line in Rashi. Hayu Chamisha Tobin also of the Masnisi, right? It's the Mishnah of where 5 people are making a claim against me. Right, so let's remember again, 5 people claiming against me, each person claiming chitin, orin, and kusmin. I swear to them, I don't owe you chitin, orin, and kusmin. If it turns out that I'm lying, what's the halacha? I'm chayiv 15 ashams, right? I'm chayiv 15 karbanos. Now, what does that show? It shows that in these cases, all there is individual liability, but for the prat shvus, but there's no klal liability. Then Isa, if there was really klal liability, what? Harikan eshin chatos. It should really go ahead and be 20 chatos, not 15. To which the Gemara says, I'm sorry. V'nisa eshin hadyan. So hai tana de prati. The Tana is only talking about the individual liability, not talking about the klal liability. But Rabbi says elsewhere that you're actually chayiv 20 offerings, which makes it sound like you're chayiv not only for the individual prashvus, but also chayiv for the general shlucha b'yadi klon, ha'apikadon, yad, gezel v'adon. Now that's talking about where people claim 4 things against me. If 5 people claim 4 things against me, and I deny those 4 things to the 5 people, that's what generates ultimately, again, 20 chatas liability. So I'll say, so interestingly enough, so again, still a question over here. In this case, this is quite interesting. Number of people are making a claim against me for a number of different things. So again, 5 people come against me, each claiming I owe them chitin, sorin, and kusmin. I go ahead and she'en lachem biyadi klum, lo chitin, v'lo sorin, v'lo kusmin. I make this shvua to all of them. So everyone will agree that I'm going to be chayiv individual liability for chitin, sorin, and kusmin. The shaila is also general liability for that first shvua of ein lachem biyadi klum. So that's a machlokes. Like Rabbi Nachman. Good. Boy, mine Rabbi Nachman. So is the Kangash Nachman. How you can also 5 people making a claim against me. Va'amru lo tein lanu pikadon u'nesyad gezel v'yishish lanu b'yadecha. Listen, now watch this. So 5 people are coming against me, and they're all coming with the same claim. Give us the pikadon, right? Pikadon, they say, show us means alone. Gezel stumble from us, and the lost object that you found. What happens? I say to one of the claimants, Shvua she'en lecha biyadi pikadon she'nesad gezel va'avida. So I respond to one of them. So let's say again, it's Reuben, Shimon, Levi, Yehuda, and Yisachar. They're all coming against me. I say to one of them, Ruvain, I swear to you that I don't have a pikadon, a shomes yad, a veda. And then what do I say? Cha, v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha. That's what I do. And again, I do v'lo lecha to each of the rest of them. So I will say, what is the halacha in that case? Achad, before I turn the page, look at Shem Daf. Achad mechayit, ve'echa mechanach. That's right. The v'lo lecha to come alav apata the pikadon. So here's the shayla, right? So you know what's happening over here? 5 guys are making a claim against me, and those 5 guys are me pikadon, a deposit, shomes yad alone, gezel, stolen object, veda, lost object. I swear to you, I say, Ruvain, shvua she'ein lecha biyadi. Pikadon, shomes yad, gezel, va'aveda. And then I say, v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha. Turns out that I'm lying. So we'll say, so now everyone agrees that legabe Ruvain, I'm going to be chayav, right? Because for Ruvain, I specified the each of the claims. The shayla, what does the v'lo lecha for the rest of them? We'll say, and I made him only chayav once. For the rest of the claimants on the days, Dilma, Akol Chad Chayiv. Or maybe not. Maybe I should be Chayiv ultimately again for individual liability for the claimant by the other claimant as well. So let's analyze. So Tashma Bichia Harik Esrim Chatos. Or we'll say in this case, I'm Chayiv Chatos. Now what's the key? Either parish. So again, if I specify, I wasn't going to specify to each of the guys, and I said, Shvua she'ein lecha biyadi, lo pikadon, shomes yad, va'aveda. Then again, the Gemara says that's obvious. Rabbi came, you're not a Rabbi just has to teach us how to count. That's obvious. I love the low parish, right? There must be a case where I do not specify by the rest of them. Ushma mina pratahavi, and it turns out that's what? Then indeed, ultimately, again, it is the prat. So we'll say, therefore, again, there are 2 important pieces of halacha l'maisa that are really combined into one. So number 1, in this case, where 5 people are petitioning me, right, and they're all making the same claim. What's the claim they're making? They say silver. You have in your possession our pikadon, our loan, a stolen object, and the lost object. I turn to Reuben. I say, Reuben, shua she'ein lecha biyadi. I swear I do not have it in my possession. Your pikadon, your loan, your stolen object, and your lost object. And then I say, v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha. That is the equivalent. Halacha l'maisa, the Gemara is making an individualized shvua to each of those guys. And if it turns out that halacha l'maisa I've lied, what's the halacha? What's halacha? I'm chayiv 20 chatos. 20 chatos. Some things are not worth it, right? Something is not right. You're going to make the Kohanim very happy, right? That's the sound of liability. I both say so again. So 2 things, and this is what I'm asking. So 2 things come out of here. Number 1 is that there is individual liability with v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha, v'lo. And I'm also what else we see from here is that Allah, you're only chayiv on the prat, not chayiv on the klal. According to our original question, when I say shvua she'ein lechati, right? Lo pikadon, v'lo shomes yad, v'lo gezel, v'lo va'aveda. I'm not chayiv shvua for a general klal shvua. I'm only chayiv ultimately and for what? For the individual shvua that I made, which was our previous. Okay, incredible. Rabbi says, finish up the parak. Anasta upasita zbiti. So I said, the Mishnah then ended up with an interesting case where someone claims ultimately again a knas. So Reuven goes over to Shimon, right? And Reuven says to Shimon, you seduced my daughter, or you violated my daughter. And what's the halacha? And what happened over here? Shimon claimed that he did not. Shimon's going to find the case right. Mishnah. Shimon claims that he did not. So what's the halacha? Sorry. Good. So we'll say this was a machloket. Anas the Pasitas Bibi, Amr Allah, Anas the Pasidi, Mashbiachani, but Amr Amen. Ultimately, it turns out that Shimon is lying. The Shimon is Chayiv. Shimon is Chayiv. Rabbi Shimon Paul, Rabbi Shimon says, no, he's Pater one. Shimon Mishalim Knas al Atzmo. Rabbi Shimon says, no, this is a Knas. And since Mo did a Knas Pater. And also, again, you can't make yourself Knas. Therefore, again, if you swear falsely about it, he's going to be Pater. They responded back to Rabbi Shimon, Abapi the Shem Mishalim Tapi Atzmo, Mishalim Poshes Upagam Api Atzmo. Doesn't make any sense because at the end of the day, even though you can't pay Knas, so most of them are in all of these cases, even aside from Knas, there's still going to be other forms of financial restitution, namely Boshagam, right, humiliation, deprivation, any type of medicals that are involved in this as well. Now, says the Gemara as follows. So the Gemara says, Amr Rabbi Chia, Amr Rabbi Yochanan. My Rabbi Shimon. What's Rabbi Shimon? Because Rabbi Shimon that if you swear falsely about a Knas cave. So the Gemara says, what's Rabbi Shimon's logic? Because Rabbi Shimon's logic is the Iker Tviyah, the Iker claim is on a Knas. That's right. Rabbi Shimon says the Iker claim is on a Knas. And therefore, because the Iker claim is on a Knas, and if you admit a Knas to your partner, and therefore, again, halacha l'maaseh swear falsely about this, there's not going to be shvua liability. Rabbi says, much to what can this case be compared? La'adam shalachadero, taimli kitin usa'olin because mishesh l'chabiyadi. Be compared to a person, right? I go over to her and say, Ruvain, give me the wheat, the barley, the spelt that is in your hands. Amr lo, shvosh and chitin. So what happened? Ruvain swears and he says, I swear I don't have your wheat. The chitin who the last name, it turns out he has no chitin. Sa'or in the kusman is like, but he does have sa'or in the kusman, which is now what's the halacha? The pater, right? He's pater, Ruvain is pater in right. The chi ishtaba, because it's that when Ruvain swore about it, he wasn't swearing correctly. He didn't have the wheat. So Rabbi saying in this case over here, he wants to explain to Rabbi Shimon. Again, when he swears about us, not that he's swearing correctly, but there's no liability regarding the Knas. Right? At the end of the day, most of the Knas, if you admit the Knas, you are going to fight about it, you're going to be chayiv. Even though you might be chayiv on Boshes, Bagam, and other things, on the Iker item is going to be pater. I'm going to buy says, how can you compare that case? Higami. Hasan Bechi Akafar. In that case, you're right. He went ahead and he said he didn't have the wheat, and indeed he swore correctly about the wheat, but ultimately he did not negate or he did not deny this. In this case, the kula milsa with the kakarfalei. Here, in this case, where right claims that Shimon seduced his daughter, Shimon is denying everything. Halogani Allah, Omer the heat in the sort of the custom, but in this case, is like this case should be compared to the following case. Reuben goes over to Shimon, and Shimon, give me the wheat and the barley and salt that you have. And Shimon says, Shvua she'en l'chabiyadi klau. Right? And what happens? And Shimon says, I have nothing of yours in my possession. But it turns out that although Reuben doesn't have any of Shimon, Shimon doesn't have any of Reuben, but he does have Shimon's barley and salt. Or ultimately Shimon is going to be chayiv, because even though Shimon did not have everything that Reuben claimed, he still had some of the stuff that Reuben, and that should be enough ultimately to generate liability. To which, and if I was say, similarly in this case over here, even if you want to claim, right, that Shimon shelter from the Knas for seduction or violation, there's all the other associated damages which he should be chayiv for. Gemara says, so most like what really out over here is an interesting idea. Really, the fundamental focus ultimately is the following case. In the following case, that place halacha l'maaseh. What is the Iker claim? What is the Iker claim? to Shimon, the claim is on the penalties. That's the claim. The Boches Pagam, the other damages, that's secondary. And when Reuven make claim against Shimon, really he's claiming is the Knas. The Rabbanan, on the other hand, say the Rabbanan disagree. And the Rabbanan ultimately hold. So, no, the claim is a total claim. The claim is for the Knas, but the claim, of course, includes damages as well. My commentary. So we'll say it's really at the root of the Nachok. It's actually very interesting. The Shimon Zavar, Lo Shavik Inish Midi the kids, the Tava Midi the low kids. So Shimon says like this. So we'll say, what's the good thing about Knas? The interesting thing about Knas, that a Knas penalty is fixed. Damages are variable. So there should be amounts and variable amounts. In general, when a person goes after someone else, they're always going to focus on fixed amounts and not worry about the variable amounts, because the variable amounts, you don't know what they're going to be. Right? So therefore, the focus of the claimant, in this case, Reuven, is the seduction or for the damages. I'm not talking about right now because I don't even know how much it is. The Rabbanan, on the other hand, holds. Right? So I'm sure Savam Inish Midi, the case of Tavim Midi, the low kids. Rabbanan Sabri. Lo shavik di. The chimod debe lo miftar. The kavamidi the chimod the miftar. The opposite. What you think is fixed is not really fixed. Why? Because I must say, what happens if at any point in this process, Shimon admits that he violated or that he raped his daughter? What happens? He's pater. So the Rabbanan say it doesn't make something on a claim which could evaporate to the extent of or even if he admits what he did, he's still going to be chayav. Just in the mechanism of the claimant, like what is the claimant focusing on? The claimant is going to focus on, or I should say, the part of the claim that is fixed. What's fixed? The penalty payment. That doesn't make any sense because that fixed amount can easily evaporate in a moment of admission. So therefore, again, you're going to be focusing on ultimately the damages, which remains even in the case of admission. That's not okay. So about saying passing. And halacha l'mayim, the Rambam paskin is like the chachamim. In this case, Reuven confronts him and says to Shimon, "You violated, or you violated, or you seduced my daughter," and Shimon claims that he didn't. He swears to that effect. And halacha l'mayim again, it's not that he's a liar. There will be liability. There's liability both for the penalty payment, because remember, again, he didn't. So because they didn't anything, therefore again it's going to be chayiv, and there's all going to be liability vis-a-vis damages. Incredible. Now let's say Hajjunallah Shva Sabikad. Mazel tov. Let's go back there. Shva, celebrate. Good. All right, now let's go. Right. Shva Sadayanim. Let's say this again. Now there was 10 block left, 10 days left, 10 days left. So Shva Sadayanim. So we're up to our next Shavua. So what's Shavuos Hadayanim? Say now again. Rashi says over here, it's actually a very interesting Shavua. Take a look at the first Rashi in the new Shavuos Hadayanim. Shadayanim mashbiin ayidei hodav tzas hakaino. Oh, Motel Mixas. So most Reuven say, Reuven, you owe me $1,000. Reuven says, no, I only owe you 500. That is what's called the case of Motel Mixas. Partial admission triggers a Shvuah. That Shvuah, the Motel Mixas, that Shvuah is Hadayon, right? Because again, it is administered in Beis Din. So incredible. So what's an example of that? Hakesef. By the way, Motel doesn't have to be. It's interesting. Whenever we illustrate the case of Motel Mixas, we always illustrate it in a 50% admission. But that's not actually what it means. But it just means partial admission. Partial admission, for example, Tanya Shteikes, I claim that Reuven owes me $1,000, and he admits he owes me $10. That's also Motel Mixas, right? So Hashwas the other Tanya Shteikes, Oda Shavatuta. Now, what's the idea over here is the admission obviously has to be a Shavatuta, right? Because if an admission is Puta, and obviously you're nothing doing. In Potter, there's another piece. First of all, number one, the admission to be at least a proof. That's number one. Number two, the admission has to mirror. Right? In other words, if I claim against Reuven one thing and Reuven is different that has nothing to do with the clue, that's not Motel Mixas. Take the examples. Kate said, you owe me 2 pieces of silver. And what happened? Remember this thing, in this context, pruta means he's admitting to what? Copper. What's the halacha? Potter, right? Why? Because again, the admission does not match the claim. I say, Ruben, you have 2 silver pieces and the pruta possession. And Ruben admits that he owes the pruta. This is going to be
Are you ready?
Right? Because partial admission, right? You did the pruta, but you denied the silver. Ruben, you owe me a money. Ruben says, I have yours in my possession. And right, denies what we call kofar bakol, denies the entire thing. What thou potter. And we'll say again, we're going to see what this means. That's case. So what do you see? Kofar bakol, denial. Complete denial ultimately again results in a ptur. Next, I say, Ruben, you owe me a money. Ruben says, I don't owe you $1,000, but I do owe you $500. That makes us chayiv. Incredible. Next case. Don't worry, we're gonna go through each of these cases in depth. This is fascinating. Ultimately, again, right. So what happens? I go over to Ruben. You owed my father $1,000. And Ruben says, Ruben says, ultimately again, I don't owe your father $1,000. I only owe your father $300. Potter. So we'll say Potter. It's interesting. It sounds like a Moses ben Mitzvah's case. So why is Ruben Potter from any additional loss? It may shiv at because like returning a lost object. What I was saying, listen to this. The idea we're going to see over here is the assumption is the child is not well versed in his father, right? Not well versed in the affairs of his father, and therefore so again, the assumption over here is I'm going over to Ruben after let's say my father's passed away. So now what happens? So now I claim against Ruben. I say, Ruben, you owe me this money. Ruben could easily say what? What could Ruben easily say? What can he say? I don't owe you anything. And the thing is, I'm not really going to have a response back to that because the assumption is not versed in the affairs of his father. And therefore, again, anything that Ruben admits to is what's called Mishiv Aveda. The most like, just like lost object, you do your favorite one. So that's how Chazal term it. When you admit you owe money in a way that was otherwise unenforceable, Chazal calls it a lost object. So I want to say, this is really quite fast. So therefore, again, I go, Ruben, my father owes $1,000 with me. Ruben says, you deposited $300 with him. Makes us, because you said, I'm not those. And therefore, again, whatever Ruben is returning is essentially like returning of lost. And therefore, Ruben does not swear on the remaining amount. Once I just point out to you what a tremendous Musar has to, right? That again, if you look at the Lashon of Rashi over here, is that well, actually Rashi doesn't say that. Right? We'll see that a child is not versed in the affairs of his father. So we'll say there's both of the Adam Lachaber and of the Adam Lamakom Westlings. So of all. When we are young, we think our parents are like the most foolish people in the world, right? Our parents have no idea what they're talking about. Like, I'm whatever, 17, 27, right? And I know better than my parents, right? They're totally out to lunch. I know everything. And then what happens? We get older. And we recognize that actually stupid and they were smart. Children often do not understand parents, understandably so. Because when my parents are parenting me, they're parenting me with more life experience than I had when I was young. And the things that didn't make sense, now again, doesn't affect all parents make mistakes. That's the nature of life. But Lamaisa, it is incredible to see how so much of the quote-unquote foolishness that we thought they were exhibiting is because children don't understand the ways of their parents. Also, because we go through life, things happen, and sometimes don't understand why things happen. And whether we verbally or cognitively, for not running to world in the right way. It is important to understand that children
realize
parents. Ultimately, who runs this universe with multiple moving pieces, and he is the ultimographer.
For how long have you been a cupcake?
That he's doing, even
Look
in
at
not
you.
his verse.
Is that a picture you uploaded?
The parent. Both in our human parent and certainly again in our Shabbat Shamayim. Incredible. And I was going to say, Ruben, listen to this. You owe me $1,000. I'm like, hey, Ruben says, yeah. You're not like a conversation with someone where you're gearing up for a fight. You say something like, you owe me $1,000. I can't. So now what happens? So it says, now what happens? Next day I come over and say, Ruben, I'm going to collect my $1,000. It's the Sati of a car. I gave it to you already. I say, what's that? Ultimately, again, Ruben is Potter. Remember saying, now why is Ruben Potter? There's no recourse here. Is that right? Remember again, now what does this effectively become? It's because it's right because I admitted that I owe Ruben already. Right? Ruben, now I claim that I paid it. Ruben claims that I'm sorry. Ruben claims he paid it. I claim I haven't paid it. The proof is upon the extractor. So I'm not my skin now. I have to go ahead and try to do it on Sunday. So Ruben, you owe me $1,000. Ruben says, yes, I do. I go to him on Monday. I say, Ruben, I'm here to collect my $1,000. Ruben says, I don't owe you anything. Then Ruben's going to be chai. So even though normally on the case of Kofer Bakol, right, where literally again the respondent denies the quality. Archer, in this case is different. Why is different? Because they already admitted it on Sunday, right? So if you admit it on Sunday and deny it on Monday, you're going to be chayiv a shua. I show me $1,000. Right? Ruben says yes, I do. And I say, Ruben, I'll take neoli ella be'edin. Okay, I want you to repay me. Not repay me without witnesses. On Monday, Robert, when I say Tneudi and brought my witnesses, pay me up, pay up. So Nasativ Lachar. He says, I paid you already. So what's that? Lachar Chayiv. In that case, the Ruben is going to be Chayiv Shua. Why? Because we stipulated ultimately again that he has to pay witnesses. Incredible. Litra Zav Yish Lachabi Yish to be Adcha. I Ruben, Litra, I will say Litra is a measurement, a weight. So I say, Ruben, you have a litra of gold, right? Litra of gold that you owe to.
Neither. How are you, Adi?
Litra kasef. So what happens? He claims and he says, no, I owe a litra, but not of gold, of silver. So you won't say Ruben's Potter. I won't say now why is Potter.
I don't know what you're talking
about.
I win you with undefeated in friendship.
The admission to reflect the claim. In this case, what do you see from here? In this case, I'm claiming gold. Ruben's admitting silver. Now you might have
Good night, Miss Aquarius.
You might have
Sweet
thought that
dreams.
because we're talking the same measurements, right? Litra. Therefore, maybe that's more than mitzvahs kamashmalan. No, be a motive mitzvahs. Again, the claim, actually the response, has to mirror the claim. On the other hand, dinar zam yishlev yadacha, ein lo chaviyadi ela dinar kesef utrisis this reputa shakol min matei achas. Now, listen, interestingly enough, if I go ahead and I say to Ruben, you owe me a dinar zav, and Ruben says, now, a dinar is a type of coin. If Ruben says, I don't owe you a dinar zav, I owe you a dinar kesef, or some other form of currency, that's called mitzvahs. Why? Because since the claim was currency, as long as the admission is some form of currency less than the claim, that's more than mitzvahs. Incredible. I go up to say, Ruben, you owe me a core. Now again, core is a dry measure. Right? So you owe me a dry measure of wheat. Ruben says, no. I don't owe a core of wheat. Rather, I owe you a lesech, which is another measure of kitness of legumes. Halacha, potter. Now, say, why is it potter? Because at the end of the day, again, the admission does not reflect the claim. I'm claiming grain. Ruben's admitting legumes. Two different things, different, not modulus. Core, peros, libiat. If I say, Ruben, you owe me a core of peros, that's chayiv. Why? Shaknis bechla peros. Oh, because interestingly enough, again, why? because apparently kidneys, legumes are an umbrella of peros. Therefore, the makes us incredible. Time of chitin, beholder of Sar Potter, Meal Mechayis. We'll say if I claim Ruben, you owe me wheat, and Ruben says I owe you the Tanakh is Potter. Why? Because again, the response does not match the claim. Rabbi Gamliel says that you're going to be chayiv. So again, we'll see why that is. Hatoin lechavedo b'kadesh shemen, behodlo b'kankanim. So this is very interesting case. I go over and say, Ruben, you owe me jugs of oil. Ruben says, I owe you jugs. I don't owe you oil. So we'll say, what's that over here? Admon Omer, Hodol Mixas Miminatan. Amon says, okay, that's Model Mixas. That's Model Mixas. The Gemara says, Chum Omer Ain Hodol Miminatan. The Chum saying, no, that's not Model Mixas. Why? Because the rest of the Chum will say like this, what am I claiming? What am I claiming? What am I claiming? Oil, right? It's just that, again, oil can't be suspended midair. The claim is not on the jugs. The claim is on the oil, and therefore, again, the Chum say Model Mixas. Rabbi Gamliel says, Rabbi Gamliel says, I think Admon is just. Taino Kim so let's listen to this. Against Ruben, Kalim and Kar. So in other words, I claim Ruben, you owe me utensils and real estate. The whole deal look up at the Karkos. And Ruben says, Ruben admits that he owes me the utensils, but he denies the Karkos. Or the Karkos, the Kafar, the Kalim. Again, he goes ahead and admits the Karka, but he denies the Kalim. Potter. Ultimately, in these cases, he's going to be Potter. Again, we'll say we're going to see, by the way, that there is no mode of mixas on Karka. On Karka, we'll discuss that. So he was holding the mixas on Karkos. Potter, similarly again, partial mission by Karka. Potter, the mixas on Kalim, Chayiv. If he admits partial claim to the Kalim, ultimately, again, going to be Chayiv. Shanichas, we'll say why. Shanichasim shein achrayis zotikin shanichasim shein shabbat. Because what says we're going to see, as much as there is no motive of mixas on karka, it's very interesting, which is that when you have a combined kalim claim, motive of mixas on the land, which are metaltalin, can create a shmur as well. Again, we'll see all this in the Gemara. You don't swear based on the time of the chayil shot of the cotton, which means if a chayil of the cotton makes a claim against you, claim cannot trigger shvua in you because their claim has not a validity. They must be in a sakata. Aval nishpan the cotton of ultimately. You cannot adjure a katan, right? You can't take katan and swear. We'll see what this is, but you can make shua ultimately to a katan and to het. Yeshua say, tremendous. What a day. Shkoyach, everyone. Now you understand the need for homework, right? Now you understand. What's the reason? Shkoyach, what a run, what a beginning of the week. And tomorrow we begin the new Gemara. Okay, everyone. Good to see everyone. Have a great day. If your kids to help them, they're going to 9 to 14. It really doesn't fucking matter, to be honest. Great to see everyone. Say good morning. Good morning. I apologize. I thought I cut and pasted the 5:45, 5:55. That's what I said. Which I think, Zevi, isn't that what I told you yesterday when we were walking back? Okay. I'm sorry. Goodness, don't cut and paste. Write new messages. Sorry, but it's so wonderful. I well, it's wonderful. Okay, anyway, I apologize for the start. So let's begin by thanking all of our sponsors this morning shir. Today, I know Talmud Torah songs. So the Filter dedicating all the Shemir Joshua this year as a zechut from Yisrael's travels for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Sivan Abartova, Stephen Karizin, loving memory of Steve's mother and daughters, Zim and Dvorah Bas Rabbi Yisrael Yoel, on the occasion of her 5th yahrzeit. And also today we dedicate the shir and the Swiss portion of Bracha Strimberg, Bracha Bas Bakio, Rabbi Cohen's mother-in-law, who is undergoing a serious medical procedure. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, she will have a complete and enduring refuah together with Kol Cholei Yisrael. Of course, we'll say as always, we did the source of our precious hostages, may from there Hashem bring them home to Shikara, and in the source of our home may they be successful. The Chumaasei Yedei. Let us begin. We have a lot to really a lot to do today. Today's coming up on Lamed Hem days 30b, and we left off lines is 2, 6, 8, 10. But remember again, down. Remember again in yesterday's daf, we quickly that showed that essentially Avram Avinu took leave to go into Malachim, go and greet the angel. He didn't know they were angels, he thought they were. So this leads the Gemara to the incredible statement of that literally, yes, hospitality is even greater than lists. Okay, because after all, again, while these Gemara say that dramatic conclusion, Avram left HaKadosh Baruch Hu in order to go ahead and greet these people. Remember, he did not deal with Malachim, he was people. So Hashem is like, what does that mean? What does that mean? That little piece between Hachnasa and speaking to the Shech, that I should go Hachnasa, is that literally what the Gemara is trying to say? Hashem says something so beautiful. He says, sometimes Mitzvah Hachnasas Archim sometimes detract from your ruchnius. What does that mean? So sometimes you have people over, and the conversation at the table is not the kind of conversation you would like to have at the table. Right? And the topics, like the subject matter, and maybe again, there's a whole bunch of things that it's you, or maybe you and your family, you would do things in a different, and so many other people are talking about stuff that I'm not so crazy about. There's not enough serious, there's not enough this. So you might say, you know what? This is not worth it. At the end of the day, to do Achnasas Archim at a cost to my own ruchnius is not a good idea. Kamash Malan said, the Gemara Gadol Achnasas Archim Yoser Me'at Balas Pnei Ashkina. If it's a choice between opening your home and your own spiritual growth, Hashem de la Kodesh says, open your home. Or I say, the Gemara says, open your home. Because the power of connecting to another Jew, the power ultimately again of providing a place for another Jew, the power ultimately of that sense of connection is even greater and more important than your own spiritual development. Incredible Gemara. Let's go back there. Kol Shem Samur Belot Kol. So remember again, we're beginning to see that. Remember why are we doing this? Well, because it's beautiful. It's Gemara. It's fantastic, right? But remember, we're doing this because the Mishnah spoke about the different names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, again, are used in Shua Sa'idos, right? Then afterwards, the Gemara spoke about the use of the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu in different contexts as well. So the Gemara says, Kol Shema Samur and Belot Chol. Anytime you find what appears to be like the name of Hashem, now specifically, wherever you find the word Adonai by Lot, it doesn't mean God. Rather, what does it mean? It means my master, and it's located to and about me. Chutz mizeh, for one example, Shezu Kodesh, Shene'emar Vayomer Lo Alehem Adonai. He may not masasi except for that one pasuk. Why? Because what was Lot saying? Mishish biyado lahamis ulahafios zeh HaKadosh Baruch Hu is referring to that power which has the ability to again literally give life, and of course that is a reference to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Okay, Kosher Samura Ben Alos, Kodesh, all the name, anytime you find the word again, Adonai, or that matter, Elohim. So when you find that by Navos, it's all a reference to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, with the exception of, okay, that was Kodesh. Well, so who's Navos? Who's Navos? Remember, we've actually referenced the story of Navos a number of times in our Daf Yomi journey. So remember again, Navos is a guy during the times of being Achav. So remember again, Achav married to Izebel, not a good shidduch. Not a good shidduch for many years. So Achav wanted the vineyard that Navos owned. Navos did not want to sell. So Achav says, okay, he doesn't want to sell. So he comes home, tells Izebel. Izebel says, no problem. He doesn't want to sell. I have the perfect example. I have the perfect solution. Let's bring him up on false charges that he cursed Hashem. That way he'll be executed. When you're executed for cursing Hashem, your property, the king, then good, you'll get the vineyard, and even better, you'll get free. I mean, not totally free because you pay false witnesses, but it's some cost. Yeah, just business. And it's in Gemara says, anytime you find a name by Nava, call. Now, Micha, what's Micha? Micha is Micha. Remember again, that's where they set the alternate base on it. No, I should say alternate. It's Kodesh. But by Micha, sometimes the name that sounds like it's referring to God is Chol. Sometimes it's Al-Chol. If you find Allah means Elohim, or that's a reference not to God, it's referencing, right? Yud, Hey, Mizeh, Sha'alaf Lam is Kodesh, with one exception. There's an Alaf Lam, there is an Elohim, which is Kodesh. Kol Yimei Hayos Beis Elohim B'Shilo. Because there, again, the Pasuk is making a comparison between the Beis Medrash of Micha and Mishkan. So in this context, again, Elohim actually is a reference to our home. Good. Kol Shema Samur and Begivas Pilamin. So we'll say, what about all of the Shemos in Givas Yom? Now, what's Kivas Binyamin? Kivas Binyamin Pilagesh Begiva. Right, the story ultimately again, remember of the Pilagesh of the kind who was brutalized by the men of Binyamin, and as a result, this was such an atrocity. It was a physical atrocity, a moral atrocity. The other tribes ganged up against, or go to war against Binyamin. So in general, whenever you see the name, right Elohim in that context, again, Rabbi Omer Kol, Rabbi Elazar says that it's a reference to people. It's not a reference to them. Rabbi Yeshua Omer Kodesh. Rabbi Yeshua says no, it's Kodesh. Omer Rabbi Elazar. So we'll say happen. Now remember the way it worked. Interesting enough in the war against Binyamin, and it was a war of tribe against tribe. Is what's saying this war. So I remember the Chavra finished up just right now before Shavuos. So this is one of the last mishnayos in Mashuach Milchama in Soda, where the Kohen God, remember again, there was a Kohen Mashuach Milchama. His job was to ready the army spiritually for the war. And before Chal Yisrael go out to war, he would say, Chevra, you're going out to an external enemy. This is not like a war of brother. What war brother against brother? He's referring to Legesh Begiva. The Kohen Mashuach Milchama says, war against brother. Here's the good news. If you lose, what's going to happen if you lose? The brother's going to give you food. He's going to give you water. He's going to clothe you. He's going to give you quarter. Right? That's not this war. That's not this war. Right? This is a different kind of war. So in any event, so the Gemara says, now this is very interesting. So what ended up happening was, before the tribes went out against Binyamin, they consulted. Well, this is machlokas. They consulted, and really, it sounds like they consulted HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's what it sounds like. Now remember, they lost the first two battles, decisively won the third. So Rabbi Elazar says like this. Can't be that the references to Elohim are God, because that would then mean that they asked God, God said go, and they lost, which sounds strange. So that it was who promised and not fulfill. Rabbi Yeshua, no. This is such an incredible Gemara. Rabbi Elazar says no, it's not true. What HaKadosh Baruch Hu promised, that ultimately, again, he did. In other words, if you look at the way they asked the question, they actually go to battle. As go to battle. What didn't they ask? Will we win? They didn't ask, will we win? So what they never asked was, will we defeat or will we be defeated? It's all Ba'achrona shebichnu iskiu al yadan. The third time when this will we be successful? Who says, yeah, you're successful. Shenamar Pinchas and Aaron only the fun of the young Rahim the more safe old Latzis on the Hama how to warn now third time imitating in Akhdal. Right? Should we go? Let me stop seeing here. They are much more defined in their question. So this is really incredible. As an aside, you think these are what? So I don't understand. They didn't ask if we're going to not otherwise we're going to defeat not the staff. That's why they lost the first two. Were successful last times. That the club goal in life is the Ribono shows more than you want. Tell me anything and everything, but only if I'm willing to put in anything to be successful. You know, when the army didn't ask, they asked, "Oh, shouldn't we go?" Wrong question. Well, to ask, of course, you have to go. You need to ask is successful in this endeavor? Because when you're asked on the prize, the question is go to war. The question is go to war and know that we are going to be successful. HaKadosh Baruch Hu needs them to ask the question that way because ultimately, again, that's the hyper-focused on success. And I want to say, what a tremendous soul in life. This happens so often that we start endeavors and we're convinced of our own success. If you're going to do something and you're not convinced of your success or that you can be successful, chances are you're going to fail. It's just the way it goes back to our whole try Torah. Because again, at the end of the day, there's so many obstacles in life. And the better it is, and the better it is, and the whole right in front of us. That's the way life works. Just that it works. So therefore, the yesod in life is, if you want to be successful, you have to be assured of your success. If you're assured, well, it's okay. Kind of like hedging your bets a little. I think it's going to be good for us to look at you. Don't expect me to be more confident in you than you're confident in me. Such a tremendous so let's go back there. This is actually very interesting. Anytime Shlomo, the word Shlomo, the name Shlomo appears in Shir Hashirim, Kodesh. Let's say, isn't that wild? Isn't that wild? I'm never so happy I came this morning finally, right? What's so interesting about this is that you would think when it says Shlomo in Shirim, that's a reference to Shlomo HaMelech. The Gemara says no. In fact, in general, when Shlomo appears in Shir Hashirim, it's actually a reference to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How does Shlomo mean HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Shir L'misha Shal Shalom. It is a song to whom peace belongs. Right? And I will say, what does this mean? Remember, the Gemara says, right? Ultimately, Baruch Hu has certain core or certain core attributes. One of them is Shalom, one of them is MS. Yesterday we saw Rachim B'Chanun. So Shalom means Shir, sing to him, to whom Shalom, peace belongs to him. Now, there's one exception to this. Which literally means my vineyard is before me, 1,000 to you. The Gemara says, Shlomo L'didei, U'masem L'notrim es Priyo Rabbanan. What the Baruch was saying to Shlomo was that there's 1,000 soldiers, right? 1,000 soldiers for you, but for every 1,000 soldiers, make sure that there's some segment of the population that is sitting and learning as well, that are dedicated to me. Like, literally, again, 200 dedicated to Yeshua. Others say this also is not a Kodesh name, but this is also called Another example. Interestingly enough, remember again, and this is a reference that Rosh Hashanah went to sleep. He surrounded his bed, literally again, with 60 soldiers. Remember again, what is this about? So according to Chazal, this happened after the episode with Ashmedai, right, where Gimel was deposed, Mesechus Gin, Shlomo was deposed from his throne for a prolonged amount of time. After that, he was never settled and never confident, so he slept with a small militia around. You're right. This one certainly maybe, or I say the other one is certainly this one. Malchusa de Katla Chad Mishisa Ba'alma. What about the fact that Shmuel said that a government that kills up to 1/6 of its population is not held culpable? Now, a little bit of explanation on that. What does that mean? That means is you're allowed to enlist up to 1/6 of your population in your standing army. Right? Obviously, a person goes to the army. There's a high risk of losing one's life. You could up to 1/6 of your population is standing army. Shneimar lefanai ha'elef lachol lemachrakia u'masayim u'chemeskerio lemachsad da'ara. So it's very interesting how Chazal are understanding here certain percentages again that could be conscripted to the army. And yes, we'll say it is important to understand that in the model of Jewish society, you always have a segment that is fighting on the field, and you have a segment that is learning. That the key is to figure out those appropriate percentages, and also to understand that at the end of the day, everybody's got to be singularly devoted to their task, right? Again, these will say, because understand, we saw it before. The beautiful part is, Klal Yisrael always understood Sifra and Saifa. We need both to be successful. We need Torah, we need an army. If you don't have an army, the Torah is beautiful, but it's not going to help, right? If you only have an army, but you don't have a spiritual underpinning, also not going to help. There has to be both. The understanding is, how do you do both in a way? Number one, that one fuels the other. Not two parallel lanes, they fuel each other. They're there together. There's a sin to have blanket exemptions that just exempt total swaths of a society without any regard for how those exemptions impact the people as well. So again, I'm just pointing out the concept as a model, not this contemporarily, but the concept as a model is a model that actually, if people would collaborate and people work together and people would stop making it about individual faction interests, to actually promote the greater welfare of Klal Yisrael. We've spoken about this concept before, but it has to be done with Shema Chachma, where all the needs are met in a way that serves the greater good, not that serves factional good. But Shmuel, look at that, come on, but this makes it sound like that Shmuel, like the Tanakama, nor the Shmuel like the Yishomin, Zeh Kodesh v'Zeh Chol, Tassel, Shmuel Davar Omen, also deal like the Yishomin. Call Malkiah Ha'amun Daniel. Call. I will say in general, in Sefer Daniel, again, Sefer Daniel, of course, is a very Sefer, so it's written primarily in Aramaic. So any time there's Malkiah, right, which means king in Daniel, is that not a reference to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? It's Chol. Chutz v'Zeh Shukol. With one exception, I noticed that is called Which one is that? And Malka Melech Chaya, Eladi Maya Mafusa, Chas V'Takora V'Yikra V'Yach. Yesh Omer Avzech. Others say this one is also called Ne'emar Mori Alma L'Sana Pashra La'arach. So the Gemara says, L'man Kama, who is this referring to? Now this brings to ultimately again the king who is the enemy. So Isa that calling the Netzar Kamarle Sase Manihu. referring to Nebuchadnezzar. So who's the enemy? The Gemara says Yisrael. Mela Kayet will be Yisrael. The Neo be person called Yisrael. The Tanakama, so the Tanakama holds so many Yisrael Ika. So many old. Tanakama will say, when you speak Nebuchadnezzar, only had one enemy, the Jewish people. Nebuchadnezzar many Gentile enemies as well. Okay, incredible. So that brings to an end that story. Ubakal community in a so it says, remember when it comes to, for example, Shura Sa'idos, when it comes to Shura Sa'idos, remember again, Halacha L'maisa, the Gemara understands that, any use, remember, so a Shua about Kadosh Baruch Hu. Which thing about Kadosh Baruch Hu? You can pretty much use anything, right? Whatever you use going to work. So the Gemara says, now, again, remember, in the name of Kadosh Baruch Hu, essentially you could put your duty into two buckets. There's the Shem Hashem, which is actual name of Kadosh Baruch Hu, and what's the Kinui, a descriptive name of God. So, for example, like the good example that is Rachum Mechanu. Rachum Mechanu is not a name of Hashem, it's a descriptor. But yet, we're beginning to see at least for Shua purposes, a descriptor works as well. So the Gemara says, well, minute, is that true? So the Gemara says, Yitin Hashem Osakli Allah Shua. So the Pasuk says, Hashem will put you as a Allah. Why did that say this? This is Basota. The Pasuk seems to be repetitive. The Pasuk actually already says with the Shua Allah, the Yishnimar V'Shama Kala, Ne'emar Kan Allah V'Ne'emar Lahav Kan Shua, just like over there by Sota, Allah means Shua. Sota over here means that as well. Mala Halan B'Shem, just like over there you use the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Afkan B'Shem, Sota B'Shem, Allah by Lokasha. So it says conscious we just said before, because the Mishnah makes it sound like you could use even the descriptor. Here it sounds like you have to use an action in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. By Lokasha, Haravi Chanina Bar Idi, Harav, two different opinions. The second Rabbi Chanina Bar Idi Omer, all Ba'al Torah, Tishava Ba'al Tishava, Kalel Ba'al Tikalel, Ma Shava B'Shem, Aflo Shava B'Shem, Ma Kila B'Shem, Aflo Sikala B'Shem. So what's Rabbi Chanina Bar Idi says, it's essentially a Shavua has to be done in the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Rabbanon will say, Zir Shava Mi By Shem. If we go ahead and we do the Gzir Shava, you should have to use the specific name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You look at your Gzir Shava. If you don't have the Gzir Shava, then Eila Shvua, this is Allah the Shvua He Nalahu, Nafkulahu be the same. We learn it out from the following halacha. Allah, Eila Allah, Ela Shvua. Allah is Lashon of Shvua. Omer Bishbiak Mesha B'Shvua Sa'Allah. Some Shvua Sa'Allah K'si. Haki comes. So say there it says. So you begin to see by the way that we have two different phrases. Allah and Shvua. So Mazhakim Razuni is Allah. Ein Allah B'Shvua. Ultimately, Allah is only with the Shvua. Chinu Omer Shah. The Shvuas Hasos. Allah She'ini Mashvua Ka'Allah She'ish Mashvua. How do we know that scripturally? Right? Allah, even if it's not written with the word Shvua as a modifier, still means the Shvua. Ushvua She'ini Ma'Allah She'ish Ma'Allah. Talmud Lomar, the Shama Kol Allah. The Shama Kol. That's what you begin to see through all of these different phrases is essentially Shvua Allah. All mean the same idea. That's the take. I'm Rabbi about Binayin la'Allah. So Rabbi says, by the way, decide, how do I know that Allah means Shavua? How do I know that? 36a, 6 lines down from the top. The Pasuk says, Vayave also Ba'Allah. So really more close to the Pasuk. This is from Yecheskel. They also Ba'ala. Uksiv, Hegam B'Mechanetza Marad, Asher Belokim. And then it says, you rebelled against King Nebuchadnezzar, that he was adjured by Elohim. So what you begin to see over here is again the juxtaposition of Allah with Shavuot, which teaches me that Allah also means Shavuot. Okay, whenever you see the word Aror, what you doing? Aror, both say carries a number of different connotations. Aror can mean doing, which means like a form of excommunication. Klala, curse. Oath. How so? So the verse is Boni doing. They say, Olu Maru Malach Hashem, Ol Aruz Yoshua. So they say here the pasuk. The Gemara is going to say, this is Barak, right? The people sitting of Maluz did not go out with Barak and Yael in war, and therefore Barak cursed the people of Maluz. It's a city. So you begin to see over here, again, and he excommunicated them. So you see the armies immediately. So Barak went ahead and executed people of Maluz with 400 shofars. Aror could also mean a klala. They said, right? Aror ha'ish asher yaseh hasabah. Right? Aror could also mean a shad. They quotes over here, Ba'ish ba Yoshua ba'is ha'girimar. Aror ha'ish. That's right. Aror as they were Aror ha'ish b'fnei Hashem. Dilma Tati Abdul, or maybe Yoshua did two things. Maybe Ashpring like to, maybe he heard them and also he cursed them. Rather, here's where it comes from. We're looking for specifically the last raya that it's a shul, ours is shvu. So the pasuk says, right? Says that this is talking about one of the battles that Shaul was waging, and Shaul made the army take an oath that they would not eat anything during that battle. Yonah's son did not hear what was going on, and therefore again he ended up eating from honey. Right? He ended up eating from honey. So the Gemara says, interesting. So the way, if you look at the way it's phrased, that Shaul, just anyone who would go ahead and eat that day of the battle. And then the pasuk says, Jonas didn't hear that he adjured the people. Now, we didn't hear any Shaul adjuring the people. What did we hear? Shaul made a curse. What do you see from there? That lashon of Arur is also a lashon of Shua. So we must be Shaul said maybe he did think two things over here. Maybe he both cursed and adjured. So we must make sin. Ba'arur, does it say Ba'arur? No, it just says Arur. So from here you see ultimately Arur also means a lashon of Hash and the Asas Lahaki, Hani looks Sibar. So therefore you go back to this example as well. It also does say Ba'arur, therefore you see that Ba'arur ultimately is a lashon. You can have a lashon, therefore it means to know. So Arur can mean things. Here's the takeaway, Arur can mean things. You do action, a curse, and law. It's incredible. Amen, the word Amen, right? The word Amen, both Shavuot. About Shavuot, but Amen itself could also mean a Shavuot, could mean acceptance of words or affirmation. Let's see this. So about Shavuot, how does the Sota go ahead and take her Shavuot? She says, Amen, Bo Kabbalah, acceptance of something different. So again, by how using Harimal, right? They need these series of blessings, and the pasuk says, "Cursed is the person who does not agree to uphold the words of what? It's Kabbalah Svarim. Is acceptance of words. So next, the Gemara says, it also means literally again, we'll call it affirmation of words. There's acceptance and affirmation. Said Vayomer Yirmiyah Hanavi Elchanan. Amen. Kein Hashem Incredible. Allah says so again, just different ways in which different words mean different things. Remember Allah says Shavua, Hein Shavua. So this is very interesting. Lav literally again could mean a Shavua, and yes can mean a Shavua. Okay, so Bishtam Lav Shavua that said V'lo Ye'od Hamayim Mabul Uksiv Kimei Noach Zos Li. So I understand something phrased in the negative to be after all again. What does Hashem say? Hashem says there will be no more waters of a mabul, v'lo ye'od, and then it says, I swore about this. So you see that lo could be a shvuah, but where do you see that hey, that yes could constitute a shvuah? So it's very interesting. Svara is a svara. What's the svara? Midalav shvuah, hey nami shvuah. Interesting. If no could be a shvuah, then yes could be a shvuah. Yes and no. Yes and no are two sides of the same thing. So therefore, again, if no could be a shvuah, yes could be a shvuah. Very interesting. Lav tracing. By the way, when is lav a shvuah? Only if you say no twice. The Amar hein tracing. B'chsev v'lo yikaris kolbasim habamol v'lo yimayim lamabol. So once you see by them that the Kadosh Baruch Hu phrases negative twice. So therefore, again, lav will be a lashon of only the lav tracing hein tracing. Look again, and if lav. Right? If lav, right? Lav twice. Lashon of shvuah. So ultimately, again, hein, double positive could also be lashon of shvuah. So it's also fascinating to see how yes and no are two sides of the same coin, so closely related to one another. And what a tremendous Moshe Haskel. Things we tell ourselves that we can't accomplish in life, right? Things that I say to myself, lav, could easily become hein. Right? Your sister concepts. If whatever works for one, by definition, works for the other. So if you're telling yourself, you can't fix this, well, yes, I can if I put my mind, right? I can't do this, lav, yes, you can put your mind to it. Why? If it works saying no, it works to say yes. Tremendous Muslim. Let's go back. Turn on a ish, but no time for that. Ish, ki kalo elokah. So also the pasuk it's a man, right? The man, if he will elokah, he will go ahead and bury his sin. So not what does it mean to say? The knock of Shema Shemos Yuma. Pasuk already says that if you curse a you're going to die. So what does the pasuk come? What is the second pasuk? So Yachol Lo Yechayev El Hashem Baruch. You're only ultimately again for the specific name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, interesting enough, we'll say general Shem HaMiyuchad. Shem usually means Yud Kei Vav Kei. Rashi understands it over here also. Ben Arba Osios Yud Hey. So I would have thought that I'm only chayiv. I'm cursing the name of Hashem only for cursing the specific name of Hashem. Yud Kei Vav. Talmud Lomar Ish Ki Kala Elov Mikol Makom Deren there. So therefore, Meir says the pasuk of Ish Ki Kala Elokah. If you curse your God, what does your God refer to? Any name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is what I was right there. Chacham say no. Hashem Yukam Misa talking about so Chacham they say no. If you curse the four-letter name of Hashem, Yud Vav Hey, ultimately again that's a chiyuv misa. Anything else, it's a lav. You'll get malkin. Most of that's how that I'm not asking actually. That for the death sentence for cursing HaKadosh will only come for the four-letter name of the Ribono Shel Olam. For everything else, ultimately again, Allah. So ultimately again, so Mishnah said also, if you curse your father and mother using any one of the names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there's liability for that. Man Chacham, where the Chachamim? So Nachman Yossi, decided Nachman Yossi Omer, enough for shame you must. Not Talmud Lomar shame. Why does that have to say shame? Leave it out of the cover of the email. Shame actually coming to shame. Don't you curse your parents if you do so with the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So we'll say this is very important. So cursing one's parents by themselves ultimately again is not enough. One has to curse them with the Shem HaMiyuchad, which again The pashtus means K, Vav K. Hamakal atzal b'chavero. If you curse yourself or your friend, there's liability for that as well. Everyone agrees with this. So you must say, atzmo b'chsev. What how do you know that you're not allowed to curse yourself? So say Raki Shamalaka Ushma Nashakama. I said this is actually fascinating. How do I know that I'm not allowed to curse myself? Because the pasuk says Raki Shamalaka. Be careful with Shmar Nashaka Ma'od. Be very careful ultimately again with your soul. In other words, don't do things that are detrimental to you. Isn't that incredible? What's detrimental to you? Cursing yourself. Therefore, again, we see biblically one is not to curse themselves. Incredible. So the Gemara says, whenever you see the expressions of Hishamer, Pen, and Al, Eno Elo Saser. Ultimately, again, that refers to love. That's a lot. What's a lot? Don't curse yourself. How do I know that I can't curse my friend? But Siv, literally it means to go ahead and curse a death. What it means is someone who is honest to what it is that you're doing. But don't curse your friend. Incredible. That's about kind of coming to so the Mishnah then went on claiming that, for example, if you have expressions of cursing in the and you use that to adjure, that works. That works because that is the paradigmatic curse that's written in the Torah. The most verse very interesting. That's what kind of coming to Rabbi Yehuda. The other Kamar Hamas Nisin Kidisnan. So says what happened. Rav Kana was saying before Rabbi Yehuda. Rav Kana said over this milk as it's written. Remember, the way the Mishnah is written is it's written Yachem Elokim. Hashem should strike you down. So Hana is saying this Mishnah to Rabbi Yehuda. What ends up happening? The Gemara says Amalei Kanei. Rabbi Yehuda has used what means. So Rabbi Yehuda was saying, well, he's saying kind of like this. Don't say the pasuk like that, because why? It makes it sound like what? It makes it sound like what? That you're really mean. So say, like, just reframe the Mishnah a little bit. That makes it sound like it's directed towards someone else and not towards me. That's a word. Like, but euphemize it. Like, don't go and make it directed towards me. So the Gemara says, so here, this other sitting in front of Rav Khan quoted this other pasuk. And David HaMelech is talking about that uproot your roots. So again, so what happened? Rav Kahana said, euphemize the pasuk. In other words, don't get. I understand you go over a pasuk, but don't say it over to me almost about me. You and have it talking about some other entity, not like an al-tifta satan type of idea that a person doesn't want the pasuk with negative connotations directed towards him. So I talk about this. What are you both stories? I get it. Don't say the stuff pasuk directed at another person. Euphemize it in a way that you're talking about some unknown third party. But why don't you both of these examples? I might have thought, when do you have the right to euphemize something? You are talking about a Mishnah. Maybe when you're quoting pasuk, we don't euphemize the pasuk. When you read the pasuk, you just read the pasuk, euphemize it. Anytime you're quoting something that has negative connotation, euphemize it, and never. We'll say it's so beautiful. Never direct a negative statement at another use. What you're doing is quoting a Mishnah or pasuk. Never see something that can be understood as directly as else. It's such a beautiful sentence. By the way, this is our pasuk, right? This is about a Mishnah. I'm talking Torah to another year, and yet again, the Gemara emphasizes it. You should in our actual speech, how careful we have towards one another. Incredible, incredible. This is very interesting. The Mishnah said, "What do I say this for just a moment? What happened? I go over, right? I go over to Shimon. I believe that they know testimony that necessary is against you, right? And instead, in the negative, Hashem should not strike you down, right? And should bless you and should do good for you if you give testimony for me. So I mean, that works. The Chachamim say it doesn't work. Rabbi Meir essentially understands the both sides that from the positive you could infer the negative, right? From the positive you can infer the negative. The Chachamim disagree. But I beheld less than Rabbi Meir about Hashomei, like the concept of from the negative you can infer the positive, which was equal. You're right. Switch on the sheet. So switch on the sheetas. Really, again, it's not Rabbi Meir said it on this. No, just switch the sheetas of Rabbi Meir and the Chachamim. Kias Rabbi Yitzchak Tanaki Islam. All right. Hashtag the Anan Shaki. This is Kias Rabbi Yitzchak. So Rabbi Yosef Kinavot say now when Rabbi Yitzchak came along, he upheld positions as they are respected in our Mishnah, which then leads to a contradiction. Rabbi Yosef goes along and he says hashtag the Anan Tnan Haki. So now that we have one version, and Rabbi Yitzchak upheld the version of Shmamina Dafka Tnan. Let's go as espoused in the Mishnah. But that poses the contradiction of Rabbi No, let's leave the Mamona. When does Rabbi Meir hold? Right? When does, I should say, when doesn't Rabbi Meir hold that you could infer the Hazona in monetary matters about the Isura Isay? When it comes to Isur, you can, and therefore again, by Shvuas he holds that you can. Sota the Isura. What about Sota? Sota is an issue of Isur. From Barsafinoi, Hinoti Ksiv, by Sota it says Hinoti, that if she's innocent, ultimately again, that the waters will have a positive effect on her. So it says, time of the sick, Hinoti, Ha-lav haki, Michla lav ata shomea hein lo amina. I will say, now what does this talk? Hinoti, the way it's written, ultimately again, can also be seen as ki, which means you will choke. Now, so in other words, within that phrase, what it means is, if you're innocent, the water will have a positive effect. But if you are guilty, the water ultimately again will be your very death sentence. Now, interestingly enough, the reason we could interpret this is because the word can be written both ways. Were it not that case, go ahead and into a positive from the negative. Amud Beis, we'll say Amud Beis. Okay, wow. So long down. People be Isur last night. So what you have to say is at the end of the day, even by Isur, will be Sur last night. They'll say, what about the Shens by Kohanim? Avoda after having consumed wine. Avoda under the earth to grow long. And I will say the halacha is these are Chiyav Misa. Drink wine, or you're not allowed to grow out. And don't enter into the oil moed. Right? From the fact that it's facing negative, I extrapolate to the positive that I'm the old Michla Lav Ata Shomea. So yet we learn again, these are live at Shtuya Yain. What do you see from here? Rabbi Meir does go ahead and look at the Olam paper of this Mishnah. He lists it up. When does Rabbi Meir say? When does Rabbi Meir Me'ahin? That's ultimately again in cases of Mammon, right? In cases of Isser, he subscribed to it. The Shain Sota, the Surah, the Ispim, Sota is different. Why? As much as Sota is a case of Isser, at the end of the day, Sota is a case of Isser, has a monetary ramification. What's monetary ramification by Sota? Ultimately, again, she loses Ksuba. Shabbos, I said again, just to kind of tie this out. At the end of the day, halakha l'maisa again. Focus over here is if you go ahead and you the shvua. Here's really what it comes down to. If you phrase the shvua in the positive, so for example, just to believe that Reuben knows test. Sorry, Shimon and Levi. Shimon and Levi made a case against Reuben. So again, the classic is adjure you, right? I adjure you, the Baruch give testimony for me, right? A little more abrasive. Hashem just if you know testimony from me, you don't give it. What happens if you phrase it in the positive? Meir says that is a proper shvua. Why? Because lav ata shomea hein chlal hein ata lav. In other words, you confer the positive or the negative from the positive. So therefore, again, if I go over to Shmuel and say, Shmuel, if you don't give testimony, what you should be cursed. Says that's a proper shua seidus. The Chacham say phrased either as a shvua, right? Swear to me as you, but not in this positive way. How do we pass him? Rav Paskin is like the Chachamim. If you do not give testimony, it will strike you down, or ultimately, again, just leave off a regular shvu. I will say it is quite beautiful, this idea of Michlav Alav Ata Shomea Hein. From the negative, you could infer the positive. I will say, so it could be that we don't pass him that way, halakha l'maisa l'shua sa'idos, but we definitely pass in that way. Hashkafa l'maisa. Life is all about Nichlal Lav Ata Shomea Him. It is all about the ability to intuit the positive from the negative. Life is filled with adverse circumstances, and life is filled with adverse situations and difficulties, and a lot of love, a lot of difficulty. What's the avodah of the yid? Nichlal Lav Ata Shomea Him. The avodah of the yid is to try to pull out the positive, to try to pull out the beauty, to try to pull out the bracha, to try to pull out the opportunity even from the most difficult of circumstances. So we may not paskin halacha l'maisa nichlal lav ata shomea heim, but they certainly paskin hashkafa l'maisa nichlal lav, even from the most negative and difficult of circumstances. Shomea heim. Ultimately, find something positive, find something beautiful, find something good. Hadrin Allah, Shua Seidos, Mazel Tov. Okay, I will say, let's go. Shua Sapikadim. I will say, see now we've referenced it many times, but now we actually get to Shua Sapikadim, which is the Shua that one takes for a Pikadim. Pikadim, I will say, these are the classic means I deposit with Reuben. Say, Reuben, watch my work. Right, that is right now, and I've given them that Pikadim. So the Pashtos, when the Shua Sapikadim take place, I go back to get my lawnmower. And what does the ring say? What lawnmower, right? Or I gave you back the lawnmower, or whatever it is. Shua Sapikadim means an oath that Reuben's going to take about the deposit that I gave him. Says the Gemara, Shua Sapikadim, Mishnah, Shua Sapikadim, I guess, so Shua Sapikadim applies to men and women, relatives, non-relatives, doesn't make a difference. Again, it doesn't make a difference whether Reuben is a man or woman. Reuben is a relative, not a relative. Reuben is kosher or apostle. Now again, Shua Sapikadim can be administered in front of the Beis Din, not in front of the Beis Din. Now I will say, now when is that true that Shua Sapikadim can be administered in front of the Beis Din, not in front of the Beis Din? That's when Reuben is taking a Shua himself. What if Reuben is being adjured? Remember again, I will say, I've seen this many times already. Two ways to take a Shua. You can swear of your own volition, or you can be adjured. If he's being adjured, someone else is administering the Shua, and Meir says, if it's mipiachir, being adjured by others, there's only liability for that if that's done in front of Beis, and that's Rabbi Meir. Racham Decham say no, bein mipiachir, bein mipiachir, kevan shekafar bo chayiv. So Racham say whether you take the shua yourself, or ultimately again you're adjured by others. If you go ahead and it turns out that you're lying, you are chayiv. Okay, we'll see the development of that shita a little bit more ultimately again in the Gemara. The chayiv al zadan ashua das shigidasa. You are chayiv ultimately again for intentionally taking that shua, right, falsely. And I'll show you Dasa. So we'll say, so whether, now again, this is Reuben, right? Reuben was the shomer on the Pikadim. So Reuben, whether he intentionally swears falsely or swears falsely, there will be liability in so don't have Pikadim. Okay, about Shigasam Zarki is a shogeg, right? A shogeg. Now we'll see exactly what this means as well. A shogeg on the shua with Zadon Hapikad. In other words, he knows so well that he has the deposit, but he's a shogig on the shua. So before, again, we'll see all this in the Gemara. What's the case of shogig on the shua, Zadon on the pikadon? Reuben knows full well that he has my pikadon, but what is he shogig on? He doesn't know that there's carbonic liability for the shua. Okay, again, we'll see all these cases. Beinu chayiv al shigidasa greidasa. And we'll say the one thing you're not chayiv for ultimately again is pure shogig. Now, what is pure shogig? Pure shogeg is like this. I go over to Reuben, right? I deposited my lawnmower with Reuben. I come back to get my lawnmower. Reuben says, I gave it back to you. Reuben really thinks he gave it back to me. He really thinks he gave it back to me. Or he really doesn't, or really he doesn't remember that I gave him the lawnmower. That would be a real case of shogeg. In that kind of case, ultimately Reuben is potter. Right? I'm not saying that if Reuben intentionally takes a false shvus hapikadon. What is he chayiv? Asham. All right, we'll say asham. Up until now, we've been dealing with carbon ola rate. Now this is an asham, the kesef shkalim, that is worth 2 silver pieces. Shvus hapikadon ketzer. Okay, so so now we get into it. So what is exactly the shvus hapikadon? What is it? Amarlo. Timi piktoni shish libiyadefa. I go to her and say, Reuben, I gave you my lawnmower. I deposited my lawnmower with you. Give it back to me. And Reuben says, I don't have it. And I say, okay, Shvua she'en lecha biyadi, right? Or Reuven says, Reuven swears, I do not have your pikadon. Oh, Shamarlo, or I say to Reuven, or Shamarlo, ein lecha biyadi, or Reuven claims, I don't have your lawnmower, and I say, Nashbi'acha ani. So let's remember again. First case is mipi atzmo. Reuven says, I swear I don't have your pikadon. Case number 2 is I say, Reuven, give my lawnmower. Reuven says, I don't have it. I don't have it. I say, okay, swear you don't have it. And Reuven says, Amen. Yes, because as we just said, before we just saw one of the definitions of Amen is what? Affirmation, Shvua. So if Reuven says Amen to the Shvua that I said, ultimately again it's as if he made a Shvua. So it's halacha, and then it turns out that Reuven is lying, right? He really has my lawnmower. Chayiv. Ultimately again Reuven is going to be chayiv. And again, what is he going to be chayiv? What is he going to be chayiv? What type of carbon and asham? Worth 2 silver pieces. Incredible. Hishpi alav chamish pamim ben b'fnei beizin ben shel b'fnei beizin. The kafar chayiv akol achos va'achos. Now this is interesting. Let's say I adjured Reuven 5 times. Right? I encountered it 5 different times. Yeah, my lawnmower, and he swears 5 different times. And then let's say what happens, right? Whether he did it in front of Beis Din, not in front of Beis Din, there is liability for each independent shvuas hapikan that he takes. So I'll say the novelty over here is even though halacha l'maisa, he's swearing falsely about the same pikadon, nevertheless there's going to be individual liability for each shvuah. Rav Shimon says, not what's the reason for that? Why is there individual liability? Because it'll say, since after each Shavua, he has the ability to admit his wrongdoing. It's very interesting. So since there's the ability to admit that he swore falsely, therefore again, and to admit that he has the pikadon, therefore each Shavua is looked at as an independent unit of liability. Incredible. Hayu Chamishim told him also, so let's listen to this. Let's say again, Reuven is being claimed by 5 different people, right? So let's say, so now in this case, 5 different people deposited 5 things with Reuven, and they all come and they want their stuff back. Right? Reuven, give us the pick that you have in your hand. And Reuven says, Shua, and Reuven says, Chevra, I swear to all of you that I do not have your stuff. There's nothing in my hand. So essentially what he did over here is he made 1 shvuah to 5 people. What's halacha? Eino chayiv ela achas. He's only chayiv once. However, if he says, shvuah she'ein lecha biyadi, v'lo lecha, chayiv akol achas. That's the achas. But if he says, I swear that I do not have anything that belongs to my hand. I don't, not to you, not to you, not to you, not to you. And he specifies each of them. Then Allah Kalamaisa is going to be chayiv for each individual shvuah. Rabbi Loza says no. Ad sheyom shvuah b'achrona. So again, Rabbi Loza says he has to repeat the word shvuah at the end. Shimon says Ad sheyom shvuah l'kol echad ve'echad. He has to actually say the word shvuah. I swear to you, I swear to you, I swear to you, in order to create individual liability. I will say we'll have to stop over here for today. That was again shkoyach. Considering my tardiness, that imagine. It's good, most imagine how had I started on time, what we could have accomplished. I go say shkoyach, everyone. Tremendous week. Again, we'll pick up the rest of the Mishnah tomorrow. Shkoyach. All right, Chevron Zim, have a great day, everyone. A good Shabbos.
Saying he's gonna die, that's cancer, that's what? I don't believe shit. If that die, I don't believe that. Wow, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, what fucking dude, those stealth bombers, what's it called?
We are very excited that we have possibility to
so expensive. Oh my god, bro. I would need to see it out of my see.
All right, so we're going to face off on 937. We are picking up money following these 36 the numbers that just yesterday, pretty much all of them are doing. So we started first is a very simple. I say, Ruben, I would like you to keep in that I would like to cover with you. Ruben says, never happened. then again, Ruben said, I swear, I never received anything from you.
I don't get it.
Or I said, Ruben, since I never swear to me that you never had anything from me. Ruben swears that he doesn't. Turns out that he's lying. Well, then that's why she said, he actually swear that he does not have the Kadon. It's called Shua Sakikadon. When it's not around the teachings, ultimately, again, it's that he is lying. So we'll say, remember again, Shua Sakikadon, one of the interesting parts that we saw is that one is tied to carbon, even if one swears intentionally false, what we call Zadon Shua. So even if a person knows, at the time even knows the time that he's taking the oath, that A, he has the object, and that B, he knows that he's prohibited to take a false oath. Nevertheless, he will still be excited. He will still be excited. Well, I thought I was going to rest for the but at least that made that kind of skills straight out. This is all of these rabbis, all of the truths in the yeshiva of rabbis. So probably more of this stuff. So this stuff is kind of cheesy. So kind of bumpy. And I'm going to be saying, after the concept, was a couple of rabbis. Here's the side of the gas. These are the shvurs that because of the history now. We'll say what happens if a person intentionally violated the shvurs that cover. So again, remember, it's a simple case. I go over to Ruben and I say, Ruben, give me that because I deposited it. Ruben knows that I deposited it because of it. But what? He actively chooses to talk. So he goes ahead and he says, I don't know what you're talking about. I have no people. And he also knows the ability to take Shua, and he also knows the penalty for the Shua is a cover. And now we have to also let's make it even more complicated. In this river, listen, you see when we need to pass up, he was warned by witnesses. So listen, let's not have now, so listen, now he violated Shua. So we're asking, what is this punishment coming? Given the condition of the information covered, Rachamite covered. So we can see that once again in general, the cover is usually only brought when one goes ahead and violates something in his way. Shua Sakikadon also is the example, it's the exception to that rule. Shua Sakikadon is the one fact where even if one intentionally violates the Shua, they will still what? Bring your karma. So do we say, since it did not do, since Shua Sakikadon is a Kiddush, because that's the entire Torah, one doesn't bring your karma. If one intentionally violates the transaction, Baha'amaisi Karma, you're here. Let's give a you do go ahead and bring your karma. Therefore, again, emotional what's the difference? It's no difference whether they give Asra or not. Asra, no Asra. Asra becomes a Jewish idea. And if we bring one from the karma, no matter what, even if that's Asra on the front end. When you do the carbon, when you do the carbon, then you ultimately get a Asra, Bamifa to Asri. But when it is Asra, Milka Mokis, carbon low nice. Was it even where there has Asra, was it never change the world? Ultimately, again, whether it's Asra, ultimately, again, you get Malkis, but you won't get the carbon. Ultimately, Habahari. Or we'll say what? Or perhaps ultimately you can get both. So we'll say, what's different in this case? What's different in this case is you introduce Hasira. So the shayla is, what does Hasira do to an intentional violation of Shua Sakura? Which I can't see in saying so what does Hasira do with an intentional violation of the Shua Sakura? So remember again, a regular case of intentional violation of Shua Sakura, we got that. That's like a song, all right? That's the Mishnah. Ruben, I say Ruben came back to Pikadon. Ruben knows he has the Pikadon. He knows that he's going to swear falsely. And he intentionally does both. The Mishnah tells me he's a carbon. That's a carbon. An Asham, which we'll discuss in greater depth. The interesting variable over here is what does Surah do in this mix? If witnesses go ahead and warn you that if he swears falsely, the penalty is so and so, what does that do to this mix? So we'll say Mark contains three possibilities. Possibility A is that when there's Hasra, nothing changes. Possibility B, when there's Hasra, what happens? It changes it, and what does he get? Malchus, and possibility 3 is that where there is Hasra, changes it, but it doesn't take away the carbon. It definitely just simply does what? It adds on Malchus to an additional carbonic obligation. Listen to the Rashi in just a moment. Chayiv carbon or Malchus or Shnei. Here's the fundamental side. Are you Chayiv a carbon or are you Chayiv Malchus? Are you Chayiv both? The Gabishua saying this half our down. Chayiv having music. Look at them going off by Hasra. Yidush was Haidus Dati, Yidush has Yidush Haidus Dati, Yodea, Shem Dimishi, Yodea, Shem Yoda, Yidush Yafola Hasra. So here's the difference. So we're not going to be able to distinguish the Russians when you're why you're shutting everything up by the other schools. Shus have the cover of the Joseph for 1 2 3 and the Chapter Hasra. So it says here's our Shaila. So where there's Hasra, do you get carbon, do you get Malchus, or do you get both? Amalei, Tanina. So I said to him, well, we learned this. Talmuda Hemen Shua Sabi Kadar. That there was a Shua Sabi Kadar is more common than Shua Sahibus. Why is that? Shechayavin al Zidona Makis, now she did Rasa, Hasham, because of Shkal. But there was a for intentional violation. For intentional violation, you will get Malchus, and for a Shogi, you will have to bring in Hasham that is worth at least 2 Shkal. Now watch this. Even al Zidona Makis, that is the that for intentional violation, you get Malchus. Mikhlal the Asri Bay, she was like, where's Malchus? You see, Malchus is coming in this Asri. The Ka'ama, not this thing, but no. So let's say it seems to be explicit in its reference to the fact that it says, if you intentionally violate, you'll go and you'll get Malchus. And it sounds like Malchus, yes, carbon, no. Which must be my Khumrah, and won't be the Khumrah. We'll say, what is the Khumrah of that? Shua Sati carbon has. The Nechal in the English, the nice carbon, but all the we'll say, person would rather go ahead and add carbon and not do carbon. We'll say, this is based on the general principle. Most people would rather do money, suffer physical, or I would rather pay, even if it's really money, rather suffer. That's so which was used to be promoted. The third question is intentional violation of the Shua Sati carbon, and it is preceded by Hasra. So therefore, the punishment in that scenario will also be Malchus, and not the carbon. Amaru Lavai, no. Man hand up, so don't stress at the carbon. No need to let up. But if you use the other codes, then the intentional violation of stress at the carbon will say, no need to let that color means that it doesn't get a carbon. Here's the opinion he says that you don't bring a carbon in the intentional increase of the intentional violation of stress at the carbon. That's the truth. About Rabbanon carbon nami nice. What's the point to Rabbanon? Even in a case Zodon Shua, even in a case where you can Shlibai to Shua, you will still bring it carbon. Amullah Kahana answer is Amullah Kahana says, fine enough. The truth is, leave out this truth, and I'll tell you why. I'm not Tanilala. I'm the one who taught it. And here's how I taught it. They're kind of saying essentially, don't go ahead and use something I taught to prove something different. I taught it. I'm going to tell you. So it's like, stuff gets eaten. I'm ready for this. It's like signature books. So how can you tell me no? So we'll say, here's the after feature. F1 Sedona, the F1 Shibidasar, whether you go ahead and you violate the Shua intentionally, or you violate the Shua unintentionally, the penalty is always the same. Which is what it was like. Hashem, the Jesse Shua. Hashem, which is a sin offering, and ultimately again, worth 2 shekels. For my chumrah, and we'll say ultimately again, what is the chumrah? Here's the difference. The difference is that by Shua Sa'idus to bring in carbon chatos, that's danka. We'll say danka means even a sixth of a dinar. We'll say, you know what it's saying? You can bring a pretty inexpensive carbon chatos. But the English carbon usher, which is the carbon over here by Shua Sa'idus, has to be at least worth at least $2. I believe money, and why don't you go ahead and learn out from here? You'll look for us to do. So why not go down from here? And even in the case of what? Shua Sati covered with the violation was intentional, right? And let's it's still kind of common. So we'll say, why don't we apply this to this piece of wood? So that even if it's hasura, this is the why over the why, deal with the law hasura. The law says it's possible that the intentional violation of the issue over here was not deceived by us. Okay, so we'll say, so we still have an answer to that question. This not be though. We'll say another possibility. Tashma, in kind of Sugidas, one is not chayiv ultimately again for a showdown. Mahim seven also don't know. So what are you chayiv ultimately going for intentional violation? Ashram the kasef shkam. What's the chayiv? Ashram that is worth two shkam. My lab production, I will say, now when you switch your chayiv for a showdown for an intentional violation of the shua, he said that does that not mean? My love is actually, we're not talking about a piece, but there is hasira. Now, the law hasira is much bigger now. We'll see if I can use the hasira. One second. So remember again, this is the keep our eye on the wall. So what are we focusing on? Focusing on the very simple fact. Here's what we know. What do we so, number one, the person is intentionally buying. We'll say, what is that? Right here to your cup. Now we know. Let's say, how do we get to the foolish things? What's the question we're raising now? What happens if there's a slip? What happens if there's a warning prior to violation? How does warning change? One of two possibilities. A, it doesn't. B, it stops the punishment without a color or another it's malchus. Or C, carbon remains, but malchus is added on. So we're just trying to figure out what to do. So similar to so far we have been able to touch them. Lo in Amr doesn't tell me to look at, so saying if it's doesn't tell me where another becomes coming, she gets malchus. For his natural, so you come out of keys where another intention becomes coming. So go ahead and get malchus. Shifting, I'm sorry, my sorry, you lo in Amr doesn't tell me to look at. Come out of the Shwas Habikadon, in the local. So it's the Shwas Habikadon. The person intentionally, third person intentionally moves ahead and swears before Shwas Habikadon. He doesn't get malchus. So what's that? Watch this. You need to call him a local. Not from the fact that the Nazi is coming. It's malchus. Also, generally, we assume malchus must be preceded by what? Or to administer malchus. What do you need? Hasta. So if you're talking about a case of a Nazi coming, he gets malchus. Presumably, we're talking about a case of where you got hasta. The father also begged. The Ka'amar, so what's like, if we're comparing the case of the Nazi coming to the case of Shras HaPikadon, so we're going to assume because they're comparable on both levels. If the Nazi coming case is the case of hasta, so the case of Shras HaPikadon also has to be hasta. And yet, what do we see? Nechada Asubek, Nika'amar, Tomar Bishra Sapikadon, She'in Aloka, about carbon Maisi. Oh, it's pretty partial. If the case of Nazar Kamas is the case of Hasra, the case of the intentional violation of Shras HaPikadon also has to be with Hasra, and yet what do we see? What does the Gemara say? There are no malchus, we don't do malchus, it seems to be just a carbon. So it seems that even when there's Hasra, Hasra does actually the dynamic. So which is the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Tomar Bishra Sapikadon, She'in Aloka, about carbon Maisi, my Aloka. Ain't no lift that the let's say what it means is he's not exempted from culpability, simply rather again requires the additional capability of a partner. The cloud does a tummy, lift one, and another tummy. His issues want to be clear up with Malchus, it's not true. Hakama was another tazir, the another tummy also has to bring a carbon, to which the Gemara says, no, plus some dimension carbon. Why does another tummy bring a carbon? The reason he has to bring a carbon was that the left between his tuba. The carbon actually allows him to watch, so he starts his next period of okay. I'm going to coming to that one. What's the that one? Is the that one. Come on, look. He said the cloud, the lo asri, was a sound over here that also where there was no asri. Ultimately, where there is no asri, there are witnesses in the that is simply undeniable for us. Different level. A concept that Rabbi and if a person goes ahead and denies money over which there is testimony that makes him liable. Much of the rabbi, tiny didn't say it. So Chaim said rabbi, there's a vice that supports you. The key fish, so what's it that shows happy coming? He denies it. The key fish, why denies his liability? Fact, the modula echab, or echab, was it his conscience increased, or what? Or he goes in and he admits his life to one of the brothers, or to the partners. If you look at Rashi, I will say, Rashi says over here, it's the first time Rashi, partner is Chayvan, fact, the modula echab, and he said, Tabo aha kashim comes, was it? Which is, let's say I go to Ruben and I say, Ruben, you owe me money. And Ruben is owes it to me like 3 brothers. So Ruben denies it to me, but he admits the liability to one of the other brothers. So what happened in a situation like that? So the Torah says, he has to deny. But Torah understands carbonic liability for a false shvua sabikatan only comes about when there is complete denial. But if there's only partial denial, and if only partial denial, which means he admits to me, but excuse me, he denies to me, but he admits my brother, who's also a part of his death. And the mice saying that the Mishpah al-Sheker, Fad Lemova Bishkat. He swears falsely, comes to exclude a case for saying he lent money that it recorded in a document. With the Rashi, Fatalo Bishkat, Hasag Adait Chal Kofer Mamo, Shidish Lashkat, or which the Gemara Shavar Below Bishkat, or one who goes there. And when the Gemara says in this case, I can deny the Shras of the Father to whatever I can deny the Father whatever I want, but it doesn't matter why. Why? Because it's independent collaboration of this obligation, either through the document or through the Amalei, either Shulchan, notice site. This is your proof it's not going out, and I'll tell you why. But only with this is also a could be that he claims I agree that I went ahead and they borrowed, but I did not borrow with witnesses. Or ultimately again, I'm sorry, but this is or I borrowed, but I cannot use the document. Meanwhile, you can tell me the key fish book. What's the reason that it's from the back of the country? Ultimately, what is this to us? This comes to exclude this agreement to get one of the brothers or one of the partners. I mean, what's the case with you? Part of the debt, one of the brothers. We may not only know how good he did, and so at the end of the day, let's say I go to Ruben and I say, Ruben, owe me money. And Ruben denies it to me, and you owe money to my brothers. And he goes over to brother A and he admits, but this is his. If this is his, the part that he owes to brother B, right? And the nice thing is only the positive thing. I love the Amalei. Maslidinos, Vitardinon Yasis. The other one he's saying over here is ultimately again. I went ahead and I borrowed from both of them. Rashi says, we borrowed from both of us, excuse me. I'm sorry, I say to him, Ruben, you borrowed from both of us. But I'm going to low, they had me that Yas. Ruben counted that and he says, no, I only borrowed from one of them. The Hadulay Kiras, they borrowed at the house. But we'll say, at the end of the day, he's not as much as he's disagreeing with my prophets. He should justify it, and since there was in the first place to do with justify it. Therefore, what? Say dynamic justify it. So there was a safe for those two restaurants. So it's like, fine. We stop over here without any resolution to our question. Simple question. What does Hasid the dynamic of Shua's happy collaboration? When a person goes ahead and still Shua. What does Hasid do when a person intentionally goes ahead and violates Shua's happy collaboration? Does it bring punishment and after the punishment, subtraction the punishment, or leave it specific? Tashma. This is the time. We're not finished yet. Tashma. Eil Chayiv al Shuri Rasa. Mal Chayiv. It's also a person is not Chayiv for a show. A person accidentally goes ahead and takes the false Shua one is not chayiv. Umaro chayiv azidona. So what are you chayiv for when it comes to intentional violation? Hashem the kesef shkalim. Let's say by taking the false Shua and chayiv Hashem that is worth 2 shekels. My love is the only reason was a release of intentional false Shua. Are we not talking about a case where even though there are witnesses who warned you, I still buy the Shua, and you see it's still right for a partner. still kind of cover. Those who don't ask, they say, no, rather what it means is, there are no witnesses, but I know that I'm lying, and I intentionally lie. Tashma, how you speak, so listen to this. If you're two witnesses, was it no testimony, let us hear that. Kafra has shown that the African Kafra. She said, watch this. There are two groups of witnesses. I go into group A. So group A, you know testimony on my behalf, come and testify. And what does group A say? Group A says, you have no information. You have no idea, no knowledge of anything that you find. Then ultimately again the second group goes ahead and the second group goes ahead and denies any kind of knowledge. So we'll say, what's that law? Both groups ultimately again are tied. Why? It means she whole Eidos this time state. Because ultimately again, the Eidos could have been upheld by both of them. I won't say what it is. This one is tied on Kapalei Katishona. And we show our mind in high, but what's the base? Listen to this. When you have two groups, right, group A and group B of witnesses, so I understand when group B denies any knowledge of testimony, I understand why they're high, why I'm right? Because by that point in time, group A has already denied any kind of knowledge. Therefore, what? Group B is the only possible group that can test the veracity of my claim. But when group one denies liability, ultimately again, why should they be high? At the end of the day, when group A denies liability, it's still what? It's still group B. There's still another testimonial. You might ask me what's the case here. You don't Shahaisa, Shia, Bishas, Kias, Harishona, broken to the Shosayan, what the reason to this. But the says, that's the second group. Shaisa, Shia, Bishas, Kias, Harishona. The second group was at the time of the first, at the time of the first group, they were related to their wives, and you said, Sayan, those six. There was ultimately again, the wives were on the cusp of death. Rashi says that we are clothing the Shosei, and Rashi says, the Sirish Teachayos, that he shines up what husband was, the piece of the word, will ultimately again, the first group was related to the second group, ultimately again to their wives. The wives that ever again were on the cusp of death. Now you can know what I thought, love Moses and Elisa, like you can die to people like Moses, and ultimately died, and therefore actually you're taking some groups not to start a life. Namash Malon, Nihas Shayim. What's the Kamash for what? At the time of the first group denied any knowledge, they were remitted to the second. Because they were remitted to the second, therefore what? The second was completely giving testimony as well. Therefore the first group denied liability, they're effectively denying any possible also getting guilty. Says the Tashma, followed by his said Ta'an, and let's get the God right, let's do this. About a Bible comes along, what's the case? He says, I claim, you have my artwork. Ruben claims, I had it, but it was stolen. Right? The Mishnah, I will say what happens, swears to the effect that he does not have the artwork, rather it was stolen. But hold up, and then he admits that he lied. The Rashi is almost right across the Rashi. Time of Rashi says, "Hot small and you gave the milk, Shatan, milk up, so much in the bottom of the camera about a mishpo or even shunning people who don't have so in this case over here, I deposited contract to you. I come to Timothy from you, then you then claim it was stolen. It wasn't a technical level. He should exempt himself with that claim. Why? Because he's so much more than unstolen. And therefore, because again, he can exempt his claim himself in claim of the stuff he was stolen. There was I'm going to be something very interesting. But hold up. There was he comes along, and therefore, after he takes the false shua, he admits that he lied, and then he has the outfit. Then what happens afterwards? Then I will say afterwards, ultimately again, witnesses come. I will say the couple here is as follows. Now this is the case. Because remember, if he admits it, he will say he's a thief. What is a thief carry? Keto, double payment. But I remember again, Keto is a knas. That is the second of the two things. Knas. What's the with knas? Both of the knas. Once you do it, you're the 10. But in this case over here, although we admitted it, what happens afterwards? Witnesses come. So it says, Shayim is what's the dynamic of this? So watch this. Imagine so Because like if he made his claim or if he made his liability before the witness is claim, then the Sharon carrying the Chomesh Asham, then I will say goes and he pays the principal, the Chomesh of him, and the Asham, and he brings the carbon. And this I will say, the Mishnah will do so he says, I'm not actually not yet. So the Mishnah will say that ultimately again, if the witnesses come first, and then the witness will say, comes first, essentially sends himself from what? From the cave. If, however, again, the witnesses came first, and he only admitted his liability afterwards, then the shine that's from the cave of a Hashem. What about say, ultimately, again, he will take it. So even though he admits it, because ultimately the witnesses came first, so essentially the valuable is the cave. If he admits before the witnesses come, he exempts himself from cave. If his admission comes after the witnesses come, or after the witnesses come, his admission is meaningless after this. And this is high cave. Now watch this. How can that make you ready? So the Gemara says over here that we're nice, we would apply the same definition over here. That this case is also, we'll say an important thing, the definition of Rabbi. Look at that, Rabbi. Shall you eat in program in the Shosem B'Shashua? If he's not high, cover and command the rest. Fine. So we'll say, so in this case over here, the witnesses were related ultimately again to the other parties, and therefore at the time that he took the shua, they would be unable to go ahead and give any testimony. That's why he's coming. Which one says Tashma? So let's do some. Hakanami to Rabina, Amr Rabina Rashi. Tashma, Shamura, and Shasa, because of it, I said it as longer than so it's Merg says Tashma, Shamura, and Shasa, Shehayavan Azidonam Nakis, Kashi, Gasa, Asham, and says, listen to it. I'm going to show something. So Shasa is even more common than Shasa is. Shehayavan Azidonam Nakis. It wasn't for intentional violation. Really high about this. Should be Gasa, Asham. Because ultimately, the information will be high in the cover of Hashem. Where is the discovery? Now, watch this. Once we're back to it, he's still saying, in the Kamala, the fact that he's in his mouth is going to get the clouds, the Asian. That tells me that's what the second cast of discovery. And so that's what they will show you. I'm having the carbon Hashem, there's what he's going. Amr of Mordechai, Amr of Mordechai, do not use this as a proof. Why? Because that's what Shafana said, I taught. And here's how I taught it. Whether the violation is intentional, whether the violation is unintentional, Asham ultimately, when you bring a carbon of Tashma. Lord, Amrit Nazir Tummy. So they're reverting back to this book I brought before. When it comes to the case of Nazir Tummy, we'll say this again, if you smoke the weed, the Nazir becomes Tummy. She came local. We'll say he gets malchus because he eventually becomes Tummy. Tomar Vishwa Sapikadam Shina local. We'll say for violation of Vishwa Sapikadam, the person doesn't get malchus. What's the case? If he doesn't, he killed that reason. If the other witnesses on my local, then we'll say, why would he get malchus? If there are no witnesses, then why in the case of Nazir Tummy would he get malchus? But she didn't eat it. Then we'll say, it must be that it's a case of where what? There are witnesses. That's why the case of Nazir Tummy gets malchus. But if there are witnesses, also, again, when it comes to Shasa, because what do we say? It doesn't get malchus. So what do you see from here? We'll say that you see that in the case of Shasa, because there are no malchus. Even for what? Even for a case of where there's intentional violation. And even what? Even in a case where there is hasla, about carbon might see, there was a carbon, to the and indeed ultimately again there seems to be a repetition for the division of that. So we'll say, the way the Gemara ends off of here, it seems to say that even if there are even if there is hasra, the punishment for intentional violation of stress it means and will also be that most one will only be tied in carbon, one is not tied in. So the Rambam, this is a design of confess. In those shubiyas. So the Rambam says, let's get at it. Hamishpa, Shva Sapikadam Namesi. Not this. person intentionally swears a false Shvua sacrifice. Intentionally does so. Even a person intentionally, again, I don't know, Ruben, that's my watch, that's the positive. Ruben has, I don't know, it's my watch, too. Right? So Ruben, he knows the mind. And he knows that the for violation of intentional Shvua is a karma. Alabishim Shvua Shaker, Yisbo Ibn Shashku also, and again, he's warned by witnesses about what he's doing is wrong. What's the halacha? Reina Logia. He doesn't count this ever maybe a show. Remember, what the penalty is going to be is common Asham. Why? Sorry, as Asham from Siyam the Kral, Chai the Malchus, the Chaibo Asham, the Zadon, the Zadon Moshe. It was like, Torah goes in and says that whenever it comes to a violation, there is one punishment. What is that one punishment? The Karban Asham would at least teach. And Gan Asra, Sitting in Asra, says that not is the relevant fact. So it was like, Asham would effectively solve that issue. Yes, not finished. The Yochanan Rabbi, I told Rabbi, so say the Yochanan Rabbi says, go ahead and you intentionally deny a monetary obligation for which there are witnesses in the past to my liability. Chayiv, very chayiv. But on the other hand, you start potter. We'll say, but if I go ahead and I deny liability regarding money that is recorded in Shtar, ultimately you're not punished. What's it? Nothing for punish. I'm not punished. So what's the logic over here? 9 times the deal, right? It's nice to know why, because witnesses ultimately again died. That's the same. He'll talk about how you make the Iran in the Mitzvah. So what's it ultimately again? So what's it? Deny liability about a monetary figure supported by witnesses. I'm tight for that liable set. Because in that case, my denial could actually potentially fees and obligations. But yet, if I deny an monetary obligation that is recorded in the star, I'm punished from the Torah. That's what I'm trying to understand. Why is that? Because those are people die. So because people die, if I deny it, I would hustle that much, and maybe be able to reason myself out of it. So this is just never something done. As a result, again, my fear is meaningful. Because my fear is meaningful, therefore my liability, I have chayiv karma. On the other hand, star, hamara, we'll say, if a liability is important to a document, then what? You could swear up and down that it's not liable. So there's one shred of difference. And the answer is no. Why? Because it's a document that has I'm going to simply that you should have thought of 1 second. Star and having other things, thus documents are lost. Right? Documents are lost. But it's like, that is I'm going to feel really good. Anytime we look at what's the difference? Should the Hadi Star should have costs? What's the difference? Anytime you get important Star, that's the reason that you have no problem. The inevitable side, when a person goes ahead and denies financial obligation according to the Star, they're effectively denying what? They're effectively denying cargos, right? The even cargo of Jesus cargos. Was that we'll discuss why these things, but you do not go ahead and talk about ultimately again or the cargos in the past when you get stuff. So what's that just? This is interesting enough. This is how the Rambam constantly says this is a test. Inherent test. How is our no but the ego of this witness? So let's say I lend you money and two witnesses. The kafar and living says he didn't owe me money. Denied liability. The mishpat swore that he did not owe me money. We'll say, what's that law? Chayiv the Shura Sakakana. It will be chayiv ultimately again for a violation of Shura Sakakana. So what's that means what? I'll have to covered on some why. Saying Pata and Smoke Shura some shine out. Because I will say this denial is a valid denial. I mean it's a valid denial. In other words, it works. That type of denial that's the potential denial was like what I love to say is the only time you time for false trust and even the Most High's way is when your false shua would have served the defensive duties of liability. But it only didn't become liable. Then the nice thing is shua is pretty much inconsequential. You become false shua, but you won't be tied with the card. So let's say when I lend Ruben money, which means I can constantly money, and Ruben, and just as a witness, And what happens? Everything denies that claim. He swears. He shows something that doesn't happen. And it turns out that he's a liar. He'll decide to cover us. Why? Because the Mexican spirit is now protecting from liability. أعطى في شيء أضاء إلى المستند شيء إنت شو تترسل هل يقول بأثر شمل يغاري أو يضرب المستند يصير أو يتصل بكفاية أو يتصل بسموشة سأسمو بقى سأسمو بسموشة therefore his denial of the liability to me is back to effective denial as opposed to that. Therefore again, when it turns out that he's a liar, you will have to go ahead and bring a covered cost. So we'll say that is ultimately about looking however again, if the document or if the debt is ultimately recording in a document and done is liability and stress in effect, you will not be forced to trust. So why not? This is what the second one. Like I said, every style is backed up by Tanakh. Whereas people learn, one is not paid for denying claims regarding real property. One is not paid to cover partial for violation of trust. For denying claims against real property. But like it says, was an issue. Bashkia in the Parashah, so was along the same line. I go ahead and I go over to Reuben and Shimon. You know testimony regarding the fact that lady owes me land. So I am adjuring them, right? I'm going ahead and making them take the Shua Sa'idus regarding the real property that I have against someone else. So I'll say, what's that one? I know what happened. You know the split. What's the split? They say, we have no knowledge. Turns out that they're lying. They have knowledge. So we'll say, Shayla is anything nationality that is focused on real problem. Shayla is what is their liability? So please do that. Once they are and this is to the claim that the claim is not recorded in the history. Allah swears falsely but doesn't have money. However, shtar claim is recorded in the document of the site, and the holder of the money, and the holder of the money denies money, he will be punted from a carbon ashram. Why? Because it's just simple. Or because anything required to start is that activity, and one is not value for denial of your property, or keep the fundamental areas to our first line in accordance with the middle of a worthy law, and he says to my style. I'm a later Kenya, Rabbi. Meanwhile, that the offer of the laws of the Sultan, Rabbi SS Nabana to watch this. These actions are included in place. So, since my focus ultimately again, Yochanan Rabbi is the same method for the reason that we'll say watch this time. Let's say third wise line. Hagozel Satan and Havir. Clear a field from my right hand. You shut one down. And we'll say now what happens? I still the field. I have tested the field. And it goes in the tree. Right? Everybody, let's say every tree does. Some of the issues have to say that you have to stand in your head. That's what this is. People that you will. They start to the person who was Shiva. So this is the issue. The issue is why you can't defend it. The issue is Shiva saw Halama. And God says, every only salvation, only says, only valuable, something to have a relationship with some people the circle of the large age, some people the circle of the everybody does it. So it's like, everybody does it. Everybody does it. Some people do it on the young people do it on their deathbed, some people do it on their final breath, but everybody does it. So it's just, I see a guilt for my friend, and I do too about shut my mouth. Because it's I steal a field, I always steal a field. And also what happens? The field is flooded. feel this flooding. So also, again, through no fault of my own. Act what is it called? Act of God. Act of God, right? Act of God. It was flooding. Act of God. So also, what's the halacha? Now, I went over to the field. What's the shayla? Shayla is what's my liability. The chayv lahamid lo son. Remember that. So also, Eliezer says, you have to give him the field. Whereas also, look at that. Chayv lahamid lo son. The kasavar karkin of jealous. The camel of the shuskar. The karim of the shuskar. So also, Eliezer says, you can steal your property. You can steal your property. And therefore, then when you steal something, then whenever I kind of steal something, that property becomes his. As such, we'll say, what's my obligation as a matter? My obligation as a matter is to give back the value of the object as it was at the time that I stole it. Because once I stole it, I acquired it. My obligation for Shalisha is to return that which was stolen in accordance with the value at the time it was stolen. Therefore, again, the Eliezer says, before Rabbi Eliezer says, I have to give him. You don't have to give him a fee, whatever that means. I have to give him a financial value. So, what happens? I say, Ruben, here's your field back. So what happens? So Ruben says, but that's not the field you stole. So I'll say, now that I do tshuva, I'm not sure if it's what closer to other people. And I say, Ruben, you really have to work on your amudah. This was the Ratzon HaBorei. This was the people don't want it from you. Right? It says, and I did tshuva. So they say, now what happens? I say, I don't know what you want from me. I stole this field. So I'm giving back that which I stole. I'm giving back that which I stole. So we'll say, the fundamental machlokus of the Rebbe is what? Now we're getting to the method, but the fundamental machlokus is can real property be stolen? Rabbi Eliezer says yes. And then says yes, you can steal real property. That's why the moment I stole it, the field becomes mine, the fee, and my obligation is to give back the field to the owner at the time as the value of the time that it was stolen. The Chum says you can't steal real property. In fact, again, even though I kept moving out of the property all this time, the property was his. It was always his. The fact that I built a 6 foot 1, I didn't really into it. At the end of the day, it was still not karka and not jealous. You can't steal real property. If you shut for nar, there's shusik gemara kamei time. When the river overran the field, in fact, the field wasn't overrunning, you're going to steal. Those are the also, I'm saying, the microphone, what's the argument about? That the Eliezer does, Rabbanan Dashi, so says, you see over here what they're really arguing about also as exegetical principles. How do we gather the possible? You're on the chart, read what you want to the Basel Hashem to do this.
If I get 50, whatever subs, I'll lock this dude out. And you know what? I'm saying, let's watch this. He goes in there because this was planned. He went there, slams him, knocked the guy out, and then he just gets him out of those 18 unanswered shots. 22. Skull fracture, facial fracture. Wow. Yeah. So yeah, we can actually handle it. Yeah, I see that actually. I saw this. It's so bad.
All right, hello, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for year touching our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosin Mishpach Havar Yisrael. They're dedicating all the Shumas Rothschilds this year as a zechus for Soros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. And our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Stephen Avalim Tova Stephen Tarizin, in loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris, who's in Delora Bash of Yisrael Yoel, on the occasion of her 5th yahrzeit throughout the merit of our Talmud Torah. And Shalom Savin the families in the Chama, all of those who need a report Shabbat because of Kol Chole Yisrael, because for all the Shemir Session, the Homer has to visit the Shalom and the Karo. Allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The Chol Nasi Yedehim. Listen with that, let us do. We have a lot to do today. The Baruch Hashem, some incredible, really incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. A sprinkling of Agadah and Yetz Hashem today. So today's daf is Lamed 835. We are picking up in Yetz Hashem on Lamed Daled Amud Beis at the 2 dots hint in the middle of the page. The Mishim Omer Chayiv Kan, the Chayiv Bibikabras. So remember again, The Gemara over here is still referencing the four different opinions that we had on Lamed Gimel Amud Beis. As we pointed out, one of these very nice machloksim. What do I mean by nice machloksim? That at the end of the day, everyone is agreeing the result. The result is that by Shmuel Sa'idos, one is not chayv unless, of course, the cling. I think so much looking back. Right, that the cling is for a monetary one. Right, there has to be a monetary cling involved. Halacha l'maisa, they dispute exactly how to go ahead and arrive at that conclusion. So Mishum Omer, chayv kan b'chayv b'kadam. So Mishum chooses to learn it out from Shmuel Sapikadam. So they laughed about Rabbi Shimon and Eretz Yisrael. They laughed about this. So the Gemara says, "My chocha." So let's understand what was there. What exactly is there to laugh about? The turning Malipikadam Shekema Asaba Mushpa Kinishpa Meizid Kishogei. So Pikadon is different than Shmuel Sa'id, but only different. Number one, Shmuel Sapikadon. I will say remember again. This is one of these scenarios. We're at a little bit of a deficit only because we have actually learned the story of Shmuel Sapikadon just yet. But we'll have enough information to operate properly. So the Gemara says like this: Shkema Asa Bal Mushba Kinishba. And Shmuel Sapikadon, Mushba means someone who takes someone who is adjured by someone else, like someone who takes the shua themselves. And furthermore, Meizid Kishogei. So in Shmuel Sapikadon, both of these cases are different from one another. Masha'en came by Shmuel Sa'idos, where there is no distinction. So what does Rabbi Shimon know? That Mushba means, again, that he could be adjured by someone and still create liability. From where does Rabbi Shimon know that? The Gemara means Pikadon, because ultimately you know that from Pikadon. Pikadon nami Mushba and Piacheda Bigman Eidos. But Pikadon itself, ultimately, that you could be adjured by others. Is only out from Eidos. Well, my chokas, I don't understand. What's the laughing over here? Like, what's the mocking? The Gemara said, "Don't Rabbi Shimon kavachomer ma'isila, epiachei." So, my chocha, don't Rabbi Shimon kavachomer ma'isila. Maybe Rabbi Shimon learns this all from kavachomer. Epiachei v'chayev mipi atzmo l'kol shekin. If there's liability when adjured by others, should there not automatically be liability when one takes the oath for themselves? Rather, again, it must be laughed about the position of Rabbi Shimon because of the issue of equating Meizid and Shogi. Turning Malipikadon Shekila Asaba Mushba Kinishba Meizid Kishogei. So Pikadon is different than Shmuel Sa'id. That's why. Because number one, Mushba is not like Nishba. Being adjured by others is not like taking a Shmuel yourself. And furthermore, again, Meizid is not like Shogi. So 1 second. Nifti Meizid Kade Eidos Inale. From where do you know, let's say, that there is liability, Kabbalic liability, even for intentional violation of Shmuel Sa'idos, to look Sidbei V'ne'alam? It's a very simple idea, because by Shmuel Sa'idos, there's no lotion of V'ne'alam. V'ne'alam means the matter is hidden from the individual. Whenever you see V'ne'alam means that there's only going to be Kabbalic liability for Shogeg, but not for Meizid. Well, that word is missing by Shmuel Sa'idos. We also supposed to say V'ne'alam. So what's the mockery? Remember again, the Gemara is not even trying to finish the of Rabbi Shimon, because the truth is it's kind of self-explanatory. What they're intrigued by is this statement that they laughed about the sheep in Eretz Yisrael. So what are they laughing about? When it says Duma Meizid Belab Kishogi Pikadon Mini'ila Rabbi Shimon Gamallah. So maybe what they're laughing at is as follows: that the idea that Meizid is not like Shogi by Pikadon was learned out from Me'ilah. That's where Rabbi Shimon derives this position from. And this is what they were laughing about. So they were laughing about the fact that, again, when it comes to Pikadon, that ultimately Rabbi Shimon holds that Meizid is not like Shogi. And where does he end up learning that out from? He learns it out from Me'ilah by equating Shvas HaPikadon with Me'ilah. And that's they're laughing about. At the government in Me'ilah, Nigmar Lame'edos. Why would you learn out Shvas HaPikadon from Me'ilah when you could just as easily go ahead and learn it out from Eidos? Which makes a bit more sense. To which the Gemara says, so Mistabra Me'ilah Havelei Lame'elah, so it makes more sense to go ahead and learn it out from Me'ilah. The Gemara says, Shekin Me'ilah Me'ilah, because both of these cases are misappropriation. So in other words, there is a very, very strong combination denominator between these things, because literally both are misappropriation. The Rabbi says just the opposite. Eidos havile lamela, eidos shekein techta mitechta. We have gzira shavav techta techta. Mistarim meila havile lamela shekein meila. Okay, so no, it makes more sense to learn out Shvasa eidos from meila. Why? Because of the following similarities. Bakol nene bikavua chomesh asha. Let's take a quick look at Rashi. Rashi's told actually a little bit higher up, and probably about 12 lines down into the short line. Shekin meila bakol nene bikavua chomesh b'shneim nema meila. So first of all, by both of these things, he uses the lashon of meila, misappropriation. U'shneim nogim bakol. They apply to everyone. This is pikadon and meila. But again, Shvasa Eidos obviously only applies to those who are fixed for testimony. Ushneim nagu ba'avera shabi adam zenena min ha'hekdesh v'zekafar malon. Furthermore, both Mila and Shvasa Pikadon, both of them are benefiting from that which is in their hand. So again, the guy from Megillah from basically this property, and the guy from Pikadon from the Pikadon that he misappropriated. Lafuki Eidos man as opposed to Shvasa Eidos, real hana involved. Ushneim b'kar kavua, both Pikadon and Meila had a fixed carbon. However, Shvasa Eidos is all of yored. Upneim b'chomesh v'asha ve'eidos b'chadas ve'in shel asha. Furthermore, again, both Meila and Pikadon are subject to an additional penalty fifth, as well as an asham offering. And Shvasa Eidos ultimately again is subject to a chatos. And not. So the idea over here is it makes more sense to compare Meila to Pikadon than Pikadon to Shvasa Eidos. Okay, so the one says Adraba. I say just the opposite. Me'eidos havle lemelef. So again, there are plenty of comparisons between Pikadon and Eidos. What are those comparisons? So one says Shekein Chet Hedyot B'Shua Tave B'Kafrei Va'oed. So again, once we go back to Rashi in just a moment, Rashi says Shekein Chet. B'Shneim Ne'emar Techta. So first of all, again, Shvasa Eidos, Shvasa Pikadon, both have lashon of Techta. V'dino im Hedyot. And remember again, Shvasa Eidos, Shvasa Pikadon, both deal with principles to Meila, which deals with Hektish. U'Shneim B'Shvua, both deal with Shvus. V'Ayitivia V'Kafrein Ban, both Shvasa Eidos and Pikadon have a claim. B'Shneim Ne'emar Oim, Mashegid Meila, and both have Oim, right, which you don't have by Meila. There are plenty of comparisons between Shvasa Eidos and Pikadon as well. To which the Gemara says, no. There are more comparisons between Pikadon to Meila than Pikadon ultimately again to Shvasa Eidos. So again, still, what are they laughing about? When Rabbi Shimon espouses his position, what are they laughing about? So here's what they're arguing about. Here's what they're laughing about. Rabbi Shimon Gzir Shava Saver. Skamer. Rabbi Shimon ultimately again learned out Gzir Shava. And Rashi says, Rabbi Shimon Gzir to Techta Gamer, the Tani Seifa, to no say, Tamalamar Techta Gzir Shava. So remember, again, Rabbi Shimon is like Gzir Shava, Techta. That's Shvasa Eidos, Shvasa Pikadon. So the Gemara says, good. Rabbi Shimon Gzir Shava, Gamer, Lamalei the Parach. So why does he end up with Lamalei the Parach Malapikadon? Shekimo Asa Mushpa Kinishpa Mezid Kishogate. After all, again, isn't there a Pirchon is Gzir Shava? Because by Pikadon, we don't make Mushpa Kinishpa. Being adjured by others is not like swearing yourself, and Mezid is not like Shogate. But still, why should we laugh at that? Dilma Ki Parach Mikamei to take on Gzir Shava. Maybe when this question came up, this was Gzir Shava was established. Basar the Kamal Gzir Shava lo Parach. But after the Gzir Shava is there, kind of the Gzir Shava overrides all those particular questions. So the Gemara says, "Hello, is that true?" Va'amaru Rabba Ba'isi Rabbanon Man Chana Shvasa Pikadon Lo Niton Zdon the Kapara. So with the opinion that says that Shvasa Pikadon, intentional violation of Shvasa Pikadon, is not subject to Kapara. Rabbi Shimon, first the mercy Dilma, Mezid Kishogig Parach, the Gamalei Meila, Panaf Nefishin. So maybe Rabbi Shimon only brings up that ultimately the issue If that makes it not like shogeg, why? Because he learns out at the end of the day shvas hapikadon from Milah. Sorry, because of Milah. The Hana position. About mushpak nishma part, but it doesn't bring up the issue of mushpak nishma. Okay, the Gemara says that the other eidos the tigma le pikadon. So why not go ahead and learn out shvas eidos from pikadon, or should say, right? Shvas eidos from pikadon. Mezid lo kishogeg. Whereas it's not pikadon shogeg in mezid lo, just like pikadon. The halacha is one is chayiv shogeg, one is not chayiv for mezid. So therefore, the comparison should teach you. Eidos shogeg in mezid lo. Ultimately, and so there's only liability for shogeg, not for mezid. Kihechi diolet kadam me'ilah. So top of Lamed Hey. Hachi kasarachmana le'eidos gabi shvasi. The gabi shvas mitadashav. That's why the Torah writes shvas eidos in a shvas bitur, as well as in the context ultimately of tumas mikdash v'kadashav. The kula nemar behind the ne'elam. Because in all of those instances, both shvas bitur as well as tumas mikdash v'kadashav, right? We'll say that's entering into the Beis Hamikdash in a state of tumah, or consuming kodesh in a state of tumah. The bekulan ne'amar bahem v'ne'elam. In all of those cases, the word v'ne'elam is used. Now, what does v'ne'elam teach me? Again, there's one takeaway. What does v'ne'elam teach me? That halacha l'maisa you only chai for shogeg, not chai for mezid. Right? Because v'ne'elam means I was unaware. I was unaware. The kan lo ne'amar bahem ne'elam. And yet by shvas ha'edos, it does not say v'ne'elam. What does that teach me? L'chayiv ala mezid kishogeg. Ultimately, again, to go ahead and teach me shogeg like mezid. So we'll say, so okay, so what's the bottom line over here? The bottom, it's a great question, right? Well, over here is they laughed at Rabbi Shimon, ultimately Yisrael. Now, since the root of their laughter was the idea that he was seeking to learn out shvuas ha'edos, or shvuas pikadon, from Ilah, as opposed to a more linear limud, learning out shvuas ha'pikadon, shvuas ha'edos. The bottom line halacha l'maisa for us important is that, and this is halacha l'maisa, that one of the unique qualities of shvuas ha'edos is there is liability, carbonic liability, that false shvuas ha'edos, whether it was b'shogeg or b'mezid. This is an important point, because remember again, other types of shvuas, for example, shvuas or shvuas hapikadon. Ultimately, again, if you accidentally take a false shvua, there is liability. Intentionally take the false shvua, there is no liability. Same thing again. Now that's not a shvua case. But that does take us to the beginning of the Masechta, because we did again in the first Mishnah, either entering into the Beis Hamikdash in state of tumah or consuming kodesh in state of tumah. If you did those things intentionally, there is no carbonic liability. But if you did it unintentionally, there is carbonic liability. So again, why the distinction? Very simple. Because by all of those other cases, the Torah, when it talks about liability, uses the lashon of the ne'elam. The person did not know. By shvuas ha'edos, there is no mention of the word v'ne'elam. He did not know, and therefore, again, it leads the Gemara to say that there is liability, carbonic liability, whether you violate intentionally or unintentionally. Beautiful, beautiful. We'll say now, let's go Mishnah. So we'll say some great Mishnah ahead of us. Mashpi'an yalechem im lo tavon v'ti'iduni sha'ara ishponi li'tini masayin zuz v'lo nasan. I just want to say this is an interesting case. I go over to Rabbi and Shimon. I say, Rabbi and Shimon, I am adjuring you, right? So in other words, I'm adjuring them. I'm imposing a shvua on them. If you do not basin and swear that Ruvain promised to give me $1,000. So just understand what the claim is over here. I'm upset because Ruvain promised to give me $1,000. Now what happens? What happened? As often happens with promises to gift $1,000, right? The giver reneged. Ruvain decided no. So now Ruvain made this promise in front of Shimon, a lady. Says, I want to impose a shvuas ha'edos upon Shimon, a lady. You know that Ruvain promised to give to me. Come to Beis and testify on my behalf. If they refuse to do so, ultimately, again, they're potter. I will say now why they potter. Very simple. Remember, again, I will say, shvuas ha'edos is only liability if there's a monetary claim. There is a claim when someone promises to give you something. Right? In other words, if Reuven promises to give me a gift of $1,000, that is not an enforceable claim. I have no monetary claim against it. Because there's no monetary claim, therefore, again, there's no Shua Seidus. And I will say, this is the beautiful linkage between the last Mishnah and this Mishnah. Because remember, again, if there's one takeaway, halachic takeaway, is that the comparison between Shua Seidus and Shua Sapikadon tells me that just as Shua Sapikadon, there is only liability if I'm making a monetary claim against Reuven. So too again, Shua Seidus, there's no Shua Seidus if there's no monetary claim. So therefore, the message teaching me is, even if someone promised to give me something, failure to do so is not an actionable monetary claim. I guess like it could be, right? I guess you could potentially construct the case where if Reuven promised to give me $1,000 and I took action based on the assurance to get $1,000, right? I think there's something in law. There's a bunch of lawyers over here. No, it's something. Consider. I don't know. All right. Anyway, so let's go back then. So the Gemara says, "Fellas, I didn't pay a retainer. I know. No one wants to say anything. You know." I said, "I think it's right." Is it the concept like that? Okay. Anyway, so the Gemara says, "Fellas, mashbiani aleichem, mashbiani aleichem, kishetedu le'elus shetavo b'teidun." So it's another interesting case. I say, Reuven and Shimon, I hereby adjure you that when you know edus for me, you will come and testify. So the Gemara says, once again, Hara Eluk Turin. There's no Shras Edus in that case. Why? So we say the Lashon of Peturin means that at the end of the day, there's no Shras Edus. Now, what that could also mean is, if they swear we don't know testimony, now again, remember we'll say, I mentioned something yesterday, that even in cases where technically speaking, you're not liable for Shras Edus, you may be liable for a Shras Shav, for a Shras Sheker. That is possible. But the idea over here is, I assure you that when you know testimony for me, you will come testify for me. There's no trust there. Why? Because again, in that case, Shua actually precedes testimony. Because remember, there's no testimony yet. Amar the Beis HaKnesses was the interesting case earlier. I stand up in shul. V'amar, mashbiani aleichem, she'em atam yodim li'edos shetavo b'teiduni. I stand up in shul and I say, Chevra, essentially what I'm saying is, if anyone here knows testimony on my behalf, come to Beis Din and testify for me. Again, Hari Elu P'turin. Ultimately, again, there is no Shua Sa'idos. Why? So we're going to see this thing more explicitly. Shua Sa'idos only applies when you single out a group of witnesses. But if you just speak to a group of people and essentially say, I'm confident that someone here knows Eidos for me, come and give Eidos for me, ultimately, that's not Shua Sa'idos. I'm going to show you. Listen to this. I go over to two people. Say, Chavra, Reuven and Shimon, I adjure you, right, that if you know Eidos for me, that you will come and testify. And they swear, we do not know any Eidos for you. But it turns out, they do know Eidos for me. Oh, but how do they know Eidos? What's the source of their information? Either ABPA. So I said it's very interesting. They don't have first-hand knowledge, right? They have second-hand knowledge. They know Eidos for me, but they heard it from a friend who has a friend. Or, for example, one of these two guys, Reuven or Shimon, was a Karov, was a relative, or was Pasal, Hari Eluk Turin. In all of these cases, ultimately, again, they're Pater. So I'll say, what do you see from here? You're only Chayiv Shua Se'idos if what? If you're capable of giving testimony. Capable means you have information that is testimony worthy, and you are a person who is capable of giving testimony. But if you do not go ahead and comply with those details, then halal for them. I see your Pater. Next. Shalach biad abba o sha'amalem anikba mashpia ani aleichem shimatan yodim o eidos shetavo v'tidu. So this is an interesting case. Let's say I send my eved, right? I have an eved. I send my eved to Reuven and Shimon, and I say, I tell my eved to adjure Reuven and Shimon that they should give testimony on my behalf. So listen to this. This is actually interesting. So let's say I just call Shimon a lady. Let's say my claim is against Reuven, right? My claim is that Reuven owes me $1,000, right? And so case number one is I send my eved to Shimon and Levi to adjure them, right? Or, interestingly enough, Reuven says to Shimon You know what? If you know any testimony or I'm asking you to go and testify, that's unique, right? Because normally it's the plaintiff. Over here, it's the defendant who's doing it. So it's very qualification. Only if the until they hear from the person making the claim. Only if the person making the claim, again, we call the plaintiff, is the one who either adjures them himself or is the one ultimately, it has to come from him. If it comes from his Rebbe, or if it comes from the defendant, that is not Shua Seidus. Incredible. All right, so let's go through this. Turn around, I'm really interesting, because this is the kishkas of Shua Seidus over here. Turn around, Mashpi Ani Aleichem Lo to Tavol V'Seiduni, Shomer Ish Ploni Vitina Masam Bezvalon Aslan. So let's do this. Here's our first case in Mishnah. Right? I go over to Ruben and Shimon. I say, Ruben and Shimon. Sorry, continue that. Shimon lady. So you know, Abels, that Ruben promised to give me $1,000, but he failed to comply with his promise. Ultimately, again, so you might have thought, Yochel, you might have thought that ultimately, again, that they would be liable. Ultimately, again, the pasuk says, Techta, for Gzir Shabbat. Ultimately, it will say, Nemar kan Techta. But never halal techta. So we'll say this is the techta from Picadon. So it says techta by Shua Seidos. It says techta by Picadon. Ma'al halon b'tvias mamon v'yishlo. Afkan b'tvias mamon v'yishlo. Just like by Shua Picadon, we'll say the case over here is where the defendant, right? The defendant, or I should say, there's an actual monetary claim, and there's an accusation that someone is in possession of the money. So to over Shua Seidus, there has to be an actual monetary claim, and someone has to be in possession of the actual money. So the idea, as opposed to a claim of a gift, is very important, right? So even though, again, maybe there is testimony that Reuben tried to give me $1,000, it's very nice. Reneging on that gift, that's really not a good thing. It's always good to keep your word, but so reneging on the gift does not create an actionable claim. So because that there's no Shua Seidus in that case, next. The next case was, I go over to Shimon Levi and I say, Shimon Levi, when you know testimony for me, I hereby adjure you that you're going to go ahead and give testimony for me. Gemara says, that's not Shua Seidus, why not? So the Gemara says, I adjure you that when you know Eidos for me, you'll come and you testify for me. Yachol, you chayavim. You might have thought that Shimon Levi would be chayiv. Kamalomar, the Shama called Allah, who aid o ra'a o yada. So what do we see in the pasuk? Misha kadma Eidos l'shvua, lo shakadma shvua the Eidos. So let's say interestingly enough, the way the pasuk is phrased is the testimony comes before the shvuah and not the shah before the testimony. Right? So the timeline over here is very important. It has to be that Shimon and Levi first know the information and then are being adjured. Here, what's happening? The shvuah is taking place. So I'm saying, I adjure you that when you know testimony, you will come and testify on my behalf. It doesn't work that way. Next. So what was the next case? I stand up in shul and I say, Chevra, if anyone here knows testimony, or I say to the whole Chevra, right? If you know testimony, come and testify on my behalf. I'm a Shmuel. Shmuel says, the Mishnah says, this does not work. Why? Because in order for there to be liability for Shua Seidus, what has to happen? You have to specifically identify the people that you are adjuring. So Shmuel adds in. So says, you can imagine the scene. I stand up in shul and I say, Chevra, everyone here, if you know testimony, come and testify on my behalf. So the Mishnah says it doesn't work because I'm not identifying anyone specific. Shmuel says, by the way, even in a case where, let's say, who I do want, let's say I happen to know that I'm talking to Reuben and Shimon, right? Shimon, sorry. I know that I'm Shimon, but I'm just phrasing it to the whole Kehillah. Shmuel says it still doesn't work. So Shmuel says, Pshita. So what's the case over here? Shmuel says, no, I'm standing right next to Shimon and Levi. So even though I'm standing right next to Shimon and Levi. So you would have thought that since I'm standing right next to them, clearly I'm talking to them. Kamash Malon, no. Kamash Malon, it does not work. Why? You might have thought that since I'm standing right next to them, it's key that I'm talking to them. Kamash Malon, no. Kamash Malon will say that in order for Shua Sha'idus to work, there has to be specificity. It has to be clear which two people I am referring to. So that supports this. I see a group of people, and the witnesses that I want to adjure are in that group. And I say to the group, I adjure you that if you know witness testimony from me that you should come and testify on my behalf. You might have thought that Shimon and Levi who are in there would be liable. Which says, who ate? Ultimately, when the passage says, who ate? There's only Shua Sa'idos when you identify specific which people you are adjuring. Let's say, what happens if, let's say, I stand up in front of the shul and I say, I hereby adjure the entire group. You might think that does not work as well. You can adjure a group. In other words, there's nothing wrong with that. But what do you need? You need specificity as to what group you are summoning for Shua Sa'idos. So if you're talking to two people within a group and you just address the group as a group, that will not work to create liability for the two witnesses to testify. On the other hand, if you address a group and you refer to them as the group and you're summoning the group, that could work. That could work. The idea is that Shua Sa'idos requires a defined population that is being adjured. That defined population could be 2 people, it could be 22 people, it could be 1,000 people. It doesn't make a difference. But there has to be a defined group that you are summoning for this Shua. Incredible. That's it. So ultimately, again, I say to people, right, that if you know any Eidos, good, this is the case of I summon two, I adjure two people. The issue just is that halacha l'maisa, either they're psulin, one of them is apostle, or they only know second-hand information. So I go over to Shimon and Levi. I say, Shimon and Levi, I adjure you that if you know any Eidos, that you should come and testify on my behalf. Okay? But hey, no, the Eidos. And really, Shimon and Levi actually had information. What's the problem? They know it to be paid, either again from a third party, or shahaya echad mehem karov apostle, or one of them is a karov or apostle unfit to give testimony. Yachol yihu chayavim. You might have thought ultimately again they should be liable. Tamilomar imma yagid v'nasa avono. Therefore, again, the pasuk says, if you do not give over your testimony, you will bear your sin. So what do you see from here? The only time you're chayav to bear your sin is when? Is if you're fit to give testimony. When are you fit to give testimony? So there's two parts to witness fitness. Number one, categorically, right? You have to be the kind of person that fits into a category, who is able to give testimony. And number two, you have to know the information firsthand. Incredible. Okay. Shalach bi'adavdo. Similarly, again, I will say, if I adjure the witnesses, if I adjure the witnesses, but I don't do it myself. I send my evidence. I do it through a third party. That doesn't work. Shalach bi'adavdo. So it says again, I send my slave, my Evan. Or for that matter, again, I have a claim against Ruvain. Ruvain adjures the witnesses. It does not work. So the pasuk says, if they do not say, they will bear their sin. Or how do you learn that from that pasuk? My tabuta, what's the limud? Rabbi Rothschild is very interesting. In lo yadid ksiv. Interestingly enough, lo, if you look at the word lo is written male. Right? Normally lo is just lamed aleph. Here in this pasuk, lo is written lamed vav aleph. I will say that often from an exegetical perspective, when you go and you see a word that is mulay, that gives you the ability to darshan the word. So look how the Gemara darshan. The Gemara understands over here that word is in fact a contraction. Really, what it means is like this: in lo yagid v'nasa avono. If to him they don't give the testimony, who's the him? Who's the him? The him is the person making the claim, the plaintiff, right? If they don't, so in other words, if they don't go ahead and give him the testimony, then ultimately again there's liability. In la'achar lo yagid pater, and if they refuse to give the testimony to someone else, who's the someone else? Either, for example, right? Either, for example, the servant of the person making the claim, or for that matter, again, the defendant, there is no liability. So there's a lot of really important halachas regarding shua sa'idos over here, right? So number one halacha is that there's only shua sa'idos liability in the case of a monetary claim. Therefore, again, if someone promised me to give me a gift, and then we reneged on the gift, there's no claim. So because there's no claim, there's no shua sa'idos. That's number one. Number two, it says only shua sa'idos if the testimony preceded the oath. But if the oath comes before the testimony, ultimately no liability. Number three, shua sa'idos only works when you are a jury fined population. To be a law population that you are a jury must be fined, and ultimately, number four, it only works for people who are testimonially fit. How are you testimonially fit? Number one, categorically, you're not a column first hand. And number five, it only works for the person making the claim. The plaintiff is the one adjuring the witness. But either the plaintiff representative or the defendant adjures the witnesses, there is no shua sa'idos. Incredible. All right, that's good. Mishnah. So it's a really, really good sugya. Mashbi'ani ani alechan. This will say, the Mishnah is going to deal with different lashonos of adjuring, different lashonos of shua. So, for example, Mashbi'ani ani alechan, right? Literally again, adjure you. That's a classic case. Or Va'ani alechan, or I command upon you. We'll see exactly what the shots are. Or I hereby prohibit you. So it says that the Gemara Mishnah says is these are all proper lashonos of shvua. Now, they're not complete expressions. We'll see the complete expression of the Gemara. Right? That's what happens. You say to someone, right? I adjure you by the heaven and earth to it. So apparently, again, heaven and earth is not the proper lashon of shvua. The Aleph Dalet, and let's say now here we're going to get into different names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What if you use the name of Hashem Aleph Dalet? So Aleph Dalet is right the name of Adonai, right? Or the Yud Hey, right? That's again going to be Yud Hey and then Vav Hey, or Bishakai, or Bitzvaos, or Bechanun V'Rachum, Be'erech Atayim, V'Rav Chesed. I'll say, by the way, tremendous hashgacha in seeing these lashonos. Why? Because now the Shavuos is behind us. It's manish, almost Elul, almost Yom Noraim, and incredible to have such an allusion to that to get us already again in the months of Yom Noraim. So again, the Gemara says, or the Cholek Kiniyim, or with all of the other descriptive names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Hari'ilu Chayavim. So again, interestingly enough, if you use any of these descriptive names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there is in fact liability, shvur liability. Okay, now just as an aside, we can tell shvur sa'idos. Same way that there's shvur liability if you use any of these descriptive names, either names or descriptive names of God. So to Meir says if you curse someone using these names, or ultimately again curse any of these names of Hashem, ultimately again there is going to be liability. Rashi says in the Kalabakulan, Mevarach Hashem Bechamen Kegon Yaakeh Ploni is Ploni Shezeru Chiyuva Kishmakal B'Shem. Fine, but so it comes to that your pattern. Again, we'll define the machlokes in the Gemara itself. Hamakalo Kalabakulan. So again, we'll say if anyone uses either of these names or descriptors of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and he curses his mother or his father with these names, ultimately again he's chayiv. These words right there. The first line, the Chachamim Pochim, the Chachamim say ultimately again that you are pater. Again, we'll see the root of that machlokes in the Gemara. Hamakalo atzmo v'chadero. If you curse yourself and your friend with any else, you'll see all of these cases. Right? You curse yourself or your friend, any of these names. Remember, I will say in that bucket, in that grouping that Mishnah made, these are the two things over here. There are actual names of Hashem, like Yud Hey and then Vav Hey, like Ado, Noi, right? And then there are descriptors, Chanon, Rachum, Sivakos. So the Gemara says, if you go ahead and you curse yourself or your friend with any of these names, you're in violation of a lo saseh. Which of lo saseh? Yakifra Hashem Elokim, Yakifra Elokim. If you say Hashem, God should strike you, or Yakifra Elokim, or God should strike you. Zogi Allah with the Torah. This is the curse, ultimately, again, that it says in the Torah. She says over here, what is this talking about? Zogi Allah. In Amr Eden Echamina Mikrosh Kvalos, Yakif Hashem B'Shachafas, Emoti Iduni. I will say, interestingly enough, these are the psukim from the Tochacha. Essentially, the Gemara saying is like this. If I go over to Shimon Levi and I say, Shimon Levi, Hashem would strike you with Shachafas, Hadachas, all this stuff in the Tochacha, you don't give Eidos on my behalf. If you don't share the Eidos you know, that actually works as a Shvuah Eidos. That works as Shvuah Eidos. Why? Because we'll say that's the example of a paradigmatic curse. That's the paradigmatic in the Torah. So if I use that essentially to affect Shvuah Eidos, ultimately again, that works. If on the other hand say, what happens if I go over to it and say, Shimon Levi, right? If you know testimony for me and you don't give it, Hashem should not curse you and should shower bracha upon you. Ultimately, again, Meir says this is a proper Shvuah Eidos, and the Chacham say that you're patur. Okay, so we'll say now let's analyze this a lot there. Mashpi'ani alim, my colors. We'll say here's the issue. The issue is in the first part of the Mishnah says Mashpi'ani alechem. How is that a Shvuah? So the Gemara says my color. Mashpi'ani ani alechem b'shvuah hamura batorah. Okay, there's more to this phrase. I adjure you with the shvuah that is mentioned in the Torah. Mitzava ani alechem, or I command you, mitzava ha'amura batorah. Regarding ultimately, again, the command that's in the Torah. Now, again, what are we talking about over here? We're talking about the command in the Torah that if you know testimony, to share it. I prohibit you. Ultimately again through the Isra of the Torah. So all of these Lashonos, what you're doing is you're adjuring them and you're linking it back to a biblically stated prohibition. So ultimately, again, what about when the person making the claim, the plaintiff, says to the witnesses, Koval Chamani. Now, Lashon of Koval Chamani means I bind you, right? Or I restrict you. What is that referring to? To which the Gemara says, Koval Bal Raisa Niksiv. Does the Torah use Lashon of Koval in the Torah? The Torah use Lashon of Koval? Rabbi afterwards, it means to say, Mashpia ani aleichem b'shvuah, Mitzav ani aleichem b'shvuah, Usarchem ani b'shvuah, Kovalchem ani b'shvuah. So Rabbi says, here's what it means. We'll say, you could use any of these Lashonos in conjunction with a shvuah. So the way Shvuah Eidos actually works is like this. I could say to witnesses, I hereby adjure you with the shvuah that is written in the Torah. I command you with a shvuah. I prohibit you with a shvuah. I bind you or restrict you with a shvuah. That's how you would make a Shvuah Eidos. So essentially, again, I will say, this is kind of like the introductory phrase to the shvuah itself. Again, there's a lashon of Isman with a lashon of Shvuah, and of course you need the rest of it. What's the rest of it? No testimony on my behalf, or actually differently, if you know testimony on my behalf and don't provide it. Okay. So Gemara says, this is very interesting. The main rock, the Chanun Bracham Shemot Smigu. And also here's this interesting. Based on our Mishnah, it sounds like Chanun and Barachon are considered names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which is very interesting. Why is it interesting? Or meaning, those are totally different sugya. What about erasing the name of God? Now, generally, you're not allowed to erase the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, the Gemara says there are names that can be erased and names that can't be erased. For example, Elohim, Shemos, Shem, and Chakim, these are names that can't be erased. Kigon, Kel, Elokecha, Elokim, Elokechem, Ehyeh Asher Ehyeh, Aleph Dalet, which is Aleph Dalet Nun Yud, Yud Hey, which is Yud Hey, and then Vav Hey, Shakai, Kos, Hare'elim Nuchakim. These are all examples of names of Hashem, which if written cannot be erased. And Aval Hagodol, Gibar, Hanora, Ha'adir, Hachazak, Ha'amitz, Ha'azus, Kanun, Berachum, Erech HaPa'im, V'rat Chesed, Hare'elim Nuchakim. Those are all of these terms, which are not names. Rather, what are they? What are they? They're descriptors. Those can be erased. So the contradiction. Because our Mishnah makes it like Chanun Barachim are names of Hashem, but yet clearly when it comes to the halachos of erasing the name of Hashem, Chanun Barachim are not names, they're descriptors. Rabbi says, Basni, some Masnisim, here's the Mishnah's case. He say, here it is. I go over to Reuben, is a Shimon Levi, and I say, I adjure you, the me Shehu Chanun. On the days, the me Shehu Rachim Kamar. You're right, I don't say I adjure you by Rachum Chanun, I say, I adjure you by he who is Rachum, by he who is Chanun. Okay, so in that case, what am I doing? I am directly linking the descriptor to the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Very interesting. If that's the case, so again, if that's the case, then there should be liability when I adjure people Bashamayim Uva'aretz. Why? Because I can say, what does it mean, Bashamayim Uva'aretz? To he who created the heavens and the earth. To which the Gemara says, no. The Gemara says, Hachi Hashta Hasam Kiban Deleka Midi Achrina De Ikri Chanun Varachom Badai the Mishu Chanun Badai the Mishu Lachom Kamar. So we'll say this is really incredible. When it comes to Lachom and Chanun, when I ultimately say Lachom and Chanun, this process is incredible. There is only one entity in this world that is called Rachum and Chanun. So profound. There's nothing else in this world that is called Rachum and Chanun. On the other hand, Hacha, even Shamayim Va'aretz, Shamayim Va'aretz come up. Those say when you say heaven and earth. So again, yes, heaven and earth refers to he who created heaven and earth. It's possible, but there's also something else that's called heaven and earth. What else is called heaven and earth? Heaven and earth. Guys, heaven and earth itself is referred to as heaven and earth. So we'll say, it's fascinating. The Gemara suggests over here, when you see Rachum V'Chanun, there's nothing else in this world that is called Rachum V'Chanun except HaKadosh Baruch Hu. By definition, when you use that lashon, it is clear you are adjuring them with the name of Hashem. Hashemayim Va'aretz, again, must be by Shemayim. You know, say, point out, remember, he's right into this. Even Moshe Rabbeinu, right? Moshe Rabbeinu does swear by heaven and earth. And again, there's not a reference to Hashem. It's actually a reference to heaven and earth. So it's a very profound. Therefore, again, in our Mishnah, when you use, so it's not a contradiction. In our Mishnah, when you use lashon of Rachum V'Chanun, it is clear that you're referring to Mishu Rachum, Mishu Chanun. But yet, interestingly enough, when you write those words, it does not constitute the name of Hashem. In other words, by implication, I know that it's referring to Hashem, but yet writing those words does not constitute the writing of the name of Hashem, and therefore, halacha l'maisa can be erased. Again, it is pretty profound. It's also very profound to contemplate that the only thing in this world that's called Rachum V'Chanun is HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, let's say you say to yourself, but is that true? Right? Rachum V'Chanun just means compassionate, merciful. Can't people do that as well? Right? Aren't people capable of that quality? So perhaps the distinction is like this. People are absolutely capable of compassion and mercy. But in general, when are people capable of compassion and mercy? when it suits their needs. Whereas I could be compassionate and merciful when essentially it benefits me in some way. And by the way, sometimes the benefit just is that I'm known as a compassionate and merciful guy. That happened. I think when it says Hakadosh Baruch Hu is the only entity that is Chana Barachum, which means Hakadosh Baruch Hu is capable of selfless compassion and mercy. Hakadosh Baruch Hu will forgive and he'll be compassionate and merciful even to his detriment. This is the whole yisod of tshuva. Hakadosh Baruch Hu is willing to forgive even when it doesn't make sense to forgive. He's willing to be compassionate and merciful even when I deserve it. Man is not really capable of self-serving compassion and mercy. When there's something in it for me in some way, I am capable of those qualities. But selfless compassion and mercy, that is unique to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Which of us is one of the most incredible, beautiful, and amazing things about the Ribono Shel Olam. That Rachum B'Chanun comes, whether it's earned, whether it's not earned, whether it's deserved or not deserved. That is unique quality of Avinu Shebashamayim. Incredible. All right, let's go weiter. Tanrabanan, it says Tanrabanan, Kasav Aleph Lamed Melokim. It's very interesting. If you write Aleph Lamed, right? So you started writing Elokim. All you wrote ultimately again is the Aleph Lamed in there. So what's the halacha? Or Yud Hey, me Yud Hey Vav Hey, right? Or you begin to go and write Yud Hey, you write Yud Hey of Yud Hey Vav Hey. So the Gemara says as follows: Harei Eino Nimcha. Ultimately, again, this is not to be erased, right? Right? The Gemara says Eino Nimcha. Good. So the Gemara says, by the way, what's the logic? Why can't you erase the Aleph Lamed of Elokim or the Yud Hey of Yud Hey Vav Hey? Why not? Because the truth is, those are names of Hashem by themselves. Right? So even though again, the Chiddush over here is my intention was to write the full name of Hashem. I got stuck. Something happened. I didn't end up finishing it. Even though my intention was to write a longer name, the point is I still wrote something. So because I wrote something meaningful, therefore there's liability. On the other hand, Shin Dalit Shakai, or Aleph Dalit. But if I say Shin Dalit of Shakai, or Dalit Me'ado Nari, or Tzadi Beis Mitzvakos, Harei Nimcha. If I began to write these other names of Hashem, again, I wrote the first two letters. I can't erase them. Why? Because even though, again, they are part of a larger name, Halacha L'maisa, again, by themselves, they do not constitute a name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and therefore, Halacha L'maisa, there's no liability. But Yossi says, Svakos Kula Nimcha. Yossi says, even though the whole word Svakos, you can erase. Why? Shalom Nikra Svakos Ela Hashem Yisrael. It's fascinating because that Svakos is not a name of Hashem. It's a name ultimately again of Klal Yisrael. So ultimately, Moshe says Svakos doesn't refer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu at all. Rather, Svakos refers to Klal Yisrael, as evidenced by this passage, and therefore you can erase it. Shmuel says, Eino lach Rabbi Yossi. The halacha is not for Rabbi Yossi. Svakos is a name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and therefore again, Svakos cannot be erased. Interesting. First white line. So this is very interesting. Any prefix or suffix you have to a name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu can be erased. The Gemara gives an example of this. For example, the fun of Ketzad, La Hashem, La Nimchak, Ba Hashem, Beis Nimchak, Ba Hashem, Bav Nimchak, Me Hashem, Men Nimchak, She Hashem, Shem Nimchak, Ha Hashem, He Nimchak, Ka Hashem, Kaf Nimchak. Okay, so we'll say, so again, which makes sense because all the prefixes are not part of the actual name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, therefore they can be erased. That's the example of on the front end, the prefix. What about the suffix? The Achar of Ketzad, Elokeinu, Nun Vav Nimchak. Right? So for example, Elokeinu, the new makes it possessive. Our God, the new can be erased. Elokehem, Heim, the Heimem. Right? Their God, the Heimem could be erased. Elokechem, the Chafmem could be erased. And what's interesting, Acher and Achem disagree, they say no. They agree the prefix can be erased. However, the suffix cannot. La'achar Eino Nimchak. The suffix can never be erased. Why? Shekvar Kadshu Hashem. This is beautiful. Why? because the suffix has already been made holy by the word that precedes it. Since the suffix is added onto the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, therefore again being added onto the name of Hashem as opposed to the prefix, right, which again is added before the name of Hashem. So from a name perspective, the prefix doesn't become part of the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu like the suffix does. Since the suffix was appended already to a formal Shem Hashem, therefore it is endowed with Kiddush. Incredible. But when it says halacha kachedet, halacha like kachedet. So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, whereas you are allowed to erase the prefix, you cannot go ahead and erase the suffix. Incredible. Gemara goes back. We'll see some beautiful Gemaras over here. Kol shemos and the Torah the Avram Desh chutz mizeh shuchot. So we'll say so in general. Whenever you see the name, for example, or the word Elokim by Avram Avinu, it's always a reference to Hashem. Or, for example, Adonai, it's always a reference to Hashem, with one exception. What's the one exception? Shenemar, it was a beautiful Gemara. So again, because it says, Vayomer, now again, the word in the Pasuk is Ado and then Noi. Right? In no tasichin beinecha, not ta'avor me'alavdecha. Right? So again, I'm going to say, what is this talking about? Beginning of Parshas Vayera, post-circumcision. I'm going to see at the end of the 10th, the three malachim come. So we'll say, interestingly enough, so again, the Gemara says over here that the Ado Noi is not referring to a person, rather it's referring to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's referring to, I'm sorry, just the opposite. In general, again, all the names of Hashem are referring to Hashem except for this one, which is referring to the Malach, right? Avram Avinu was speaking to these guys, and essentially he sees them by the tent, and he says, please don't pass by, right? So really the way to read this passage says, Vayomer Adonai, my masters. He's referring to the three people. He doesn't know they're Malachim. He's referring to the three people. So ultimately, again, he tells them, do not pass by my tent. So the Gemara says, V'amar, right? Chanina bar Achi, Yeshua, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, Yeshua, Elazar, Amodi, Amar, At Zeh Kadosh. No. Even this Adonai ultimately again refers to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Kimana doesn't refer to anyone, it refers to God. How does it refer to God? Kimana Azlah, Hadar Nigud Amarad, Yitolach Nasas Arachim, Yosem Akbalas Koser, Be'elikos, Yosem Akbalas Pnei. So who does it go? So we'll say, so what's this phrase? So according to this approach, let me just outside for just a second. According to this approach, when Avram Avinu says this pasuk, he's not talking to the three men. Who is he talking to? He's talking to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Because remember, right before the three Malachim show up, who is Avram Avinu talking to? He's talking to the Ribono Shel Olam. And what does he say to them? Why does he say to Ribono Shel Olam? So as the three men come, he interrupts his conversation with HaKadosh Baruch Hu to go and to attend to these guests. According to this approach, he says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Vayomer Ado Noi, a reference to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If I found favor in your eyes, I'll not ta'avor me'alavdecha. Don't go anywhere. Please wait here, Hashem, while I go and attend to my guests. So the Gemara says, even this Adonai is a reference to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What do you see from here? Gidolach Nasas Arachim. What do you see from here? That hospitality, having guests, is even greater than speaking. Because Avram Avinu interrupted this conversation ultimately with the Ribono Shel Olam in order to go ahead and have Hachnasas Arachim. So from here you see the power of Hachnasas Arachim. Avram Avinu interrupts his dialogue with Hashem in order to go ahead and greet the Malach. We'll stop over here today, but I just mentioned, what's the pshat with that, right? Well, what is the pshat that Achnasas Archim is even greater than Kabbalah's Pnei Ashkina? So, okay, we'll say for tomorrow, 6:45. All right, so we'll pick up with this piece tomorrow, and Eretz Hashem by Avram Avinu, and also that Yisod of Achnasas Archim. Shkayach, everyone.
Remember we started those comic book shows? We started with a clip from Live by Kid 3D. Yeah, that's how it started. I was just thinking about that this morning. Kid 3D.
All right, so enjoy. Thank you, everyone.
Daddy! Fucking bitch Rouse. Copies ideas. The curtain. Daddy! What the hell? So stupid. Yeah, that's fun. I wish we knew. You're on the video, the
All right, you want to say good morning? Good morning. Hope that everyone had a beautiful uplift. Yom Tov Shabbos. Rothschild great is just to continue now in a couple of days. Is reading the Shabbos Kodesh. Incredible. So beautiful. We're looking one Kedusha to another Kedusha. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor for Action Day 5785. We tell some Mishpach of ourselves for dedicating all the Shur and Drashos this year as a schos for Visaras Talos and Am Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Sivan, Haba Alvin Rotova, Stephen Perry Zin, and loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris Zin, Devora Bas, we saw you all on the occasion of our 50th yard site. We hope that the merit of our Talmud and Shomla Havan Aliyah, the family, the home, and of course, we dedicate our learning is just hostages, making sure that America Hashem send them home to Shalom and the Karov, and the merit of our holy soldiers may they be successful. But call Maaseh Yedei. Let's do that. Let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Really great that ahead of us. Baruch Hashem. Okay. Our dot is Lamed Dalet 34. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So about 14 lines down from the top. I want to thank my sons for giving the dot over the 2 days of Yom Tov and actually showing the Olam what it means to cover a block of Gemara in the course of the Shir, and then some they really look bad, but it's okay. I'm back in the saddle today, so we're going to fall behind rapidly. So we have 14 lines down from the top on Lamed Aleph 14a. Maskipla Rabba Barula. First of all, special thank you to Moshe Abramson, who was running point on tech and coffee this morning. So like a Dafyomi biathlon today. Yeah. All right, so let's remember again. We had a new Mishnah yesterday on the top of Lamed Gimel on the base, and that Mishnah essentially again the Mishnah was highlighting a simple core concept. What was the core concept? Remember, we're talking about Shua Sa'edos. Shua Sa'edos is, I go over to two people, right? I have a claim against Reuven, and I believe that two other guys, we'll call them Shimon and Levi, no testimony for me. Right? Testimony, so I go over to them, and the Torah highlights the idea that I could adjure them, right? I can go ahead and tell them, you guys know testimony for me, right? Reuven and Shimon, Shimon and Levi, you know testimony for me. In my case, Reuven. If they say, no, we don't, I could say, Mashbiya ani alekim, you swear that you do not know any testimony on my behalf. Okay, and the halacha is that if they go ahead and they swear, and it turns out that they swear falsely, there's carbonic liability for that. What the Mishnah on Gimel on the days highlighted was the yesod that in order for there to be liability, carbonic liability, oath liability for a Shua Sa'edos, the claim that's occurring has to be one that is monetary in nature. So, for example, if I have some other claim against Reuven, whatever it might be, but it is not a direct monetary claim, ultimately, again, there's no liability for Shua Sa'edos in those cases. The Gemara then highlighted 4 different opinions: Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yossi Alili, Rabbi Shimon. Not Shali Musim and Bnei Brak, but who were together, Baruch Hashem, on Shavuos Lamed Gimel on the days, ultimately going ahead and trying to highlight where does this yisod come from. That's all, right? So that's all of yesterday's daf. Now what the Gemara is doing is once again going through those hitos another time and highlighting different problems that exist with them. So Maskif Rabbi Barula. So Rabbi Barula is the kasha. Oh, the bitui yokiach. So the Gemara said, bitui yokichu. So let's go back and let's read the kasha. So remember again, the raya, the proof that Rabbi Eliezer had, is what we call the Owen. If you don't recognize that, that's because my son Avram said the so okay. I would in other dialects it's also just Owen, right? But again, Owen or Owen, whichever like. And then so the Eliezer's whole idea over here was the shava essentially of from Shua Sa'edos to Shua Pikadon. So let's Pikadon. You must say 1 second. But remember again, Shuas Mikadon, we haven't really focused on all that much. So just to get our terms correct, we're doing Shuas Ha'ebus, which is an oath imposed upon others who you feel have testimony that can benefit you. Shuas Bitoy, that's what we've been doing up until this point in time, what we call just a declarative oath. And of course, Shuas Ha'pikadon, which we have not really covered yet in a meaningful way, is someone else is in possession of my item. They're holding on to my item. We now have a little bit of a dispute about whether or not that they have it. I can make them take an oath that they don't have the pikadon. Okay, so the Gemara must give so again, why don't you make the Gzera Shav the Shuas Bitoin? Because ultimately, again, they both have O. And they both have a shua, there's no coin involved, and yet again, both can have a scenario that doesn't necessarily require a monetary claim, or you can have a shuas bitui that doesn't have a monetary claim attached to it, to which the Gemara says, no, it makes more sense that shuas ha'idos from shuas pikadon. Why? So the Gemara says, shekain techta mitechta, because ultimately, again, first of all, again, both have the lashon of tachta, so they have that symmetrical lashon. This is the other level. I don't say just the opposite. Maybe have a no, I should not show us either some shows between why shekin chatos, choose mechatos, because ultimately, again, both of them can create a liability of a carbon chatos. Rashi points out over here, Rashi on the wide line on top. Chatos mechatos, eidos ubitui bechatos. So when you say eidos and shuas bitui, technically you'd be a carbon chatos. Aval shuas hapikadon ba'asham. But pikadon ultimately again is an asham. To which the Gemara says, Ella mistabra mipikadon havilei lemela. Rather, it makes more sense to learn out shuas eidos from shuas hapikadon. Why? As we're going to see now, because there are more shared similarities between eidos and pikadon than eidos and bitui. What are the shared similarities between eidos and pikadon? Shekain chait. So first of all, again, chait. Rashi says that chait means techta techta. So first of all, again, shuas eidos and shuas pikadon have that same exact motion of techta techta. That's number two. The mazid tavei the kafre. Further again, they're both chayiv on mazid, right? Intentional violation, as opposed to, let's say, shuas bitui. But remember, again, you're not chayiv for mazid. Next, tavei the kafre. Both have a tvia, a claim, and a kfira, and what is it? Denial. Rashi says over Tavei the kafre. Eidos apikadon boin ayidei taina ukfira. So both shuas eidos and shuas apikadon, there's a claim and then there's a counter denial of that claim. Masha'enki b'shuas bitui. Shuas bitui doesn't have that. Right? Shuas bitui ultimately again is just a declarative oath. So the Gemara says va'avera va'avera. Rashi says eidos apikadon shteina shuas Sha'avar, not right, the Lashon Avar, Shuas HaPikadon and Shuas Eidos are both retrospective Shuas, Aval Bitui, Ikaram Haba. But ultimately, Shuas Bitui, at least people are right, Shuas Shtayim Shem Arba, the Shtayim ultimately again was Sha'ochal, right, Shalo Ochal, are prospective Shuas. So therefore, what do you see from here? There are all these similarities that exist between Shuas Eidos and Shuas Apikadon. Therefore, it makes more sense to compare those two. Here again on both sides. What's the comparison about? The comparison is there to tell me that just like Shuas Apikadon requires a monetary claim, so too Shuas Ha'id require a monetary. Good. Which says, well, I don't know. No. When we're talking comparisons, there are plenty of comparisons between Shuas Ha'idos and Shuas Bitui as well. So first of all, again, both have the same lashon of tachta, right? Shiyarda, right? She says over here, chata shiyarda lechomesh. Actually, this goes through all of them. Similarly, Eidus Bitui, Eidus is both Eidus and Shuas Bitui. Shnei and Bechata them have the potential liability. The current chatas and an older biore, mesh, and ultimately again they have no chomesh penalty. But on the other hand, the shuas pikadon could generate. Again, we'll see all of this. Shuba asham uva carbon kavua. No one can generate an asham. Number two, it's never subject to a carbon older biore. Rather, again, it's only obligated in a fixed value carbon. Umosif alav chomesh, and there are circumstances where you can be high for an additional fifth. The Chamishisav Yosef Arav, which we'll see. To which the Gemara says, so the point the Gemara is making over here is, one second, you could compare Shuas Ha'idos to Shuas Bitui in many ways as well. So why not make that comparison? Hanach Nefli, you're right. But there are more comparisons Shvus Ha'edos and Shvus Pikadon than from Shvus Ha'edos to Shvus Bitoy. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, one second. Again, the result of that. What's the result? Remember, all of this was challenging Rabbi Eliezer, who learned out OO from Shvus HaPikadon. You must simply say, why not try OO from Shvus Bitoy? To which the Gemara essentially answers, more comparison between Eidos and Pikadon than Eidos and Bitoy. What's the result of that for us? Remember, what are we trying to figure out over here? That Shvuas Ha'edos only occurs in a situation where there is a denial of a monetary claim. If the claim in question does not have monetary implications, then there's no liability for Shvuas Ha'edos. Good. So just pretty much semantic Rabbi Eliezer's position. Good. Next. Rabbi Kiva says, Rabbi Kiva says like this, right? The pasuk says that he will be liable for one of these things. Yesh me'ela shu chayiv. So we'll say me'ela means from amongst these things. What is that teaching? There are some of these things for which I am liable. Yesh me'ela shu pater. And there are some of these things for which I am pater. Ha-ketzad. So how do you distinguish? In other words, how do I know which cases of Shvuas Ha'edos there is liability and which cases of Shvuas Ha'edos there is not liability? It's a simple ketzad. Tabal mamen chayiv. Tawadav acha pater. If the tvila, the claim, is for money, then Allah there's liability. Right? If the claim is not for money, then I'm pater. So we'll say, so again, I just want to point out what's very good over here. That's why even if you lose the train of thought a little bit, or a lot, or the whole time, right? Again, don't worry, because this is one of these gemaras where no one is debating the core concept, right? Remember, just keep this in mind. The core concept is you are only liable for a false Shvuas Ha'edos when you swear that you don't know testimony in a case where there's a monetary claim, right? That's the whole yisod over here. There happens to be a four-way machlokas about how I learned that concept. But it's one of these machlokas where everyone's agreeing on the concept, just disputing or debating what the source is. So now Rabbi Akiva says, Me'ela, essentially learn from Me'ela, there are times ultimately where you are chayiv, times where you're not chayiv. How do we distinguish that? Monetary claim, ultimately again, is liability. No monetary claim, no liability. I must say, how do you know it's that way? Maybe you can switch it around. University. Rabbi Akiva, Owen, Rabbi Elazar, son. Rabbi Akiva really also, from his drasha, relies on the O of Rabbi Elazar. Rabbi Eliezer, sorry. Gemara says, so if that's the case, so then what is the distinction between Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Eliezer? To which the Gemara says, Rabbi Akiva. Mashbia Ede Karka. Oh, it's actually very interesting. Enough Kamina may be enough. So remember again, what we're looking for over here is Rabbi Akiva. If we're saying that Rabbi Akiva essentially at his core relies on the Owen of Rabbi Eliezer, then halacha l'maisa, where lies the difference between Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Akiva? Specifically, Rabbi Akiva went out of his way to say that there will be cases where you will not be chayav for Shvuas Ha'edos. What are those cases? I'll tell you, Ede Karka. Now, what is the case of Ede Karka? Rabbi Akiva Potrin, or Rabbi Yochanan says, Rabbi Akiva will say that you're pater, and Rabbi Yochanan the Amar Hasa Mashbiach. Fine, so before we get to this, look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, my benayu, actually next Rashi, Rabbi Eliezer Chayavin, the Gabi Hashavas Agzela Mashamino Ray, the Mechayiv Hashavas Agzela Karka, who had been the Shvas Kadon, all the Shvas. This is very interesting. What happens if I have a real estate claim against Ruvain, and I feel that Shimon and Levi have edus for me in that case, and then they go on and they swear that they do not know any edus about my real estate claim, but they're lying. Is that called firas mamon? Is that called negation of a monetary claim, or perhaps again, a monetary claim ultimately refers to what? The top one. Right? That's the shayla. So ultimately, again, that's the point of contention with Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Eliezer Chayavin. Rabbi Eliezer Chayavin. Rabbi Akiva ultimately again says that you are pater. The Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan Damar Hasan. Mashpia Ede Karka Filu Rabbi Eliezer. Tzurin Hacha Ma'ika Bein Rabbi Elazar Rabbi Akiva. But according to Rabbi Yochanan, who says that even Rabbi Eliezer agrees that the karka is subject to Shua Seidos, and therefore again it's considered to be denial of a monetary claim. Then ultimately again, according to Rabbi Eliezer, the Tur in the Hacha, which Rabbi Akiva says that there are cases where you are potter. Ma'ika, what is the point of the Ketchup Rabbi Eliezer Rabbi Akiva? Ikevenahu Ede Knas. Oh, very interesting. What happens again? I will say we saw this already in the Mishnah. What happens if Halacha L'Maisa, again, I say to Shimon and Levi, you know testimony about me. Reuben owes me money, but again, it's not Mammon, it's Knas. It's Knas. Is that, and let's say again, Reuben and Shimon swear that they don't know any testimony, but in fact, they really do know testimony. Is that called denial of a monetary claim? To which the Gemara says that will be the point of contention. Beautiful. Okay. Rabbi Yosef Levi, remember, we're just working our way through all of these shittas. Rabbi Yosef Levi Omer, but who ate Ora O Yada? The Eidos Hamis Kayamis Beriya below Yediya, will be Yediya below Riya Kasav Medaber. Well, so Yosef Levi says something very interesting. Rabbi Yosef Levi was much more focused on a little bit of a different point. And his point was the following. The pasuk uses the lashon, but who ate, right? Again, it's still like Shema Sa'idos. So the people I'm right, I go over to again in Shimon, Chevra, Shimon and Levi, you know testimony from me regarding my claim against Reuben. Now the pasuk is, but who ate, and you know, right, Shimon and Levi, no testimony, Ora O Yada. Ultimately, again, they saw, or they heard, or they knew. The Eidos Hamis Kayamis Beriya below Yediya. So Torah is highlighting the idea that there are one of two ways that Shimon and Levi can know testimony from you. Either with what we call Re'iyah below Yediyah, seeing something, by observing an event, even though what? You don't actually know the context of that event. I'm witnessing actions occurring, but I don't know the context of those actions, or Yediyah below Re'iyah, or knowing information but not having seen the actual transaction. Either one of those scenarios could create liability for Shmuas Ha'idus. So the Gemara says, let's analyze this. I'm going to read Papa Rabbi. So what is that Rabbi? Rabbi Yosef Levi, let's lay Rabbi. Rabbi Yosef Levi must not hold of Rav Acha. Now, what does Rav Acha hold? People look at Rashi. It's actually beautiful. Rashi is right across, pretty much right across. What does Rav Acha say? Let's say Rav Acha. Tidoim u'mechayiv b'didomi. Kigon gama ha'ocha bin ha'gmala u'mechayiv b'le'reid b'didomi. It's interesting. We're going to see essentially Rav Acha holds that you could create liability based on, I guess, what we would call today circumstantial evidence. So what does Rav Acha say? This is very interesting. The Sanya, Rav Acha says as follows: Gamo bein hagimolu. To this, if you have a camel is mating. Now ochar literally means kicking. Rashi says over here, ha'ochar boy paragla means kicking. But if you look at the rest of Rashi, Rashi says v'linira kishabali zatek lenekiva. So apparently, when camels mate, you get a little liberty. And what ends up happening? They end up the camels around them. Those around them, I don't know. I makes that. I don't know. Whatever is over there, like the Wikipedia, whatever. So before they kick. So the case of us listen to this. So come. So you have a camel that's mating, and therefore by definition it's kicking. And then what do you find afterwards? When the camel finishes mating, a dead camel met a mating camel. What's halacha? Biadua shazel hargo. Again, we know camel killed this camel. Do we know that the mating camel? No, circumstantially, we can put together a picture, right? Because again, there was a camel that was mating camels kick other camels, and then another camel is dead right in the proximity of the mating camel. So when you put this in, this is the position of Rabbi Acha. Rabbi Acha holds that you could create liability, financial liability, based on circumstantial evidence. Which the Gemara says, it's like Rabbi Acha, because what's the Gemara just suggesting that Yossi Haglili does not hold with Rabbi Acha. Because Yossi Haglili says you could create a liability with knowing something even if you didn't see it, or with seeing it even if you didn't know it. But according to Yossi Haglili, you need concrete information one way or the other, either by seeing the event even if you don't know the context, or by knowing context even if you didn't see the event. but circumstantial evidence would never be enough to create liability. Now, this is very interesting. The Gemara says, because if Rabbi Yossi really held it Rabbi Achla, that you can create financial liability based on circumstantial evidence, then the truth is you can even potentially create capital liability based on circumstantial evidence. What does this mean? The Gemara says, "Desanya, I'm Shimon Shatach." Shimon Shatach said the following. This is crazy. Arab ben Nechama. The Arab ben Nechama is like that. It's like a shvua. I swear. But it literally means I will not find consolation. I swear. Imno ra'isi echad sheratz achar chavei l'chormas. Listen to this. So Shimon Shatach said, I want to case that happened to me. I once saw Reuven running after Shimon. And what happened? They ran into a churba, right? They ran into a Reuven, which wasn't a why a Reuven. A Reuven is a place generally where you don't find other people. So that's the achar. Shimon Shatach said, so Shimon Shatach seen this whole thing. He sees Reuven running after Shimon. And I see obviously something's going on over here. See, so now Shimon Shatach runs after Reuven, who's running after Shimon. Now listen, I watch this. But that's the acharav. Umatzasi sayif biyado. Wow. And I come into the churba, I come into the ruin, and I see Reuven holding a sword in his hand, and there's blood dripping off the sword. The harod mefarfer, and Shimon is literally again like writhing. He's dying. He's in the throes of death over there. Amartilo. Here's what's fascinating. So what does Shimon and Shatach see? What does he see? He sees Reuven with a weapon that has blood on it, and Shimon dying on the ground. What didn't he see? He didn't see Reuven do anything to Shimon. Yeah, look what Shimon Shatach says. Amartilo said to Reuven, Russia, Reuven, who killed Shimon? Right? There's only one of two possibilities. Ani, Ata. Either you did it or I did it, and I know that I didn't do it. But Shimon Shatach says, Reuven, we both know that you killed Shimon. What can I do? I can't take that punishment from you. So this is fascinating. So Shimon Shatach says, what can I do? I'm an Eid Echad. They both say, now what's fascinating about this? Shimon Shatach says, so the reason I can't hold you to Beis Din is because I'm a singular witness. What can you infer from this? That if someone else was with Shimon Shatach, then what? They would have held them liable Beis Din. Now, what's fascinating about this? This is circumstantial evidence. It's circumstantial. No one saw the act. Yet, Shimon ben Shatach says, I believe that if there was someone else with me, this would have been enough to convict you of a capital crime. But what can I do? I'm an Eid Echad. Elo, hamakom yikarim mincha. HaKadosh Baruch Hu should exact punishment from you. Amru, they said, Lo zazu misham ad shenosh chonachash umes. Wow. So what happened? They did not leave there before a snake came, bit this guy, and this guy died. This guy died as a result of the snake bite. So we'll say it's incredible. So again, so just to trace our progression over here, right? Rabbi Yossi really is saying that Allah Chalamaisa for Shua say does either Re'iyah below Yediyah, which means you saw an event even though you don't know context, or Yediyah below Re'iyah. You know information even though you did not see the initial event. But you've got to have solid and concrete information. The Gemara just says, Rabbi Yossi really clearly doesn't hold like Rabbi, because Rabbi said that halacha l'maisa again in the case of the mating camel, you can create liability through circumstantial evidence. Not only that, the Gemara says, but by the way, if you hold like Rabbi, you can even hold Rav Shimon Shetach, because Shimon Shetach says you can even convict on circumstantial evidence, ultimately again in capital cases. And the only reason why he couldn't convict that guy Reuven was that Shetach wasn't Eid Echad, to which the Gemara says, even if you say that recently, you could find the case of Yediyah below Riyah, which means, remember, Yediyah below Riyah means I know facts, even I know information, concrete information, I did not witness the initial event. So you find a case like that out of Dinei Mamanis. You can find a case like that outside of Dinei Mamanis. So the Gemara says, Elo, for example, a case like that would be like Shimon Shetach case. Elo, Re'iyah below Yediyah Heikim Mishkachas Lo. But at the end of the day, we'll say, let's say in a capital case, can you ever based on, so it's an example ultimately again, Yediyah below Re'iyah, capital case. The Shemetach case is a perfect example of Yediyah below Re'iyah, right? I see Ruvain holding the sword. So clearly again, someone killed Shimon. Re'iyah, I did not, below Re'iyah, I didn't see Ruvain do it. But it looks like when you put 1 plus 1 together, it looks like I can come to the conclusion that Ruvain killed Shimon. But I will say, but in a case, how can you ever have a capital case of Re'iyah below Yediyah, right? How can you ever have that? So the Gemara says, because after all, Milo by Meda, Im Ovei Kochavim Harag, or Yisrael Harag. So remember again, because in a capital case, ultimately again, you have to have Yediyah. If you don't have Yediyah, then you can't convict. For example, you have to know who the victim was, right? It was ultimately, again, was it a Jew? Was it a non-Jew? Im Adam Treifa Harag, or Shalim Harag. Was the person a Treifa, right? Because most of you know the halacha is, technically speaking, if you kill a Treifa, right, which is someone who has some type of injury from which they are going to experience imminent death, then halacha says not liability for killing such a person like that. So halacha says you can't have a case without Yediyah. So Shlomi Rabbi Yosef really. So what do you see from here? You would think to come out from Rabbi Yosef really holds mashpi ede knas pater. That ultimately, again, if you give ede knas, and also now what that means is, if I go to witnesses and I claim to them, Hebra, Shimon and Levi, you know testimony benefiting me in a knas case against Ruvain, that ultimately, again, there's not liability for shuas ha'ibus in that case. These are like the chayiv, because if you would think that it's chayiv, you could find a case of Yediyah without Re'iyah, but Re'iyah below Yediyah. How can you have a case of Re'iyah without Yediyah? After all, Milo by Meda. In the case of Knas, I will say you have to know Nachris Baal, Bas, Sula Baal, Bas, Sula Baal, Bula Baal. They're going to say you case of Re'iyah without Yediyah, because if you don't have Yediyah, then you don't know whether or not actual Knas liability. So therefore, Allah hold that in the case of this. Okay, incredible. All right, we'll say so that we're not totally finished, but essentially what we've just really done is, besides Rav Shimon, we've gone through the first primary 3 opinions. Good. We'll say interesting case here. Yosef Rav Hamnuna Kamed Rav Yehuda. This is actually a great tomorrow. Rav Hamnuna was sitting in front of Rav Yehuda. Yosef Rav Yehuda. The Hamibari like Rav Yehuda was pondering the following case. Money misicha b'fnei ploni uploni. So what Rabbi will say. Here's the case. So I go ahead and I say to Ruvain, Ruvain, money misicha literally means I counted out a money to you. So what I'm really claiming is like this. Ruvain, I lent you $1,000. Right? I lent you $1,000 in front of Shimon and Levi. I'm a base. The Eidim Rowan also bachutz. Now let's say what happens to you up here. Shimon and Levi are standing outside. So we'll say, so this is a great case. Again, this is really what we would call Re'iyah B'Yediyah. So what happens? Shimon and Levi are standing outside. So what do Shimon and Levi see? What are they observing? I am putting $1,000 into Ruvain's hand. Now, what don't they know? Context. What is this? What is it? Is it a loan? Is it a gift? Am I repaying something to Ruvain? So what they see is objective fact. I am giving money to Ruvain. So the Eidim are outside. Now Rashi points out here from Rashi understands that Ruvain did not see the witnesses there, which we'll discuss in just a moment. Now Rashi says over here, look at Tosis. Tosis says he has to interpret it this way. Why? So Tosis just says, of course, the cases where they're outside. Because if they were inside, then what? Then it would be Re'iyah and Yediyah. So it has to be outside because that's when we come from no Yediyah. All right, anyway, I'm giving 1,000, so I'm counting everything. Witnesses see me doing it. Mine. So what is the halacha in such a situation like this? I'm going to leave it from you, Listen, 1 second. Let's back up. Just to understand the context over here, right? Rabbi Yehuda is saying over this case. Rav Hamnuna's sitting there, right? And so Rav Hamnuna says to Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi, can you tell me, like, what is the context of this case? Or specifically, what is Reuben claiming? Right? So I'm the one who gave Reuben $1,000. What is Reuben claiming? So the Gemara says, if Reuben says, what are you talking about? Silver, you never gave me $1,000. Then obviously we'll say, what is he? What is he? He's a certified liar. Because obviously there are witnesses that saw that I gave him $1,000. Right? So that can't be the case. If on the other hand, Reuben said, yes, Silver gave me $1,000. Do you know why? That was my money. That was my money. I lent it to him, or I deposited it by him, whatever it might be. So yes, I got $1,000 from him, but that was my money. And he also ate in my hobby. And in reality, what good do the witnesses do? Right? In other words, remember, the witnesses can't say yay or nay in that case, because all the witnesses saw was that I put $1,000 in Reuben's hand. If Reuben says, yes, I received $1,000 from Silver, but it was my money, then ultimately we have to believe him. So I said, he also aided my hobby. So ultimately, again, if aid didn't come in that context, so ultimately, again, what good do they do, right? In other words, halacha l'maisa, what have they really accomplished? So the Gemara says over here, this is actually quite fascinating. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. So my hobby, Amarle Hamuna at Alta. So the Yehuda says, oh, Hamuna utkizok, as they say. Excellent point. You are a good Talmud. Come into the yeshiva. This is almost like this was like the Faher. I say Yehuda was Faher in Rav Hamuna. So Yehuda liked the way that Rav Hamuna thought, the way he understood a sugya. He invites Rav Hamuna ultimately again to come into the yeshiva. Rashi says, Rav Hamuna ata ro'im likanis v'leis hamedrash she'ata machkim es rabcha. So this is actually quite beautiful. So Rabbi says, you come into the yeshiva, why? Because every Rebbe needs a Talmud like you. What's the job of a Rebbe? To teach and inspire his Talmud. And what's the job of a Talmud? To sharpen his Rebbe. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful. So therefore, Rabbi says, you come into the yeshiva. I will say, just by the way, as an aside, what do we do in a case like this? Because it's actually a really interesting case. I'm giving $1,000 to Reuben into his hand. We're standing outside. So they see Reuben $1,000. Obviously, my claim is, I lent Reuben $1,000. Reuben, you owe me money. Reuben's claim, or Reuben could claim that what? We're paying me back. Right? Or it was a gift. So what do you do in this case? It's actually interesting. So the Rabbi in the book was trying to make on. Perek Vav Halacha Bey says, "Ru Eden Shemana Lamos V'Lo Yadu Mayim." Exact case. So witnesses see me give you $1,000. Witnesses have no idea. So you're below Yudiyah. What's happening over here? I lent you $1,000 back to me. And Reuben claims, no, you were giving me a gift, or you were paying me back. So I'll say, we haven't seen this yet as Shuas Hasis, but we're going to see essentially Reuben swears, and he keeps the money. That's how he swears and he keeps the money. Now the Rambam writes, however, Amar lo hayu dvarim me'olam. Now if Reuben says no such thing ever happened, then obviously again, huchsak kafran. Then ultimately it's clear. One thing we know is that I did give him $1,000. But interestingly enough, halacha in this case, they would not prove or disprove Reuben's claim. Therefore, Reuben takes the shvuah, and Reuben is allowed to go ahead and take money. I will point out something very beautiful, that if you think about these two states, and it's actually very apropos in Isru Chag as well, life really fits into one of these two categories. There is Yediyah below Re'iyah, right? And I should say Re'iyah below Yediyah. I'll say most of life is Re'iyah below Yediyah. That's most of life. I see things, and I do not know the backstory to it. Right? 99% of our interpersonal interactions are Re'iyah below Yediyah. I see someone do something, and I catch a freeze frame of it, right? I was at a simcha. And after simcha, someone sent me a picture of me at the simcha. I was doing speeches, and I looked like I was like comatose, and the person, it was a funny person, said, you really should pay better attention during the speeches. I'm thinking to myself, it was relative. Let's say it was relative. So who was speaking and sent me a picture. Right? So I was testing because I was thinking again. I actually was paying attention. I was thinking, and it was so incredible because what's the Musa? The Musa is you could catch anyone in a freeze frame doing something or looking a certain way. That's just the way that it is. I catch anyone in that moment. So much of life is re'iyah below yediyah. I see someone do something. I have no idea about the context. Even sometimes you hear someone say something, and maybe it's a little jarring or upsetting. You don't know what is happening in that person's life, about what the rest of the context of that is. There's so much of life knowing what you saw something, but you have absolutely no idea about the backstory to all of this. On the other hand, there's also Yediyah below Re'iyah. I was like, what's Yediyah below Re'iyah? Shavuos, right? Shavuos is Yediyah below Re'iyah. Ultimately, I know that there are certain things that are true in this world, even though I have not seen them. I believe that Aku gave us the Torah. No, I did not see my neshama was at Sinai, but these eyes didn't see them. But it's okay. I have Yediyah without Re'iyah. I believe in HaKadosh Baruch Hu with all of my heart that He choreographs and shapes every single moment of my past, present, and future. Sometimes I'm not able to see it. But just because you can't see it means I don't know it. So I need ultimately again to believe in Re'iyah, below Yediyah for my baby Adam Lechavero, and I need Yediyah Re'iyah, ultimate for my baby Adam Lemakom. Incredible. Let's go back there. Says the Gemara. Some more good keys. Oh, sluggish. So I got Maskitla. No, that's cute. Haru. What's that great case over here? Haru the Amrle Lechavre. Money means to the Chabad San Amazet. Listen to this. I go to Rebbe. Rebbe, I lent you $1,000, and by the way, I'm cementing my claim by saying I lent you $1,000, and I'm going to tell you the exact location where the loan took place. I lent it to you by this particular pillar, right? Pillar A. The Gemara says, so lo avarti tzad amud zeh. The amud zeh. And what happens? And Reuben says, I was talking about, I've never been by that pillar. Never even been there. So it's also trace Saudi Asilisht in my mitzad amud zeh. Witnesses show up and they say, Reuben, we saw you, right? We saw you were there, and mamish like public pleasure, right? No one likes that, right? So what happens? We saw you urinate over there by that pillar. So what I see now, obviously, what over here is with a prop, right? Reuben said he's never been by that pillar. Witnesses now place him by that pillar. So what do you do with this? Orange Shlogish was the kafir. So okay, he's a liar. He's a liar. Obviously, Reuben is a liar. We'll say once he's a liar, obviously now again, that just to point out, that doesn't automatically mean that he's liable $1,000 to me, right? Because remember, again, it's not like witnesses are saying, we saw you urinating and borrow money from Silver at that same pillar. He's very talented, right? At the same time, in other words, all what they're doing is they are eroding his credibility, right? Because he said he's never been by this. They say, yes, you have. And you actually have a very personal connection with this pillar, right? But Lamaisa, so Orange is saying, what's the kafan? We've established Reuben as a liar. Okay. So Maskil Nachman says, no. Hai Dina Parsa. Nachman says, that is a Persian ruling. No offense to anyone, right? That is a Persian ruling. What does it mean, a Persian ruling? So that was a disparaging term when you did something nonsensical. You did something that didn't make any sense. Such a Persian ruling. Right? So again, it was a reference ultimately against something that made absolutely no sense. After all, the Gemara says, is ruling actually saying that he was never in his life by that church? That's not what it means. What it means is the exact amalek. In this interaction, you're claiming you lent me money, you lent me $1,000 by this pillar. I was never by this pillar during this interaction. I don't know, maybe I fished there before, but like I've never been there by this circumstance over here, right? It's never happened before. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says therefore that's the one I'm going to over here. Which Lakish holds that halacha l'maisa again, he's a liar because his claim actually was I was never there. So Rabbi Nachman says that halacha l'maisa again, What he just means is he was never there during this transaction. But he doesn't mean to say he was never there at all. So you can have an alternate version of this. So same case. I say to Ruvain, $1,000 by this pillar. In this case over here, so if you notice in this version a little bit different. What does Ruvain claim? I have never in my life been by this pillar. So so witnesses came and say, Reuben, you urinated by this pillar. So I'm not going to hook the kafir. I'm not going to say he's a liar. He's a liar. I'm going to Rav says I'm not going to know. It's actually a very important cloud. We find in many different places in Halacha. Literally translated, anything that a person doesn't have to remember, he doesn't remember, right? Anything that I'm not obligated to keep on my mind, often I'll do it, but dafka that I remember it. So Moshe, this is actually very profound. If I don't have to remember it, I don't remember it. So therefore, because a person need not keep an accounting of all the places where they urinated, right? Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, we assume a person does not remember that. And therefore, if halacha l'maisa, a person does remember urinating in a particular place, that is not indicative that they are not telling you the truth. We will say, by the way, there's a trend that's supposed to haskell in this as well, that we remember the things that are important for us to remember. And if we don't remember things generally, that is indicative it wasn't important. That's sometimes, if it happens to maybe you missed it, or perhaps anniversary, or perhaps some other important life cycle date, and perhaps someone else in your life maybe got very upset, and you're like, well, 1 second, but what about the other 364 days a year where I remembered everything? So again, perhaps if you've ever been in a situation, you will know that argument doesn't really hold water. And the truth is, there's merit to the argument. There's merit to the anger, I should say. Because at the end of the day, again, we remember the things that are important for us to remember. And if we don't remember something, that is a good indicator that it does not rank in high importance in our lives. Incredible. All right, we'll say no. We'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach. Right back on track. Right back on track. Right. Don't look ahead. Don't do whatever you do. Don't do the debate. You're going to be fine. It moves quickly. Tomorrow's that moves a lot faster than this one. Check a little site. All right, thank you, everyone.
The fact that he really thinks he's a celebrity. He really thinks that. He's insane. He doesn't get recognized. Nobody cares. No, he would go around to LA, nobody cared. And now in Boston, it's special.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Good Tavach. A good Nerv Yom Tov. A schos to begin another week of Maseches Shavuos together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for the year, Tafshin Pei Hey, the Tilsa Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shurim and Drashos this year as a zichus for Besoros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Sivan Abavin Latova, Stephen Parizin, for dedicating all the Shiurim and Drashos this month in loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris Zin Dvorah Bas Rabbi Yisrael Yoel Zikron Lebracha. And their Dafyomi sponsors for today, Yehuda Bracha Bopolter, Mazel Tov on the bris of their grandson, born to their children, Nachum and Leah Rivka. Mand, Mazel Tov, Rabbi Yehuda, the name, Asher Zelig, Emeretz Hashem, Ze'akatan Gadol Yiyah, Shem Shenichnas Lebriski, Kainz Lechotorah, Lechopo, Lemaisim Tobin. Mazel Tov. And we'll say with that, let us begin. As always, we dedicate our learning in the schus of our precious hostages. May HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Hashem, bring them home. The Shalom and the Karav, and the schus of our holy soldiers, may they be successful. B'chol Maaseh Yedei. So we'll say, let us be a great sugi ahead of us today. Today's daf is Lamed Aleph. And Rabbi Richter got onto the top of Lamed Aleph, once again making me look bad every single Shabbos. But all right, fine. But we're going to pick up Emeretz Hashem on Lamed Amud basis. I want to start the sugya. So, just in a complete way, picking up 5 lines up from the bottom. Tanrabanan. So Gemara says as follows. So Lamed Amud 30b Tanrabanan. Tanrabanan Minayin L'Dayin. Shelo Yasa Sanigor Medivara. This is a very profound Gemara. How do we know? If you look at Rashi, what does it mean? Sanigor, Lashon of Sanigor is a defense. How do we know that a dayan should not defend his position? Everyone said, what does that mean? It sounds like a dayan should defend his position. So Rashi HaKodesh says, about 8 lines up in the bottom, in Dan Din, V'libo Nokfo. Let's say a judge adjudicated a case, and his heart is, Libo Nokfo literally means, it literally means like his heart is beating. What it means is he feels uncomfortable with his legal decision. Lomar Shutoa, his heart's telling him, you know what, there's something that's not right about this. Lo Yaksik. He shouldn't try to judge his position because he is embarrassed to recant. Rather, what should he do? He should endeavor to try to adjudicate the case correctly. I will say this is a profound Gemara, because this is not something that judges not alone deal with, but this is all of us deal with this. Right? We encounter situations like this all the time, where I position, right? I argue a particular approach, and I know in my heart that it's really not right. I know that it's not right. So let's say 9 out of 10 times, what do we do? Right? We double down. Like I overcompensate to show ultimately again that I'm incorrect. I said that I'm correct. I overcompensate. Instead of having the humility, you know what? I was on the Gemara Masechah Shabbos says the hardest words for a person to say, is Amy Yodea. I don't know. Even harder than I don't know is I'm wrong. That's fact. To teach your tongue to say Amy Yodea, it's hard. So Gemara says there are times in life where although I've taken a position, deep down I know the position is wrong. So how does the Gemara say, how do you know? Find the courage to say you were wrong instead of doubling down and cementing a flawed approach. How do I know? So the Gemara says, Midvar Sheker Tirchak. Ultimately, again, distance yourself from Sheker. How do we know that a dayan should not have an unworthy student in front of him? Now, again, I will say the idea over here is because even the dayan should talk things out with someone. So how do I know if the person the dayan is talking things out with is not a worthy individual? Once again, it's going to corrupt the outcome. Tamalomar, midvar sheker tirchak. Distance yourself from sheker. The most you can notice over here, the common denominator in all of these things is these are situations where, again, is it overt sheker? Having an unworthy student in front of you is overt sheker? No, but it could lead to wrong things. So how do we know that if a dayan knows that one of the other judges is a gazlan, or a witness knows that his fellow witness is a gazlan, how do we know that you should not combine with that, right? You should not sit on a beis din with such a person, or should not sit and form a testimonial unit with a person. Talmud Omar, midvar sheker tirchak. Ultimately, again, distance is sufficient. Now, what's the chiddush over here? The chiddush over here is that, let's say, a witness, I know that I'm saying the truth, and then my fellow witness is saying the truth. So there's no sheker occurring over here. And I want to say it's quite fascinating because we recognize, the halacha always recognizes the idea that all of us are made up of multiple parts, and some of those parts are good, some of those parts are not good, right? No one is an absolute. But still, when it comes to judgment, I can't participate in the judicial, whether it's in the capacity of a judge or the capacity of a witness. I know that the other people involved are dishonest. I can't. It just corrupts the entire thing. Midvar sheker tircha. Good. I'm sorry. Good. Minayim dayan yodea b'din shumeruva. So we'll say, how do I know that if a dayan knows that the legal proceedings are corrupted? Shelo yomar hoyo v'ayit me'idin so listen to this. How do I know that a judge didn't say the following? The judge said that the legal proceedings are that something is not right over here. What he says is not my problem. Like the witnesses are in their testimony, and if there's fallout because what they're saying is false, it's on them. How do we know that a judge shouldn't say that? Talmud Omar, midbar sheker tirchak. Distance yourself from sheker. I will say this is so profound because what this case is highlighting over here is the not my problem approach. Right? I'm involved in something. I know that the process is not good. I know that the outcome is not good. And sometimes in life it is so easy to say, you know what, it's not my problem. I'm a judge. There's a process. There are witnesses over here. They're going to say what they're going to say. If they check out, they check out. And if there's a problem, it's on their head. It's not true. If you're involved in some way, it's your problem. You know, this is from the Rothschild. The Rabbi said that in this world, we don't see that Hashem didn't want us to see. There's nothing we don't hear that Hashem didn't want us to hear. And if we see it and if we hear it, it's because HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants us to do something about it. So often in life we see broken situations, but we say, okay, not my problem, not my problem. If it wasn't your problem, you wouldn't have seen it. If it wasn't your problem, you wouldn't have heard it. If you're there, if you're present, and now you're knowledgeable, it's HaKadosh Baruch Hu saying, it is your problem. Try to do something to remedy it. Incredible. How do we know that if the student is sitting before his Rabbi and the student sees some type of schos, he sees not a benefit, what's the word? A raya, a proof, yeah, is a better word. Okay, he sees something that would slant the judgment in the direction of the army, and would be involved, would indict the usher. How do we know that the student should not be quiet? So here, this is a different kind of case. What this about over here is essentially a student is always obligated to be deferential to his Rabbi. But how do I know that over here, if I'm deferential and I'm silent, that could lead ultimately again to perversion of justice? So how do I know that in that type of situation I shouldn't be silent and I should speak up even in front of my Rabbi? Incredible. So how do I know if I see my Rabbi making a mistake in halacha, in judgment? Shelo Yomar, I shouldn't say, Amtin lo achig moreno. So you know what? I'm going to write till my Rabbi passes the psak halacha, and then the astirena ve'avnena mishali. Then I'll deconstruct the ruling, and I'll reconstruct it with my own logic. And this will be my rising. This will be my rising to prominence. Talmud Lomar midvar sheker tircha. So let's say. So again, what's fascinating over here is in the previous case, what the Gemara was highlighting was the idea that midvar sheker tircha says, even though there's a normal code of conduct, and a Talmud should not go ahead and contradict his Rabbi. If the Talmud sees a potential perversion of justice, the Talmud has an obligation to stand up. In this case over here, what's occurring in this case? In this case is the Talmud says, I'm going to speak up, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait till the psak din is delivered. Then I'm going to add in all of my fancy lumdus. I added my drishas v'chakiras. And then I'm going to go ahead and have my Rebbe's din overturned. I'll be the spiritual hero, and I'll become known through my name. So the Gemara says, this is fascinating. This is midbar sheker when it comes to ego. A lot of times when it comes to fueling the ego, we engage in practices that are not false. They're not false, but they're not good. They're not good. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, be very careful when it comes to your ego that you don't engage in practices that are really not correct. This is incredible. So how do we know? The Rebbe, in this case, the Rebbe is speaking to the Talmud, and the Rebbe says like this. My Talmud, you know about me. You know, so the Talmud, the Rebbe says to the Talmud, you know my Talmud, I'm very honest. I'm very honest. Even if somebody gave me, $1 million, I would not go ahead and pervert the truth. So the Rebbe says to the Talmud, here's my problem. What's my problem? I lent Reuben $1,000, and I only have one witness to testify to this. So what is the Rebbe essentially asking the Talmud? Would you mind just going ahead and combining with this other 8 echad, so that now I have 2 eidim to extract the money? There's only one problem, one little itty-bitty problem, which is what? The Talmud has no first-hand knowledge of this loan. But the Rebbe is saying is, you know me, and I would never lie about something like this. So I'm asking you essentially to trust my credibility and essentially combine with this 8 echad. So the Gemara says, Talmud Lomar, midvar sheker tircha. Therefore, the party says, no, midvar sheker tircha. The Gemara says, midvar sheker tircha, nafka, ha badai shakuri kama shakri. Rachmana amar lo sana bereacha, 8 shaker. So the Gemara says, this is not midvar sheker tirchak. This is what? This is false testimony. This is false testimony. Essentially, again, my Rabbi is asking me to testify about a loan for which I have no first-hand knowledge. He's asking me to combine with another witness for testimonial purposes. Again, on both sides, but they are still dishonest. They're still dishonest. This case is overt lying. So the Gemara says, no. Ela kigon da'arele badei chad sahada isli v'ta'atovum hasam v'lo v'lo mi. The Gemara says, listen to this. What is my Rabbi asking me? Rabbi says, listen, I have one witness that I lend $1,000. Here's what I want you to do. I don't want you to say anything. I just want you to come to Beis Din and stand next to that other Eid Echad. Just stand next to him. He's going to do all the talking. First white line. You don't have to say a word. I'm not asking you to say a word. Now, what is Matt essentially asking me to do? What is he asking me to do? He's asking me to provide the appearance of being an Eid. Showing up in Beis Din, standing next to that other Eid Echad, even though the other Eid Echad is going to, he's going to do all the talking. I'm not saying anything. My is just the presumption of Eid. So the Gemara says, so again, really all I'm doing is I'm showing up in Beis Din. I'm talking witness. I don't have a talking part. I'm not saying anything. But obviously, my presence is creating presumption that there's a second Eid involved here. The Gemara says, don't do it midvar sheker tirchak. Incredible. Next, minayin. Listen to this. I lend my friend $1,000. Shalomar et aeno b'masayim kidei shiyodeli b'moneh v'yischai shua v'agalgel alav shua v'akamach. Say, this is great. Listen to this. I lend Ruben $1,000. Lend $1,000. To say like this. Okay, I know Ruben's going to give me back my money. I know that. But here's the issue. I have another outstanding matter against Ruben that he denies, and I was never able to impose a shvua upon him. So here's what I'm going to do. Because it's actually a great chap. I'm going to go to Beis Din, right? I'm the lender. I'm going to go to Beis Din. I'm going to say, Ruben, you owe me $1,000. What is Ruben going to say? What is Ruben going to say? I only owe you $1,000. Do we call that? Motivates us. Partial admission. What's the halacha by partial admission? Shvua. Now we'll say whenever someone is taking a shvua in Beis Din, there's a concept called Gilgul Shvua. Gilgul Shvua says is essentially once you're already swearing, we're going to roll in a whole bunch of other stuff that normally would not warrant its own oath. So this is my chap. I need Ruben to take a shvua about a different scenario, which for whatever the reason couldn't generate this own shvua. So I'm going to come into Beis Din, make a fraudulent claim. Now again, I'm not really trying to collect $2,000. I'm just collecting my $1,000. What I'm trying to do over here is create a scenario through which Ruben is going to be obligated to take a shvua. So how do we know again that this is not appropriate? Midvar sheker tirchak. Okay, incredible. Listen to this. How do I know? I lent right. Let's reverse it. Ruben lent me $1,000. Now Ruben's coming into Beis Din claiming that he owes me $2,000. Now, sorry, that I owe him $2,000. Now again, what Ruben's motivation is? Let's say Ruben really thinks only was for $2,000. So I say like this. If I admit that I owe him $1,000, then what? I'm going to be tied to what? Instead, what am I going to do? Listen to this. Shelo Yomar Ach Beis Din. I'm going to be called. Now, what's the halacha if you're called? What's the halacha if you totally deny the obligation? There's no. Then you're pata. You're pata. So my halacha is I'm going to totally deny anything. I owe him nothing. But I'll give him the $1,000 outside of Beis Din. So let's say in this case, so whereas in the previous case the lender playing games, over here it's the borrower playing games, right? So I'm the borrower, I borrowed $1,000. Ruben goes into the base and says that I owe him $2,000. My chapa was like this. I know that if I admit that I owe him $1,000, I'm going to admit us. Then I have to take a shua, and then he can roll in a show from everywhere else. I say like this, you know what? I'm going to deny the claim. I'm just going to deny the claim. Now again, I'm not trying to not pay back Ruben. I'm going to deny the claim. I'll pay him $1,000 outside of Beis Din, but I'm not going to go ahead and admit anything in Beis Din. That way I avoid the whole shvua. So the Gemara says, how do you know you shouldn't do this? Talmud Lomar, midbar sheker tircha. So we'll say, you see the common denominator in all of these cases is midbar sheker tircha says, don't try to manipulate the system. Again, which as I will say, in all these cases, a person is using the halachic system for their own gain, for their own benefit. The Gemara says, don't do that. That's midbar sheker tircha. Next, great cases also. Although again, there are great these cases are really great to manipulate the system if you're looking at the system. There's 3 people lent a money to Reuven. So let's say again, Reuven, Shimon, and Levi all lent me a money, and the issue over here is no extracted. So perhaps the easiest way for them to extract it is for the 3 to become 2 groups. One of them becomes the lender. Witnesses, now they can all show up in Beis Din. 2 of them are witnesses, they can extract money like that from maybe Achloku. Now both say, now remember again, the reason why is that false? Because again, they're not witnesses. All 3 are lenders. And halacha is that a lender, any party to a transaction, cannot be the witness on the transaction. But they figure over here, it's easier, let one of them be the lender, the other 2 be the witnesses, and it's shouting like that. Talmud Lomar, midbar sheker tircha. Therefore, once it says, distance yourself from falsehood, so there's nothing cases. How do you know that the 2 people come to Beis Din? The Echad Lavush X Basmei Amana. They say, now watch this. Reuven and Shimon show up in my Beis Din. And what happens? So Reuven is dressed in rags. Shimon wearing the highest, beautiful clothes. This is where it says, you say to Shimon, the wealthy guy, here's your choice. Either dress Reuven like your dress, in other words, opera outfit, or you dress like him. In other words, that halacha l'maisa, both litigants have to be dressed in the same way. Talmud Lomar, midbar sheker tircha. Therefore, the pasuk says, distance yourself from sheker, which Rabbi says is a profound idea. What's the yesod of this gemara? So Rabbi said the yesod of this gemara is we absolutely judge a book by its cover. This is so important. We like to say, people like to think that they're not judgmental. It's false. We're all judgmental. We're highly judgmental. Someone was into my Dalit Amis, I had him sized up by the way they dress, by the present, by the way they talk. And if someone tells you they don't do that, they are lying. They are lying. We all do it. It is the reflexive judgmentite that each of us possesses. Now, the avoda then is to kind of unwrap that afterwards, right? Now I do that. The goal is, okay, I want to get to know you. I want to get to see you. But it is very important to understand that is the reflex. And I will say, by the way, it's not a bad. Why is it not a bad thing? Why is it not a bad thing? It's part of the most important and innate things, or which what was given us, which is self-preservation, right? We assess everyone. I'm always on the lookout for things that are threats to me. That's the part, which is good. Otherwise, I'm always on the alert for things like that. So therefore, again, by definition, anything comes into our Dalit Amis, we're always assessing. That's how we can assess a threat. That's how we can assess friend or foe. So by definition, this is how we see the world, and it is so incredibly important that we are judgmental. We size people up within the first 30 seconds as to how they look, how they dress, how they talk. So for the Gemara says, even great Rabbanim do this. So you come into Beis Din, just know, Beis Din is going to see 2 guys. One is well dressed, and one looks like a schmuck. Beis Din is going to form their perceptions of these people and their case within the first couple of seconds in the presentation. Therefore, neither litigant should have an unfair advantage over the other. So you say to the wealthier of the 2, you have the choice, right? Because the poor guy doesn't really have much wardrobe choice. So at the end of the day, your choice is either you go ahead and just like the pauper, or you for a nice outfit. Okay, incredible. You want to give up. Also, coming to which means when litigants to come up for Rabbi, Rufi was Mekaifu, the toast how then take off your shoes, and then come to this. Again, people came in with different types of, right? So the nice, again, in order that no one should look more frustrated than the other, people would take off footwear, and then they would come in for dinner. Incredible. Now in the dining, so Yishma Devei Baldin Chader Kodim Sheva Baldin Chader Lidin. So we'll say Baldin Chader. So how do we know that halacha l'maisa again? What about so Reuben and Shimon are front faced in? So let's say Reuben gets there early. How do we know that the dining should not enter Reuben, right? They should not engage in any type of conversation about the Torah before she gets there. Talmud Lomer, Midbar Sheker Tircha. Incredible, makes sense. So now, by the way, so again, if you notice, that this Midbar has very wide application. Okay, so again, you see it really applied in multiple ways. So in respect, Midbar Sheker Tircha means don't manipulate the system, which was like a lot of the cases you saw beforehand. I should say we started out this morning with Midbar Sheker Tircha means if you know something to be untrue, no matter how much time you invested in that shita, in that particular position, be courageous enough to go ahead and walk away from something, even though you've invested a lot of time in building it up, but if you know that it's untrue, find the courage to walk away from it and find the courage to gravitate towards truth. Then we got into a whole bunch of cases of manipulating the system in order to go ahead and create a reality that you want, even though again the manipulation itself is not really true. In the last case, it's about giving a fair advantage to one of the litigants, right? If they're dressed differently, different footwear, speaking to one litigants before the other. That's something about Sheker Tircha. Gemara says, Rav Kahana must, I'm sorry, Talon Midah Sheker Tircha. Minayin Baldin, Shoyatin Dvarov, L'dayin Kodim Shiyavo Baldin Chavero. So this is very interesting. So in the previous case, the Gemara was talking to the dayan. So judge, do not listen to one of the parties before the other part gets there. Midbar Sheker Tircha. Now the Gemara says, talking to the litigants, how do you know that halacha l'maisa, if the other party is not there, you should not start to the judge about your case? So the Gemara says, litigant, how do you know that you should not begin to put forward your case before the judge, before the other litigant gets there? Talmud Lomar, Midbar Sheker Tircha. Rav Kahana had a different drasha. He said, Milo sisa, lo sasi. So both says, remember again, the pasuk is lo sisa, shema shav. Right, so literally again, do not go ahead and take Hashem's name in vain. So kind of darshan of lo sasi. Lo sasi means do not place. This is the prohibition upon litigants not to corrupt the judicial process. In other words, there's two different prohibitions over here. A dayan is not to hear one litigant before the other, and the litigants are not permitted to start putting forward their case until they are both assembled for the adjudication of the case. Incredible. Lo told us Hamov. So wasn't that actually a pretty incredible Gemara as well. So Marva quotes the pasuk from Yechezkel. So a person did not do good in their nation. Who is that? So what's this? The Gemara darshan this to mean inappropriate practices. So who's not engaged in good behavior, Rav Amar Zeh Hava Baharsha. Our said this is actually very interesting. If you look at Rashi says over here, Rashi is very close in Tosos Rabbanon. Very close to Rashi. Zeh Baharsha, Umisaber Alriv Lo, Shem Arishon Noach Lo. Is very interesting. Okay, so apologies in advance to the lawyers. So listen, the Gemara says Barsha means someone who lawyers up. Someone who has the right, who comes and they have a lawyer representing them in the Din Torah. What about a lawyer? So what's interesting is that the Gemara is more interested in the resolution than lawyers. All right? A lawyer is a third party who's been brought in. And why was the lawyer brought in? Why was he brought in? Why? To win. So because he's brought in to win, Therefore, again, a lawyer often has very little reason to settle, as opposed to litigants, because they're going to remember again also if there's a judgment between two people. Often what that can mean is those two people had a relationship with each other. So because there's a pre-existing relationship, they may be more predisposed to ultimately settle. So, but again, if Ruben's bringing in a lawyer, the lawyer again may be coming to play hardball. The lawyer, right, may be coming to win, and he doesn't necessarily have a pre-existing relationship with the other litigant. So therefore, the Gemara just says it's interesting that the Gemara understands over here. What does it mean? A person didn't do good in his nation. This is someone who brings in a lawyer. Brings in a lawyer because now what you've done is you've pretty much negated any possibility of compromise, and instead of created potentially a more litigious situation. I would say, obviously, just understand. The Gemara, of course, understands that there are times where, of course, a person needs representation, and a person needs someone else to help guide them in the proceedings. What are we talking about over here? It is in a situation where, let's say, it's nice where people make complicated situations more complicated. And at the end of the day, there's a way to resolve disputes, and there's a way to navigate this, and there's a way to walk into a basin with another Jew, and to go ahead and settle things in the sense of Yashvas. So if you complicate it in a more situation, that's not good. Obviously, there are situations where the case is too complicated. I can't navigate it on my own. Okay, so Chazal are not faulting someone for bringing in an expert who can help you navigate it. But he must fault you is taking a complicated situation, that's sometimes an unforgivable offense. Shmuel says, this is interesting. So Shmuel says, what does it mean you didn't do good? It's someone who buys a field whose ownership is contested. Don't buy contested property. Don't buy contested property, right? Because if you do so, ultimately, again, you're just looking for trouble. Incredible. All right, we'll say that brings to a close our Midrash Sheker Chirfat Sudya. Absolutely incredible. Next, in the Haggis Elabru Yinahai. So let's just remember again. The topic of our parish so far is Shvua Saidus, right? We're talking about Shvua, right? The testimony, the oath about testimony. Again, we'll see actually in the next Mishnah how this oath is actually administered. But the Ma'aser in the Mishnah said it only applies, Shvua Saidus only applies to people who can give testimony. La Fugemai. So what does this come to exclude? Papa, La Fuge comes to exclude a king. Now, this is actually very interesting that that a king, the Melech Yisrael, is permitted to testify and not permitted, or is he permitted to testify and no one is permitted to testify about him. It's coming to exclude the gambler. Ultimately, and we saw this in the second Sanhedrin, is excluded ultimately from testimony. He's pasal eidos. So when it says so when it says that the gambler is excluded, certainly a king is excluded. And why is that? So again, she points out over here, he is the gambler. Why is he excluded? Why is he excluded from eidos? So again, the Gemara said that he's Eino Osik Yeshuva Shalom. He does nothing beneficial for humanity. Now, to point out over here, this is not the guy who goes on a brotherhood trip to Atlantic City. Remember those days, right? So this is talking about the career gambler, right? This is a guy who his parnasa ultimately again is giving. So the Chazal felt about such an individual like this, Sheina Osek Yeshuva Shalom. He contributes nothing positive to the world. So such a person like that, just was like that, has zero credibility. Zero credibility in the eyes of halacha. So understand that psul is a drabanan. The psul of a melech, right, that a king can't go ahead and give testimony or be testified about, that ultimately again is a daraisa. If you look at Rashi says Kol Shekin Melech Midaraisa Lo Chazi. A king is disqualified from anything to do with testimony midaraisa. Why? So the Pasuk says, place upon yourself a king. His fear has to be upon you. So everyone wants to listen to this. Therefore, because the fear of the king has to be upon you, therefore what? No one is giving testimony against the king. Right now, if you can't be testified against, it also means that what? you also can't testify, right? In other words, those are we'll see actually that those are corollary concepts. If someone can't give testimony against you, then you have no ability to give testimony for or against anyone else. So therefore, if you're going to say the Mesachim Kokovia, the gambler, can't give Shvuas Eidos, it can't be on Shvuas Eidos, that's going to be Rabbanon. So if that's true, then certainly applies to a king who is Daraisa. But ultimately, again, the one who disqualifies the king from Shvuas Eidos, and perhaps again, Mesachim Kokovia is only on the ground. So ultimately, again, Midaraisa is totally kosher. He would be fit ultimately again for Shvuas Eidos. So I'll say, have to see that Halamaisa, we pass next, right? Both the king. Now the king is precluded Midaraisa. Place the king upon you. The reverence and fear of the king has to be upon you. Has to be upon you. As a result, the king can't testify, and the king can't be testified again. There's complete, almost like judicial immunity. Now, again, it does not mean that the king is above the law, right? There is a recourse that the Sanhedrin has against the king, but just stop a person to give eidos against the king, or the king to give eidos against the person, ultimately does not occur. But Musaki Bukubin is also precluded from Shvuas Eidos because he excluded from eidos. That's right. B'fnei days and shor b'fnei days. So the Gemara says, so now remember again, we had machlokes in the Mishnah between Rabbi Meir and the Chachamim. And the machlokes in the Mishnah between Meir and the Chachamim was really about the following case. Rabbi Meir held that whether or not you're taking the Shvuas Eidos right yourself, or ultimately again you are doing it b'piachir, someone else is adjuring you, Rabbi Meir says it has to be done b'fnei beis din. Right, b'fnei beis din. Chachamim said if you're taking the Shvuah through someone else, then it has to be in beis din. Otherwise, if it's of your volition, you can do it beis din itself. So the Gemara says, what are they arguing about? So this is actually quite fascinating. What are they arguing about? The Gemara says, but don't know. Okay, so we'll talk this out for just a second. We're going to see that Shvuas Eidos is actually learned out from Shvuas HaPikadon. Now, we have not learned about Shvuas HaPikadon just yet. But essentially, Shvuas HaPikadon is like this. I entrust something with Reuven. I give Reuven a Pikadon. Pikadon means that I'm giving to Reuven for safekeeping. Reuven claims something happened to the Pikadon. He lost the Pikadon was stolen. There's something called the Shvuas HaPikadon where I could make Reuven swear about the Pikadon. Okay, like I said, we haven't learned about it yet. We're going to see it. We're going to see now that Shvuas Eidos is derived from Shvuas HaPikadon. Now, whenever you learn something out from something else, right? So in this case, so let's say I'm deriving B from A. Let's say through a Gzeir Shava. So now we'll say there is a fundamental exegetical machlokes. What's the exegetical machlokes? When you learn out B from A, so how does that mean would work? So there's what's called Don Mina Umina, which means learn out B from A, and therefore B will take on all of the qualities of A. Or there's Don Mina Ba'oki Ba'asra, which means learn out B from A, but after you learn out the original halacha B from A, then all the other qualities should be derived from B. Okay, that's the machlokes. We're going to see it now inside. So here we go. So Rameir holds Don Mina Umina. So Rameir holds out essentially Shvuas Eidos from Pikadon and learn out all of the elements Shvuas Eidos from Pikadon. Don Mina Umina. Here we go. So the Gemara says, Mi Pikadon, it's Mochayiv. So what says ultimately again, just like by Pikadon, if a person takes a Shvuas HaPikadon of their own volition, ultimately again the chayiv. In other words, the shvur works. At eidos mushma mipi atzmo chayiv. So too in a shvuas eidos, if a person takes their own shvuas eidos, not in the presence of beis, then it works. The Gemara says, "Umina." Furthermore, learn it out from Pikadon. Pikadon bein bebeis din at eidos bein bebeis din bein shalom. So too shvuas eidos ultimately again can be in beis din or out of beis din. Beautiful. So we'll say so that's Rabbi Meir. That's Rabbi Meir. Rabbanon Sabi. Rabbanon will say Don Mina Ba'oki Basra, right? Which again literally learn out Shvuas HaPikadon. Shvuas Eidos from Pikadon, But then again, learn out the rest of the halachas of Shua Sa'idos. How so? Not Pikadon Mushpa Mipi Atzmo Chayiv, just like Pikadon, ultimately again, if the Shomer takes the Shvua on his own, right, on his own, he's Chayiv. Af Eidos Mushpa Mipi Atzmo Chayiv. So the Shua Sa'idos, if you take the Shvua on your own, you will be Chayiv. Va'oki Ba'asra, but then establish the halacha again by Shvua Sa'idos. Ma'mushma Mipi Achirim Bebezdin, just like by Shvua Sa'idos, right? If you take the Shvua Mipi Achirim, it has to be in Bezdin. In Shalom Bezdin Lo, Mushma Mipi Atzmo, the Bezdin in Shalom Bezdin Lo. So to again, so just like by Shvua Sa'idos, if you're being adjured by others, the Shvua must be in Bezdin, and if it's outside of Bezdin, it won't work. So too, if you're taking the Shvua on your own, the Shvua only works if you're taking it ultimately again in Beis Din. Outside of Beis Din, it won't work. That's the position ultimately again of the Rabbanon. Shalom Beis Din Lo. Good. So on the base, Papa. Someone says 1 second. Imi Pikadon Gemirila. So Papa says, I'm not sure that that's correct. If we're learning all this out from Pikadon, so I'm sorry. Papa. Imi Pikadon Ramadi Rabbanon. To Kuli Amalo Pli, the Don Mina Umina. Everyone agrees that if you're learning out Shvua Sa'idos from Pikadon, that the way to learn that out is learn out all of the elements of Shvua Sa'idos from Pikadon. Hello, what's the logic of the Rabbanon? Because let's remember again, what is the point of contention over here? The point of contention over here is in the following case. In there, right? The Rabbanon hold the point of contention over here is when you are mushbar v'yacher, if someone else is adjuring you to take the Shvua Sa'idos, does that Shvua have to happen in Beis Din or not? The Rabbanon say, again, if you're taking the Shvua on your own, even outside of Beis Din is fine. If you're taking the Shvua adjured by others, only in Beis Din, not out of Beis Din. Rabbi Meir, on the other hand, holds no matter how you're taking your Shvua Sa'idos, it's got to be in Beis Din. That's the machlokes over here. So now the Gemara says as follows. Rabbi says, if we're learning out from Pikadon, and everyone agrees, don't mina or mina. So what's the logic of the Rabbanon? So we're trying to figure out, according to the Rabbanon, why is it that, again, we're making this distinction? If you're taking the Shvua Sa'idos on your own, you could even do it outside of Beis Din. But if you're being adjured by others, it's got to be done in Beis Din. It's Kavachomer, it's Kavachomer. If you're going to go ahead and Shvuas Eidos, then certainly again you're going to be Chai Mipi Aslo. When we delight in Kavachomer, and since it's from Kavachomer, Dayo Minadin Rios Kindo. In all terms, in general, also we make the Kavachomer. So remember again, so the halacha is there's a sense of Dayo. Dayo means that ultimately, again, the kal could become no more chamer than the chamer itself. Just like mushma mepi achirim is going to be in Beis Din, the Beis Din in, shalom Beis Din lo, mushma mepi atzmo, the Beis Din in, shalom Beis Din lo. So therefore, we're saying, Beis Din lo, it's like it's mushma mepi achirim, it's being endured by others. So that only works inside of Beis Din, outside of Beis Din it doesn't work. So to again, mushma mepi atzmo will only be again in Beis Din and not outside of Beis Din. So Rabbanan said to Papa, 1 second. Me matches on this the Rabbi don't me know me not really. Is that possible? They're not arguing don't me know me nay. But time we learned. But time got the Pikadon. Shvua Sabikon. So we'll say back to Pikadon. Shvua Sabikon. I guess Banashim Ubinashim. The Chokin Ubikrovin. Ikshir Psulin. So let's remember again. Shvua Sabikon. Again, we're going to get to this in just a couple of days from now. After Yom Tov, Shvua Sapikadon applies to men and women, relatives and non-relatives, Sharon and Psulin. Bifnei Beis Din, B'shlo Bifnei Beis Din, in front of Beis Din, not in front of Beis Din, Mipi Atzmo or Mipi Achirim. Ultimately, again, whether you're swearing yourself, you're adjured by others. Eino Chayit Achi Yichbar Bo Beis Din, Tirah Meir holds you only for Shvua Sapikadon in front of Beis Din. The Chum say me Atzmo Shevi Achirim Kevan Shekapar Bo Chayiv. The Chum say when you swear yourself or adjure others, ultimately again if you swear falsely you Chayiv. Or Shvua Achirim Bikadon Minalu Rabbanan the Chayiv. So again, would you ever see a case of being adjured by others in Shvua Sapikadon? Where do you see according to the Rabbanan that you're chayiv? Being that we're learning out Shvuas HaPikadon from Shvuas HaEdos. Shema Mina, they don't know Uminei, and therefore again they must be arguing about the extent of Gzeira Shava. As we say, Don Mina Uminei or Don Mina V'Uki Ba'asra is a fundamental focus about how to darshan Gzeira Shava. So what's that's the arguing about? To which the Gemara says, "You're right." The Gemara says, the Gemara says, you're right. That is what you're arguing about. Here's the difference. You could see that from the Mishnah of Shvuas HaPikadon, but you would not see that ultimately again by the Mishnah over here of Shvuas HaEdos. So from Shvuas HaPikadon, from that Mishnah, which we'll get to in just a couple of days, it becomes clear that that is in fact the root of their machlokas. But ultimately, again, from our Mishnah, you might not necessarily see that. Okay, so we'll say, so what do we take from here? So first of all, what we take from here is a very important principle in the darshaning of a Gzeira Shava, right? What is a Gzeira Shava? A Gzeira Shava is you find commonality between two scenarios. That commonality could be a word, it could be a phrase, it could be a concept. And what does that do? It allows you to go ahead and create a halakhic bridge between A and B and learn out the different concepts one to the other. So the shaila is, in general, when you learn out a Gzeira Shava, how does that work? So let's say, for example, I'm extrapolating, I'm a Gzeira Shava between A and B. So I'm going to learn out elements about B from A. So the question is, how does that process work? So there are two different mechanisms. There's what's called Don Mina Umina, which means learn out B from A, and essentially all the elements of B will resemble A. Or Don Mina V'Uki B'Asra means no. Learn out the initial concepts of B from A, but then look at the unique elements of B and establish those as your new reality. And again, that's the machlokas. And again, it's a machlokas. It's one of these things that you see throughout Shas about how to darshan ultimately again Gzeira Shava. What about here? What about halacha l'maisa again in this situation about Shvuas HaEdos? How do we paskin regarding the Shvuas HaEdos? Remember here in this machlokas, Rabbi and the Chachamim. So Rabbi holds that in general, Rabbi holds that halacha l'maisa, Shvuas HaEdos only takes place in Beis Din itself. The Chachamim understand that halacha l'maisa, that if you are being adjured to others, it's only in Beis Din. But ultimately, again, ultimately even outside of Beis Din. How do we pass him? If you're being adjured by others, that Shvuas HaEdos must take place in Beis Din itself. If, however, you are swearing of your own volition, that shvua can even take place outside of Beis Din. That's how you pass like the Chachamim. Good. Let's go a little bit weiter. The Gemara says as follows: So again, if you intentionally, right? So it sounds like if you intentionally violate Shvuas HaEdos, you are chayiv. What does this mean? So the Mishnah brought down a case of literally again shigigasa, the shogeg with zidon HaEdos. What does that mean? Rabbi Huda, did I skip? Sorry. The chayav is not shvua. Sorry, and you are chayiv for intentional violation of the shvua. So what is that? There's no avanan. I will say I know this interesting. In general, that there are other types of shvuas that if I intentionally violate, there's no fear. Yet here by Shvuas HaEdos, interestingly enough, if I intentionally swear falsely that I don't know Eidos, I am chayiv. Look at the cases, it says that the shvua was hidden from you. Here it doesn't say v'ne'elam. Amazing to show you. Teach you that what? Liable ultimately again for me, just like shogeg. So whether we'll say, therefore again, whether I intentionally take a false shvua, say I know that I know testimony, but I purposely swear that I don't know testimony, or I forgot my new testimony and I swore to that effect, either way I am liable for the false shvua. Furthermore, again, you're also liable shogeg with zdon ha'edos. I will say, now what does that mean? So listen to this. I know that the word I'm taking is asur. And that I'm swearing falsely, but I don't know testimony, friend. This was asur. About any yodea In Chayavin Allah carbon in law. What don't I know? I don't know about liability. So in other words, I know what I'm doing is wrong, but ultimately, again, I don't know about liability. That's called Zidon Shvua. That's called a Shigigasa in Zidon Ha'edus. So I'm shogeg in what sense? I don't know what my liability is. But ultimately, again, I know that what I'm doing is incorrect. Incredible. So I said there's liability for that case as well. But you're not chayav to just plain shogeg. And I will say, now what this means is as follows. What this means is, let's say, right, Reuven says, Silver, you know testimony for me. And I say, really, like, I don't. And it turns out that I really shogeg. Like, in other words, I really thought that I did not know testimony. I forgot about this case, and then it turns out that I really did know testimony. In that case, the Mishnah says, and if I swear, I actually give a shua, swear I don't know any testimony. And then later on, it becomes clear to me that I really do know testimony. So I swore incorrectly, but it was a total shogeg. There's no liability for that. So Lema, Tanina, Dravkana, Dravasi. So the Gemara says, so should this not go and answer up the question that Dravkana Ravasi, I must say, look at Rashi, Lema, Dravkana Ravasi, Terepa, the Saba, the Shemes, Inu Chayev. So this was actually a question of Tanna Rav Asi brought up before, which is if someone really thought that they were swearing correctly, but he swore falsely, what is there liability in this case? Now, interestingly enough, Tanna Rav Asi brought this up as a question. This is based on a Mishnah that it's clear that there is not liability in this case, right? Because in this case over here, I'm swearing Reuben, I don't know any testimony for you. And I believe that I'm swearing correctly. It turns out that I was swearing falsely, albeit accidentally. But what does the Mishnah say? There's no liability in that case. So Tanna Rav Asi asked this kasha. The Gemara left it as like a kasha. The Gemara is essentially saying, why is it a kasha? Why didn't they answer for our Mishnah? Even though our Mishnah says it, we must have to go through the process. Why? I'm going to thought that maybe it's only that Shua Sa'idos. Maybe only that Shua Sa'idos. If I end up swearing falsely, but not intentionally, but because I really thought I didn't know any egos. That's the case where there's no liability. About Hossam Dixit Venera, so let's say by Shvuas Bitui, where it says Venera, Akidu Shivasakol, so let's say maybe by Shvuas Bitui, the Hamani, maybe by Shvuas Bitui, even though when I swear, I think I'm swearing correctly, maybe if it turns out that I swear falsely, maybe there is even liability in that case. Chamash Malon, that there's not liability in that case either. So let's say, bottom line, and this is actually very important, any case when you swear falsely, but you are absolutely convinced that you are swearing correctly, there is no liability in that case. Very, very important. Shvua Sa'idos, that is true. Shvua Sa'idos, so for example, right? If I swear, Shvua Sha'achalti Kikar Zu Hayom, I swear I eat a loaf of bread today. And it turns out that what? That I didn't. But I was so sure that I did. Halacha so there's no liability in that. Same thing, right? In this for me, I swear that I don't know what you're talking about. When I swear I'm 100% convinced that I don't know what I'm talking about, halacha again is what? There's no liability in that case. So what's this? Anytime you swear falsely, but at the time you're swearing, you think you're swearing correctly, there's not going to be liability in that case, but it's interesting, by the way, the bookends of today's daf are quite fascinating. How do you start today? We started out today with a Dayan who had built up a particular legal construct, and at one point he was convinced was correct, but then he became what? Aware that what? It's not correct. It's not correct. And the Gemara says, have the courage to admit that you were wrong. Have the courage to go ahead and deconstruct that which you constructed. Right? Have the courage to go ahead and walk back that journey, even though, again, you built up this whole legal construct. If you know that you're wrong, don't double down. Don't double down. Walk it back. So yet again, you also acknowledges that there are other times in life where what? Where we're really convinced that we're correct, but it turns out that we're false, that we're wrong. And that happens. both of these scenarios, if you know you're wrong, don't go down. Find the courage to walk back. But on the other hand, you recognize that there are times that you're convinced, right? But it's not that we're fundamentally wrong. So notice, interestingly enough, if you know you're wrong, double down and refuse to back, there's liability. If you think you're right, turns out that you're unequivocally wrong, it says, for that, there's no liability. Why? People make mistakes. If you make a mistake, you really didn't know, after the 12th, it's not, well, okay, there's not liability. But if you make mistakes and you know you're absolutely, but you double down and you walk it back, for that, it absolutely is liable. I don't want to say, stop right over today, take up with the Mishnah tomorrow, but it starts to the week, Shkach, everyone. Good young thing. It's all right because because
tougher in the streets. My whole thing, to be completely honest, to be really honest, I'm not trying to be an interest. But Johnny back. So you do it like today, it's all Johnny back. Finally take me down. It's not just take you down, right? Time real quick, so that's all right. Never take you from the air, but it's to get behind you. Just as like remind me like how it's to get behind you, not take you. It's to take you down.
all right, then we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual commentary sponsor, the Tills Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all of the shiurim and drashos this year, and it's close for the Soros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsor for the month of Sivan, Haba Avinu Latova, Stephen carries in memory of Steve's mother, Doris, is in devotion. Bas Rabbi saw Yoel Zichron Lebracha on the occasion of her 5th yahrzeit. And our Daf Yomi sponsor today, Chaim and Rachel Ravenstein, in memory of Baruch Hali Ben Achaver Moshe Zichron Lebracha, and a late-breaking Daf Yomi sponsorship. Sheva Perodah to Akanu. The birth of baby Sir just a few hours ago. Dedication is by big sister Aliza Chana Abba Libois. Mazel tov Libois Mishpacha on this beautiful simcha. On the same day, Mazel tov to the Yehuda Buchwalter and Mishpacha on the occasion of his bris of his grandson today. We might have a shidduch, a back table shidduch over here. You know, we got a little boy, a little girl. Let's lock this down. Let's lock this down. And here's Hashem Shi, the Soros Tovos and simchas for all of Klal Yisrael. We dedicate, of course, as always, our learning to the source of our precious hostages, bring them home with shalom and the color, and the source of the holy soldiers may be successful. Thank you to Rabbi Ripta for giving a shir yesterday. So I will say a really incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Chav Tes. We are going to pick up at the Mishnah on Chav Tes Amadalet, and Amir Hashem. Our goal is to close out the week and to close out the parak. That is Amir Hashem, the stated avoda, and Amir Hashem, we will be zocheh to accomplish this holy task. Mishnah. So we have a really great block ahead of us today. One of the great things about today's daf is Amir Hashem. You will see a lot of information that actually we've already seen in different sugyas, and here the Mishnah is pulling everything together. It says the Mishnah, Eizo Shvuas Shav. What is a Shvuas Shav? Right. What is a Shvuas Shav? Says the Gemara, Nishpa Lashana says, it is any Shvua where a person attempts to go ahead and change an already known la'adam. Sorry, the Shana said do la'adam. So a person tries to swear to go ahead and change a known and incontrovertible fact. For example, Amar Allah Amud Shal Evan Shuhu Shal Zav. He's a pillar, right? There's a pillar of stone. The person swears, I swear that the pillar of stone is gold. Ish Shuhu Isha, or he swears about a man that she's a woman, Ba'ala Ish, or swears about a woman that he's a man. So again, now we're going to see different categories of this. But first, I there is something incontrovertible truth that is known to people, and I swear to the contrary of that truth. That is a Shvuas Shav. Nishva al davar she'i eshalo. Now we'll say this is a second example of a Shvuas Shav. Swear about something that is impossible. That is impossible. For example, in Ra'isi Gamal Shepareach Ba'avir. For example, I swear that I saw a flying camel. So again, I'm going to say, so first category, I swear to change something that is a known incontrovertible truth. So number two category, Shvuah Shav, about something impossible. I saw a camel. Or I swear that I saw a snake as big as the board of the olive press. So apparently these are things that are impossible. And therefore, if a person swears to this effect, then that is a Shvuas Shav. Next, Amaleidim Boy. I'm sorry. I come up with witnesses. I said to witnesses, come to Beis Din and testify on my behalf. What do the witnesses say? Shvua shalom na'idecha. We swear that we are not going to go ahead and testify on your behalf. Now listen, what is this? Think of the Rashi. This is first Rashi in the Mishnah, second of the short lines. Shvua shalom na'idecha, bittul mitzvah hu. So we'll say this is an example. Interestingly enough, this is an example of another Shvuas Shav. So again, remember what was the definition of Shvuas Shav? Essentially making a shvua regarding something that's impossible. Now again, impossibility can go ahead and manifest itself in a couple of different ways. So possibility one, or manifestation one, is I swear to the contrary of an incontrovertible known fact. Possibility 12 is Shvuah Shav, impossible Shvuah. Number two is that halacha l'maisa again. I swear. Clearly impossible. Flying camels, snakes, the size. And possibility number the Mishnah says is you swear to negate a mitzvah. You swear to negate a mitzvah or your Shvuah. By definition, is a mitzvah. So again, for a year, that is going to be something impossible to be mabakal mitzvah. Can't be mabakal mitzvah. So therefore, in this case over here, I tell witnesses coming to give testimony, they swear that they will not testify. Again, I just want to go through what's happening over here. This is different than a case where they swear that they don't know testimony. That's a Shvuah Sa'idus discussion. In this case over here, what are they swearing to? What are they swearing? We're swearing we're not going to testify on your behalf. So again, there's a mitzvah, if you know testimony on someone's behalf, there's a mitzvah to give that testimony. Swearing not to give that testimony is effectively negating a mitzvah. So what's interesting over here is we've seen already a number of different times that you can't swear to uproot a mitzvah. Now again, such a shvuah is not chal, doesn't work. Now again, we've understood what's the logic of that. The logic of that, all roads lead back to nachshad. All roads lead back to nachshad, right? Because shvuah is on the gavra. So I can't swear not to go ahead and perform a mitzvah because I already have a pre-existing duty, a pre-existing obligation to perform a mitzvah. So obviously that is not going to work. It's not going to work. But now, interestingly enough, what the Mishnah is highlighting is when I take a shvuah not to perform a mitzvah, that is effectively a shvuas shav. That's a shvuas shav. So again, up until now, I know already that it doesn't work. Now I'm just going to tell you why it doesn't work, because that is called a shvuas shav. Incredible. Next. So for example, to continue on this same vein, I swear to go ahead and be mabakal on mitzvah. For example, I swear I'm not going to make a sukkah. I think we would answer. So I'm not going to put on tefillin. So again, now this is all kind of dropping into place. I've known this whole time that I can't take a shvuah to negate a mitzvah. We never really thought about what category of shvuah is that. The Mishnah now tells me that's called shvuah shav. Shvuah shav is any mitzvah that is impossible to fulfill. Either impossible because just factually it's fundamentally incorrect. Impossible because what I'm describing is not possible. Or impossible because I'm already under a pre-existing obligation to perform that which I'm trying to undermine. What's the halacha about shvuah shav? So the Gemara says, so we've never said this explicitly in the Mishnah as well. Up until now, we've really been hyper-focused on Shvuas B'Toi. Right? So Shvuas B'Toi, we know that if you violated the Nazir, you're chayiv malchus. You violated the shogun, you're chayiv a carbon ola v'yoret. What happened to us, shav? So zidona malchus, if you intentionally make it to a shav, you will get malchus. V'ashigdasa pater, an accidental shuas shav, ultimately, no liability. I mean, no liability. Fine. Shlosh ochokis will say so again. That's step one. So therefore, for the first part of the Mishnah, very important. So it's the Mishnah all about Shavuos Shav. Shavuos Sha'ochal Kikar Zu. Shavuos Sha'ochal. So this is a very interesting case. Now here, I swear I'm going to eat this loaf, and then I take another Shavuot and eat it. So in this case, very interesting enough, in a vacuum, if both of these Shavuos had been made independently, this would have been two Shavuos B'tuis. Right, again, because Shavuos B'tuis, which is again a declarative Shavuot, I swear I'm going to eat the loaf, I swear I'm not going to eat the loaf. So Shavuos B'tuis. In this case, interestingly enough, what happened over here? I'm making these Shavuos in succession. So Shavuot number one is, I swear I'm going to eat the loaf of bread. Then Shavuot number two is, I swear I'm not going to eat the loaf of bread. So what do you do in this case? This is fascinating. Harishona Shavuos B'tuis. So the first Shavuot ultimately is a Shavuos B'tuis. The Ashniya Shavuos Shav. The second Shavuot is now Shavuos Shav. We'll say, why is it a Shavuos Shav? Why? Because once I go ahead and I take the first Shavuot to go ahead and eat the loaf, then what? It is a mitzvah to fulfill your Shavuot. When I then go, therefore it becomes a mitzvah to eat the loaf. When I then make the second Shavuot not to eat the loaf, that is effectively a Shavuot to undermine the performance of a mitzvah, which is one of the categories of Shavuos Shav. Rashi points out over here, Vashniya Shavuos Shav, Shahari Nishba Levato Es HaMitzvah. Again, it was like fascinating. So to begin to see over here is also a little bit of an expanded definition. What does it mean? Right? Nishba Levato Es HaMitzvah. Mitzvah doesn't necessarily have to be what we call, one of the explicit 613 mitzvahs. Like, I swear I'm not going to put on tefillin. I swear I'm not going to, sit in a sukkah. It can be more nuanced. So, for example, if I take a shua to do something, then it becomes a mitzvah, an obligation upon me to do that thing. Swearing not to do that very thing I am adjured to do is also swearing to undermine a mitzvah. So, therefore, again, I swear I'm going to eat the loaf. Shavuos B'tuis, I have a mitzvah to fulfill. I swear eat the loaf. I then take another shua. I swear I'm not going to eat the loaf. That's Shavuot is a Shavuos Shav. Shavuos Shav, incredible. Each of them is off. What happens if you eat the loaf? So if I eat the loaf, I end up in this case. Remember again, Shavuot 1, I swear I'm going to eat it. Now I end up eating it. Over al Shavuos Shav. So if I go ahead and I eat the loaf, so what's the problem? I'm in violation of a Shavuos Shav, right? Because I swore not to eat the loaf. Lo achol, if I don't eat it, then over al Shavuos B'tuis. And ultimately, again, I'm in violation of my first Shavuos. So what's interesting about this case is it seems like no matter what you do, you're going to incur liability. So the question in this case a little bit, but that's the concept. Okay, both sides, so incredible. What we established over here is Shavuos Shav. Intentional violation of Shavuos Shav is Malchus. Violation of Shavuos Shav. Unintentional violation of Shavuos Shav is Pater. It's Pater. 3 categories of Shavuos also highlight the idea that once you swear to do something, by definition, a mitzvah is incumbent upon you to go ahead and do that very thing. Incredible. Okay, we'll say now the Gemara. There we go. Amrullah. So we'll say, now really this is great because of rounding out our kind of like halachic knowledge regarding this evening. So Ula says, remember, Shav is not simply swearing to undermine something that you are saying. The definition of Shav is swearing to undermine a widely held truth, a known truth. The Gemara says, now Ula says, what is the definition of a known truth? Something that is known to at least 3 people. Okay, so therefore by definition, if you were to swear about something that you know, right, they're saying that you know to be true, but let's say people do not know about it, or at least some people do not know about it, it would not go ahead and conform to the criteria of Shavuos Shav. Okay, incredible. Nishba al davar she'af shalom, im lo ra'isi gam parech ba'avir. So let's say now again. So now the Mishnah said, what's an example of swearing about something that is impossible? So now again, this is category 2. Category 1 is I swear to the contrary to the contrary of an incontrovertible known piece of information. I swear about a man that he's a woman, about a woman that he's a man, about a pillar of stone that it's gold. Category 2, I swear about something that I could not have seen. I swear I saw a flying camel. So the Gemara says something very interesting. Now, the Gemara is really asking a syntax question over here. If you look at the Lashon of the Mishnah was, I swear, if I did not see a flying camel. Why are you phrasing it like that? The Gemara says, the Gemara says, now again, doesn't it make more sense to say, I swear I saw a flying camel? So the Gemara says, it doesn't say, I swear I saw a flying camel. What does that mean if I did not see? I swear if I did not see a flying camel. Sounds like with that Lashon, if I did not see, there should be something else to that phrase. If I did not see, then what? So listen to this. Rabbi says, no. Rabbi says, change the wording of the Mishnah. The Mishnah should say, I swear I saw a flying camel. Good. Rabbi says, no. You're right, there's more to the phrase. So Rabbi says, in fact, there was more to the statement. What's the statement? The statement is, all of the fruits of the world should be usher to me if I did not see a flying camel. Okay, fine. Where it says, I will say again, I just want to point out, for our purposes, this doesn't materially change anything. This Machlokes Abaye and Rava is just how to read the Mishnah. But factually, the details remain the same, which is the second category of Shvuas Shav, is you swear about something that is impossible. There's no flying camels. So the Gemara says, this sparks a fascinating sugya. Shvini says, Rabashi, the Dilma, maybe he means something different when he says, I saw a flying camel. But Dilma, hi Gavra, Sipora Rabaka. Maybe what happened over here is like this. When Ruben said, I swear I saw a flying camel, maybe what he really saw was the following. He saw a very large bird, Va'asikle Shma Gamla, and he called it a camel. Right? In other words, he saw a very large bird, and the bird looked like a camel. Obviously, everyone knows there are no flying camels, but maybe he just saw a very large bird, and he's calling that a flying camel. Viki Kamishtaba Adaita Didei Ishtaba. And when he's taking the Shvua, he's understanding the Shvua through the lens of his personalistic vernacular. In other words, I'm not lying. I'm not making stuff up. I'm describing my experience. I swear I saw a flying camel, meaning what? A very large bird that looks like a camel. So the Gemara says, okay, Nebosai, this opens up something very interesting, which is, in the world of Shavuos, how do we define a person's Shvuah? Do we define your Shvuah based on your personal intent, or do we define the Shvuah by some type of objective metric? Interestingly enough, the Chitei Basar Pumei Azdinan, Below Azdinan Basar Daitei. Now, that's interesting. Now, based on the Mishnah, it seems to be that we define your Shvuah based on an objective standard, not based on what you may have meant. Because otherwise, in a Hanami, when I swear I saw a flying camel, in a Hanami, let's ask, what do you mean by that? Maybe it's a big bird. If you notice, again, we don't ask that. So the Gemara says, therefore you'd be tempted to say, Basar Pumei Azdina. I will say, Basar Pumei Azdina means we go according to the street or to the understanding of your words. The law Azdina Basar Daite. And we do not ultimately, again, go based on what you may be thinking. We go based on what you said and not based on what you're thinking. Therefore, again, go just plugging this back in over here. In a case where halacha l'maisa, again, I swear I saw a flying camel. We don't start to understand, well, what did you mean? But again, based on what you said. That's the case in the Mishnah. I'll just point out something very interesting over here. Well, let's finish up. So the Gemara says, we'll come back to that phrase. So the Gemara says, "Vatanya," but we learn the following idea. So as they say now, we're going to challenge this concept a little bit. So the Gemara says, "Vatanya, kishemashpiyin also." So when we adjure someone, now let's say so again. This is talking about a shvua that is given by the Beis Din. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, "Kishemashpiyin also, kavi shvuos hadayonin hangulei hamashpiyin as hamachuli of shvua bebeis din." So this is when, let's say again, two litigants are in Beis Din, and Beis Din is imposing a shvua upon one of the litigants. So a simple case over here, right? So let's go into it. Kishemashpiyin also, when Beis Din adjures someone, only lo haviyodea shelo al dascha anu mashpiyin oscha. You say to him, right, Ruvain? Ruvain's gonna have to take a shvua. So Ruvain, just understand, when you take a shvua, the shvua is not defined by your intentions. We set the intentions. In other words, we set the definition of the shvua. You're not taking a shvua based on your understanding. Ela al datinu v'al das Beis Din. But rather, again, you're taking a shvua based on our das and on the das of Beis Din. My time, what's the reason for that? Lav mishum da'aminon dilma iskundari yohivle va'asik lehu zuze. Maybe we're afraid that let's say, watch this. In other words, let's say the case over here is where Ruvain and Shimon come to Beis Din. Shimon lent Ruvain $1,000, and Shimon's claiming that Ruvain did not pay him back. Ruvain's claiming, I paid him back. So what are we concerned about over here? So maybe Ruvain says, I gave Shimon the coins. Maybe what we have to be concerned about is Ruvain gave Shimon some wood chips. It just happens to be that Ruvain called wood chips coins. Ruvain says, I swear that I gave Shimon the coins. Technically speaking, according to his understanding, Allah said he did. He gave him back the coins. So in order to avoid that, we thought, no. When you swear, you say based on our understanding, based on yours. Because again, we're concerned that when he goes ahead and swears, he's based on his own understanding. To which the Gemara says, no, Hasam Mishum Kanya Drava. No, actually, interestingly enough, the reason we do that is because of the case of the staff of Rabbi. And we'll say, now, what was the staff of Rabbi? Rashi says early, Olam Basar Pumei Asbinan. Right? Really, I will say in general, when it comes to Shavuos, we go based on what people say and not based on any other. So we take the partial understanding of the Shvuah without any interpretation of subjective intentions. So why do we have to make this statement over here when Beis Din imposes Shvuah? Because also there's an interesting case. I'll just mention this outside, then we'll look at it inside. There was this case that occurred in the Beis Din of Rabbi, which is actually a fascinating case. Same case, Reuven and Shimon had a dispute, right? Shimon lent Reuven $1,000. Shimon says, Reuven didn't pay me back. Reuven says, I paid you back. They come to Beis Din. In Beis Din says, Reuven, swear that you paid back Shimon. So Reuven says, no problem. He says to Shimon, do me a favor. Can you just hold my cane while I take the shvuah? So what happened? So Shimon says, I'm a nice guy, I'll hold the cane. Reuven swears, I swear I gave Shimon back the money. Shimon became so incensed that what did he do? He broke it. When he broke it, it turned out that cane was hollow and there was money inside. Reuven had a great time. You got to give Reuven a lot of humility. Bad guy, but good chachma. Listen to this. He said he swore truthfully because at the time that he swore, he was holding the money. So did Reuven give Shimon the money? He did. So as I say, interestingly enough, that's a little bit of a crazy case because in that case, even according to the Pashut understanding of the oath, Reuven did what he swore he did. He swore he gave Shimon the money. He did, in fact, give Shimon the money. So therefore, again, even though normally we say that when you take a shvuah is interpreted according to the basic objective understanding of your words, not based on your intentions, but still, when Beis Din goes ahead and adjures someone, they have to make this statement that understand you're taking a shvuah based on our understanding and not based on yours, because again, there is still a way to exploit the law, even when you go according to basic understanding of words. And it's like, in general, again, if people want to cheat, they're going to find a way to cheat. So Beis Din therefore has to make a model where there's absolutely no level of subjectivity when it comes to your shvuah. Your shvuah is interpreted again based on your words. In the case of a shvuah in Beis Din, based on how Beis Din defines the shvuah. Incredible. Rashi says over here. We just did it. Good. So Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says as follows. Hazim Shran Rabbi Tashma. So most of these are really beautiful Gemara. So we'll say, so therefore again, based on where the Gemara's understanding over here is that when we go ahead and so there's two pieces of information that are coming out over here. So number one, when a person takes a shvuah, the way we interpret the shvuah is based on the basic understanding of the words that were uttered, what we call basar kumei, which means the simple understanding of words, and we do not try to look that you may have any deeper meaning or any deeper understanding. We take your words at face value. In addition to that, when a shvuah is being administered in Beis Din goes out of its way to say, by the way, the interpretation of the shvuah is how we, Beis Din, interpret it, not how you interpret it. I'll just mention that there's a tremendous musar haskell in this. Right? When it comes to a shvuah, basar kumei, we take the words of the shvuah at their face value. And I will say this is sometimes one of the most important yisodos in interpersonal relationships as well. Very often, interpersonal discord is created because people read into what other people say. So I say this, well, what did you mean by that? 9 out of 10 times, what did I mean by that? What's the answer? Nothing. I didn't mean anything by it. I just said something. Actually, what I said is what I meant. Now, while it's true that sometimes people mean deeper things than what they're saying, very often, right? Whether it's in the context of marriage, in the context of friendship, in the context of just interpersonal interactions, all you need to do is just take people at their word and don't necessarily try to infuse deeper meaning of context or understanding, because all that is often creates dialogical confusion and ambiguity, which often just leads to negative feelings and strife. Sometimes the best thing you can do is just take people at their stated word and don't read anything more into it. Okay, so let's go back there. So we'll say some really beautiful Gemara. Tashma, Moshe as Yisrael. When Moshe Rabbeinu adjured Klal Yisrael, that was interestingly at first glance, one might have thought that this is talking about Matan Torah. It's not Matan, which would have been great, right? Yeah, it's right. It's not Matan. It's not Matan Torah, but it's a little bit of the second Matan Torah. Because remember, again, essentially, there were really two Matan Torahs, right? There was Mara at Har Sinai, which Hashem again we will relive. Rishar Talmud Mitzlach, as I mentioned, this coming Sunday night. But again, remember, Moshe Rabbeinu subjects Israel to another shvuah by Arvos Moav, right, in the Transjordanian area, right when the new generation is ready to go into Eretz Yisrael. Moshe Rabbeinu was not going in. Remember, again, there's a review of everything that happened over the last 40 years. And then there's another oath that Moshe Rabbeinu adjures Klal Yisrael to re-accept Torah. So to a certain degree, it's a second Sinaitic revelation. It's not by Sinai, right? Not by Har Sinai, by Adam's fault. So that's what it's talking about. But Moshe Rabbeinu adjured Klal Yisrael. Amar Lahem, this is so beautiful. Amar Lahem, he said to them, "Di'u shelo al daschem ani mashbiya eschem." So he says, no, that I am not adjuring you based on our intake. The shvuah is not based on your understanding. Mashbiya eschem al das hamakom the al da'ati. Right? So we'll say no. See, might not be a reference, but you can feel again. You can feel elbows coming on that. Right. So again, let's say so again. You feel many things in the air. So Moshe says, "I'm going ahead and adjuring you based on the das of Hakadosh Baruch Hu al daiti, and based on my das." Moshe says, "Incredible. My das and what Hakadosh Baruch Hu's das." So he was va'anai hu kaimu ma'alokah. So again, why so complicated? Like Moshe Rabbeinu, why don't you just go ahead and say, listen, Chevra, you are obligated to uphold everything that Hashem said. That's it. Simple. La mishum demaski adatayhu. So the Gemara says, is it not because we're afraid that when Klal Yisrael said that they commit themselves to God, maybe God means what? Avodah Zarah. In other words, maybe Moshe Rabbeinu was scared that they would take the Shua based on their subjective understanding. Which I will say, by the way, is such a crazy havamina. But it's such a crazy havamina that after everything they saw, again, granted, a lot of this generation didn't necessarily see Mitzrayim, but they saw the desert. They saw the desert. And the mice again, like they still have that maybe they're talking about Avodah Zarah. La mishum the maskia that I have avodas kochavim. Lo mishum the avodas kochavim not ikra eloka. No, we'll say it's also because avodah zarah is also called eloka or eloha. The chsid elohei kesef, elohei zahav. So again, that wouldn't be based on subjectivity. That could also be based on a sort of objectivity, because again, avodah zarah is also called the God. So why does Moshe say, Klal Yisrael, uphold the Torah? Shvua, that you will uphold the Torah. Because what's the problem? Moshe, Chad Torah. Because here's the problem. The problem is there are two Torahs. Oh, before you jump down my throat, what does that mean, right? Torah Shabbat, Torah Shabbat. So if he just says, go ahead and uphold the Torah, I don't know, maybe that just means one, not both. I, Belema Kaimi Shtei Torahs, first wide line. Why does it so? So we're just trying to figure out how much we could have simplified the Shua. So why not just say, Klal Yisrael, uphold the Torahs? I might have thought that means Torah's Chatos, the Torah's Asham. Just looking for a pashut way for Moshe Rabbeinu to phrase the Shua. Right? Instead of saying Shelo al daschem ani mashbia eschem, ela al das hamakom va'al daiti. So why not say Klal Yisrael? You're obligated to uphold both Torahs. Because maybe both Torahs means Torah's Chatos is Torah's Asham. Because it was say, interestingly enough, the way that the Torah refers to karbanos is as the Torah's carbon. So maybe two Torahs means the Torah of the Chatos, Torah of the Asham. So we say Kaimu Kala Torah Kula. Moshe Rabbeinu could just say, I'm making you swear hold the entire Torah. To which the Gemara says, Avodos Kochavim, maybe that just refers to idolatry. Maybe when Moshe Rabbeinu says, swear to uphold the entire Torah, that means is swear not to worship idolatry. The Amar Mar, because after all we learned, Avodas Kochavim Shekala Kofer Baki B'Chala Torah Kula. Avodah Zarah is so severe. Also, the good news is anyone who goes ahead and rallies against Kofer Ba. If you're Kofer against Avodas Kochavim, it's as if you admit to the entire Torah. So maybe Halacha L'mayim again, if you would have just said keep the entire, perhaps that could be interpreted keep the prohibition against Avodah Zarah. The Lema Lahu Kaima Mitzvah. So why does Moshe Rabbeinu say Klal Yisrael in the Kaima Mitzvah? Chad Mitzvah. Because mitzvah just means one mitzvah. Maybe it's just a journey to keep one mitzvah. Fine. Kaimu mitzvos. Mitzvahs. Well, what does mitzvahs mean? 30. Maybe it just means two mitzvahs. Kola mitzvah kulan. So keep all the just keep all the mitzvahs. I refers to mitzvahs tzitzis. Ooh. Maybe that first mitzvah tzitzis, which was in Gamar Shkul mitzvahs tzitzis neged kala mitzvahs kulan. We'll say the mitzvah of tzitzis covers to all of the mitzvah in the Torah. There was actually a very beautiful Gemara looking. Shkula mitzvah tzitzis kechola mitzvos tichsev uschartem es kol mitzvos Hashem gematria shana shishmios. So remember again, both sides. The gematria of the word tzitzis, tzadik yud yud tav, is 600. 600 plus Shmona Chutin, there's 8 strings, right? 8 strings on each of the corners. Pechamisha Kshara, knots. Sum total, right? 613. So just as an aside, the power of the that it's fascinating to see, right? If you think about it, that the mitzvah of tzitzis corresponds to all 613 mitzvahs. What's fascinating about mitzvah? What's fascinating about tzitzis? What's fascinating about it? Totally passive. Totally passive. What do? I put it on in the morning, and I pretty much, for lack of a better term, like forget about it the rest of the day, right? So what you see over here is the power of passive influence. That when you go ahead and you keep yourself within a certain atmosphere, those stitches are on my body from the time I wake up in the morning until the time I go to sleep. And what I've just done is I've passively wrapped myself in something that reminds me of 613 mitzvahs. Maybe I see them, maybe I don't see them. But the power power of positive influence, passive ones, throughout the day is so bound. So the Gemara goes back there. So therefore, Moshe Rabbeinu would have just said mitzvahs. He got to be a reference to tzitzis, because tzitzis corresponds to the entire Torah. Okay, so fine. Moshe Rabbeinu could just say, "Call yourself, keep 650." Because just understand what's happening on Shvuah. The Shvuah ultimately, again, is as said it, Mashpiyah. Oh, sorry. Russian over here. Kishishpiyah Moshe Amalan. I'm swearing you for it. Again, all the Gemara is looking for is it must be a simpler formulation of that. So just say, I'm hereby adjuring you to keep a 613 mitzvahs. Will it make? Using this logic, limalahu al dati. Furthermore, okay, so let's be here to simplify even just using Russian. Most could have just said, I'm adjuring you al dati. Al das hamokom ramali. Why did Moshe have to adjure them al das hamokom? Right? What das hamokom is powerful? So Moshe on the base. Hello. Ki hechi delote havi hafar mishvua sayu. Rather than say what's happening over here is two things. So Moshe number one says, I'm adjuring you al dati. Al dati means chavra. Don't interpret this shul like the Jews with methods of interpretation, reinterpretation. I don't want any lumdis. I'm based on my das. 113 mitzvahs. Why include as hamakom? Because making it a shvua al das. There's no annulment. Swear based on the Damo Shalom. Altogether, there is no annulment. Look at the Tarashi Elo. Hakit Kamaru, Lo Adatchem, Kieti de Tehavishwas Hamadas Acherim, Velo Yuchlu Hein Hatira Deneder Shoda Das Rabin, Hein Lo Hafara. So it's so incredible. So again, Al Daiti, Moshe Rabbeinu says, I'm defining the parameters of this Shua, the Das Hamakum. There is no annulment for this shvua. Incredible, I will say. This was go back for 1 second to Aleph. Just one thing. I just want to show you something really beautiful. If you take a look at Tosas, Kishish, Bia Moshe Yisrael, Tosas says, Kitzas Kasha. So Tosas says this whole shvua is a bit problematic. Why? So the Gemara says, Ma Haisa Mo'eres Hashua, Kimosha Yorish Yabja Varas Kochabim, Kimokin Hayilira Penyavru Es Hashvua. So I'm saying, listen to this. This is such a fascinating shaila. They'll say, why is Moshe Rabbeinu adjuring Klal Yisrael? Right? Is he imposing a shvu upon them? Why? Because he's afraid that they're going to worship the Zara. That's what he's afraid of. Right? At the end of the day, because again, if Moshe Rabbeinu wasn't fearful about anything, there's no need for a shua. He's making them swear allegiance to and allegiance to Torah and allegiance to why? Because he's afraid they're going to worship Avodah Zarah. So we make the Shua. So what can they do now? Violate the Shua. If you are afraid that they lack allegiance, how does the Shua actually remedy that problem? It's a fascinating shaila. So again, the same people you're afraid are going to worship idolatry, so you're going to break their Shua and worship idolatry. What good does the Shua do? I will say, Tosas leaves it as a tzarech. So Tosas doesn't answer it. So I saw it brought down. The Tiferet Shalom. The Tiferet Shalom was Rosh Hashanah. He says something absolutely amazing. He said, listen to this. Yesh Lataritz. Nimtzu L'Sar Rapidoshim. V'kar HaTorah HaTfila U'Maisim Tovim. Sha'adam Oseh Ba'olam Hazeh Hu Ma'oler L'Mala Koach Hazeh D'Mas Mizri. L'fi Zeh Kasher Nishbu Yisod B'Chol Libam U'Ritzonam L'Kayim Es HaTorah, says the Tiferet Shlomo, when Klaisel took the oath to go ahead and fulfill the Torah, to hold the Torah, Oreru Bazeh Koach Elyon Kiviyachol. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Nishba Kavosam Shwas HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Listen to this. The Tiferet Shlomo says, say two things. When we go ahead and we do something in this world, it awakens powers in the celestial sphere. So when we took a shvua in this world, that Kivyachol awakened HaKadosh Baruch Hu to give us more koach in this world to do the things we need to do. Or I think you could distill this to even a simple idea. They'll say, also. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees the path we want in life, and He gives us the koach to go down that path. When Klal Yisrael made a shvua, we'll say, what's a shvua? A shvua is a commitment. 9 out of 10 times, the reason we don't accomplish things in life that we want to accomplish is why? Because we lack commitment. That's why the 3 words that are the death knell of any are, I tried. Oh, you tried? Don't bother. It's not going to try. You're not going to try. Right? I mean, I like to talk about the things that I'm going to do, but I'm not really going to do them. Commitment creates success. Commitment creates results. If all in, you will accomplish it. If you're trying, you failed already and started. Not because you're not a good guy, not because you're not in. You're not in. Says that you fell short is something amazing. Moshe Rabbeinu understood if they swear to do it, that means they're in. It doesn't mean you're not going to make mistakes, it doesn't mean you're not going to mess up. But grand scheme, a shvua means I'm all in. When you're all in, when you demonstrate that level of commitment, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives you the koach you need in order to be successful. You get trying, you know what HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, when you say you're going to try something, you know what HaKadosh Baruch Hu says? I don't know what HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, but I would imagine, right? What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu say when he sees a yid who says he's going to try? You know what HaKadosh Baruch Hu says? Do me a favor, come back when you've made up your mind about what you really want to do. When you're big boy pants and decide what you want to do, come back to me then, and then we'll talk about what koach you need. You want to try? Bother me right now. When you've decided what you actually want with your life, come to my celestial door and I'll give you everything you need in order to be successful. Says Moshe, I understand what these people need: commitment. Klal is great. Klal Yisrael is holy. Klal Yisrael is kodesh kadoshim. Sometimes what we lack in life is resolve, is commitment. Moshe Rabbeinu understood, give them shvua. Shvua equals commitment. When you swear to do something, what you're saying is, I'm all in. And the moment you're all in is when HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives you the tools to accomplish what you need to do in life. You know, let's say, so many times in life, we stand at like the threshold of accomplishment, and we have such commitment phobia. We're afraid to like say, I'm in because I don't know if I'm going to be successful. The truth is, 9.9 out of 10 meaningful things in life, you cannot guarantee success. But don't let the lack of guaranteed success stand in the way of unequivocal commitment, because then it becomes a vicious cycle. I don't know if I can succeed, therefore I'm not willing to commit. But if you're not willing to commit, you're definitely not going to be successful. So I don't know if I'm going to be successful, so therefore I'm not going to commit. And our lives become ongoing dog running after its tail, dog chasing its tail, dog chasing circle of lack of commitment and therefore lack of accomplishment. Rather than models for us, take the shvua in. And in that moment again, not only is your resolve there, but once you're resolved, as well, it says, the derech sha'adam motivate molichan also. You're committed. Shmuel says, if you're committed, I'm committed as well. And that's what HaKadosh gives us the kochos to be successful in our life endeavors. Incredible. Says the Gemara. Let's go back. Next, I swear that I saw a snake like the size of the beam in the press. So the Mishnah says that's an example of a shua shav, because again, not possible. There's no snakes like that. So what's below? Is that not true? I will say there was a snake during the day King Shakur that was large enough to swallow up 13 stables worth of straw. That is a big snake. So there's big snakes that exist in this world. No, it's talking about a snake that's spotted. Someone says, tarfun. The snakes are generally spotted. We're talking about a case where the back is spotted. Generally, again, the back of the snake is not spotted. So you talk about spot a snake like that. So apparently, again, in the world of snakes, that type of snake does not exist. So remember again, last case for Mishnah was, I made 2 shvuas. First was, I swear I'm going to eat below. Second shvua was, I swear I'm not going to eat below. So the first shvua is the shvuas beat. The second shvua, ultimately again, is the shvuas shav. So the Mishnah seemed to indicate that Allah again, The Gemara says, "Hashtam shuas bito mechayev, shuas shablo mechayev." So it's interesting. The Gemara made it sound like in only one of the cases are you in violation of shuas shav, right? So, for example, like if I don't eat the loaf, the Mishnah said I'm chayev shuas bitui. So it sounds like I'm chayev shuas bitui and not shuas shav. Which the Gemara said, no. Hariyas shuas shav. Either way, in either case, whether you eat the loaf or not, should be in violation of Shua Shav. Why? Because when you enter the Shua Shav, the moment made it. Because remember again, if I say I'm going to eat the loaf and then I make a second oath not to eat the loaf, by definition I've transgressed the Shua Shav right then and there. The Shua Shav is not dependent on whether I eat or not. The Shua Shav is dependent on the articulation of that second Shua. Rabbi, you're right. Tani al Shuas Bitui. You're right. In all of these cases, I'm in violation of a Shua Shav, right? Because again, the moment I say I swear I'm going to eat the loaf, and then I make a second oath to say I'm not going to eat the loaf, that second oath is a Shua Shav, and I'm in violation of that right then and there. What's the variable of the Shuas Bitui, right? If I eat the loaf, okay, I fulfill the Shuas Bitui. If I eat the loaf, then I violated the Shuas Bitui. But either way, I violated the Shuas Shav. Incredible. Let's say last Mishnah of the Parak. Shuas Bitui. Here we go. Back to Shuas Bitui. The Hagis Ba'anoshim Ubenashim applies to men and to women. The Kronokim, the kids and not. We'll say, for example, if I swear I'm going to give Reuben $1,000. That's Shuas Bitui, right? It doesn't make a difference whether Reuben is a man, Reuben is a woman, Reuben is my relative, not my relative. Reuben is kosher, Reuben is apostle. Whether I do it in front of Beis Din, not in front of Beis Din, again, it wasn't in confidence in this moment. Shuas Bitui is if I articulate it myself. Now we'll see if there's other case of Shuas Bitui can be articulated by others as well. Point over here, Shuas Bitui apply to everyone. Before, we learned this already many times. Liability for it is intentional violation of Shuas Bitui is malchus. Accidental or intentional violation is covered already. Good. Shuas Shav. What about our false oath, which we just defined in our previous Mishnah? Both said, by the way, I just want to point out, remember, there's a third category which we're not discussing now, which is Shuas Sheker. What's Shuas Sheker? Shuas Sheker is pretty much anything that doesn't fit into the category of Shuas Shav, like any false oath, any break one false oath. But we'll come back to that. Shuas Shav, what's Shuas Shav? So again, no hagas, ba'anoshim, ubenoshim. It applies to men, it applies to women. Relatives, not relatives. This is talking about over here. If you look at Rashi says, so for example, typical case of Shua Shab, right? Reuben is standing right in front of me. I say Reuben is a woman. I swear Reuben is a woman. Right? Reuben is not a woman. Reuben is a man. So whether Reuben is my relative, not my relative, again, it doesn't make a difference, right? Shua Shav is a Shua Shav. It applies to men, it applies to women, it applies to relatives, not relatives. Big shade of it, psulin. Ultimately, people who are kosher, people who are apostle. You can take a shab in the presence of Beis or not in the presence of Beis Din. Umi piatzmo. But the assumption over here is that Shua Shab is a shvua that I am articulating on my own. Now again, we'll see alternate case for this as well. And ultimately, again, for a shvuas shav, intentional violation of the shvuas shav is this, unintentional shvuas potter. So say, for example, now in all of these cases, I could also take who someone else. In other words, if someone else makes a statement and I say amen, that is as if I am taking the shvua myself. For example, lo achalti hayom. Let's say I squeeze back the Shuas Bitui, right? I'm not swearing. I say, you know what? I didn't eat anything today. I didn't put on phone today. So Reuben hears this. Let's stick with the case of eating, right? I didn't eat anything today. Reuben's standing right next to me. Reuben says, really? Do you swear? Do you swear you didn't eat anything today? Amen. I say, yes, I swear. And it turns out that I did eat something today. So we'll say that is what's called mushba'a pi'achirim. So here, interestingly enough, I'm not articulating the shvua. Like I didn't articulate anything. But someone else essentially, so I made a statement. Someone else said, "No, do you swear about that statement?" And I say, "Yes." That's called the shvua. As called a Shua, incredible. Shmuel says, so Shmuel says, I will say, essentially, anytime someone else adjures me, right, and I say Amen, it is as if I have made the Shua myself. Rashi says, so again, I will say, so for example, this is true. So she was bitoy. I didn't eat anything today. Ruben says, "Oh, do you swear?" And I say, "Amen." I say, "Yes." Right? Or you swear? I say, "Amen." Yes, I swear. I swear. That's a shwas bitoy. Or again, I'm in Beis Din. Right? Ruben says, "Silver, no edus for me." I say, "I don't know any edus." Right? Ruben says, "You swear?" And I say, "Amen." That's as if I made the shua. So I'll say saying Amen is as if I'm saying Amen to a statement or to a proposition of shua is as if I made the shua myself. So the Gemara says, Sota. Sota, interestingly enough, the way we adjure the Sota that she did not commit adultery is we make this statement and she says, Amen. Amen. She swears, I did not commit adultery with now, and I also never committed adultery with anyone else. Right? So amazing, you see them later, Amen, I'll be a jerk. I'm going to probably show the speaking in Bryce and Nami. The Jews learn this in Mishnah as well. The Tani we learn, Shvos Ha'edos, no Hagis, Badash, no Lovanashim. Shvos Ha'edos. Now, again, Shvos Ha'edos is a shua that I don't know testimony for someone. Right? Reuben claims that I have testimony from him in the case against Shimon. I swear I don't know any testimony. That is so swearing that you don't know testimony on someone's that is called Shvua Sa'edos. Now, obviously, Shvua Sa'edos only applies to men and not to women, right? Because when you don't give testimony in Beis Din, it only applies to non-relatives, right? Because relatives are not, you're not allowed to give testimony for relatives. Big shame, a little bit psulim. It only applies to people who are fit for Eidos, people who are compromised. The Einon Hages Elabel Union Lahai. And it only applies to people who are fit for testimony. Ubifnei Beis Din, the Shalom Bifnei Beis Din, only Piatzmo. And it applies in front of Beis Din and not in front of Beis Din. And again, I offer this oath, of my own verbal cognition, right? Of my own verbal volition is a better word. And again, I will say, if you were adjured by someone else, ultimately, again, there's only liability for this in Beis Din. These words are mayor. Here's the problem. You're learning the second brayso. Shvua Sa'edos case. And how, again, Shvua Sa'edos is literally the topic of our next parak. No, Shvua Sa'edos. So we have actually not learned about the intricacies of this Shvua just yet. So getting ahead of ourselves just a little bit. Look at this on the brayso. So Shvua Sa'edos case. What's Shvua Sa'edos? What is an oath about testimony? Amar la'edim. Say to witnesses, Bo, ve'iduni. Come and testify on my behalf. And the witnesses say, Shvur she'ein ani yodim l'cha edus. We swear we don't know any testimony for you. Oh, Shvur she'ein ani yodim l'cha edus. Or they say again, we don't know any edus for you. Mashpia ani alechem. And I say to them, right, you guys, you know testimony for me. Swear that you don't know testimony for me. V'amulo, amen. And they say, yes, amen. We don't know any testimony for you. So the Gemara says, b'fnei Beis Din, bein shelo b'fnei Beis Din. So I'll say again, whether this oath is happening in front of Beis Din, not happening in front of Beis Din, ultimately again, it works. You're in there. So ultimately again, whether in front of Beis Din, not in front of Beis Din, they take the oath themselves, don't give themselves the chayv. They will say, contradiction. Why? In the previous Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa, if they are being adjured through someone else, it only works in front of Beis Din. According to this brayso, even if they're not in front of Beis Din, if they're being adjured by others, the shvua works. So how do you reconcile that? So what does it come down to? Whether or not they said amen. If they say amen, that is as if they made the shvua themselves. If that's the case, it works in front of Beis Din. Front of Beis Din. If they did not answer amen, and it only works in front of Beis Din, doesn't work outside of Beis Din. So what do you see from here? That answering amen is tantamount to taking the shvua yourself. So our Bishop seems to support the same idea as well. The Katani, Shvas Bitoy, what do you say in the Mishnah? Shvas between the Hagas, Ba'anoshim, Ubinoshim, Merachokim, Bikrovim, Bikshirim, Bipsulim, Bifnei Bezin, Bishalom, Bifnei Bezin, Mipi Atzmo. So the Gemara says, Mipi Atzmo in, Mipi Acherim lo. So something from the beginning of the Mishnah that was Bitoy, only even out of the presence of Bezin, when it's of your own verbal volition, you're making it yourself. But if you're being adjured by someone else, it sounds like Shvas Bitoy doesn't work. Tony Seifa, Zev is Moshe Yachirim Chayiv. That Seifa says Shvas Bitoy works, you're being adjured by someone else. So which one? If you, in the beginning, Shvas Bitoy only works if you're making it yourself. Seifa makes like Shvas Bitoy works if you're being adjured someone else. So which one is it? I'm going to say Allah Shalina, Hada Ana Amein, Havdala Ana Amein. So we'll say, what's the distinction? The distinction is whether or not you're answering Amen. That's the distinction, right? Ultimately, again, if you're answering Amen, it works. You're being adjured by someone else. If you don't answer Amen, then it doesn't work. So what does Shmuel come to teach us, right? It sounds like Shmuel is using this whole halacha. What is Shmuel teaching us? The Gemara says, Shmuel is just teaching us ultimately, again, the diuk in the Mishnah. We'll say, what's the diuk in the Mishnah? Effectively, there are two ways to take shuas, right? Either you can take a shua yourself, verbally articulating the shua, or halakha l'maaseh says the shua, and you say amen to that. That is to taking the shua yourself. And Shmuel is just coming to highlight this is so from the Mishnah. Hadron Allah shua shalom shkoya. A good night, Shabbos. All right, Shabbos on Zoom. Good Shabbos, everyone. Good Shabbos, and Chadim Shayim Rachodesh. Good Shabbos. Fellas, welcome a number of them. Fellas, we have some Baltimore. Yeah, Michael's here with me in Baltimore. All right, Dennis here in Baltimore. All right. So all these two have really a good night of Shabbos.
So what happens? Nothing. The police accepted that claim without properly weighing the facts.
One of the first claims ever made is called a socket camel. Where is the range using right there about today? You see.
Documents were finally disclosed by the police department. John's cell phone records made it undeniably clear that he was nowhere near the scene of the crash. Yeah, but he didn't talk to them.
Yeah, but if somebody's making these claims, you're allowed to call up and be like, fuck you, pretty much, So
this is what John said. So John said, I want to be by thanking the district attorney's office for carefully reviewing the facts and ultimately vindicating me.
Someone else articulated what I say. On the he's saying, yeah, he would actually not everybody has to prove that. Here's the and as much as I can I blame that someone else articulated it. And I
understand that in the court of public opinion, the allegations may have seemed believable, especially given my past mistakes. But by the time these claims were made public, I had just retired from competition, and that moment was stolen from me by someone who made false accusations of working for the
whether you are thinking of yourself, whether you are going ahead and have police department by others, plus that you just only do this.
Single false accusation takes so much away from someone for any evidence.
Yeah, but that's the public opinion.
There's a pattern. But it's true that, another example of somebody just accuses you of something and then you get a stake. They get a story. And by the time, it's all on night.
So, he was just never there. But he was familiar with her. She came from his house. And she probably got a report that John's gone.
So he was retired, now he's back.
And the test back to the test on the data was like, there's a 1 in 1 billion chance that he finds it. Maybe this helps.
Well, that was because now that he's been exonerated.
It's like, I'm John
I
Jones.
said, no, I don't, and I'm not.
Person on earth to some case, and I'll take
And I
this
know
chance
that
to
I'm
more
wrong.
than a billion.
It's still kind
Did
of
I
cover
scare
all
you,
that.
John?
That's
whenever he
not
posts this,
stuff.
he's done
It's
getting
not
bunch
on that. I was saying, she does something that he does is about the case. Let's say, I know who I'm not. I know that I do say this on behalf of
They
people.
could be the biggest
I'm
ever
lying.
fight.
But
It has to be
I'm going to show you.
like how
What's the next guy to show you about? I'm show you about reliability for this US. So I don't know if it's not my there's some notes. I think the most widespread ever is Kimbo. Let's say yes. That's the
I'll shoot us. So also, I am not
take a little break and talk about some of our. I don't know if I buy some, it's just a different time. But it's not you watch the documentary? I saw highlights.
let's say, what's a full-blown show?
So later on, I remember he's so funny. He's one of us. He's like that. He loves to fuck around. I know stage jiu-jitsu with his dad. That's a great teacher.
Well, now I'm kind of. So again, what do you think about Chayv? What are intentional violence? One of my Chayv, carbon all that. And ultimately, again, carbon all that. Good.
There's a lot. Let's say it's on a Saturday and competing with college football. Say you got FSU.
What's the
What that weekend?
What do you want? So starts off by asking.
It's gonna be next. There's a big going on.
Remember again, this weekend by saying,
7.7
consciously, so from where do you know that a woman cannot say which was terrible, but obviously have a because it says the two men will stand, and the Muslim says, but obviously there's no sort of like a so she says, don't even my custom with that. Not address the show, it's not that something
just to get the White House just in so imagine with these other guys who are current British up at 42 heavyweight, which they're having 42 heavyweights. Andre Arlovsky, other guys. Randy Couture.
Carolyn has had it with
those who have the fight, those who have the arguments, or how everybody do that. So that's a question. She learns that the body have the fight. But understand you must have those two men refer to witnesses. I share my empathy. You have follow with one another. Understand that that is two other men who are who, but you have actual argument. Sure, like that. Everybody is have a combine the time on each round. What's in the process that you can who is still the agent of what's the other things and every story refers to witnesses as not then not should know and if you would like to see the files. It says over here, what's the Emma and Halor and it says later on, right? So it says later on, just like the second story is a reference to this half time. So to verify is a reference to the witness as well. So my what is that statement like to say? Nicola Costa, Marcella, and Harid, Club the Valentina study. So the man says, what is that last thing? I'm not sure. I'm just in the problem. It's a low cost of Marcella and Harid. The Club the Valentina study. So the man says, since it would have said Shalom, I would have said that the impossible ultimately is referring to the mirrors. And it wasn't today. The simple way to read that first passage is not to place a comma between Shnei HaAnashim and Hashem Lahem Harif. So
referring to the same people. You want to say, like my drasha, like the Amshar, it says, Asher Lahem Ari refers to the litigants. Okay, here's another way to prove it. Ne'emar kan shnei, ne'emar lahalon shnei. Mar lahalon de'idim, afkan de'idim. So it says over here, we'll say by shnei anoshim. It says there are shnei, just like shnei in the second person refers to witnesses, so too shnei in the first person refers to witnesses as well. So we'll say, so it seems to be based on the mercy over here. We're learning out the concept of the fact that we cannot be a from the system for Andush Anoshim, and the Russia seems to be Anoshim below Anoshim, men and not women. Okay, time to be done. So let's do another place that supports this. What's the other place, huh? So what's another place that supports the same idea? Once it says the two men will stand, so it wasn't talking about witnesses. I told her that we can over about repeating. So you're seeing the first witnesses, but maybe not maybe the first religions, which is Shnayim or in the day. Social environment. I don't understand. Why would they just say the Angushanashi referring to religions? Only two people can be religions, but three cannot. In other words, it doesn't make sense that they have the number of religions that it takes. Furthermore, if you would like to say as follows, Ne'emar kan shnei, and now lahalon shnei. It says over here, I will say the Abdush Anoshim. It says later on, Abdush Mal lahalon later on, so over here it's a reference which was my Shecholomar. What does it mean? If you want to say, if you take up the Tav and the Bach, they say that's what the first one is. Abdush Anoshim is a reference. Right? The plaintiff is not the defendant. It says, it says, stay over here. It says, stay later on. It's Abusha. The initial question of the two men are like to stand before things must be again direction from the Russian that we and now to forward to against multiple rights before the same and another right step for Angushna and Russian maybe like us in the data the two men would stand maybe like us in the data and to remember the other the highlight of influences, it is contributions to the recipe and Russian volume again. Russian involves but what's that exactly sense? Men to say that it's better than men who come to the religions. Women can be very acceptable to the religions. This question is very interesting. In Nafshe Cholomar, Ne'emar kan shnei, and Ne'emar lahalon shnei. And furthermore, if you like to say, it says shnei over here. And it says shnei by the mal lahalon. Just like in the second part, he's talking about witnesses. So it will be a sin of witnesses as well. By Nafshe Cholomar. So what is that? In Nafshe Cholomar. This came out. So not all so if you say that what even though we can give testimony, can be a little bit. It's not Sunday. Sunday because of called about this idea that has now often quote with this idea that sometimes women should not assert themselves in an incredibly or dramatically public setting. So perhaps I would say it again, I'm quote about some else discussion with itself, at least it's also exceptionally silent. But the idea of testing of this, I would have said, even though of course a woman can be a litigant, Ne'emar kan shnei, Ne'emar lahalon de'idim, just like the Shnei, it says Shnei by reading, over Angushna and Russian is a reference to the so it's like, bottom line, if you keep on having the same Russia over and over, which is Angushna and Russian, at this point in time, multiple times successfully proven that Shnei is a Shnei Ishki, but Amdu Shnei HaNoshim is a reference to witnesses, and also the third God calls the witnesses HaNoshim, suggests that he has many similar witnesses within Tanakh. And therefore, again, moving back to our Mishnah, therefore, when it comes to Shua Sa'idos, obviously Shua Sa'idos can only be imposed upon someone who has the ability to give testimony. Someone who does not have the ability to give testimony, ultimately, again, cannot have the Shua Sa'idos case. Was also just like you said, so we went back to the time we started the fast was 6:13, 6:13. So it's good. Okay. Saints also changing the time that Shabbos ends. Yom Kippur is only an hour earlier this year. We built a lot of hours. So let's go like this. Says the Gemara. So we'll say now we're going to do a couple of this for the next class. It's actually going to be nice because we're going to go back to like a little bit of what we call like regular sunnahs, so to speak. So let's turn around. So now we'll get into some of the sections, some of the mechanics as to the way that things work. So the two men will stand. So now that we've proven that those two men are witnesses, so the Gemara Dashins over here, after we prove that they're witnesses, right? The Gemara takes a step back and looks at that pasuk as referring to litigants. Mitzvah about a Guinness Yam. There is a mitzvah upon the bodies, a mitzvah upon the litigants that they should stand. That ultimately, again, when having their case adjudicated, they should stand. So the Yehuda says, but I heard that the Basin wants to seat both of the litigants, they have the right to do that. But what is Asr? So the Gemara says, Basin will Asr, so you Echad only to Echad. Listen, what you can't do is, you can't have one litigant standing and one litigant sitting. We're not going to get into a discussion here about the fact that Basin is obligated to create a level playing field for both litigants. That no one should feel that they're giving any kind of preferential over the other. So again, as much English as we teach us that the litigant should stand, if he wants to see both of them, that's actually fine. Furthermore, but you can't have one thing once here. You can't have one guy that basically says, sure, talk as much as you right, and the other guy who they say he needs to be a bit more precise. It's at a kishbot and the man said, righteousness, you shall judge your fellow. You shouldn't have one person standing, one litigant standing, one litigant sitting. One is able to speak what he wants, the other one is told to hurry up. He said that she spoke up. He said that his righteousness shall be judged at the end. Habidan as Hanercha B'Tayis. Which is the letter judge every person. Go ahead. I say, so we should go. So we should go ahead and add, not necessarily judge every person physically, but never every person the benefit of the doubt. So it's a benefit of the doubt just means, not judge every person favorably means that I'm always right. Not everybody's always right. And if I don't know the whole story. I don't know it. So because I don't know anything, I'm not going to pass judgment. Now, of course, in the absence of passing judgment, what happens? In the absence of passing judgment, this person has a so if I'm not judging you negatively, then I'm judging you positively. So sometimes it's just about reserving judgment, not passing judgment, recognizing that I don't feel like I don't have the whole picture. Coming of Yosef, it's every Kishbot on the Kappa. As the Gemara says, so if Yosef catches, it's every Kishbot on the Kappa. With righteousness you shall judge your fellow. In Am Sheikha, like Korea in the Mitzvos, Ishtadol Adon Yahweh. So what's the interesting enough is the use of the law. What is that exactly? What does that mean? So Rabbi Yosef understands it to be a contraction. Am Sheikha, he who is with you, the Torah in Mitzvos, Ishtadol Death to someone who is handicapped. In other words, there may not be an opportunity to judge every person. There may not just be an obligation to get every single person to benefit from that. Now, it might be this because you don't be able to do that. But the women does the biblical obligation to involve those ultimately are with you in nervous and in reptilians. Those are the people ultimately are things you should do that. Now you should trust people. The idea being that someone is embedded in the framework of says hopefully is a spiritual individual, hopefully is an individual, a kind individual, and therefore they are by definition deserving of your absolute judgment. So you might go like, pull up right direct people. How do they do that coming up? Ullah, son of Rabbi, had a kid, had a judgment, in Torah, in front of them. Shalach Yosef, so listen to this. So that Yosef sent the following question, sent the following message to Rabbi. Ullah Chaverinu, on this Torah who listens. Listen to this. Ullah, Rabbi Yosef sent a message to Rabbi. Rabbi is down, and he sees in David that Ullah coming before him in the judicial battle. So he gets a message from Rabbi Yosef. Ullah, our friend, is steeped. Right? Ullah is our friend, is steeped in Torah and Muslims. So Nachman says, why did Rabbi Yosef send you this message? So Nachman, remember, is the Dayan. Dayan has to be a very impartial. So ultimately, Nachman asks, why did Rabbi Yosef send you this message? Ultimately, it's already because he tried to slant judgment in favor of Allah. Hadra Amari said, no, I understand why he sent it to me. The Mishra B'Tigre. You must look at the last action of that. The Mishra B'Tigre, the Deprecious, is brought in Achar Lefana, Afsuk as Zet. Because I will say, as much as we cannot keep that inside the court itself, if the Talmud Chacham is coming ultimately for a Torah, we will not give him preference inside the court, but we will give him preference in the order in which this case is. So, Talmud Chacham, if there are 5 cases in the docket, and one of them concerns the Talmud Chacham and Torah scholar, we need this case to the top of the docket. So Yosef, therefore, is not understood that Yosef must send him this message to tell him cases in the docket into the top of the docket. But the other possibility is the shoot of the guy. This is actually very interesting. We've seen this case before. Take a look at the top Rashi. You got the shoot of the guy. Rashi says, each game, Shino Tali Buri, they're the highest for Buri, yes, the low Bishua, Shali Hadayan and Chai. So most remember you had this case before. Shooting the guy means judicial assessment. There are certain cases that cannot be adjudicated based on testimony or based on proof. Just because fundamentally there's a lack of both of those things. So how do you adjudicate a case? How do you adjudicate a case? When there's a testimony. And ultimately then when there is no testimony, because it's that you can judges are vested with the ability to make a call. No, I mean they're vested with the ability ultimately to make an assessment. So if you want to suggest over here is as follows, just try into that Rabbi Yosef, Rav Nachman is saying to that perhaps Rabbi Yosef was saying to
Jij weet hoe meer muziekhuis met voor met kleurrijke liedjes. Kijk, zou je dat bijzonder voelen?
So the verse is the following. So the verse is the other possibility is that Yosef was saying just to say that if the sun USA being shut down, there were posts about based on testimony and based on proof, I'm almost serving as a character. I want you to understand that at the end of the day, Ula is the good man. So listen, so remember that when it comes to treatment with diamond, so ultimately again character witnesses will be of acceptance. Okay, I'm a ruler. Who listen to the public? Machlokas pathology. Machlokas that we mentioned before. Is only by religion. About the giver have called the So what's like my focus before about whether or not witnesses, litigants sit or stand. That's my litigants. When it comes to witnesses, everyone agrees that the witnesses deliver their testimony, stand. Really good. From the truth, the unbelievable ha'ana. That's what also the pasuk says. The two men will stand. And what did he just say before? He said that anashim ultimately again refers to the witnesses. I'm going to put up. Machlokes b'shas ma'asumata. Furthermore, machlokes is where is when there is an exchange of it. So ma'asumata means when there is an exchange ultimately between the beis din and the witnesses. However, about b'shas ma'adin, divrei hakol, dayanan b'barikin and bari. So there's a time ultimately when the verdict is delivered. Everybody's done what? Dayanan, the judge sits with ba'adin and the litigants stand. The sit, dayan ayishan moshe mishkot asa'am, judge the nation and the nations. What's the other possibility? Machlokes b'shas ma'aseh. Machlokes ultimately they need to about b'shas k'mayim at the time of the delivery of the verdict. Divrei hakol, dayanim b'yeshiva, u'ba'alayim ba'amida. What's it about the Edom, but rather against the Ba'alayim? So I don't want to use the judges, the Ba'alayim, litigants stand. The Muslims because the Muslim ultimately again when the witnesses give their testimony, that's like the equivalent ultimately to Margin. Six the rule and it says and ultimately again it says that the witnesses was there. So therefore we see that Allah again at the time of the Margin, Allah the witnesses the Ba'alayim. Ultimately again the litigants stand. The Dayanim, yes. Judges sit at the time the witnesses give their testimony, they stand.
The first comment. Go to newest and then scroll all the way down. There'll be names of Thailand accounts going great, amazing content. Keep it up.
Let's say like this is Rafuna, the wife of Rafuna had the following case, had a dean Torah in the front of the basement of Rabbi. Well, so he's actually a fascinating case. Amar, Heichi Navi. So the Lord says, Rav Nachman had the following problem. What's the problem? What should we do? So the Lord said, if I stand up in front of her, remember again, we'll discuss this more. So we'll first discuss what Rav Nachman's issue is, and then we'll discuss why it's an issue. So therefore, again, the wife of Rav Nachman has a dean Torah in front of Rav Nachman. So Rav Nachman is unsure what to do. If I stand up for her when she comes into this room, so if I stand up for what's the problem? The problem is it's going to scare the other litigant. Because the other litigant is going to say, I'm standing up, I'm giving cover to the wife of Rav Nachman, which seems to be so ridiculous in her favor. So the Muslims start to no, if I don't stand up in front of her, Each father, already the father, what's his actually going to say? Wife of a common father, right? His wife is having herself. So what's quite fascinating idea is what it is that a certain the same cover that we give to Talmidei Chachamim, we have to give to the wives of Talmidei Chachamim as well. So to not stand up there, ultimately again we're giving a front to her status as a religious cover. So what's the reason for this? What is the matter? Amalei L'Shanei. Say the Efrach Alai Bar Absha. This I need to do here. When the witnesses are coming in, when the litigants are coming into the basin, let a goose fly into the basin. You shut the Israeli argument. What's going to happen? I'll go ahead and I'll stand up, but I'll stand up and make it look like I'm watching. We're trying to avoid the goose catch the stand. So this way again, I'll stand up when she comes in. But what? It's only people that I'm standing up out of it. Again, so my good obligation towards her to stand up. But I want you to notice though that it's an act of cover for her because it's being called a method of standing up for something else. And therefore I won't stand tennis of the other dog. I, Muhammad, my work is muscle matter. Also, we said before, my focus is only about the give and take of the medication. But because you might give it a cold diana yuva, your body being also what we said before, that when it comes to the Gemara din, everyone agrees that the diana is sick and the body din is dead. So I would look so how would you address that piece with the one that this moment? Diana yuva, the Rothschild covered if you have to come. Also at the end of the day, somebody wants to go ahead and recover. How would you let the body heal himself like that? Yosef Khan started Masala. It wasn't something that happened with you. You stand up in the way, stand up enough when you stand up. Stand up like one who is trying to do. So when you stand up like that, realize I'm not fully standing up, and I'm standing up enough to be able to stand up. But Amar, if Tony Akazadai, if Tony Akazai, once one could go ahead, the giant could deliver the verdict.
What up, Zoot?
That type of posture, not standing firmly up.
Zoot. What up, baby?
No one in the Bible had a Bible and just go to name it.
No one, huh?
No one in the Bible had a Bible.
Oh, that's somewhat inaccurate. I mean, I know what you're saying, not like a book Bible.
There's a name that put that. I don't agree. But
Okay, Zoot, I saw your stand-up, and you did an excellent job recovering. So good on you.
there's a person to do well.
Oh,
Did I?
I just saw 2 videos from you. Oh, yeah, you did.
Instagram link?
Yeah, you did. Okay, great. After the gig with AD, what's new, Zoot?
Sorry?
What's new?
Rabbi.
Did you make your appointment yet?
I called them for agent times today, and I actually did. I didn't answer.
Okay, what kind of doctor do you have that doesn't pick up their phone?
Not a good doctor.
Yeah, I mean, aren't there other doctors you can visit?
So, Rabbi.
I asked you a question, Zoot.
Are there other people live streaming I can visit?
Go ahead, Zoot. You can visit anybody you want. I don't stop you. After the gig with AD, all right, Zoot. I saw it, and I think you did a really good job.
You would like that Alex Green guy. He has a YouTube channel where he talks about Sex in the City.
Oh, that's great. Okay.
Alex in the City.
Oh, that's tight. All right, so Zoot, is it working hours there?
Yeah.
Okay, well then call your place, dude.
No, it's not.
What do you mean it's not?
It's 6:30.
All right, well, are you ready to lose? Dude, I just asked you a question and I expect an answer. Are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
Dude, the last time we played this fucking game, you had 3 of the best shots I've ever seen. Do you know that you have an invitation? Zoot, do you know you have an invitation?
Yeah.
All right. Zoot, can I delete Zoot 1? I am asking you a question. Shut the fuck up. Can I delete Zoot 1?
No.
Zoot, I'm asking you a question. Can I delete Zoot 1
Yeah.
as a friend?
Yeah.
You're never using that account again?
I'll never get that account. I'll never get that account back.
Okay, what happened to it?
Got a new phone.
Well, what about your old phone?
It's completely fucked. It's unrepairable.
Oh, what happened to it? What happened to your old phone, Zoot?
I dropped it.
Oh, no
I
way.
dropped lights on it, remember?
You dropped what?
Lights.
I don't really remember that. Maybe.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up?
Any of the Sex in the City characters escorts?
Sort of in real life. One of them is perhaps Manhattan's like celebrity madam. Her name is Kristen Davis, and she's my favorite one. She's hot as fuck. In real life, in the show though, no, none of them play escort. Well, not really, no. But like they do some escorty things. Like one of them is having sex with a guy, and he gives her a check for $1 million, and she does hash it. But like these are 4 women in the show, at least, who are
That's Sugar Baby. That's Sugar Baby, and that's not escort.
what difference?
The difference is an Sugar Baby sticks to one.
Oh, okay. Well, this guy was seeing. He was married at the time, but he sees. Well, I don't know if it's that he's married, but like in other relationships, and then just some chicks on the side. Is that an escort?
No.
I mean, it's like a form of being an escort. It may not. Oh, you got fucked. It may not be like seen as a traditional form of being an escort, but I kind of consider being an escort. And then there are some women who have that world overlap, so they'll have a boy who they like but isn't wealthy, and then there'll be like an older man they like who they don't like, but he's who is. Let me let me make sure I
Well,
clarify.
escorting is happening since
Oh, fuck. Escorting is the world's oldest career.
yes, like there was cavemen that would pay women that have shelter, you know, so all the way back to the caveman era.
Right? So, what about? Oh, come on, Zoot. What about being a sugar baby is not being an escort? Like it's a subset. Being a sugar baby is a subset of prostitution. But I think it's arguable to say marriages as well.
No,
Okay, why isn't marriage prostitution? Oh, Zoot, no way.
people.
Almost had an amazing shot. Zoot's that chick. Who's Allie? Does she like to get fucked?
Send her a DM.
No, that's not my deal. Do you like it though?
Got that? No.
What a shot, Zoot. What a shot.
Do I think she's a nice person? Yeah.
All right. Who do you like more, Allie or Chelsea?
Well, probably not. I probably have more conversation than Chelsea. I don't know how I can mess up.
All right. Is Allie single?
I think so.
Is Chelsea single?
Yeah.
Dog, you need to hook up with Chelsea. She's your neighbor.
No.
All right, Zoot. So let's talk about your stand-up. You got fucked by that guy, and I'm surprised people weren't mean to him because that was not cool of him to just be like not funny. Although I agree with him, I disagree. I think that subject's a little too sensitive, but that's okay. Um, and then
That part, but the joke wasn't meant to be funny.
okay, and then you've got to learn to stop for pause for laugh breaks or applause breaks. Like but just keep that in mind. Like when people are laughing, you want to just give them. I just fuck myself or what?
What did you say? When people are laughing, I want to give them time to laugh.
Yeah. Like you got so excited, and I would too, that people were laughing at what you said, that you just started talking over their laughter, and you want to give people the opportunity to be able to digest what you're saying. Oh, you got fucked. How did you do that?
You got off that was the worst that I've ever done.
All right. No way. Are you serious, Zoo? I just fucking gave you the game. Are you serious?
On that fair, I would have won that anyway, regardless.
No, you wouldn't have.
Oh, we're gonna play 3 games in a row.
All right.
Don't you?
All right. Just for you, big dog.
Yeah, the Spider-Man photo card.
Any special cards?
Yeah, you get a special card. If you play this one, you get special theme cards that are only available for today on the rewards.
Okay.
We play 3 games of the roadshow, whatever.
That's one game, baby.
Okay, Rabbi.
What up, Zoo?
Why is P. Diddy in jail?
I believe it was the Mann Act, but having to do with human trafficking. Which I feel the Mann Act is actually an unfair law. It goes back to like white slavery, and I think that a woman can't be charged with it; only a man can, and I feel that that's discriminatory.
Kind of a victimless crime.
What'd you say, Zoo?
Kind of a victimless crime. P. Diddy probably did some bad shit.
Dog, what the fuck are you doing?
Which is kind of victimless.
Yeah, I mean,
Rabbi?
you can be put in jail for victimless crimes in the United States.
You can't in Australia.
You can't in Australia. What about marijuana possession?
What he got charged with in Australia, you'd probably just get fined. Unless they were underage, then you're fucked. What? Marijuana possession?
Yeah.
I've been done with that before.
You've been what?
I've been caught with marijuana before and got charged.
What happens?
Got fined.
How much did you have?
Like the tiniest amount.
How did you get caught?
I was walking through the train station.
And you were smoking it?
I was walking through the train station going to an event.
I was looking up the laws of my city uh, yesterday, and I didn't recognize that smoking is illegal everywhere in the city of Irvine. And whenever I want to smoke, I just go to this park usually, and I didn't realize that that's illegal to do. I've done it on stream. I've done it in front of the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu people. In fact, I've even had people visit me, visit my house, and we had a picnic and we smoked pot um, in the park on camera and in the Telegram on Instagram, and I didn't realize that that's illegal. You can't even smoke a cigarette outside in the city limits. All right, that's 2 games. Normally, I just vape, and I can do that in the house, but I can't smoke uh, like a joint or like a in the house, and I don't want to do it on in like the front or backyard usually. So I'll just walk to this little park that's just like I don't know, a couple 100 feet away, so maybe like a couple 100 yards actually, and I didn't realize if a cop. Dude, are you gonna accept the fucking invite? I didn't realize if a cop came up to me, it's like $100 fine first time, $200 fine the second time, $300 fine the third time. Dude, are you gonna accept the fucking invite? Dude, what the? Go, big dog. Uh-oh, you're gonna fuck me. Uh-oh, you're gonna fuck me. Oh, dude, I got every fucking card now. Fuck you, Zoot. Dude, you got great cards. Fuck you, Zoot. All right, did we get special cards or something now? Zoot. Zoot, you're such a frustrating person. Zoot. Win 3 games of Ocho. Oh, you have to win 3 games of Ocho. I thought we just had to play. Did you just... Zoot, you have to win 3 games of Ocho. Zoot, you have an invitation. You have an invitation.
We didn't get the thing because you have to play in the room.
Oh, you have to play in the room?
Yeah.
Well, and you have to win 3 games.
No, you have to plan the room. You have to go into those like Spanish, like Portuguese rooms.
No one knows what that is.
You have to go into the photo rooms.
Okay. So, Zoo, what are you going to talk about the next time you do stand-up?
Probably in 2 weeks.
I know, but are you going to come up with jokes?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Don't tell a story.
What of one today?
What story did you think of today?
I was getting no matches on Tinder, and then I realized I changed it to everyone, and I realized that everyone in this city is fucking gay. That's why all these women are single. I'm sorry.
Is that supposed to be funny?
No, it's true.
Okay.
I don't know. I need to work a little bit.
Zoo, tell the joke that's fucking funny. You should. I know that you don't want to do this, but you should just memorize like 10 funny jokes and just tell them like a comedian. After this game, we're gonna find 10 jokes for you. We're at least gonna find a few of them, and you can make them your own.
It's funnier if you don't practice.
No, it's not. I saw those people were not laughing at you. The only thing they laughed at was the fact that the guy got hit by a bus. But that's not like a joke. That's just they didn't want some pervert still living in their community.
So I know a joke.
What's your joke, big dog?
So I've learned there's things you don't joke about doing stand-up. Pedophiles and suicide, but it's funny if a pedophile commits suicide.
But there's other shit you don't talk about either. Like molestation.
You can't.
Yeah, but like only weird people do. I would want to go see stand up with like some creepy comic who is literally obsessed with children getting hurt.
I mean, have you ever watched Dave Chappelle?
What'd you say, big dog?
Have you ever watched Dave Chappelle?
Yeah, he doesn't ever talk about that kind of shit. Generally, I mean, like just pissing you. But that's not like.
No, he talked to Jackson and R. Kelly all the time.
Dude, he hasn't done a Michael Jackson or an R. Kelly routine in like 15 years. He has like other. I'm surprised you don't have any transsexual jokes.
I do.
Okay, what's your transsexual joke?
It was God has autism. He doesn't make eye contact with you. He's a they them. If he was sitting next to me in a classroom, I'd think that's a school shooter.
Okay, so why do you say that God is they them, but then refer to God as he?
Same thing.
Okay, that's not a transsexual joke. That's more a God joke. Zoot, I'm gonna beat you 5 games in a row. You used to be so good at this game.
Okay. I can tell you a joke about can tell you what transsexuals are.
Yeah, the transsexual jokes.
I mean, the fact that I'm not trans is funny. I feel like I dodged a bullet there, but I think it'll be fun.
What's the difference between a transsexual and a crossdresser?
A transsexual does it every day, a cross-dresser does it occasionally.
But there are some crossdressers who are straight.
Yeah, I said that occasionally.
Yeah, but they don't have sex with men. They just like to dress up like women and have sex with women.
But transsexual,
I mean,
transgender and transsexual, the same thing.
yeah, I think so. But you raise a good point, or at least a good point is raised. Not all transgenders people are gay.
Oh,
Zoot, now I've got one for you. I don't know if this is a joke. It's just something that I talk about with Riser. Okay,
here's the thing.
go ahead.
I mean, if you're transgender, male to female, and you're dating a man, that makes which is the majority of them. But if you're I don't want to get into this because I don't want to promote religion.
All right, Zoot, I've got one for you. This is right up your fucking alley. You should love this topic. Okay, and it's kind of a stand-up bit, but it's really to me like philosophical or sociological or something. Good job, Will, on the win. All right, is it gayer or no? Is it straighter to watch a girl have sex with a guy, or a girl have sex with a transsexual, guy to girl?
No, that's gay.
Well, not really, though. Okay, let me put it into these terms. With a girl having sex with a guy, there are 2 breasts, 1 vagina, 1 penis.
No, that's gay.
Hold on. With a girl having sex with a pre-op transsexual, there are a lot of times 4 breasts, 1 vagina, 1 penis. So basically, there are 2 extra breasts in the second version of this. So there are more boobs. Why does that gayer?
I'll tell you what's gay.
Why is it gayer? Zoot, you have a fucking invitation. Zoot, you have 5 seconds to accept your invitation. 4 seconds to accept your invitation. 3 seconds to accept your invitation. 2 seconds to accept your invitation. 1 second to accept your invitation.
I'll tell you what's gay. Participating in public keeping.
That doesn't make it gay.
Yes.
No. Zoo, what's your favorite radio show? Zoo, remember that time I asked you what's your favorite radio show?
You know, I live in a whole different part of the country.
I know you. I'm aware of that. But is it that fucking radio holiday that you guys have where you celebrate that countdown?
Yeah, sure.
All right. What's your favorite talk radio program? What's your favorite talk radio program in Australia? What is your favorite talk radio program in Australia?
I don't listen to radio.
Okay, why don't you listen to radio?
Video check the radio stuff.
That's true. All right, so do you know what you're gonna do tomorrow?
Oh, by the way, TV won yesterday.
Yeah, in like the United Kingdom, right?
Okay. No, all over the world, there's no MTV.
No, I thought there was in the United States still.
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Dog, I don't believe that.
Look it up. MTV.
It shut down its shit in the United Kingdom and Ireland. But MTV Music, MTV 80s, MTV 90s Club MTV, and MTV Live. But MTV is still going to be a thing.
Okay. Not about her.
Right. Do you watch MTV?
MTV parent companies.
Well, yeah, Paramount's giant.
Okay. So MTV is still around.
Yeah, the argument is that to air music is too expensive nowadays.
Is it?
Yeah, because all the artists want more and more money, which means to air it is more and more expensive. And these companies are always trying to cut costs. So they recognize, like, if we do reality shows, those are really cheap, and we don't have to pay huge amounts of money for the music videos. Does that make sense to you? Dude, why don't you answer questions?
What's your question?
My question was,
Rating thing.
you're reading things. Okay, I don't even fucking remember. I should go back on my stream and see. In fact, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go back on the stream what my fucking question was. I rarely do this. It was about MTV. Okay, I'm on my stream. Hold on, dude. Wait. Just wait less than 1 minute. Let me just find. I'm really close to finding it. And I want to hear what my question was. I found it. Okay, and my question was, does that make sense to you? Oh, so you fuck. That shit was baller as fuck. Carolyn DeMornay, you suck dick, and everybody knows it. Shop Show, YouTube. Rabbi, Kill, Tony, Cola.
It's our best steak ever.
Careza.
It's super tender. Juicy. People love it, and it's so good with our new red chimichurri. You're gonna want to put it on everything.
Oh, am I? Are you fucking sure about that? You fucking ass. Dog. Look at this athleticism. We're the pimps. Don't think we're set up pimps.
From the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony! Let's go! Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives? One more time for the best damn band in the land, huh? Fernandez, Castillo, Raul, Vallejo, Carlos Sosa, Nachos, Belgrande, Michael Gonzalez on the drums. We have a real fly here again. Fuck yeah. Back door must be open. I love it. We need the zapper. We need our tennis racket zapper. We got the great Matt Muehling on the electric guitar, John Dees on the keys, and this is D Magnus. Oh my God! How about one more time for the best? Hey, this is Redman coming live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony! Let's go! one more time for the best damn band in the land, huh? Fernando Castillo, Raul Vallejo, Carlos Sosa, Nachos Grande, Michael Gonzalez on the drums. We have a real fly here again. Fuck yeah. Back door must be open. I love it. We need the zapper. We need our tennis racket zapper. We got the great Matt Mueling on the electric guitar, John Dees on the keys, and this is D Madness on the bass guitar, ladies and gentlemen. This episode is brought to you by Nick, Talkspace, and Quo. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show, huh? Every single week, I have two of the funniest human beings on. This week is no different. Ladies and gentlemen, two of the best guests in the show's history. Two of the best comedians on all of planet Earth. Make some fucking noise. Fluffy and Sal Volcano, everybody. Oh, yeah. They are on their feet. Sal Volcano. Great Fluffy, ladies and gentlemen. Fluffy. Yeah, the crowd is electric. Surprise. I don't know if you guys are excited that it's us or that you didn't pay for us. It's always a big surprise. Thank you. Table of very happy, thick Latino men over there that are just out of
What is this
control
bullshit?
right now. Relax, gentlemen. Relax over there. This is going to be like the fucking Super Bowl halftime show. Bunch of thick Mexicans in the fucking floral shirts going ballistic over here. Fluffy is back, ladies and gentlemen. He's on tour, FluffyGuy.com. And the long-awaited return of the great Sal Volcano.
Are you fucking...
New York, Nashville, the Chicago Theater, Beacon Theater, Ryman Theater, SalVolcanoComedy.com. You guys have both been on this show before.
Look at this athleticism.
Look at how stacked this bucket is. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of names, literally overflowing to the top. You guys know how it works. I pick a name, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up and you hear the sound of a kid. It means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, which rudely interrupts them, and then I conduct an interview. They get feedback from my esteemed panel. We're going to have a lot of fun. The entire thing's improvised. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? I'm going to let this guy that looks like every murder documentary that kills his wife pick the first name. Wow, right off the middle top. Real simple. Fuck you are, huh? Didn't even dig in there at all. Unbelievable. You suspicious motherfucker. I feel like I caught you off guard predicting that you're going to eventually kill your wife here. You're just like, okay, let's just keep this moving. While we go wrangle that comedian, most very lucky fucking bull, I have one of the most interesting golden ticket winners in the show's history here to start tonight. We have not had him on this show for 6 months straight because there was a big competition in Nashville, Tennessee, and the
No way.
who had the least response had to take 6 months away
True.
from the show. He has been working so
It's
hard
true.
to
True.
have
It's
so
true.
many
True.
open mics continuously for this moment right now. We'll start
Come on,
tonight
dog.
with
Light me up.
the long-awaited return, a brand new minute from True Exits. Tony's on Netflix. But if one more person asks me if I'm going to be on Love on the Spectrum next year, I'm going to have a fucking meltdown.
There you go.
Because I know I have patience. Not the first black comic who can't understand on stage. I have trouble regulating regulating my emotions. Also natural. And I'm not trying to go on a date that consists of figuring out every number in pi and a dinner of dino nutties and Uncrustables. The train museum would be fucking sick, am I right? I can't smoke weed because I don't want to kill people. And if I did smoke weed, my thoughts would make a lot more sense. Like, I think dominoes are just flat dice. I think of a true.
We're flowing. That's funny.
I think the trans man has a better beer than me. It's cheating. Because they're using performance-enhancing drugs. I think Shaggy rescued Scooby-Doo from an Asian household. Because how else would Scooby-Doo say Lululemon? Uh-oh. And I think lesbians can't wear braces. Because if they did, they become box cutters.
There you go, dog.
Yeah, you look fantastic, dude. Yes, sir. Wow. I mean,
He goes this way.
sometimes I forget you are black. Hell yeah, brother. Well, look out. I wasn't gonna say that word, John. Don't worry. I love it. I forget you're black, and then you come with a shirt from the Steve Harvey collection over here. I mean, look at that fucking thing. That is incredible. Where do you get a shirt like that, Drew? The Polo, Ralph Lauren Polo outlet. Wow, the outlet. Yeah, it's $75. Hell yeah. And you get your haircut from the electrical outlet. Amazing, Drew. So tell us about these 6 months off. What's it been like for you? You've been working hard? So the first month was a little crazy, little tough, but I was like, you know what? I'm never going to give up on my dream. And so I went and I did 90 minutes a week of stand-up, no matter where it was. 3 people, 300 people, whatever I could do, I was there to do it. And I opened for Adam Ray in July. And I did really well in front of 1,000 people at my old casino. Your old casino? Yeah, you own a casino? Yeah, you had your own casino? No. I used to lose a lot of money at this casino. Shit, Tony. Me too, bro. Hell yeah. I love it, Drew. Well, fantastic stuff. You've never smoked weed before? Your old casino? You own a casino? Yeah, you had your own casino? No. I used to lose a lot of money at this casino. Shit, Tony. Me too, bro. Hell yeah. I love it, Drew. Well, fantastic stuff. You've never smoked weed before? I don't smoke weed. I haven't smoked weed in 3 years. Okay, what was it like when you were smoking weed? I was very paranoid and very sad. It didn't work that way. And I was like, you know what? Jigga say I'll smoke weed. And you know what? He didn't. So let's not do that. Okay. That's an interesting way of looking at it. Hell of a segue. Yeah. Just say you don't like the Chargers, bro. I am a Commanders fan, dog. Right. You were smoking weed. I was very paranoid and very sad. It didn't work that way. And I was like, you know what? Jigga say I'll smoke weed. And you know what? He didn't. So let's not do that. Okay. That's an interesting way of looking at it. Hell of a segue. Yeah. Just say you don't like the Chargers, bro. I am a Commanders fan, dog. Right. Well, Drew, amazing stuff. What did you think about Drew Sal? It was good to see you again. Last time I was here, you were here, so it's nice to see you again. It's crazy you found the only shirt longer than yourself. But yeah, you look surprised to be here, even though you know damn well that you're here. Which I like. That's what I like about you. There's always a very surprise. You look surprised right now, but I'm speaking. You did it, Drew. You came back very funny, set, great stuff. Way to get the show started. Thank you so much. Can I just say that joke about the flat dice?
Hilarious.
How many people were like, oh my God, I cannot unsee that. I was like, yeah, wow. Okay, domination. I know, right? Fuck Rory, she's a piece of shit. Anyway, but I was relaxing and then I fell asleep. And then I just kind of went all the way down and I was just like, oh, and it's 10 inches of what? 10 inches is a what? Watch this. There, classic smiley face. Steam approved. You're officially an artist. Use the window keeps. I think we're safe. Fog up in here already. That's what happens when it's cold and somebody keeps laughing this hard. Guilty. Watch this. There, classic smiley face. Steam approved. You're officially an artist. Use the window keeps. I think we're safe. Fog up in here already. That's what happens when it's cold and somebody keeps laughing this hard. Guilty. Watch this. There, classic smiley face. Steam approved. You're officially an artist. Use the window keeps. I think we're safe. Fog up in here already. That's what happens when it's cold and somebody keeps laughing this hard. Guilty. Watch this. There, classic smiley face. Steam approved. You're officially an artist. Use the window keeps. I think we're safe. Fog up in here already. That's what happens when it's cold and somebody keeps laughing this hard. Guilty. Watch this. There, classic smiley face. Steam approved. You're officially an artist. Use the window keeps. I think we're safe. Fog up in here already. That's what happens when it's cold and somebody keeps laughing this hard. Guilty.
Calm down, bitch.
Classic smiley face. Steam approved.
Yo! How you living? You know what? Go fuck yourself. Because ain't nobody want to talk to you right now, motherfucker.
I woke up and I was like, oh shit, I don't want to get out of this giant airplane because if I do, they're going to know something's wrong. So I sat cross-legged for 15 minutes.
What the hell? What the fuck?
Just like, oh, and it's 10 inches a lot. 10 inches is a lot. Hey, oh.
10 inches?
Gilmore Girls. Wow. And I had an interesting combination. I know, right? Fuck Rory, she's a piece of shit. Anyway, but I was relaxing and then I fell asleep. And then I just kind of went all the way down and I was just like, oh, and it's 10 inches a lot. 10 inches is a lot. Hey, oh.
There you go.
And, I woke up and I was like, oh, shit. I don't want to get out of this giant airplane because if I do, they're going to know something's wrong. So I sat cross-legged for 15 minutes. Yeah, it was embarrassing. Okay. And so and someone recognized me and like I was like really quiet. It was awkward, but it's pretty cool. Glad you made it, bro. So then it's true what they say about black people in swimming. Yeah. Water. Turn naked. You did it, buddy. Congratulations. Turn naked. The record holder for most appearances ever on one episode of the show. This first night on the show, he came out like 11 times. Anything can happen. It's our first bucket full of the night, everybody. We're going to meet these people all together. Make some noise for this person. It's a minute from J.D. Madison, everybody. Here we go. What's up, y'all? I'm going to stage dive after a scene to get ready to catch, all right? Now the headline tomorrow will be 3 dead, 7 injured, 16 missing. I have a lot of intrusive thoughts. One of which is like, I don't think you can really call yourself straight until you jack off the gay porn for the first time. So think about it. Like, if you're over 30, we grew up with the anti-sex, and our parents tell us gay people are bad. So you test that shit out, man. I like to do it once a year, just on my birthday, make sure I'm still good. Little gift to myself. Comfort my own sexuality. I am straight though, so far. Got 2 kids. My 5-year-old's a little bit of a maniac. She's obsessed with K-pop runners. If you guys know that one. It's really great, but like she wants to be one for Halloween, and I'm trying to figure out how much yellow face is appropriate for a 5-year-old. I don't need a repeat of the Little Mermaid incident. So that's my time about JD Madison. Thank you.
Good job, JD. Funny.
And how long have you been on stand-up? This is my first time.
Shut up. That was phenomenal.
First time ever being on stage? Not on stage, but first time doing stand-up. It's on stage, you're stand-in for, I'm your stand-up. Four, right? 4, yeah. Oh, wow. Look at this.
He just threw a dick out the window.
Tell us more, JD. What do you do for fun? Do you have any special skills or talents? Well, obviously, I like to cook.
He threw a dick out the window.
Absolutely amazing. Do you ever play basketball? Just shake like one.
Ah! I like a dick.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Alright, what's your love life like now? I'm married to 2 kids, so that's pretty good. Okay. But you're ready to hear your birthday. Married with 2 kids, you still testing out the CBK every year. How do you know if you don't? Like, did you call it an intrusive thought? Yeah. How intrusive is it? I mean,
It looks like a dick.
at least yearly. So, I don't know if that's not intrusive yet. It's still intrusive. Yep, yearly. Yeah. What does the wife do for a living? She went to school to be a pediatric psych nurse, but she's married to me now, so she doesn't do that anymore. She's a school nurse, actually. So. Okay. You ever worry about her banging any of the students? That's a thing that's happening nowadays. Middle schoolers, so they probably have tiny dicks so far. Like, I don't worry about it. She probably does it once a year just to see if she. JD Madison, so interesting. 42. How did it feel up there? Is there anything surprisingly different that shocked you about your first time? No, I mean, stage was small. I didn't expect this many laughs, that's for sure. So I'm really happy about that. But it's great, man. Yeah. All right, JD. Well, you have a whole thing ahead of you, even though it was just okay. It was great for a first time set. Better than my first set. Yeah, better than my first set. So way to go. Thank you, man. Very confident. You'll leave it here with a big jump up. There you go. Right into that. Right into the kid. Great catch. The old titty catch. Hey, your dad's looking down on you right now, man. I just wondered if you're gay or not, but yeah. There he goes, JD Madison, everybody. All right, so you get it. The show has begun. And straight into our. Oh my God! Wow. Have you ever seen anything more pretty than a great Heidi, everybody? HeidiRegina.com. She's got a new podcast with her and Valerie Vaughn. Unbelievable. This podcast is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Watching TV without ExpressVPN is like trying to travel the world without a passport. You're not going to get very far. That's because streaming services like Netflix only show you a tiny fraction of their huge global library of content. Netflix hides content from you based on your location, and ExpressVPN lets you change your online location so you can control where you want Netflix to think you're located. It's so easy to use. Just fire up the app and click one button and change locations. Plus, it works on all your devices like phones, laptops, tablets, smart TVs, and more. Not to mention, it's rated #1 by top tech reviewers like CNET and The Verge. And me and Antonio love ExpressVPN. It lets me watch all my favorite British soap operas I can't watch here in the States. It's so easy. All I have to do is open up ExpressVPN, slip to UK, my favorite country, tap one button, refresh Netflix, and there what? UK Netflix is as good as our food. So be smart. Stop paying full price streaming services and only getting access to a fraction of the content. Get your money's worth at expressvpn.com/GilTony. Don't forget to use our link at expressvpn.com/GilTony to get an extra 4 months of ExpressVPN for free. This episode is brought to you by PrizePicks. You and I make decisions every day, but on PrizePicks, being right can get you paid. Don't miss any of the excitement this sports season on PrizePicks, whether you're a football fan, basketball, or a fan of both like me. It always feels good to be right. The experience of playing is so fun and simple. I can't wait to start playing now that the NBA season is starting. Red man, exciting. PrizePicks is simple to play. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats. If you get your picks right, you could cash in. Play PrizePicks to get action on football, basketball, and more than 40 plus states, including including California, Texas, Georgia. Join millions of users and sign up for America's #1 fantasy sports app. Speaking of fantasy, download the Prize Picks app today and use code Tony to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code Tony to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Make some noise for your next fucking pool, everybody. He goes by the name of Mike Holloway, everyone. Here we are. Mike Holloway. Every time I shower, I dry off. And then over the next few minutes, every bit of moisture that I've missed from my entire body travels to my balls and stays there. Somehow, even what I missed from my legs defies gravity and ends up there, and I have to dry my balls twice. So, since all roads lead to Rome, I decided to call my balls Romulus and Remus. It's an ancient Roman history joke. It's also a joke about my balls. Twofer. That one gets the eyebrow and the look. Moving on to my dick. My dick runs angle right, but I like on the left. We're always going back and forth about it. All right, Mike Holloway. Old wet balls Holloway. Welcome back to the show, Mike. I remember you being here because your face is absolutely unforgettable. It is an incredible thing. Remind us, Mike, how long you been on stand-up? About 6 years. 6 years. Where at? Mostly in Kansas City. What do you do for work? I'm a cook. Pizza Planet, right? Where are you a cook at? Taco. You mostly make, what's your specialty? Salisbury steak? No, we do steak, we do pastas, we do burgers. Awesome. What do you do for fun when you're not working, Mike, and you're not doing stand-up? You look like you have some real creepy fucking hobbies. Pick up chicks outside of a Hot Topic or something like that. Like you sometimes work part-time, letting people onto festival rides or something. No, I don't really do a whole lot besides work for comedy right now, but I like to play beach ball. Really? I never would have guessed beach volleyball. That's incredible. There's a ball involved. That's true. Sometimes it rolls into the water. It's wet. You're playing with wet balls all over again. Mike, anything crazy about your family, your history, your childhood? Anything that you think makes you different than everybody else in the world? I was an oldest child, a middle child, and an only child. Okay. So you were an only child, and then there was a kid. My mom and my dad. Between my mom and my dad, I was the only child. My dad had 2 older kids before me, and then 2 younger. So I'm a middle child there, and then I was the oldest of my mom's kids. So, wow. They were divorced like when I was like a year old. Okay. Nothing to really go on. Not much to work with there. Check in with Romulus and Remus down there. Do you have any kids? That I know of. It's crazy that you don't took HPV. How did you get it? Tell us about this magical night. This took a turn quickly. Yeah, I love it. I just keep digging until I find something extremely interesting, like an HPV breakout. We're the breakout star of the night so far. You have an HPV special coming out on HPV. All right. Yeah. Do you remember the night that you got it? No, I don't know when I got it. There was a period where it could have been a number of dirty sluts. Wow, so it's amazing. Oh, dude. Yeah. I was just having empathy for you. Yeah, right. You thought something happened over there. You started. Sweet guy, you were honest, you took the shit out, and you just dirty slut did it to me. It's amazing. You haven't been on a date in 6, 7, 8 years or whatever you said. Wow. You're such a dirty dirtball back in the day that you don't even know how you got it. Wow. I grew up fat. Like, I was me too. I was almost 400 pounds. Whoa, that's like a 4X. Yeah. It's actually a 5. So what's it like? How often do you see like a breakout or something like that? What's it like? Is it on your balls, penis, or cauliflower dick? Oh my god. Absolutely incredible. Great, man. Why would you say something like that? There's children watching around the world right now. That is a disgusting thing. What does it smell like? Have you ever smelled it? You ever like touch it? I smell it, but red band is really want to smell it. I might let it smell. Wow. Red band's never hit near any kind of cauliflower before, so this is very exciting. We avoid vegetables at all costs. Are you saying if you're broken out right now? No, it's not a breakout thing. It's just like, wow. That's why I ate it all. Oh my god. Just looks like the Joker's face paint down there. Do you know how I got this? Because I don't know how I got this. That is incredible. So, have you ever told a girl when she's like, I'm down, I don't care? Yeah, my last girl. Wow. Tell us about her. She was crazy though. Yeah. Last I heard, she was serving a 12-year prison sentence for kidnap, rape, or not rape, kidnap, torture. They torture. Oh, good. Thank God. It's almost got weird. Do you know what she did? How did she kidnap and torture somebody? I don't know all the details, but what I heard was that they had somebody in like a dog kennel cage, and they were beating them and throwing boiling water on them and cutting them and stuff like that. Wow. I think we do that to Drew Dickens once a month, but that's crazy. This was well after she broke up with me. Yeah, what a bitch. Absolutely amazing. You got a little joke of last time you're on? Okay. Well, there you go. There he goes. He did it again. All the way, everybody. We're going to keep it moving. Wow. That woman's in prison. With an HPV cauliflower pussy right now. Amazing. Can you imagine the lips on her? Wow. Great fan. This episode is brought to you by Nick Talkspace and Quo. Make some noise for your third bucket full of the night. It's Ernest Evans Sr., everybody. Hell yeah. Man, I just moved into a safe white neighborhood. I know lofty goals, white people. But now my kids got white friends. And I can't say the shit that I normally say around my kids because they got white friends. I mean, I don't say the N-word a lot. But my friends, they use the N-word like Flex Red Hot. They put that niggas in everything. So I'm taking my daughter home to a white friend to get some ice cream. know what I'm saying? Bubbles some 2 chains. And my phone rings on Bluetooth. This is one of my army buddies. The first thing I just found this. Yeah, I'm like, hey, hold on, bro. Chill out. I got a little work though in the car. He's like, oh, nigga, you kidnapping now? I'm like, no, bro, no. Shit. We just going to get some ice cream. Shit, chill out. So meanwhile, I'm looking back in the rearview mirror. She looking at me smiling and shit like she ain't on the journey. I say, don't worry. She says, don't worry. My daddy says it all the time. I'm like, oh, shit.
Take away from the ass activity.
What's up? And even on the show before. Oh, yeah. Now you're here to this day. Man, Mike was the. Okay. Yes, sir. Well, welcome back. I remember you now. I appreciate you. Say, forget it. How's life been since your last time on? Good, man. Shit, producer shows around here, being funny, trying to get in, man. HBO, help a good out. I love it. HPV to HBO, incredible. Amazing. Ernest, remind us, what do you do for work? Man, I'm a veteran, 22 years in the Army, but now I work for the state. Yes, sir. You work for the state? Yes, sir. What do you do for the state? I'm a management analyst. What? Process improvement specialist. Process improvement specialist. Oh, now you know. Yeah, I know you got it one time. What is a process? Can you give us a third explanation? What is a process? I knew you knew. I didn't know the hell. Look like so. I don't know why he's working on this. I appreciate that, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Yeah. It's amazing. Very funny. The confidence is next level, too. Yeah. People sound like Jamie Foxx. I'm going to make it do it, too. It was pretty cool to me. Yeah, like it was a full set in the beginning and middle of it. That's like that's an Apple one, so it was nice to see like something I brought around it. Yeah, but thank you. It is amazing. Ernest, what do you do for fun when you're not performing? Man, I finish shit. I'm trying to do this full time. I'm trying to quit my job, man. Shit, I'm trying to do all that. Okay. Yeah, so jog some fish, chill with the kids, out of kids. Okay. What's their grandfather? I got 2 grandkids. Wow, look at you. That's a lot of shit. You look very young. The only reason I think you're old is because you're brave, but otherwise, you know, I guess that's it. Yeah. Like no crack, right? You don't. Well, I got 3 gym memberships, so that shit better pay it out. Well, you took mine. You keep it. You probably don't want this Planet Fitness. I have 3 gym memberships. Well, CrossFit. Got down the YMCA, 145, got kids and shit, you know what I'm saying? And then LA Fitness. Okay. You already know he messed with me all LA Fitness. Shit. Love Fitness. Love Fitness. Amazing stuff, Ernest. What exactly do you do at the YMCA? What's different at the Y that you don't have at LA Fitness? Child care shit. Child care? I don't understand. Explain that. I don't show up to that bitch. You go, hey, take these kids. Now you take them, you go work out. Wow. That's awesome. I didn't know they had that. That's what I don't be at the gym. I go to the club and shit. Hey, I'm streamlining processes. Hell yeah. Wow. What's it like being a grandfather? Tell us about that. Man, that's lovely, bro. Like, you're young for a grandfather. Yeah, 45. I had kids when I was young, so got my high school sweetheart pregnant at 18. Thought we was gonna be together, but then she was cheating on me and shit, so came back and I was like, damn, I gotta go to her. So that's how it happened. It's a black man. find out this white devil was cheating on her. I came back home and she got the show on there, and I was like, oh, hell no. Oh, hell no, is right. Guys, somebody out here with their side chick right now, shit. Yep, this guy's gonna murder her eventually. So she had hickeys on her neck, and you asked about it. Did she try to make up an excuse or anything? No, she didn't. Yeah, what did she say? What did this white bitch say? She said, the baby was grabbing my hair. I said, look, goddamn, the baby's already even at Is that in your set? You ever told her that on stage? You do that? Yes, you should do that. I got it right now. Yeah, I should. Yeah. Let me ask the drummer. No, let me ask the drummer. I thought you put up my head. My goodness. And did she end up admitting it? Did she end up saying that she was cheating on you, or did she lie down to the very end? Well, cheaters don't admit shit, bro. Yeah. I'm still gonna admit it to the day. Until she see this. Hell yeah. Seriously. It's evidence you got a big joke so far. Yes, sir. You already fill it up? I did. Well, here's the second one.
No tea.
Oh, hello again. Jeez, you're always there. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. When we were young, we used to dream of being anything: an astronaut, a president, a fireman. Instead of dreaming of going to space or owning your own castle, start dreaming of owning your own business. How about? Yeah.
Do a Girls Gone Wild parody, but instead make it Rabbi's Gone Wild with Rabbi Rothschild, and have the steel drums going in the background, and have it be like, you're never going to believe how crazy this rabbi can get.
Shopify is the best. I Shopify all the time. Shopify is packed with helpful AI tools. Now you can accelerate your content creation, get the word out, like you have a marketing team behind you. Easily create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers are scrolling or stolen. Oh, hey, you're still there. That's right. It's your Shopify e-commerce expert. So give yourself a chance.
Oh, that's your takeaway from the
Shopify on your side. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and get a Shopify.com/GoTony. Go to Shopify.com/GoTony.
dope ass merch. I hate these guys so much. I love them. Oh, that's your dope. Oh, that's your takeaway from this dope ass merch.
Hi, everybody.
What up, girl?
So, my boyfriend, he still goes to the pediatrician. This is a true story. I've been with him to the pediatrician twice. And his pediatrician used to see his little baby balls, and now he gets to see where he empties his balls.
Damn, girl.
Fresh. Well, okay. If you could be an animal would you want to be? If I could be an animal, ladies, I want to be a female seahorse. Because the female seahorse, their guys, they fight over her, and then whoever wins takes her on dates, and then she nuts her eggs into his sack, and she leaves him pregnant with 500 babies. And she's out. So, like the female seahorse, I'm out.
All right, girl. Something like that. Pamela. Okay, let's talk about it. Both made the same face when she twerked, right? Yeah. Like, both be different. Yeah. One way to get them laughing. Okay, all right.
sensitive to smells. Pamela, how long have you been doing stand-up? 4 years. Where at? All of it in Austin? All of it in Austin, Texas. Austin, Miami, York, LA, all everywhere. Oh my God. Bahamas. I even did a show in the Bahamas. Wow, incredible. Well, I didn't hope you got that. You do it in so many places because the place you do it won't have you back. I'm kidding. You're quite a cracker. It's just, I'm intimidated. I am. Listen, I just want to say, usually everybody's saying, oh my God, I just lost 25 pounds. Well, I just want to say, I've gained 35 pounds. Wow. There's some fat people cheering for you. Let's celebrate weight gain. Okay. All right. I don't know what RFK Jr. would say about that. How do you do it? When you're so proud of your weight gain, tell us what's your process. How exactly are you packing on the pounds? Eating. Wow. I know how it works. What exactly are you eating though? I know you're eating, but tell us what are some of your favorite snacks? I love this in Texas. I've been eating a lot of steak. Oh, the steak is so good. It's not the steak that's straight protein. What type of carbs are you? Steak. Oh God. Potatoes and steak, baby. Potatoes and steak. Lots of steak. Okay. I don't believe you. I think there's a lot of sweets in there and late night carbohydrates. That's my guess. A lot of fruits de leche. Okay. Again, Bad Bunny performing the Super Bowl halftime show. Yes, that's right. The camera's there, yeah. Okie dokie. Alright. Okay, what's your love life like, Pamela? It seems like you would annoy the absolute dickens out of a human being. They would lie about having cauliflower dick just to get away from you. Tell me she's eating. Only six. Cauliflower has no carbs. Some carbs. Okay. Got some fatness to it. Yeah. I got some fatness to it. Pamela, what's your love life like? You got a boyfriend? No. You date a lot? You on the apps? I'm just chilling like the villain, baby. Okay. Chilling like the villain. I feel like I'm inside a TikTok right now. Oh my God. Are you a little drunk, Pamela? No, I'm just excited and nervous to be here. Okay.
All right, girl.
That's the same. Were you genuinely just so sober? Yeah, I mean, I put some tequila, of course. That's it. Oh, that's it. Yeah, that doesn't even have alcohol. Tequila. A tiny bit of tequila. All right, man. And you want to ejaculate into men and give them fun? Yes, I want to get you pregnant. Oh, pregnant. You pregnant. Hey, you pregnant. Hey, been over there. I get you pregnant. We'll have 4 babies. Yeah, let's do it. Come on. All right, man. Want some Mexican babies? There you go. We'll have a bride babies. I got you. All right, Pamela, over here. Here's a little joke, but I'm going to get you out of here before we get fucked up. Wow. There she goes. Pamela, put the mic in the mic and say, get the fuck out of here. Literally, no one wants to see you dance. There she goes. Pamela Galvez, everybody. Jesus Christ almighty.
Love her.
All right, let's have some fun here. Yeah. I think I might be pregnant. She got me a couple times. You might have to move up to a 5X after that. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a regular here that is one of the biggest stars in all of comedy here with the brand new minute, future citizen of the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all United States. glass of water. Even for those 2 seconds, can it not be the greatest country on earth? It's gotta be fucking. Born in the USA! No wonder you guys are fat. You have sugar on your medicine. The government is trying to kill you. That's the American government. It fixes the migraine, but then slips you diabetes on the back end. Oh, you guys are fat. Did I went to Dunkin' Donuts for the first time? Oh, dude, whatever happened to a plain donut? It was good enough. In Dunkin' Donuts, just everything. Sprinkled, glazed, penetrated, just fucking, here you go. More sugar. Dunkin' Donuts has an early bird special. If you go to Dunkin' Donuts between 7 and 8 a.m. and you buy a donut, you get the second one for free. Listen, if you start your day with a donut, the last thing you need is another donut.
So that's your takeaway for this.
Wow. Hey, what time is that again? Sorry? What time between 7 and 8? 7 and 8 a.m. Hilarious stuff, my friend. Absolutely incredible. Wow. I never thought of that before, but the sweet, literally the bancular sugar. Yeah. Amazing. You guys need to relax. It is out of control. It is out of control. Red man's going your bloodstream fast. You know that. Yeah. That's what you keep telling yourself. Yeah. No, it actually helps. It helps he just sucks the candy part off the end, though. Spits it out like a sunflower seed. Throws another one in his mouth. That's good for you. Bloodstream. I love it, Ari. You are a huge fucking superstar. You absolutely destroy everywhere you go. Tell us about life a little bit. How's it going? How's it evolving? How's it changing? What's going on being a rock star? Yeah, it's good. Listen, we get more bitches in the Kill Tony fan group. Every time I go out, it's all dudes. Great set. Great set.
That's your takeaway from the.
And then they try to fix my joke. They're always like, yeah, you should say you raped your sister at the end. Sure, buddy. We need Matt Rife. We need Matt Rife on the panel every fucking night. Where's the bitches at? Where's the bitches at? There's a lot of lovely ladies out here today. And there's a lot of... Everyone's going to get me with a boyfriend. I think they'll like the show. Look at that one. Look how pretty that girl is. With that hat and the mustache and the attitude. What's up, J-Rock? So you got a little 10 speed, right? You got a little 10 speed. I just take the hills on home school, dude. Wow. E-bike. By the way, I've seen 2 e-bikes at Red Man's place. They got fucking spider shit all over it. There's a full civilization around these e-bikes. There's a kill Tony happening. On these e-bikes. e-bikes right now. It's an avatar. There's a big yard. There's a gay little cockroach going, unbelievable.
No way.
E-bikes at Red Man's house. Even with an electric motor, you can't get his ass out on the fucking streets. No sun absorption. When's the last time you went on a little e-bike ride? Only motor and never touched the pedal. I can't use it. It's can't park anywhere. That's why I use like Lime scooters every day. I used it like 2 weeks ago. Oh wow! Look at that. Where'd you go?
Duh.
I just around my neighborhood. Yeah, I live near the Goonies shit. Like, let's go exploring. You know, to find dead bodies. Yeah, I know. So I could ride like for sure.
This guy
There's
needs
nowhere to park your e-bike. That's why you don't go out. Yeah, you're like, I can't bring it here. I can't bring it to most places because it's like people steal that shit. It's like a $6,000 bike. And you don't want it stolen. So you better not ever take it out anywhere. Well, you better down there to park it. You don't want it to get stolen. That's why you don't ride your bike. Now you can let you go on Dunkin' Donuts, 7 to 8, double donuts, double your donuts. Where do you park your bike? Let's help Red Man out a little bit. Maybe we can get his fat ass out of the roof. But it is a stress, like going to Trader Joe's the other day, and then when you see the bike, the steel, the rack. Sometimes they're full, so you try to pick, because my bicycle is nice, so I try to pick which bike to put my bike next to, and I try the story of what this guy's lifestyle is like. Nice bike, you go with my nice bike, and then dude, like a week ago I come out, and my bike was just hanging, like all fucked up. I saw that motherfucker. It wasn't e-bike, by the way. It was just cars. This e-bike was shit. Just took his bicycle, left mine in the dirt. I find it. Went out to Trader Joe's every day. I killed this motherfucker. Because I'm obsessed about scratching. Yeah, like there's 3 new scratches on my bicycle. Dude, I almost fucking rented a U-Haul. Fucking Sabrina Butler outside of the
I don't want your teens watching me. I'm not a good influence on people. Because people suck dick.
It really is. And I'm 33. And when I look at young girls now, I don't want to fuck them anymore. I just want to raise them. I have bitched down and down at her life.
Everybody steal drums. Do a video of at Spongeworthiest.
It's $400, by the way. Crazy. Dude, if it's $400, why me in with a helicopter? Yeah. I'm taking a shit in a porta potty. Yeah. It is unbelievable. There's just nothing good. The lineups aren't good, and it's just a ton of people. I went last year, and I see all the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Oh, but that's fine.
Farting.
It was so mediocre. So mediocre. California. Oh, you have a personal. Yeah.
And
They're old now.
throwing it.
They're like real old. Real old? Yeah. Not so chilly anymore. I have a riff about that. Hey, Gabriel, last time I was on, remember that merch incident? Oh, by the way, yeah, last time I was here, he almost got one of my employees fired. Because I know for the scale of your organization over there, the organization. You're watching your merch now, huh? You don't realize I went back and I showed the video clip of him outing my merch guy. My merch guy, Ivan. Yeah. Thank you, Ivan. I still have 6 bottles of fluffy Tapatio.
There are no classes. You want to learn how to be a pimp.
Something about your label makes it a little bit better than normal Tapatio, which we love. They give it special edition now, right? Or something like that. Oh, yeah, black label. What's that like? Extra spicy? It's just a label. Extra black. You know what I mean? Shit. You know what shit won't have yet. Just David John and the label just. Black hot sauce, ladies and gentlemen. So anyway, watching the merch a lot better. There you go. Thank you for covering that. That was the best review. What was going on? T-shirts everywhere. And you're back, dude. Half the soldiers are wearing even the Russians. You know that Spider-Man meme? Oh, God. Too funny, Ari. You are truly one of the best in the world. Unbelievable. Good to see him live. Killers of Kill Tony touring all over. Everything's amazing. It's all happening. Bandit is a legend. It's incredible. You should see, I mean, in his longer sets, he just comes out guns a-blazing and does not chill at all. He is non-stop relentless. One more time for Ari Matty. All right, we found him in the bucket, and anything can happen. We found every regular golden ticket winner the whole time out of this simple bucket. It could happen right now. Anything can happen. Make some noise for your next bucket pool. It's Chato, everyone. Chato. What's up, guys? Just want to let you know I'm pretty proud. I've never uttered the phrase, I have a black friend. I've been called the white friend on many occasions, which is always awkward because you have to tell them I'd never be friends with a black guy. I'm not racist, no, that's my wife. She's going to try to fuck him. No, she leaves me little hints around the house. Like the other day, she got me this book. She left it out on my nightstand. It's called How to Make a Woman Orgasm. I don't know. I didn't finish it. I knew it was too complicated for me because the first page said lick your fingers to turn these pages. Fuck this. But I have a lot of collections. I don't pay anybody back. If I owe you, if they get cut, they get paid. All right? Yeah, some of the biggest collections I have is to a sex shop, an adult store. Yeah, well, these. Oh, never mind. I'm not paying you. Fuck you. I'm Chato. Thanks a lot. Okay, Chato. It's nice of you to stop your Twitch stream to be here. Thank you. You look fantastic, Chato. It's incredible style. I like how you came out and pointed to the other joker. Yeah. Game, recognized game. Hell yeah. Chato, remind us how long you've been on stand-up? Going on 4 years now. All here in Austin. Okay, what do you do for work? I own a campus college and I write books. I wrote novels and children's books for adults also. Yeah. How's that going? Good? No, it's, nobody knows who I am. Going by Chato is very hard for people to find you. Writer Chato. Okay. Right. Oh. Yeah. No, just oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, oh, yeah. Why do you go by Chato? Because the last name, if I pronounce it, it's not spelled that way. It's just hard to find or hard to understand or hard to say. So doing open mics, it was just easier to cut it down. You really do have a wife? I really do. I think she's in the backyard, about 3-4 feet down right now, but yeah, she's good. What do you mean by that? She's not dead. I'm just kidding. Not yet. What does she do? She works for U-Haul. She takes calls. Wow. Yeah. She answers the phone at U-Haul. From home. Yeah. Wow. Incredible. She's a white lady. Yeah, believe it or not. Yeah. Okay. And have you made her? Do you actually make her orgasm? Yeah, we've been married 26 years. How do you keep things fresh in the bedroom? So you asked me this. We do a lot of things, but the latest thing is I gotta wait for her to fall asleep and make sure she's gone on it. I just turned off. Very exciting. Do you watch something on your phone, or do you use your imagination? Apparently, that looks her. So yeah, she's just watching it for 3 minutes. You don't even know. So she's sleeping. You're jerking off. Yeah. And then it's children's books. You say, right? Yeah, for adults. For adults. They're for slow adults. Okay. It's a book for us. I brought you guys some today, actually. You did? Yeah, if you guys would like. That's different. We usually give up books. Yeah. They're coming right now, I believe. Okay. Let me see one of those. Let's see what we got here. So these are based on my stand-up, so they're hilarious. Wow. Yeah, so they must be bedtime stories. Okay. Based on stand-up comedy by Chado, Stevie J, Boost to the Burbs. Stevie J. Chad, what is your actual last name? It's hard to pronounce. It's Oshevsky, but it's spelled Olshavatsky. So yeah. Oh, yeah, Chado. I noticed, just looking through this real quick, half the time you use Stevie J, but then other times you just use Stevie. Like, what's going on here? Yeah, some people use their last name all the time. It's just sometimes. Yeah, thanks for pointing out continuity of my errors. I don't know, this looks like a book about Jesus. Yeah, it's based on myself, obviously. Oh, wait, so your wife is the illustrator? Yes, she is. Yeah. Well, why did you say that? Well, these are like ensemble illustration. Can we not make everything about the bench? Come on, she's kind of, wait, that's not the really good illustration. Thank you. Yeah, she was good. Red Band thinks it's AI. Is your wife AI? Actually, my wife is not, but she does use AI and then Photoshop to make them. Wow. AI is very consistent. Yeah, really is. That's good. Yeah, it's really hard to get AI to be consistent, and she does a really good job making it happen. Like, sorry, Doctor Prompts. Yeah, make better. Make better. Make better. Make better. It's good enough. Yeah, good enough. It's amazing. Being able to utilize AI for your art is just incredible. Make a little better. More urban. Okay, Chado, you have a little joke one? I got a big one last time. Okay, well, there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Chado. We're going to keep it moving along. Chado, after Ari Maddie, it's like a sugar-free lemonade after a shot of tequila or something like that. Oh my goodness, look at that. Speak of the devil. Heidi. Alright, this looks like a new name. It's really fun. Make some noise for Leo, everybody. We're gonna meet
Leo.
Out of the bucket.
Before.
Wow. Leo. So, my mom raised an autism child and raised me and ended up wishing both her kids turned out a retard. My dad, I would get in a lot of trouble, so my dad was like, hey, I get in trouble when I hang out with my friend, my very best friend, Johnny Walker. He gives me invisibility powers. So I'm like, you mean like Supergirl? He's like, yeah, every time I go with my friend, and I get home and your mom looks at me and goes,
funny.
I used to be gay. I went to one of those pray the gay out of you Jesus camps. And now I'm having all kinds of heterosexual sex. There you go, bro.
Amazing. I have so many questions. Whoa! You're excited. Hi, Julio. Welcome.
Very first committee.
Very first time.
First time
on the stage.
Very first time. I've been to two of them, mate.
Okay, I love it. You can barely fucking speak the language. This is incredible right now. Absolutely
So
amazing.
far, so good. Well, thank you. Yeah, man. I got more. Puerto Rico!
Whoa! Hell yeah. Wow. You're like, okay. How long have you been in America? How many days?
January 99.
January 99. January of 1999.
Excuse the footing.
There's a lot of Y's. The month of January. 99.
She's mine.
Okay, so Julio,
Is that one or whereabouts in Puerto Rico? It's like by that one, like 10 miles away. It's a metro area.
Hey, okay, the metro area.
So are you a Puerto gay or is that just a joke? Or? Look at the watch. He's just a chick with the watch. He's still gay. Sorry, bro. I said it. Oh, come on. You're like an ambiguous. I think that was a genuine. It's the kind of stuff I dream about. You went to a Jesus camp or whatever? No, that's just my imagination.
Talk loud, Julio.
My imagination for Joe.
Your imagination.
So yeah. So you're straight. Yeah.
He's definitely not fucking straight, Sal. What are you talking about?
So I got all kinds of street sex comes on there. Coming to kill Tony is like when you go to the Oracle, you know, I'm like, I want to find out if I'm really gay or not.
Wow. I need
That's funny.
subtitles. Right now. This is incredible. I'm calling ICE. Puerto Rico is part of I know. No, Puerto Rico is part of America. I fucking know.
I didn't think I would understand someone less than Papua.
Yeah, exactly. It is incredible.
I'll be able to figure that out.
Okay, what?
Like, so that you can understand me.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're doing good. Julio, what do you do for work?
I'm a flight simulator technician.
Wait, what do you mean?
Like a video game for airplanes that real pilots train on.
Yeah, you actually do that?
I used to build them before I worked maintaining them. So.
Wow. Look at that. That's incredible. Yeah.
You didn't have to speak to do that.
Yeah, exactly. That's amazing, Julio. And you've been doing that for how long?
Since 03.
Okay. All right. And do you have a steady love right now in your life? Is there?
Yeah.
Okay. What's it?
Is it a simulator? You can't get cauliflower from a simulator. Say what you want.
So where'd you meet this guy at? Tell us about it, Julio.
It's actually a machine.
What?
My bicycle. It's my love.
Your bicycle. What do you say?
It's not Ari's.
What do you mean?
I only dance, so like, I don't need one.
Julio, stick with me here. What's your actual love life like in real life?
Swimming in it.
Swimming in asshole. What do you do like when you wanna?
I'm like, if they tell me, oh, that was a deep, Julio, and I'm like, I'm trying to touch your heart.
Jesus Christ, right? Trying to get a professional interview over here. I got you fart noise out of my left ear. I can't understand a single
the Puerto Rico of Texas. Yeah, pretty much. Does your mom know you're gay? I guess she knows now. Wow. Wait, sorry. So you are gay? Yes, he's gay. This fucking guy is gay. I'm like, hello. I feel the more you speak, the more I can't. I feel really comfortable with my sexuality, so yeah, like no big deal. No big deal. Like so hard, so gay or straight. I wish I like hairy asses, you know, because that would be pretty cool. Okay. You're into women. Yeah. And guys. No. Have you ever been bicycles? I mean, bicycles. Yeah, you're a beautiful man, Tony. Yes. I know. Wow. There you go. How many of you think I should fuck this guy right now? Okay, Kino, you don't have to do the light thing. You don't have to make the lights go crazy. Jesus, Kino. Relax back there. Yeah. All right. So the last person that you had sex with in real life was a woman. Where did you meet this lady at? On dating. Talk loudly. Dating site. Dating site. What was the dating site? Like Tinder, I think. Tinder. Okay. I'm on all of them. Right. Of course. Because that's what straight guys do. They get on all the sites. Okay, so did you go on a date with her? Did you go to a restaurant or something? Yes. What type of restaurant did you go to? We went to the Blue Star Art District in San Antonio. They have Halcyon or whatever. Hacienda. And they have tabletop s'mores. If you want to smash up the first date, get tabletop s'mores. Tabletop s'mores. S'mores. Okay. Where should I just translate for you? Yeah. Absolutely. Háblame en español, güey, yo le digo. Yo le digo, dime lo que quieres decir. Dale. This is so frustrating. I feel like I'm getting back to this mom back in the day. I'll run it up. I love it. So what made you want to start stand-up comedy here today, Julio? I've always known I've had good ideas in my town. I go, Gabriel, what the fuck you got out of this one? Can I get a translator for my translator? Fuck, I don't understand if it's Spanish. Except he always has good ideas. Okay, good ideas. Whoa, Red Man. Wow, look at that. That's like Advil talking. That's not Advil talking. The sugar-coated Advil. Julio, tell us more. What do you do for fun? Tell us more about yourself. Smash? Yeah. I ride BMX bikes. BMX bikes? So you're a bike ride flat man BMX? Yeah. Oh, I mean, I try. If I have money, I go to Puerto Rico and go big wave boogie boarding. Oh, how boogie boarding? Okay. Alright. You're way more interesting than you let on when you speak. Yeah, as an insult, I just mean like you're all over the place and you're hard to understand. And then you say stuff like you simulate programs on flight instructors and you go wakeboarding, and I'm like, alright, I'm confused. I'm very confused. You have a brother with autism? Yeah. Okay. I wasn't sure like what was real, what wasn't. You're confused? Yes. Dear Diary, jackpot. Wow. All right. Let me ask you this. It's your first time doing a big show like this. Did you have more jokes on that paper that you didn't get to do? You want to do them? All right, here you go. Do some more jokes. I want to know what else Julio has here. Everything starts with a Y. Here he goes, doing another joke. So since I'm older, sometimes it doesn't work all the time, so I pray to Jesus to raise my Venus Lazarus from the dead. Okay, let's do another one. I always He writes like he talks. Coming like Sam, it's a station for trans black women. Wait, what is trans black women? What about it? Radio station? Radio station for trans black women. Yes. Okay. It's called Transistor. That's good, Julio. I work on my electric bike trying to make it faster, and now it identifies as a motorcycle. So it's very good. Some cute jokes, Julio. Thank you. Totally gay. Thank you. Oh my God. That's right. I'm super stoked. I would only call they damn conjoined twin. I love it. Singular twin. You are really heavy on that second page for the trench. I think my eyes are not what they used to be. What? It's like, come on, give us one more, Julio. Can I read one? So, let me read one. I don't think you can read it. I want to see it. This looks like a ransomware. Okay. I got a joke. Okay, do it. Do one, Julio, while I try to decipher this fucking Zodiac killer code that you have here. I always have my writing with shit, so like if I send a threat, do the one with the chica, that cholo. Oh, like, I got a type, and that kind of Mexican girl that you never, ever catch at a Taco Bell. The kind of Mexican chick that will talk behind your back about how you didn't speak in Spanish to her. And the kind of chica that will cut you if you get it twisted with her. So I'm going to clap her cheeks until she agrees with everything I say. Wow. Amazing. That wasn't a joke so much as a grievance followed by a threat. Yeah. Still sound gay? Yeah. We're having a clap her cheeks so she tells me everything about being the woman that I want to know. Okay. Can you do the NXT Cucaracha smash? So yeah, like, so I get to smash that cucaracha when I get paid. That's gonna be a nice Mexican girl. How about the alpha male bully? Oh, my brother was a bully, so I guess he's an alpha male, and I'm a nerd, so that makes me alphabetical. Oh my God, you're adorable. Wow. What's the patience? Jokes on. What's the patience fist? I sometimes I get impatient and I tell myself, self, no fisting ever starts by you punching right. Fuck yeah, dude. I could watch a full hour of you.
And on the north side there, takes a whiz. There's athleticism. I got this motherfucker.
How about cripples? What do you got for cripples with one P? I hate it when I go to Six Flags and all the fruit parking spots are handicapped and none of the cripples showed up. That's good. I love it. All the best jokes you didn't do. You did a reverse. It's almost like I fell for your plot here. Like, let me see your jokes. And then you have like a bunch of work. Huh? The bait worked. Yeah, it worked. You tricked me. This is probably how we're going to end up butt fucking later. You're tricking me. Okay, what about we got GF? Oh yeah, I walked in on this girl that I was seeing with the Wii remote of her button. I was like, oh honey, you're doing it wrong. Alright, freaking let him walk away. No. Walk away in the chair. No, it's not that easy. It's a Cinderella story, man. See, your fucking head to stand up. One last one. You ready for it? I want to know exterminator cracks. Oh, yeah. So, like, gee, whenever I roleplay, I want to be the exterminator. So, you go out and I show up unrealistically, like fast, and I come to fumigate your cracks and crevices. Absolutely unbelievable debut performance. Julio, keep writing and come back, sign up and do it again, okay? Yes, thank you. You're welcome. Julio, ladies and gentlemen, with an unbelievable debut performance here on Till Tonight with a 17-minute and 20-second long interview. That's how you know there's potential there. We remind you that Chado had about a 4-minute long interview, so Chado's been doing it 4 years. Julio comes in here with a scrappy piece of paper and ends up stealing the show. You didn't even notice that I'm just rattling crazy. We still don't know. Get it straight. You'll never know. No matter. Julio killed it. The premises didn't make any sense. And there were no punchlines. How do we change his name? We love him. I wish he had more. If he would have pulled out another piece of paper, I would have just done the rest of the show with him. I would have had everyone else go home. Tell these people they can all hit the road. Because we're gonna have fun with school together. Unfortunately, we ran out of dates, and that was fun. That's what you love about this show, right? It's just the chaos. Anything can happen. Dreams coming true for a young, gay, straight man. All right, your next bucket full. We're gonna meet them all together. Make some noise for Chris Miller, everybody. Here we go. Hey guys, I've been playing basketball with the same group of guys for 20 years. We went to breakfast the other morning. We were talking about things that we did when we were a kid. My buddy Kenny, he's a black guy. And I said, Kenny, did you ever run around your neighborhood and ring doorbells and run when you were a kid? He goes, yes, I did. I said, what'd you call that? And he looked at me and he says, Chris, I called that the same thing you called that. I said, okay, I apologize, my friend. He goes, no, that's just what we called it. And I said, all right. I said, well, now, I've got a 25-year-old son, so when my son was the age where they would run around the neighborhood, ring doorbells, and run, everybody had ring cameras, so all my neighbors are sending me videos. So the kids get home, and I go, guys, what are y'all doing? My son goes, Dad, we're ding-dong ditching. I was like, what'd you call it? He goes, Dad, we're ding-dong ditching. I threw my arms up in my living room. My son goes, Dad, what are you doing? And I go, don't worry about it. All you need to know is I'm a better dad than my dad was. All right, thank you, guys. All right, Chris. Hi, Chris. How are you? Somehow red band like that. Yeah, exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, you guys are the same age, so that makes sense. Sal. I understood Julio. Yeah. Julio, do you have any notes in your pocket? Anyone? Notes. Do you have any notes? No notes. Okay, Chris, let's talk about it. How long have you been doing stand-up? 2 months. 2 months. And how long have you been selling insurance? What do you do? I'm a salesman, but I don't sell insurance. I actually have a website that's on Shopify. Wow, amazing. We love Shopify. Not a lot of people know this, but if you use the promo code KillTony, you can start your own Shopify for an amazing deal. Okay, you married, kids, the whole thing? Yeah, been married 28 years. I've got 3 awesome kids. Awesome. What's the most exciting thing about your life? Like, what's walked in on us having sex.
Wow. Okay. And what have they seen?
Well, I never asked them that question, but all I know is when you've been married a long time and when your wife says, is the door locked? I mean, you say yes. Right. Yeah, so I go to the casino, I always bet on red, and at least one time with each child, it was on black.
Wow. Incredible. Do you really have a black friend named Kenny?
Yeah, I played basketball for 20 years in St. Gas.
Wow. What does Kenny do for a living?
He works for AT&T, but I don't know. He's got the HR department, so we probably shouldn't talk too much about him.
Right. Absolutely. We don't want it to cost a man his job. What do you guys... the joke... You put a lot of... It definitely was thrown out. You put a lot into it. I think somewhere along the line, maybe you missed a setup or something. Because I want to understand why the Rothschild of the joke.
Yeah.
So, because at first I thought it was going to be a race thing. But then it wasn't. And then I
As Redman, it's a race thing. Back in the day, Ding Dong Ditch was called something else. That's how we all used to say the N-words as kids. Because N-word knocking. That's what they used to call it.
Well, that is what it was. It was called N-word knocking, except you didn't call it the N-word. You said the word. So what is Ding Dong Ditch?
That's what the kids call it these days.
But we call it Ring and Run. Ring and Run? What the fuck? Ring and Run? I'm from the East Coast, which is sourer than this, so I don't know. Wow. Did you guys understand this joke? Okay. Because I was so interested, you had me, and I was like waiting on it, and then you got it into the cat, and I was like, what's here? And I didn't get it. So nobody understood his joke, so I'm going to do something very, very special right now. Here, to translate his joke for us, make some noise for Julio, everybody. Here he is. Julio, come back out. Send Julio out. You need a champ. Julio. Oh my God, here he is. Julio. Now I gotta ask you, Julio, what was he talking about up here, this guy? Just go ahead and explain it to us. Man. You want to have Ray tell the joke so that Julio can do it? Step by step? Say it again. Want to have him Ray tell the joke so Julio can do it? Translate it? Julio, what do you think it meant? Did you catch any of it? No, like I was talking on the phone. Who the fuck were you talking on the phone with? To my mom. Oh my God, really? You still have your phone on you? You have it on you right now? Let's call Julio's mom real quick. I want to talk to your mom. What's your mom's name? Esperanza. Esperanza. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. Call her and put it on speaker and then hand it over to me over here. Here, just hit send. Yo, you have to turn it back up. Okay, that's your mom speaking. The phone doesn't ring when you're calling it. Yeah, she speaks really good. She's okay.
What up, Miss Aquarius?
Sound effective and antique. Yeah. Well, Julio's trying to turn on his little kid over here.
How'd you sleep, madam? Excellent. Are you ready to take on the day?
Yeah.
Alrighty, madam.
Okay, see you later.
Alright, I hope you have a wonderful day, God willing, and we'll see you tonight.
Hey, guys, well.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe the lines are connected to my headphones. I love it says mama on it. Like, it's written mom. It's not mama. Yeah, that's why I don't disrespect women. I go on a lot of dates because of that. I also had a scrotum tuck. What? I don't know if you want to know this. So old balls, that's not me. Here.
Tony, la show. Tony show. Hello, Esperanza. I'm with your son, Julio. Yes. Wow, you speak better English than he does. Esperanza, your son is becoming a star in real time. How do you feel about this? I know, yes. He's becoming a star for real time. Have you seen the hit show Impractical Jokers before? No. Your son's gay. A serious question. It sounds making a joke here, but we are very curious because Julio is very, very likable. He's a good-looking guy, but we're noticing that he kind of has, feminine tendencies in some of his quick responses. Like when he doesn't have enough time to think about it, he's yeah, go ahead. He's kind of what? He's kind of feminine, kind of gay. You know what I'm saying? I know, yes. Julio es Americo. American. Oh yeah, he's not American. There's a fine line between American and gay in Spanish. He is American, yes. If you never like to accept you, I didn't get that. I tried. I don't want to accept something. Huh? She's saying I don't want to accept something that I'm money for. Okay. Have you ever seen him with a woman? Once. I don't want to accept something. Huh? She's saying I don't want to accept something that I'm money for. Okay. Have you ever seen him with a woman? so people know. Your family already knows what's going on, right? Oh, that's my son. Oh, you have a son? Junior. I have 3 boys. You have 3 boys? Yeah. This whole time, I spent 17 minutes trying to figure out. Yeah, exactly. I have a whole set of jokes about how black counts. About how you're what? I'm black counts. Wow, in what way? You're never gonna guess my age because black don't crack. Okay. Well, you're not that black because you're present in your child's lives. So how old are your 3 boys? 20, 14, and 12. How old are you? I'm gonna be 49 in November. Wow. Wait, 16. Funny, the 3 of us, 49. Hey, let's 49, 49, 49. Oh, we'll play Lotto tomorrow. Yeah. Look at that. That's incredible. Okay, Julio, one more thing. Tell us something about your life before I let you go yet again. That would surprise us. When I was a little kid, I was riding in the car with my mom going home from school, and there was a car-to-car shootout in Puerto Rico. And I opened the window like it was my day to have a gun battle, and I pulled out my toy rifle and I pointed it at the people. And my mom was like, "You're gonna get us killed!" And she like sped out of that place and then stopped by a bridge and did the most gangster thing I've ever seen her do, like broke the thing with her knee and threw it over a bridge. Wow! Esperanza's a bad bitch. I love it. Julio. I'm going to do something I've never done before. I'm going to give you a second picture book to give to Esperanza. How about that? There you go. And bring her. Next time you come here, bring her, and I'll just give you your next appearance. Next time you have a full minute. Next time you write another minute. Bring her, and we'll interview you guys together, okay? I love it. One more time for Julio, everybody. It's a magical bucket tonight. Anything can happen. Your next bucket will go by the name, ladies and gentlemen, of Jordan Yates. Everybody, here comes Jordan Yates. Damn, Julio was tall as hell. Somehow, so I was gonna get down to it. I got married this year, and I'm quite frankly lucky my wife is still with me, you know, because I tried to shave my beard off recently. And she doesn't like the stub. Ladies know about the stub. Because I went in for a little smooch, and she was like, it's rough. It's coarse. It's itchy, and I hate it. But if y'all have ever been a little lady stubble before, come on, fellas. Hey, there you go. You know what I'm talking about. You know when you're trying to visit the roses and you get the thorns? It's like trying to peach through a cheese grater. I'm just down there trying to get some delicious fruit. Meanwhile, my lips are getting the Parmesan treatment. I mean, they're like the fucking Olive Garden waiter. Like, say when, baby? By the way, fellas, she always wants my Parmesan. Wow. Amazing. Jordan Yates, welcome. This is your first time on the show, right? Yeah. Hell yeah. How long have you been on stand-up? About 7 years now. 7 years. Where at? From Dallas originally. Been here in Austin for the last 2 years. Nice. I love it. You're such a great fucking real star power. What do you do for work? Stand-up full-time since the beginning of the year, so. Amazing. Amazing. How's that going for you? Oh, man. A lot of time in Nebraska, dude. Yeah. That's where you're big. You're huge in Nebraska. No. Oh, they just like my cowboy hat. Okay. Okay. They're like he's one of us. Tell us what doing stand-up in Nebraska is like. We almost got my ass kicked the first time. Because I have this joke about how I'm a bad cowboy. I look like a farmer that exclusively farms soy. like you seem like you'd be fun to cuddle with. Oh, yeah, that's what my wife tells me, dude. I got a wife that I'm in love with, and she's incredible. Her name's Esther, for anybody who needs to know. Wow, okay. Very nice. You have kids? Do I have kids? Not yet, dude. Are you trying? You pumping her filled with cowboy cum? Yeah. Digging the spurs in, dude. Okay. I love it. Do you have any special moves in the bedroom? Do you have any crazy cowboy moves? Right? Well, I always start off with the magic mic first. I hit her with that. You know what I'm saying? Wow. And then most of the time, I'm just, laying there. Yeah. That sounds about right. How did you meet your wife? Tinder. Oh, shit. Hey, I'm listening to her mom. We met at church. You like a Matthew McConaughey wrapped in Action Bronson. That's what I'm going for. Amazing. Tell us, do you have any other special skills or talents or anything? Any special? I can clap with one hand. Let's hear it. Wow. That sounded like something else, but yeah. What did you do before you got into stand-up? Sales for a long time. I did corporate real estate sales. Yeah, I know. Pretty shitty now. You sold real estate? Yeah, I sold office space of all things. Yeah, I know. Were you good at it? Actually, yeah, I paid a lot better than this does, to be honest. Yeah. Tell us, give us an example. Pretend like we're here and you're selling us an office space. Give us an example of what that would sound like. Hey, this is Jordan with Regis. I'm calling to follow up with you about your inquiry on our offices. Yeah. I saw that you were looking for something in the Dallas area. Tell you what, I think I've got a few options, but I want to hear a little bit more about what you need from the space. Well, I'm looking for like a Wolf of Wall Street right there. I'm looking for something like a couple thousand square feet. I don't need much space because I don't want to have to pay for the air conditioning. I know it gets hot up there in Dallas, so, you have anything like that? You have anything small? Yeah, I tell you what, we can definitely hook you up. When you're saying that you're looking for a couple thousand square feet of space, are you wanting that to be something that you're going to use for your personal use, or do you have a team that we need to get set up for? Yeah, to all that. Don't make me do this anymore, please. I'd love to back to Ghost Switch, from Cowboy to I'm ready to sign a lease. Yeah. Amazing stuff. What does your wife do for work? She works for the state. She was at the Capitol for a few years, and she now works for a state agency. Okay. She's responsible. She's doing process improvement. Amazing. You have an apartment or a house? Yeah, we live in an apartment off of Riverside out here in Austin. One bedroom? 2 bedrooms. I got it like that. Wow. What do you do with the second bedroom? You have a little vinyl record player in there? Pretty much, yeah. I used to work out of it, but now I just use it to store my boots, I think. How many pairs of boots do you have? 2. Wow. Amazing. Absolutely incredible. You're so likable. Wow. Thank you, man. Good for you. Do you go to church? I used to. I used to be a youth pastor. Okay, can you give us an example of what he's pastor look like? Well, here we go. Here he is. Youth pastor Chris Miller. Can you tell me on Christ? Hey, everybody. I want you to look into your hearts tonight. And I want you to tell me, have you seen Christ in there recently? Tell me, is your heart filled with sin? Is it filled with temptation? Well, you can be redeemed. Amen. In the power of Jesus Christ. Say, absolutely incredible. It's like so many lives in one body. You know what I mean? It's like, office space, you want to get saved, you want to laugh. Hell yeah. And you eat pussy. Amen, brother. Fuck yeah. Chris guy. Actually, you're not Chris. I'm not. Chris was the other guy. Yeah, fuck the Jordan Yates. What was your childhood like? Country parents? Actually, well, my dad grew up in Elgin, which is just 30 minutes outside Austin here. But the rest of my family is from Oak Cliff, which is South Dallas. And then I have a grandmother from France, so I've got all sorts of weird things going on. Wow. Et je peux lui penser le prénom. No way, you speak French? Yeah. Don't tell me. Whoa. Oh my god. It's every language better than Julio. Very fun set. You're so charismatic and so likable. Welcome to the Kill Tony universe. Here's a big joke. How exciting. Jordan Yates, ladies and gentlemen. We're really doing it, Red Man. We're really doing it. Alright, let's do something fun right now. I have yet another special treat for you. Ladies and gentlemen, a Kill Tony Hall of Famer, one of the greatest regulars in the show's history, who wants to come out and do a minute. One of the greatest comedians in our history, one of the best roasters in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the rare return of the great David Lucas. I've been falling asleep to black boys lately. There's just videos of cops putting handcuffs on niggas. And the occasional smoke detector beef. Football season is here. A lot of white guys play fantasy football. I've realized that fantasy football is virtual slavery for white guys. Because y'all get to pick your favorite nigga. Who runs the fastest? Who jumps the highest? I like that Saquon Barkley. That nigga jumped over somebody backwards last year. 300 years later, we still can't make money off a white man's back. There's no goddamn fantasy pickleball league. All right, that's my time. Thank you, man. David, lights out. Lucas. Hell yeah. Absolutely doing it again. Incredible. The Black Noise premise. And I'm not just got no black, bro. Virtual slavery. Incredible jokes, David. I like Fluffy. That nigga look like a character from Guess Who. Can you call me the N-word again? Huh? Can you call me the N-word again? Nigga. And you can say it. You just gotta say it like vinegar. What is wrong with this motherfucker back here, bro? They're very excited to see you. I don't think they have many of you around here. Hey, Rabbit, I know what you're talking about. Back where I'm from, they used to call that shit nigger knocking. That's what they called it. They called it. I was trying to wait until I came up to say it, but it was called nigger knocking. That is true. That is what we called it. You can only say it so many times in a minute, or else YouTube flags us, so don't say it again. You gotta believe it. They have a certain. They say vinegar knocking. Again, that's probably the limit. It's robots. They're not going to pick up on that fin so much. Hey, Greg, have you seen this shit on the internet? So the internet found out that Martin Luther King was...
Yo, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yo, you suck.
Was cheating on his wife, and they've made a lot of AI out of this Negro. Yeah, vinegar. Have you seen this vinegar? Red man, you gotta say vinegar. Yeah. No, they had an episode of Martin Luther King on Worry today, bro. That shit was so... Oh my god. Yeah, this sort of AI stuff is out of control right now. It is stronger than ever. I see the AI version of you run like manly. Cheekbones wasn't so high, you know what I the string hanging out. Oh my God. You got me good there, Martin Luther Burger King. Holy shit. Oh my God. You are morbidly obese. You're morbidly gay, dude. Oh, that's not even as a word, but you are morbidly gay. That is incredible. Hey, what do we think he is? A 3X? 4X? 3X. Oh, 3X. What's that fat nigga like this, huh? I know. You heard. That's how black people talk when they yeah, bro, but that's it, you know. Trying to make in the scene. Roasted? Bitch, you look like an invisible friend. Get your motherfucking ass. If you ask your kids what their friends look like, they draw this nigga. You look like an invisible friend. Somehow one of the greatest roast jokes I've ever heard in my life. What's your friend look like? Troy? What's his name? Sal Volcano? Oh my God. That don't even sound like a real name. Like if your kids told you that shit, you'd be like, oh yeah, cool, baby. Sal Volcano, yeah, I know him. Even on tour or anything like that? Yes, sir, I'm on tour right now, but I'm all over the world. I got fucking where I'm at. Nashville, Chicago, West Covina, Buffalo, New York, Rochester, San Diego. Pull up on your boy. Wow, look at that. Yeah, and the Killers of Kill Tony tour. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's one of the greatest tours out there right now. People come and there's some lives that we have 20 minutes because they will see us for a minute at a time. Yeah. One of the best stuff in the show's history out there, putting on great shows, incredible stuff. Give me a flippy found out we both got a love for cars. Yeah, I was about to bring that up. Okay. Yeah, tell us about it. I got 8 of got like 7. Really? I know, right? I don't have a cocaine habit, so I gotta spend the money somewhere. That usually gets a lot. Anyway. Goodness, that's incredible. He's got some sick cars. You have some sick cars. He has some of the biggest collection, I think, of Volkswagen buses. Right? Like, it's incredible. You guys have been collecting cars for a long time. I know you get a car with a seat warmer, right? I do. I love my seat warmer and my steering wheel warmer, too. I have a steering wheel warmer. I don't want to been on the seat. Son of a bitch. Could take you for a ride if you fit in a Corvette, but unfortunately, it's a little too low. You're going to put me in the bitch seat. All right. Come on, now you know I'm right. For the great David Lucas, ladies and gentlemen. It's so fucking funny. It's amazing. I love when I got a chance to see him in Vegas. Yeah, the roast is not a roast. Nobody saw it. Yeah. Well, he killed it there too. We had so much fun. So that was a legendary night. So funny. So fun. All right, one last bucket full. Make some noise for Dom LaMarca, everybody. Dom LaMarca. Today's actually a really big day for me. I'm 3 months clean. Thank you. I have been showering. Still on tons of drugs, but I smell like dope now. It's pretty sick. My job recently fired me for my punctuality. I have to do with any of this. Like, we're worried about the fact that I'm late every day. Like, please stop this. My job was to roll burrito. It's cool, but I didn't have every shit. My tongue was so dry. They like going on. that's how I was rolling too. They're like, what's going on? Why burritos always have filters? So it's like, yeah. We go on job interviews though, so that's pretty cool. I want a job interview every Saturday. It didn't go well. I walked in and the first thing the guy says when he sees me, he's like, you seem off. It's like, no, he's like, yeah, man, they're hired. I was like, thank you guys so much. Yeah, Donald Martin years we're at. I started I've been out here for like 2 years. Nice. What do you actually do for work? I was working at Jersey Mike. They fired me. They really did fire you for being late? No, they didn't really give me a reason, actually. I think it was just me fundamentally as a person. Unfortunately, they're just like, yeah, the owner, the owner said you gotta go. Wow. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. It's unfortunate. Do you have a new job? I'm working for DoorDash right now. Okay. I don't remember, like, so you still walk into that Jersey Mike's? Yeah. I do. I pick up orders next to them when I walk in. I'll be like, sup, guys. Yeah, like, I'm freelance now. It's pretty sick. I had a DoorDash order last week. I looked at it. It was just for a plant. Crazy, yeah. I was like, holy shit, you mean to tell me I deliver so you don't? What? I love this. Hell yeah. You're doing it. Fuck yeah. I love it. What else do you do? What do you do for fun? For fun? Play board games. I shoot music videos also. Some of the hip hop scene in Boston. Yeah. Can't let board games though. What kind of board games are we talking about? What's your specialty? Dude, I'm sick of exploding kittens. Wow, I've never heard of this game before. What is Exploding Kittens exactly? It's this game that got like kickstarted a few years ago, and it just blew up into popularity. It's just basically, if you grab an exploding kitten, you explode unless you can defuse it. That's a board game. The more I talk about, the less sense it's gonna make. The cards, it's like there's a card in there. It's like Taco Cat. Like, I'm not gonna. Yeah, it's a card game. Taco Cat's gotta say backwards and it is forward. Wow, it's true. See, Redman, no. Redman. Wow. So it's must have tough. Hold on, is that what you saw online? I saw that online. No, that's not what I got online. I was making these videos while I was at work there too. I thought they would have fired me for that. And nothing. Like, yeah, right. That's what it really? Bust a nut and tuna sub is the same exact thing. Wow, it is? No, I mean, I just figured out what you said. So the internet told me that the other day, and they would not lie to me. That's my well, it would be bussa. 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 You gotta write it down. Yeah, it would be bussa nut. Yeah, baby. Bussa nut, yeah. It'd be bussa nut. Apostrophe over there. Race car is the same backwards. Should have it. No, I didn't. I just saw it in my head when you said that. That's awesome. Yeah. So you shot hip-hop videos? Yeah. What, anybody that might know? Matt the Dub, he's comic too. He's been on here before. Other than that, just local dudes. Yeah. No one that you guys know. People that you will hear of one day. Yeah, if we recognize the rapper from being pulled out of the bucket on this show, I don't think it's exactly the highest level. I don't do that. I've been telling Mexican OT's DMs like, please, man, I live in Texas. Just let me shoot one for you. Give me a chance. You know what I like about you is that you have the stoner vibe, but you're not like too tired or anything. You have like an inordinate amount of energy from when you're for who you are. I drank a bag before. Oh, okay. That'll do it. That was my prep for the day. It's like, hey, look at that. For those of you who want to drink a bag. So some people will like play the word put on when they come on here. I'm like stoner people, but you are very authentic with your stuff. It's very endearing. That word, it's true. It's like, bleach avocados. That's so cool, dude. I'm like such a, like, I've been watching you. See, you're not invisible. That's wild, yeah. else crazy we should know about you? You're one of the best looking trans women I've ever seen. Dominique. I've been asked, dude, I used to paint my nails. And, I remember when I was doing that. I went to the 7-Eleven I've been going to my whole life. This guy's known me for 19 years. And he's like, oh, you're a lady now? And I was like, no. Right, yeah, it was crazy. It'll be reminded of SNL skit with Chris Small. He was like, remember? It was like 2 episodes of that. That was crazy. What's your love life like? It's pretty dry right now, a little hectic, but yeah. I feel like I have a habit of dating crazy girls. Yeah, what was it like when you dropped off that Plan B? Dude, okay, so actually, I was supposed to go in the store and buy it from, and I got in the store and they were out of stock. So I had to call him and had to go to Plan C? Yeah, 100%. I was just like, hey man, they're out, you're screwed, but just keep me in the city, boy. Good bill for life, man. Yeah. Fuck yeah. It sounded like you needed to hear it, honestly. Last date you were on, what's that like? What's going on a date with Dom Lamarca, DoorDash, the Duke of DoorDash? What's that like? It's in real life, kind of like that date from Half-Baked where he's just trying to spend as little as possible. that's really what it's like. So, the last day you went on, what did you do? What type of thrifting maneuvers did you do? Hey, thrifting? Actually, the what? Thrifting? Yeah, you go to the thrift store, you go to Taco Bell, you got a little pack of Cinnabon Delights after, then you go to Borg, you put on the free side. Hell yeah. Did you end up figure it out, man? Did you end up closing with that girl? Yeah. So what did you do? Where'd you make love to her? To her in your car? No, in my apartment that 3 other dudes also lived in. Wow. How many bathrooms in this 4-dude apartment? Got our own bathroom. Whoa. It was about. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, and unfortunately, leading on to the trans side of things, mine is the cleanest. Everyone has to use it. I'm the most feminine in the house. Yeah, amazing stuff. Dom, a fantastic set. I've run out of big joke books, Esperanza. Do we have more? Okay, yeah, they're gonna hand you one when you go. Hey, thank you so much. Great stuff, Dom. Very funny. Dom. Walmart, ladies and gentlemen, with this Kill Tony debut, 7 years of doing comedy. And what a show. What an amazing, amazing night. There's only one way to end a show like this, ladies and gentlemen. And that is with the Hall of Famer with the all-time record for appearances on the show. The record holder for all-time interviews on the show. Some people call him the Prince of the Paupers. The King of Cool. The Vanilla Carla, the Memphis Straymore. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery, ladies and gentlemen. Wait, and Rabbi, I'm confused. What did you call the game where you ring somebody's doorbell and run away? What did you call that then? Amy Schumer has lost 164 pounds. In related news, the United States is experiencing a critical Ozempic shortage. But seriously, the weight loss has increased her mobility, which makes her a lot harder to chase down after she steals a joke. The pharmacist asked if I was taking any other medications. Do 4 Loko suppositories count? Whenever I think about global warming, I think about oceans rising. I'm think about Epstein Island and how over time more and more of it will get covered up. So we staged that intervention with my buddy, and right before it started, they mentioned he would get a sponsor, and I was like, what the hell? He gets paid? Y'all need to intervene my ass! Okay, that's my time. Big William. The Red Ruckus Montgomery. Tony, do you understand what Red Man would call we used to just call how you say it. William, I got to acknowledge right off the top, you know, have you ever seen like when a scruffy dog gets a cute haircut? You got a little haircut, didn't you? I had, you got blessed. You got a little puppy cut? I got a little puppy cut. I got up at Petco, PetSmart. You lay down on it and you got up at Petco, PetSmart, Tony. But yeah, no, I had to go to my cousin's wedding back in Memphis this past weekend. Wow. And I hadn't got a haircut since December. Wow. Yeah, so I had to do that. So my parents would be happy to see me. It's like I get to Memphis and it's wonderful, but it's like when we drive back to my parents' house, the first thing I see is where young Dolph got assassinated in front of the cookie store. Yeah, God, Gary, the great, legendary young Dolph. I love huge young Dolph. Fan. Yeah, I got the office over. He got taken out. It was very sad. But yeah, the wedding was very nice. And my parents really liked the haircut. Wow, it's incredible. It's like on a scruffy and funny. Just gets sweet. Yeah, you got a little puppy cut. Puppy cut from Petco PetSmart, Tony. I love it. What else have you been up to this week? Well, you know, I'm up to 2 million meters on the row machine. Whoa, 100 million. 2 million meters. 2 million on the fucking row machine. I had a horrible cyst on my face, Tony. I'd been there over a year and it was starting to stink. Oh, sickening, yes. Sometimes I'd kiss Gator, my little dog's stomach, and I think to myself, when a gator just stepped in shit or something, but it's actually my face. It was sickening. And then the other day, this past week, some started finally leaking out of it after over a year. And Tony, I got 2 little pieces of rubbing out the little wipes, and I got up to the mirror, and I push it, and Tony, it was the sickest shit. It literally squirted out of my face and hit the mirror with such force, it splashed onto the mirror. And Tony, it was horrible because I was trying to smell it the whole time, but the alcohol wipes made it so I could only smell the alcohol. Gosh darn it. But it was sickening. Wow, that is so that was exciting. That was the most exciting thing that happened to me this week, other than my cousin Grace getting married. Wow, that is amazing. Congratulations. Shout out to Grace. Yeah, shout out to Grace and Wesley. They're in Africa right now. They went to Africa for their honeymoon. Yeah, wow. They're getting a divorce. Something's gonna go wrong there. Yeah, check in with our senior African correspondent, John Dees. What do you think about white people honeymooning in Africa? They're going to Senegal. That's a terrible idea. Well, they're there right now. So I don't know. Yeah, okay. What else have you been up to this week, William? Anything exciting? Anything have you excited about life and inspired? And watching guy totally melt down because I grew up the giant Florida Gators fan and watch fucking Texas go from #1 preseason to fucking out of the rankings was pretty sweet, Tony, because I kind of fucking can't stand Texas. Whoa, the Gators suck right now. The Gators still beat Texas. So that makes Texas look worse, by the way, because Florida sucks right now. But that's how bad Texas is. That's how bad the Manning kid is. He's horrible. He's actually a huge fan of the show and a huge fan specifically of yours. Well, he knows I'm kidding right now. He knows I'm kidding. He knows I'm kidding. It's one of our relationship. I'm like, dude, you lost to the Gators. I'm going to talk shit about your dumbass. He's like, dude, don't go too hard. Dude. Name some of your favorite football players of all time. Who are some of your favorite football players of all time in the great mind of William Montgomery? Here we go. Favorite football. Hold on, what's right band? Why was he just making a silly little face over there? What was that? Making a face? Were you trying to make it so I can't remember fucking football players' names? Is that what you're trying to do? Trying to throw them off with this kind of stuff? Why are you doing that? You're like a little fucking child, dude. You know, I struggle with these fucking lists. Tony gets my ass to do sometimes. Well, you're making it that much more funny faces. You see what I have to deal with, Tony? It's like, that's why I've been struggling with the list. It's like I have to look at his stupid fucking ass. Whoa. And he looks so much like his mom. And when I'm going to Pound Town with this fucking mom, by the way, your mom loves it. I I've been on the road machine, fucking right there. Name some of your favorite Emmett Smith, okay? You're not that excited about Emmett. Keep naming your very favorite one. Tim Tebow! That's a big one, okay? Tim, William thinking hard as they figure out a third football player they just noticed. You got this. Julio knows more NFL great. Julio Jones. Oh. You got this, William. Just do one where you're not that excited about it so the horn players can do that funny thing where they just kind of trickle away, sadly. Tom Brady. Wow. Okay, name one more that you're really excited about. Who do you think the greatest football player of all time is, William? They're probably watching right now. A lot of people yelling out OJ in the audience. There's a lot of people yelling out a lot of names right now. William is. William, why don't you just name some of your favorite types of candy or something instead? I didn't realize that you would stall out like this. What's your favorite kind of candy, William? Starburst right now. Okay, what else? Chocolate no, not all of them. Chocolate peanut butter. Okay. What's your favorite? What kind of candy really gets you excited? Peanut butter Snickers. Wow, William, you're making judges. There you go. This episode brought to you by Nick Talkspace and Close, NowVolcanoComedy.com for tickets, the Chicago Theater, the Beacon Theater in New York, the Ryman Theater in Nashville, and his new podcast coming this fall is called Manouche. Keep your eyes open for that. The great Sal Volcano, the July Variety Email is in it. It is unbelievably cool. Gabriel Iglesias is on tour, LuckyGuy.com. He's fucking killing it. Two of the greatest guests in the history of the show. I'm so grateful you guys came. Thank you so much for having us. So always a good time. So much goddamn fun. Keep an eye on that merch. Hell yeah. Keep an eye on that merch. I want some of that Black Label Tapatio. Thank you to everybody and everything. One more time. Time for the best damn band in the land. Check out the City, Utah, and a couple other kind of taking it easy for the rest of the year, but TonyHitchcliff.com. So a few tickets available for New Year's Eve here in Austin, Texas, a huge annual event. This year we're at the Moody Center for the first time ever. Big upgrade from our dear friends from the HEB Center. We love you guys. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a great night. Thank you.
Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now Red Man's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Look at this athleticism. Where you going, big dog? I don't even know if this fucking strategy works. No way. It does not work. This is athleticism, but it's one of the most athletic things we've ever seen. Oh, mind-blowing.
Chancellor Street, CNN travel journalist, and this is Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make watching. Each week, we'll journey through movie, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel creates a lasting love, decades-long friendship, and ultimately change your life forever. Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chance Encounters with me, Chancellor Street.
Podcast is called
What are you ching-chonging about? Fucking right and right to left, assholes. What? Whatever. I already did that thing. Just chilling with your phone. I have never spent more time watching people shit on another individual than this guy.
I don't even want that out there. I don't want to that's actually I'm gonna keep it in there. They don't like the extra production. They're Zoom tapes. So we've done a great job. Thanks to our editors. Casey, Mark. I think he goes hour, and then also after that, then you forgot about the show that you're talking about right now. Well, then you should have said bitch ass and soup, but you said bitch ass and soup. I don't like to start. I'm in the acting mode. I forgot. We gotta restart. We can't do that. We're acting. Yeah, a lot of certain stops. I'm gonna qualify that more as a scene. I think you're an actor now. Good shots. Well, of course, all our patrons, you can set up Patreon.com/. But we also got a YouTube member. Now get the Patreon or extra episodes in the YouTube memberships, and we did get 2 signups. One was taking this thing, and because I wanted the other, and 2 was some other guy. So shout out, you can sign up and get all our extra episodes. One thing, there's no way to map people, so I wanted to load up all people, but I don't want them flooding the page. I think we set up. Also, subscribe. I just subscribe. I just bit the bullet. I know it's a commitment to subscribe. But I've been watching some of the YouTube channels, and I hadn't subscribed to them. And I said, okay, you like these guys, you're watching their stuff more than once, subscribe. And I feel good doing it. So give me it's great. I used to hold a subscription close to my chest. Well, I'm not just rolling around willy nilly, 5%. But even once I started doing it, it was good. It's like you gotta be honest. I'm not a local business person. You know. There's a lot of people out there listening right now, right? Hey Cam, are you a cop now? Hey, I'm out of here. You watch so much you love out of here. That's where he's at. That's a trail cam. Oh, the free. So you're at it. Are you gonna put that in the attic? Yes, but I'm not gonna do it by myself. I have someone to help me. Who's gonna help me? A friend. Because of fear? Chip station. Is it a girlfriend? Big. Not too big. They can fit in there. So it's a little tiny female. 90%. Hold on. How big is your place, bro? It looks like kind of massive. Is it a palace? Yeah. I mean, it's only like, what, 3,500 square feet? I looked up where you live, Jim. I'm just yeah, what's up? I looked it up and your street name. Hey, and we can cut it out. It's closer to you. It's closer to you. You live on Yep. You know what's happening? We can cut that out. You feel like that. Oh, that's awesome. Make sure you're as well here. Make sure it's screen recording on that you can get back to work. It's not. It's not my fault. I did that. My fault. Shit. Jen, did you do anything fun for Labor Day? Oh, yeah, dude. I was at home, and after that, I was still at home. And then before that, I was at home. Now that I'm true.
it's like a holiday weekend, that's exactly what I did. Stay home and chill with friends. But you did go to the studio. I had footage of you. I'm sure I could work. What about the studio for? I forgot. Shop. Yesterday was like that. Oh, I said the actual weekend part of it. Yeah, yesterday. Okay, yeah. That week from Shop. Yeah, most people know. Hey guys, sure. Good school job. Yeah, I wasn't complaining. I was just pointing out that most people are clear. Good job. Good job. I'm still here. A little after outing. Oh, yeah. These poor bastards, I swear. Every week they do this after hour podcast. They just find some trash shop. This time it was two different things. So first and foremost, my God, compared to shop and stuff, I kind of rather listen to this shop at this point. Only because there was knowledge stuff. But just in general, God, every way she is. But the first thing they complain about is I know that's going to be so. Even this Nick Cheddar Bob there was like, because shop was chip in Texas, so they have to assume the chip, like shop, you're golden. You're talking about how annoying that is. Possibly exhausting. And that's one thing. And then we come to Casey, who lives in LA, but he's flying out once a month. I guess he was used to just going down there and chilling at it. He's like, staying in Canada. But complaining that shop is yeah, but remember they must have been extra pissed because Callan didn't even show. Remember, that was supposed to be the first patron. And Sean showed up. He had no idea it was Labor Day or what Labor Day was because Sean's rich kid. And Callan didn't show up. So, he forced these guys to come in and that guy's Casey was imagine having to show up that crap and go off to the studio in the crowd, record that idiot, edit it, and then have to clean out the Canadian couch chair. Oh, God. But yeah, there he got upset. That shop made him work on Labor Day and the court shop. Work every day. That's his fault. Work every day. You just there. Why you guys? You can just go sit at their house. Just go by. But you're in Cuba. Because you're almost probably it's also too funny that when they interact and chat, you're not funny, you're not interested in everyone else hate you. They all hate you. They trash you. This podcast specifically shouts out the homeless cats, does all the references they work for you. They laugh at you behind your back. And they don't edit out your mistakes. They leave them in the shows. But got busted using ChatGPT to run a host of different accounts, a bunch of different accounts that were posting about USA, being USA. They were posting about LGBTQ plus TA, whatever the fuck. Yeah, just this one. So Brian Shaw told me that he posted a picture of him and Jordan Peterson. He always gets a lot of strong man. And he said that he was getting all this, like, immediately, just all these comments that were like, how would you do this and stuff like that. Then he got a profile, but this doesn't feel like it's real. No, not a real person. Not a real person. There's a giant percentage on Instagram, a giant percentage on Facebook, and on Twitter that are not real. And it's legal, and you can do it, and I bet we do it too. I bet corporations do it. I bet you can crowdfund, by the way, like, say, Brian Callen, if you hated Brendan Schaub, it shouldn't be the fight with the kid, it should be the kid and the kid. Just me. Everybody agrees. You can literally go to a company and have them attack Brendan Schaub, and you would pay for it, and they would use their bots. Yeah, sure. Well, it can be done on anyone. That's the point. It's like whatever your goal is. Say, let's get rid of all red lights. No more traffic lights. You can do that. You can have whatever the fuck you want. Have a bunch of fake people protest. Waste of fucking time. You can't do it. It's not real. It's not really waste of time. It's a serious way to tell people. Especially if like China can do it to us. Yeah, we can't do it to them. Right. So I can't get into their system. Like they have whatever they want. We're on target and they run against us. I feel we start from this environment, land around military bases. Shit ton of land. Yeah, my friend has companies tapped out. Did Schaub just claim that all the hate against him is fake bots? People went to a company. Is he now? Because it's a new narrative that none of the hate is real. Oh my God, I can't believe you just said that. It's not to me, B. No, it hasn't. No one went to a company. The only person who goes to a company and buys bots is Brendan Schaub. That's why he's shadow banned, and he admits that he's shadow banned. That's one of the reasons why he has to explain why his podcast and everything he does is dead. He goes, shadow banned. And a lot of people in the comments go, oh, he thinks he's shadow banned. No, Schaub is actually shadow banned. But that's what happens when you buy bots for your videos. YouTube shadow banned you. Go look at the comments of the Fighter and the Kid. The first comment. Go to newest and then scroll all the way down. There'll be names of Thailand accounts going, great, amazing content. Keep it up. Like people on that kind of comment. So we still buy fake bots for all of his videos. So that's why he's shadow banned. But to claim that the hate he gets is just bots. Is he still as my guy? I bet you he still believes Bobby. He still believes Kalila and Bobby Lee. Because wasn't that the original narrative? That they really ran the Fighter and the Kid subreddit, and it's all really just bots designed to hate him. Because, Brendan Schaub is never going to be or anything. Crap behind this. But to go on to Joe Rogan's fight companion and try to spin it that the hate against him is people, is fake bots, is incredible. And he tries to have it both ways. Because he'll blame the haters. Are they fake or not? Truly pathetic. Schaub really is the saddest piece of crap ever. The most unself-aware person ever. Once again, big about Joe Rogan, but doesn't support him. Had him on for his obligate opinion. Their numbers will not go up in any way, shape, or form. He had to buy bots for all of his videos. Got himself shadow banned, and his numbers are still pathetic. He's a sad, disgusting, despicable talent and idea there, though. Hey, started campaign to get shot, kicked off his stupid show. Hey, everyone else got away from shop. Their career took off. Yo, and I even, like, co-host of behind the scenes people. Ken, Cat, Mark Harvey, Chappelle Lacey, the other black guy. Everyone, the second they get away from their career, everyone still acts nice towards him because he has a relationship with Rose. Although that cracked a lot. Even like the other Rogan's really the new ones Rogan ain't got with a lot more than shot. Way shot. Shot. But to go out here and just all truly pathetic and truly sad. About it, let me hear something. Think for yourself. Come on, finish it well. Because everybody always wondered what happens if you take antibiotics too much. But now we know. I remember my psoriasis. You remember seeing how covered I was? And then Andy Galvin and Dan Garner. You laughing? You're such a piece of shit. I can't stand it. I know. In his face. It's like when there's a Bobby Knight. It's like I just started fucking crying. I had Down syndrome. That's such a good body. All right, let's dance again. You guys want to change it every time? I think you're going to order it. I was brutally honest. You don't think brutally it's like Bobby might have been making that story up. He was. Every time funniest was laughing because every time he got worse and worse and worse. He's one of the funniest people. Yeah, he's funny. Yeah, he's one of the funniest. Will Bobby not talk to you anymore? No, we text him. But I missed text like 3 years. No, but I got text like a No, I said we made up notes. Yeah, he told somebody. I said, how did it be? And I said, hey, and I said, how are you? I go, I'm good. And then turn over. Sorry. And he goes, we're. See you in the mothership? That's Diego Lopez. That's next weekend. Does Bobby come to the mothership much? Yeah. I mean, he comes to me sometimes. I'm trying to get into it. But he's here and he met some nice ladies. Tim Dillon taking off. It's so funny. There's like 2 good restaurants and I've been to multiple times. There's no live music scene. It's been 6 buskers on heroin. Because he's here all the time. He was here last week. He's going to be here again this week. He owns 2 houses. He's just nuts. Yeah, he's very funny. He's just being silly. So funny. And then they write articles. It's really funny is that it became like a whole thing. It's me in Austin. This shine is worn off. It quoted me, Shane Gillis, and Tim Dillon. See how much we hate Austin. I miss the baseball dance in LA. That's all he said, man. That's right. I loved it. I used to miss the comedy store until I opened the mothership. That was all I missed. I love everything else about Austin. I have no problems. I love it. Clean up some bad shit. Compared to LA. Where? First of all, what did you want to say? Club? Get out of it. No. I go to there's a show at Dead Rabbits. That's not right. So that shelter's right there, which is so nuts. You get some people that are homeless, right? Trying to get clean. And where do you put their shelter? A block away from the biggest party in China. It's so dumb. I'll be honest, I haven't seen, because I'm not, I haven't been down the States at all. I haven't seen those. Well, it's very centrally located. Yeah, it's all 6th Street. I'm like a weird bubble. It's like Pleasantville. There's no how they do that when they go out to dinner and stuff. They're like, hey, we know Joe Rogan. Can I get a good table? Hey, can I get some tickets to this? I know Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's he works with the baseball dad. I'm Shop Kid's baseball team. Now all Shop talked about was the fact that he was Joe Rogan's best friend. He got on his podcast. So you know all they do is throw around Joe Rogan. It truly is just sad. You know, that's all that Joe Rogan asked Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen about the whole Bobby Lee incident. Remember, Joe was pissed because Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen accused Bobby Lee and Colada of starting and running the fighter to kick somebody. So, Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen called Bobby Lee and threatened his career by using Joe Rogan's name. So Joe Rogan had to have Bobby Lee on the podcast and told Bobby Lee has nothing to do with it, he's not involved with any of that. But the fact that they used Joe Rogan's name to threaten Bobby Lee's career, you know, that wasn't definitely just like that. And then the Calvin's like, I texted him one getting shot with a gun years ago. But that's one of the biggest reasons, by the way, Schaub's career is over. It's not bombs that people started hating. You went after Bobby Lee, accusing him of starting a subreddit. And you went on his podcast and gave them a huge ad. Well, everything Schaub said was a made up lie. Truly was just pathetic. And that was another reason too many believe that Joe stopped having Schaub and Callen on his podcast so much since the whole Bobby thing. And of course, Joe just kept Bobby. And then they talked about the whole all the treaty and the upset in the Austin thing. And I love how Joe is still defending Austin. Like, I don't miss LA for anything. Isn't like Texas? Not like a big deal. Although he claimed during his podcast, like, I'm just smoking either. But, I mean, all the other comments around him, 100% including Rogan, including Schaub and Callen. Schaub and Callen have done nothing but complain about Texas ever since they got here. And Schaub moved to Texas because Callen moved to Texas because Rogan gave Callen a residency at the Commune Mothership. That's why Callen moved down there. And Schaub saw that and was like, I'm not having another co-host named like Theo Von did. And he followed Callen down the bus. But the fact that Rogan is still bringing up the Bobby Lee thing years after it happened. Not to be fair to Rogan, I mean, these two idiots did put his name into it when they called up Bobby Lee. Brian Callen was like, you're done, your career is over. Rogan's our buddy, and he's going to destroy your career. What do you accuse of Rogan's going to like career? Not realizing that Bobby Lee doesn't, unlike these two idiots, doesn't have to rely on Joe Rogan in order to get views or for stuff or any type of money. Bobby Lee isn't in their shape. So when he threatened Bobby Lee, his career, we're going to go to Joe Rogan, which is exactly what this is, which was let me know your thoughts in the comments. New agent fitness. Weer opgeruimd, weer getinteld, weer verkocht. Zo van alles weer opnieuw. Verkoop print of fitness altijd zonder kosten. Draag je niet, verkoop je dan. things. I can teach him something autism. I get later, and he's like, "So we worked on this and this last time." I guess he was black belt as far as rolling with you guys, but as far as competition, because like if you execute it and other guys, like it's not you get that. No, you get some training. Does he go against other like purple belts, brown belts? So he trains with the guys that come to train him. So he doesn't have like all the looks. Like he hasn't got like a full gym train, which I think is something that's important to do just for personal training. But if he we just have to think about and we have a bunch of black belts who come from ours. And because for the last like 10 years I'm used to being like a shitty black belt to me is like a guy who did a world level. That's like my like definition of shitty. Gym and you see like what your average black belt is, then it kind of brings you back to reality. You're like, oh, this is what those black belts are. Like if Derek rolled with like a regular black belt in the gym, he'd be fine. Maybe, right? Because he's not doing it. It's like when Brian told me you don't get tennis, and I said, well, you hate the shot. I didn't say what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? I train with no black belt in the gym. I train with Derek. I'm telling you, you find against no black belt. Well, no, that's what it is. Like he's not gonna go to the worlds, but like if he had to compete against like an average black belt who's been doing jiu-jitsu for 10 years and he does it for an hour and brings him to Kentucky, like you know his own, like everything. Wayne McCullough said about me on a radio station. I brought it back to you. No, I said it because to his point, Wayne McCullough goes. I put Brian. I'm not even saying it because I put Brian correctly. Meanwhile, even as remotely good amateur would now be the fuck out. Right? It's not just that. You be in the ring with it, but it doesn't mean once you get punched. Yeah. Also, I never score with guys if they were good. They would take it easy. And they were around a 48-year-old actor. It's like he's a 42-year-old hobbyist. $400 focused on making money and also trains 4 hours. That's awesome. Discipline. Everyone giving him shit because he used it to market like you're too fucking stupid to get a black belt for 10 years. I'm not. That's why everyone said that. Well, he doesn't train hard every day. It's a great idea because I had no idea he existed and not defending him. Right? Yeah, defending him based on what you said. He's here right now. He did the 10:30 co-practice retired. Good for him. That's enough. I mean, that guy's been KO'd. He's the king of times. He's a great guy. He's very smart too. Like at some point though, right? When you get to an age. And by the way, he has a fucking submission victory over the champion. Automatic Goliath, caught on the triangle. This triangle's so tight, it's so quick. He got him. Yeah. Just 1 second to go, dog. 1 second to go in the third round. Whipped on the triangle and fucking made him tap with 1 second to go. That's how tight it was. I had to cook the team the day before. That's what's incredible. Yeah, all the Gordon, you can see why some people, if a guy gets his last 2 years, you're like, okay, what's going on? 3.5. But you're right. You're just like Jim. But how much did he really train? So, like, this is the idea that we always say. This is what I always say with when people talk about Jim. They said, oh, Jim Paul's one of the YouTubers. This guy goes, Paul, pushing all that away. Yes. But that doesn't mean he can't be good at something. Like, and also, the kid was a wrestler in high school and college, legitimate athlete. Like, if I just watched him, if I watched him knock out Tyron Woodley, just watched him, I'd say that kid's a prospect. He's fun, he's exciting, he's young, he's got one punch, go to sleep power. Yes, so you have all that baggage, but that's the baggage, it's psychological. You look at him like this, the YouTube guy. So a rich guy, like a Money Bird guy or a Zuckerberg, you say, oh, fuck that guy. But if he's got discipline and he can hire the best trainers, if he really does it, he does it, and he's tough. If you actually mentally tough, he did the 10:30 to 12 plus, and then he's taking 3 2-hour privates with jump rope. That's legit. So you train from 10:30 until like 7 o'clock. But I can't not just that. And he's also been really successful in something else. We have not only that, workload. If he's doing that many hours, he's doing it every day. This is the Gordon Ryan. Not just study harder than everybody else, but you don't take days off. That's a giant factor. I talk about him all the time because that 365 days a year with is kind of nuts. No days off. If I'm sick or I'm staff or my lecture, I can watch. Yeah, I'm always there. The joke with my thing with Jake Paul is take all that baggage away. You would still, if Watson had a belt class system, you would still say Jake is a blue belt with his experience. I would say he's a black belt. He's not a master of the sport. He's dedicated to whatever the last four. But that goes back to my original point, which is just belts. Yeah, this belt thing, like blue belts can be a black belt now. Kind of like, they certainly can. They're strong, they're fast, they get tight technique, and the black belts got so it's like, it's a man black. I get it, there was no blue belt. I get a black belt. I get a black belt in 3.5 years. That my also doesn't anymore. So like my standard for the black belt is like so unrealistically high that I don't have a black belt. Eddie had this kid that was a Division I wrestler. I wish I could remember his name. He was a fucking nightmare. It was so ridiculous. We would do neon belly drills. You start with the neon belly, and this dude would throw me off him like I was a pillow. And then when he would get on top of me on my belly, I was nowhere. I was stuck at the same size. The same size. He was crazy fucking strong. Now, that guy was a blue belt. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was just an elite wrestler who you just show him a few of these things, and he knows how to move his body and control people. He doesn't know how to do water. Right. He didn't use tear off his back. Yeah, he's good. He's not a black belt. But the thing is, he could fuck black belts up. He could, because he could pass your guard, he would smush you. He was a D1 wrestler, right? He was a D1 wrestler who was jacked. He had this powerlifting routine that he would do. He would not skip powerlifting workouts. He's like, it's the most sport part of my game. It was all cleans. It was all powerlifting, deadlifts, snatches. It was all, that's all he did. We've had D1 guys come in to the academy and they get fucking smoked. That can happen too. But this kid was trained. But he was trained. I loved MMA. He was an elite wrestler, and he was 2 years in jiu-jitsu. He was a blue belt. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And so he's a blue belt, but you're in fucking trouble. I just get Jason Nelson. Jason Nelson's like having matches with like he's like having like he had matches with Kyle Cholo, like he's having like and did you go this blue belt because of experience? Yeah, he's like a world class wrestler. That's such a fact. You're like American wrestling. I think this is, I've always said this, but I said it again. That's the best base. If you could dictate what if the second the jiu-jitsu black belt was brought up, I knew Sean was going to have a problem with it. And of course he did. Got into an argument with Joe and that other guy about it. Many people over the years have questioned Brendan Schaub's jiu-jitsu black belt, and I never thought much about it. But now protest too much. I'm starting to think Schaub's jiu-jitsu black belt really isn't that legit. Well, look at this story. Like, he's got a jiu-jitsu black belt, but like, just went to that. This karate studio, and then so now he's really into yeah, you gotta be a true black belt. There's the other guy like, blue belt can be black. Destroying your nose brother. But you have to understand this about shots and how big of a flaw it is documented from these fighters that he used the pair of bodies to give himself that cauliflower. That is stated by multiple UFC fighters. Now, one day he didn't have it, the next day he did have it, and it was fun. To have his badges on. So, this whole black belt thing probably falls for that fake. Chava, you're up to 28 years black belt. Nobody cares. Only you care about it. You don't get dog here, which you but he's so stuck to his guy that I now believe that he did it. They probably just gave him a black belt. Are you the shop. But the fact is, you got silk, you got all that thing. And he was just like, what the fuck are we talking about? You're black nose. Just because you're a black nose and stuff like that. Yeah, physically super common. Someone who's 5'2" and a black belt or something. Someone 6'5" and a blue belt. Kick their ass. And he just left the shop and like, I got 3 degrees in my belt. But yeah, this dummy, of course, is arguing. But let me know your thoughts. Helemaal op bij je favoriete muziek. Met deze AirPods. Bestel ze in de web. This is a social contagion. Abigail Schreier wrote a fantastic book about called Irreversible Damage that she highlights how they're happening in these clusters of a lot of girls who are autistic. And let's get to the bottom of that. What's causing all that? How come 1 in every 12 kids who's a boy in California has autism now? Because that's what's going on. That's what's going on in California, which has one of the strictest fucking vaccine policies. 1 in 12 vaccines cause autism. Maybe our kids get to that, yeah. Florida doesn't demand that. Yeah, that's dangerous. I know you're jumping on that. Of course, it's dangerous, but what are you talking about? No. We need to bail on the tetanus thing. Suzanne Humphreys explained that. She's like, I know that. What are you talking about? So you're saying she's a medical doctor that absolutely understands tetanus. She said tetanus, all you have to do is keep the wound open and clean it. It's not bullshit. It's not bullshit. Do you know people die of tetanus every year? Let me ask you a question. You say, no, we should have had that. No, it's just not self-start market. It's so much easier. Are we not? So you don't believe in vaccines? You don't think we should have vaccines? It's not that I don't believe in vaccines. You should give a kid a Hep B vaccine when they're a baby. I don't know. The MMA vaccine is absolutely connected to a host of serious, debilitating fucking problems that kids have gotten from them. There's a lot of problems because they don't test vaccines in a double-blind placebo-controlled setting. They test them against other vaccines. You know that, right? Yes, I do. Excuse me, let me just say something. Yes, you're right. You can make your preferred Hep B. Here's why. Because the chances of a child coming in contact with the kind of activity that causes Hep B is different. So now you say that chance is zero. The chance for vaccine injury with the Hep B is not zero. It's not zero. Okay, so I understand that. Okay, what I'm trying to say to you is that there are certain diseases. Think of history. Smallpox, diphtheria. Well, have you ever looked at paralytic disease? Have you ever been polio? Yes. No. Right. Right. Conversation that we're not going to have on this podcast because I'm going to I've researched this for years, right? But I'm not a scientist. I don't be a scientist to know this. You do. No, shut the fuck up. I don't have to be a scientist to read research to understand that they were spraying DDT all over the fuck country when everybody was getting polio. Do you know that? Yeah. You know the first anti-vaccine polio, they happened in rural communities where they're all farmland and agriculture, and the cows were getting them, and horses were getting them, and dogs were getting them, and everything. They're calling it paralytic polio. Do you agree with Tom's statement? It's not, I'm not going to do this with you, but it's not just about, it's not just about, hold on. No, it's not, I want to do this, but it's not just about, we're in the middle of like, it's annoying. But it's, my kids are all vaccinated, and they're vaccinated, but they went on a linkage rule. So did mine. So did mine not. Yeah, good for you. I think you need to. You're healthy as fuck. Yeah. 12 touchdowns this week. I think the problem is that the pharmaceutical drug companies have an exemption because of what they did in the 1980s where they allowed them to never worry about being sued. And that's when they ramped up the also the correlation when you look at most of all sorts of diseases and issues just start out. It's not just one. There's a lot of other autoimmune issues. There's serious problems. I think there are three things that have put down our biology and we don't have a lot of time in nutrition, sanitation, and vaccine. I think anybody says otherwise is, say, it sounds like he is. Right? You don't know what the fuck are you? I don't want to talk about it. Right, I don't want to talk about the middle of the podcast because it'll completely derail the process. And I'll start showing you statistics. If you look at getting all of these diseases, and then when the introduction of vaccines happen, it's at the end. After the disease gone through the population, most of those diseases were eradicated by sanitation and nutrition. Also, there was a huge problem. People were living in fucking squalor. Regions that are very dangerous. Sure. So the problem is that these pharmaceutical drug companies are fucking insanely, entirely corrupt. They've been corrupt for a long fucking time, and there's a revolving door between and these pharmaceutical drug corporations that go to these positions with this golden parachute, and then they ramp up the fucking schedule every year, and it's not about public health. None of it is about looking out for you. All of it is about making money. That's the problem. Who wants to do some smelling salts? Okay, this guy's good. Who wants to do some smelling salt? Jump on over here, Janet. Where's the okay? Hey, that's out of line. Hey, that burns too far. Joe, I was at these score. Yes. This one's weak. Is it? It's a little old. It's a little old. What did I like? Look at that. Get you some, right? Get that big size to watch. Get big size to watch. Stop or whatever you have. I don't know. Let's find out. Pop one of those. Tell me, we jump. When Brendan Hobb is the voice of reason, things have gone completely off. So, Joe Rogan lost it there on Brian Cass. At one point, Joe just had to get up and walk away. Joe Rogan was going off on Cass. So, I'm not going to lose my opinion. Follow me for a long time. I just love how heated that got there. Especially on Rogan's part. Rogan almost was like, all right, we're going to play companion. We're going to have a scientific debate. And Cal, I love how Cal was just but, I mean, I know I'm a fighter to hit somebody, but I'm like, what is Rogan going to ever have Cal back on? Sure he will. But this is what Cal always does. But they're fun. Cal did go a little down there. He's like, what you see? And then Rogan hits back and he starts saying a bunch of stuff about you. And it calls him a race. And some other things. Rogan just kind of checked Cal in there like, hey, everybody. Not forget who's doing it. Not forget who's starting this podcast. His career is dead. But I love it when freaking hilarious. But once again, Baba actually kind of threw in a pretty funny thing there when he talked about his kid that was a touchdown. And every once in a while, Baba will step off his socks. I mean, he's completely in this one instance, did try but yeah, you know your thoughts on this. Who you agree with, who you don't agree with. But let me know your thoughts.
To help balance that. Ingaarbeid dus switch verkopen, omdat ik een nieuwe laptop ga halen.
Dit is mijn kookboek Super Series spulletjes. But I'm just curious. Why do you think the haters are so passionate about it? Just the haters because I'm sick and tired of everyone I've got my children. Out there, question. Yeah, well, that's your comments. You don't like to stir the pot. I like to mix things up. I brought up vaccines. Huge mistake. I really got into it. I'm in the middle of those two. We're talking about vaccines. I'm not in the middle. Because like you can throw all the stats at me like mine does, and even after you send me all these articles and shit, like, dude, I do not care. You gotta realize from a personal standpoint, when I agree with vaccines or not, I'm not anti-vax, but my oldest son had a major issue with vaccines, major issue, getting seizures, and with major complications. So that's why I'm a little hesitant. There's a lot of narrative on both sides there, but just personally, I don't care what you do. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Personally, that's why I'm kind of a little hesitant about the vaccines. That's it. That's it, man. My product vaccines, it really went south. Boy, did it go south. And the other thing I was planning on bringing up is, I actually wrote about it. I don't think Gordon would. But, and it's kind of old news, but his name's Money Berg or Money Bag? Money Berg. So, if you don't know, this Jones there, and he's a very successful businessman. I think they tell me he's damn near a billionaire. And he trained with Gordon Ryan, Jake Shields, I think a few other guys, like big time dudes in the space. And all the names I was assigned. Big time. He trained, and they gave his black belt, I think, in 3 years. And this was a whole thing, right? I really don't care. Okay, do your thing, man. And then also it became a thing. And so it was brought up on Fight Companion. And before I go on into it, I don't know Derek Moneyberg. I'm calling Moneyberg, sorry. Derek Moneyberg. I think Moneyberg's a rapper. That's why I say that. But Derek Moneyberg, I don't know. I assume he's a good dude. So whenever you're talking about this, you know, the internet is going to get super toxic and attack them. You don't even do that. You can go, hey, dude. Like, if you have just asking a question, you don't need to hate him again. There's no reason to get nasty about him. I don't know him. I assume he's a good dude. I assume he's a smart guy. I have no clue. I don't know his background. I don't know how he made his money. I know Gordon speaks highly of him. Jake Shields speaks highly of him. So he's probably a cool dude. So maybe criticism, it's not really towards him. You know, I don't know. I don't know him. But Gordon defended it. You know, Gordon's the Michael Jordan of Jiu-Jitsu. So what he says carries a heavy weight. You know, he's done it at the highest levels. He's a black belt. And he was saying, you know, people think he's going to be the ADCC champion or something like that. That's not true. He rolls with his guy, rolls with the guys that he basically pays private training, which is Gordon, Jake, and whoever else. I don't know who else. But he says, you know, I would consider him a black belt. And he goes, you know, I don't believe in belts, which that's a whole other show to get into. And my only questions about it, again, I'm not hating on Derek Moneyberg. I just had some questions about it because I've been around just a long time, trained at the highest level. When I hear a guy gets his black belt in under 10 years, who's not like a competition jiu-jitsu practitioner, it usually, my jiu-jitsu spidey sense go, what's going on? Either he's a complete freak, a la BJ Penn, and now maybe I'm criticizing it because it took me a bit longer to get really get at high level. But maybe he's there. But in my experience, there's no way to tell. It would be like, how can I put this in? It would be like if you only practice stand-up in front of the mirror, and Shane Gillis and Theo Vaughn were your coaches, right? Let's say you hired Shane Gillis, you paid each $1 million, Shane Gillis and Theo Vaughn, to give you tips on stand-up, but you only did it in your living room for those two. And they went, dude, you got a wheel. Dude, you're legit black belt comedy. And then you go to a party or you go online and podcast or whatever you do, and you go, I'm black belt comedy. At stand-up, I'm right there with Theo and Shane Gillis. And someone goes, oh, where you perform? I don't know. What do you mean? I don't do it in front of people. So how do you know where you're at? Well, Theo and Shane Gillis say I'm really good. That's cool, but in order to understand how good you are, you have to do it with people that don't know you, with different crowds. You gotta travel around, you gotta go to mics, you gotta go to different crowds and try it out to see if the bits actually work. Yeah, but Theo and Shane Gillis punched up my tags, man. Yeah, I know, but where can we see it? You can't. Just know I'm that good. A lot of people, especially in comedy, will be like, hold on, that's not the way this works. Comedy is nothing. 10 years. Should do 10 years. There's a reason that exists. But everyone wants instant gratification, instant credibility. There's a reason I got tired. Rightfully so. I had a special in 2 years. That's not normal. That's not how it works. I was not at a black belt level in comedy. I had pushed way too fast. Way too fast. So you can get a lot of criticism because that's not how this works. Everyone knows, whether you're a professional comedian or a professional jiu-jitsu player, everybody knows it's impossible to be at that level in 2 to 3 years. It's not the way this works. So but when you tell us it does, it's going to trigger some people because there's a lot of people, especially in the jiu-jitsu community, there's a lot of people that work their ass off, man. And some of them do it 12, 15 years and not black belts. Some of them do it 8 years and they're savages and they're still not black belts. So that's where the criticism comes from. So belts are. So if you cause it, so when Gordon goes, the belts are irrelevant. It doesn't matter if he's not black belt. That was a good point. Well, his point was just get better at jiu-jitsu. Why are you guys pushing in there because of black belt? That's why I didn't get the black belt. I agree. The journey of jiu-jitsu is just good as you can. If you become a black belt, great. There's a reason that 1% of people that start jiu-jitsu get the black belt. There's a very good reason why that. Life happens. It's hard to do. So that's why it takes so long. So when he goes, it's irrelevant with belts. Why did he say he was a black belt? I never have. I think this whole thing is about this whole is what I'm saying. Correct. If he is all the straight with them and get market give him his black belt. Enough about the black belt. This asshole babbled about this for over 40 minutes. He spent over 40 minutes talking. But I titled that clip yesterday, Brendan Schaub heated argument with Joe Rogan over this subject. The reason why I titled it that is I knew it was heated because I know how serious this dummy takes this. First of all, well, to go through you and some of my Schaub touchdown, he is still so butthurt and upset and he's confused. Because he kind of just called out Rogan there and he was like, you say that is the Rogan, I'm like, nobody cares. You don't really care. But then he contradicts himself. He kind of trashes himself with this whole stand-up comedy analogy. So wait, now Brendan Schaub says everyone who criticized him for not being funny is correct. But hold on, please. You said you won, and that they didn't know anything because you had sold out the show. It's got a ticket there, and so the now Schaub, and this finally bring Schaub to the light of, oh wait, I really was terrible. Everything he did instead of comedy is comparable to what this guy did. So now Schaub kind of has to look at his own stand-up comedy to keep off the point. Oh yeah. I really was what? According to Sean, by the way, he's still successful at stand-up comedy. You just stopped so you can watch, Boston play. Watch Boston play. You can get the latest rather spend time. Other people never did it. Everything with these guys. And what is it with the whole 10 years? If I have to hear another one of these players, that was dead. When he had 10 years to sit around not making money doing comedy unless you're rich. Didn't take Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle, or arguing, or Chip Dorgan, other comedy. It's going to take your normal comedians 10 years Talked about it for 4 minutes. Let me know your thoughts. Pretty strong opinion. That's strong opinion. Strong opinions on vaccines. On vaccines. Did you have fun on the Michael Penny? That's such a shit. Nothing you're like this. No, I always look at Jamie directly the camera go. Rogan and I, well, people don't know is Rogan and I have known each other for 30 years, and we'll get down on it. So, if you and I don't talk to each other like that, Rogan, that's Rogan's language. When you'll see Rogan say, shut the fuck up. Yeah. Now, if I don't think I've ever told you that. I don't think you've ever told me. Because you and me don't communicate like that. But Joe does communicate that. He always has. I've done it 30 years, so I know. But Joe will say, shut the fuck up. If I'm like, he'll say, the best pizza in town is this place. I know it's Austin Slice. Slice of Austin. Hey, shut the fuck up. Right. That's how content does it. Yes. If you and I are on this podcast and I ever go, shut the fuck up. I'm dead serious, and we're supposed to fight. That's the difference between being God knows to know. Yeah. I just want to shut the fuck up. I think a lot of people are like, oh God, Rogan. So I never hit that so well, and I know that he's going to get heated over this because and what I was actually like to say while we're at it was simply this. Look, the government and the size may have lost our confidence. Here's how. Let me just go on. See, once Roman said he vaccinated his kids, but it just took away the schedule, knows how to stop talking. I was like, oh, he's never going to get a new job. I'm not doing that. I don't know enough. Yeah, I'm not an immunologist, I'm a virologist, doctor. Here's what I was trying to say. You talked to me and said, okay, I didn't know you were a doctor. I'm like, oh, well, I do that because I know how to get it. I know how to get under his skin. Now, listen, here's the thing that I was trying to say. Look, the government, and this is where Rogan's coming from, and this is where I'm coming from. The government, the science community, the public health bureaucrats lost our trust. You know why? Let's go through it. Let's go through their behavior during COVID, suppressing actual information, all their misinformation and lies about the vaccine. All the fact they shut us down and ruined countless businesses in our economy for 2 years. Social distancing, masks, all bullshit. Giving public health officials the kind of power that they weren't even enforcing science, they were enforcing their social agendas. Let's keep going. The whole transgender ideology. Men can get pregnant. We're like, what? No, I know in mammalian biology. I know, but you understand too, like people when it comes to the vaccines too. So, like you and I don't see how to have vaccines. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. Yeah, remember, I come from personal experience where my son got pumped for all those vaccines and had major issues. So I go, hold on. But I'm not anti-that. I just go, I have some questions. You have a question. You're cool with it. The internet's like, oh, you're anti-vaxxer. Oh, why are you talking to me? Right, I have some questions. Yeah. So that's what I was going to get at. My whole thing was just this. I think all of us have to be very careful if we're podcasters, comedians, lawyers, politicians, even general practitioners. Saying things like I've done my research or look into it. Oh, see, I disagree with you. I tell you what, I think you can take out podcasters, comics, and my dumbass. I think you should add to that list politicians, doctors, and experts. But let me make the decision. I think podcasts and comics, if you're listening to me, Rogan, and you, that's all I'm trying to say. Talk about vaccines and making decisions to vaccinate your son. Yes. Right. But also, you shouldn't be getting the vaccine information from even podcasts. Here's why. Because actually, when it comes to a general practitioner, that's a very different discipline than an immunologist and a virologist, right? Because here's why. If you were to do research on vaccine safety, you have to read all the studies which actually require an expertise in those particular fields that doctors don't do that, right? And so that's my issue with all of this. And so when I understand people saying, hey, I don't trust the establishments because they've earned that distrust. Because that's the problem. Well, I'm trying to say the point, those people that don't trust them, there's good reason. Exactly. Some shady shit. That's what I'm saying. That's where we're at now. And that's that's right, and that's where we are, and that's what happens when the government oversteps, when the government uses ideology to override science in COVID policy and transgender stuff. So rightfully, people are like, go fuck yourself. And you get that. Or when the mayor pays for the phone, or when the mainstream media lies all the time and doesn't talk about things. So I get why people are like, why should I trust X, Y, Z? Now here's the other thing we have to worry about, guys. On a podcast or anywhere, when somebody comes along and says, hey, I've done my research, and everybody's lying to you, and I have the truth, they're usually selling something. And that's also where I go, I don't think Rogan is. No, I don't think he is either. I'm saying, okay, so Joe's so bad. Joe goes, I talked to a lot of experts. Yes. So he's getting information from them. Yeah. Joe and I don't really actually disagree. We might disagree on the minutia, but at the end of broad strokes, we don't disagree. Yeah. We don't disagree. Just people like tune down and they're like, shut up. Yeah, people are so annoyed, like, what the? I was like, hey, we're good, man. Notice how we went right back to being friends. We're just having a conversation. And that's all it is. They can cut the tension with some smell and salt. Rogan said this to you. Rogan also said this about certain people. There are some people who want to come on his podcast, and they're very famous people, very world leaders and stuff. And he said, he goes, I am not going to have that person on because they will game me. They're going to say things, and I don't have enough information to push back properly. So now I'm going to take all the flack. That's what happens. So when you're that powerful, and you have a science on you, we don't know enough about your virology or immunology to push back on anything or agree. I don't know, dude. I got to take your word for it. You hit me with a statistic and a study. There are other scientists that go, hold on, that study is real, or that, I don't know, right? And so that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm talking about. I did apologize. I shut it down. No, we didn't apologize for that. That was fine. But I did apologize. Talked to Gordon after, me and everyone texted back and forth before this show on the whole Woody Bird thing and the black belt thing. Like, I was kidding. I didn't mean to make this like where it's ugly head again. They had some toxic. Are we good? And by the way, all you were saying was that 3 years for a black belt when they're not PG men is a little bit quick, and that's allowed. Say I got some questions. It doesn't mean that Woody Bird guy's no idea who he is now. I have no idea who he is. You know, I know Woody Bird. I'm going to listen to Gordon Russell. When it comes to comic books, if I say this is funny for a commercial, I might have a point. When it comes to immunology, I'm going to listen to someone study that stuff. I'm going to go with the experts. Now, that doesn't mean you blindly trust the medical establishment because they can get hijacked like they did. Oh, yeah, let's move off that hijack. And Rogan's right when he's like, nobody wants to hear it. I'm telling you. Nobody wants to hear it. That's right. When it comes to the Epstein list, I love talking to them. Yes, maybe I got some information. Okay. That was one of the things, even when Rogan was like, there's a blue belt that came in. Well, in my experience, over 50 years at Ohio, in my experience, that's never happened. But again, it's Jim, it happened. So he's like, well, I've seen it. Okay. Well, I disagree with that. You know, it's all good. That's what friends do. Any friends that just sit around and like a man, so great. I love it. I'll tell Chill and Shop Show, which is free on Patreon. Go to patreon.com/TFAPK. Also, that Patreon crushing it. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. And when people like not having to do more commercials. And listen, I love how Callan went on to Fighter the Kid and called out Joe Rogan like that. Now he was kind of like, oh, you know, we're still good and we don't really have a problem. Whether you agree with Callan or not, I just love the fact that he went on to Fighter the Kid podcast and stood his ground. And it's like, don't trust podcasters on medical information. So, Callan held his ground. Looking at the comment section, I think most people kind of agree with Callan. A lot of people agree with Joe, too. But like I said, my opinion is, I just love the fact that Callan stood his ground and went on and just said, don't trust Rogan. Don't trust him. Don't trust podcasters. No, there's nothing wrong with asking questions. Yeah, that whole little argument they had there, that whole argument, hilarious to me. friends for 30 years. Maybe true. Joe was the cutest hot under the collar. Chris and Callan. And Callan also did sort of like a little apology video thing on Instagram addressing it right after the companion too. So, but kind of double down right here and just said, you know, podcasters or comics or anyone when it comes to this type of stuff. And for the other show we're doing, that's our shop is still babbling about the black belt. No, not the black belt. Blue belt and the black belt. The black belt was 615. Let me know you're still up. As our fans to pick the current events, we'd love your take on what you think is worth covering for the Patreon. Listen, Patreon is the Wild West. So you want controversial stuff, you want killings, you want animal attacks, you want naked chicks, whatever it is that you guys. So if you can ask for it on the Patreon, get sent a bunch of questions. We need actual links to articles, clips to videos, Instagrams, whatever it is, Twitter, tweets, whatever it is. Send that wild shit there so we can get into it on the Patreon. Amen. Patreon.com/TFATK. Let's get weird. Look at it. During the disease that you holy up, please. Yes. No. This is a long conversation that we're not going to close, but because I'm getting angry because I've researched this for years. Let's just like you're not a scientist. I have to be a scientist. You know things about this. First of all, Joe Rogan and I are so freaking friends. But after 30 years, we're right back to being buddies. You watch the podcast. Look, at the end of the day, I'm not going to talk about vaccines anymore. You know why? Because I think if you want to be really informed on the efficacy or dangers of vaccines, you probably should have a degree in immunology and virology. As far as doing your own research, I don't think you understand the research. I don't think you really read the papers effectively if you don't have a degree in immunology or virology, which take forever to study. Okay? And that's all I'm saying. I just worry that we're getting our information from health influencers, from politicians, from lawyers, and people who have something to sell. But I understand where Joe's coming from because I share the same distrust in our power structure, in our information structure, in our health apparatus. Because they did earn that distrust. They lied to us about the efficacy of the vaccine, about masks, keeping our children out of school for 2 years, saying that men can get pregnant, etc., etc. And, you know, none of us can trust the mainstream media, right? Right? Or do they always tell the truth? But here's the thing. We're still left with scientists. You don't go into immunology or virology for the money. All those people are trying to make the world a better place. So I think you can trust to a degree. That's what I'm saying. Look, I'm not going to talk about science anymore, man. Because I'm going to come and you want to laugh your ass off with your money back here. You're going to come for over an hour. Come to Coffee Laugh Factory this weekend. Or come to Charlotte Comedy Zone the next weekend. That's where I'm glad. I'm a silly goose. Honk. So, check that out there, Patreon. Try to ask you guys your current events you want to pregnant and buying. But you said this more question. Oh, good. Please send us the topic amongst guys. Just send us have them. That's your job. They must have nothing. When you have to vet your audience, not even for topics or anything, but want us to send it links. I'm not for you. So you want me to give you money, give you links or topics? What are topics? Hey, you're really awesome and amazing. What's the mic reading? Amazing. So, and then, because they did this before, everyone just asked questions. So now they're asking, can you give us topics for us to talk about? You do it. Look, I know, we can only hear about how your boss is involved or something. And you're sick of talking. It's your job. Why do you do it in-depth thing? And here's the dumbest thing about this new Patreon, by the way, this week, they'll do an extra video. Like it's just to add to what we give out. And then how I do this Patreon thing was going to be these